This is a world where everyone worships magic, but you disdain it. The most powerful magician is nothing but an ant in your eyes. It's because you were the #1 war god in the immortal realm, and in the final battle between immortals and demons, you single-handedly killed 10 great demon gods, only to eventually fall and perish. However, when you open your eyes again, you are surprised to find that you have crossed over to a planet called Blue Star. This planet has no cultivators, but there is a special existence called mages. After shaking your head to clear your thoughts, click, you open a bottle of cola, watching anime and drinking soda. This kind of leisurely life is what you want. However, at this moment, the bedroom was kicked open by someone, followed by a burst of angry scolding. Brother, can you stop hiding at home? Can't you go out and do some activities? You turned your head to look at your cousin Yi Shuiying, and without hesitation, raised a middle finger directly and said, "Little girl, what business is it of yours? You don't understand the joy of being a homebody. Brother, school starts in a month. Don't you want to achieve good results at the Magic High School, get into a good university, and reach the peak of life? No, I don't want to. Life is not about being lazy. It's like cola without bubbles. Someone actually wants him to strive. What a joke. After fighting for thousands of years in the previous life, now that I can finally enjoy life, why should I strive?" Yi Shuiying was even more angry when she heard this. She rushed forward, turned off the TV, kicked you out of the house, and declared that you were not allowed to come back before 6 o'clock in the evening. You shrugged helplessly and walked towards the internet cafe. Who said you can only be a homebody at home? Boss, turn on the computer. You swiped your ID card, showing a balance of 0. The boss said, "How much do you want to top up? Top up 100 now and get 50 extra." Upon hearing this, you felt your pockets but couldn't find a single coin. Then you smiled and looked at the internet cafe boss. "Miss, do you know an easy way to make money in this society?" "Make money? Of course, become a hunter." The internet cafe lady's face was full of longing and admiration. A hunter? You were stunned at the mention of this profession, which you knew was essentially a bounty hunter, hunting and killing monsters for a commission. With your skills, you should be able to easily cover your internet fees with a few jobs. By the time the internet cafe lady snapped out of her fantasy, you were already gone. Pengcheng is a second-tier city, and there is also a Monster Hunter Association here. However, if you want to become a hunter, you must join a hunter team and complete a mission to become an official hunter. You squeezed into the crowd and randomly joined a team, but they didn't even ask and directly rejected you. Why? Little brother, children cannot join the Monster Hunter Association. Slap. You only realized after hearing the woman's words opposite you that you might be a fool. You are only 16 years old now. How can you be a hunter? But it's not a big problem. You come to the toilet, the aura in your body circulates, and soon you create a mask to wear on your face. Looking around, you quickly find a new target. This is a hunter team that no one cares about. A handsome woman sitting at the recruitment booth playing with her phone. The sign in front of her reads, "Recruiting teammates, as long as they are Thunder Mage." Thunder element is the most powerful attribute among all attributes. However, power also represents rarity, and you, naturally, are not a thunder element mage. But who says only mages can control thunder and lightning? You walk up to the woman and ask in a low voice, "Do you need a thunder element mage? Oh, are you one?" The woman looks up slightly surprised, and you nod in response. Then I saw you suddenly clenching your hand, and in an instant, a dazzling lightning appeared in the palm of your hand, with a sizzling sound of electricity in the ears. The surroundings were instantly in an uproar. No way. Is there really a thunder mage acting as a hunter? Thunder mages. Such rare beings, aren't they treasures of the major families? Could it be the legendary wild thunder magic? The surrounding crowd looked at you in astonishment, and the heroic woman also showed surprise. They didn't expect to hit the jackpot and encounter a thunder mage who wanted to be a hunter. As expected, you successfully joined the hunter team. As for your name, just call me Maple Leaf. I am the deputy captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. Suya, welcome to join the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. You followed Suya to their lounge at the Monster Hunting Association. Including you, there are a total of 10 members in the Sky Eagle Monster Hunting Team. Everyone was very happy and excited to hear that a Thunder Mage had joined the team. Hello, I'm Chen Jindong, the captain of the Sky Eagle Monster Hunting Team. He is a sturdy and tall middle-aged man with scars on his face and arms, narrating his glorious achievements over the years. After chatting with everyone, you became familiar with them. When you learned that you needed to go to the wilderness to kill a mid-level monster, you couldn't help but shake your head. How could you possibly do such a thing? It's too dangerous. Forget it, I'm very weak. Call me for any small tasks. You waved your hand to refuse. Others instantly understood that this maple leaf should only be a novice mage. Ha ha ha, in that case, we can only wait for the next cooperation. Chen Jindong smiled and tried to smooth things over, unwilling to let go of this powerful potential talent. Captain, do I have to pay to join the team? I have no money to go online. Hearing this, everyone looked at you in confusion. You, a rare and infinitely talented lightning mage, are actually obsessed with computers. Chen Jindong's eyes stared, instantly waking up to the fact that this thunder mage in front of him should be a self-sacrificing person. How could such a talent be wasted? No way. He had to be brought along on this mission, to make him realize how important strength really was through battle. Thinking of this, Chen Jindong coughed and said, let's put it this way. Maple Leaf. Our time-consuming mission this time should only take a few hours. You go over with us, we will protect you and it will be considered as a test and refinement of your heart. After you pass it, I'll give you a 30,000 enlistment fee. How do you think about it? If you've got the money, you should have said so, not to mention 30,000. I'll go for 3,000. Yi Feng's words gave the crowd another confused. Good guy. This one is an oddball. The mission that the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team had taken on was to hunt the middle-ranked demon snake. The Devil Snake was located in a deserted area 10 miles outside of Peng City, and that side used to be a development zone, only that it had been abandoned because of the frequent appearance of demons over the past few years. 2 vans were parked on the deserted area road. Chen Jindong and Suya led the way out of the car, and the others followed one after another deeper into the woods ahead. Yi Feng yawned and followed the group with an unconcerned look. Chen Jindong couldn't help but flatten Yi Feng even more in his heart after realizing that he had a lazy look on his face. How could such a seedling be so unmotivated? One had to practice him. Chen Jindong made up his mind, and the pace of his walk couldn't help but speed up a few points. In the middle of the woods there would occasionally be some ordinary demonic creatures that didn't even have a rank, such as demonic rats, demonic insects, and whatnot. However, these were naturally not taken into consideration, and were quickly wiped out by the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team's people. The woods ahead disappeared and were replaced by an empty site that had been abandoned halfway through development. Don't go. The demonic snake we're looking for is waiting for a chance to move inside. We'll definitely be sneaked in. Yi Feng suddenly opened his mouth to stop the crowd. Chen Jindong, on the other hand, frowned when he heard this, and looked at Yi Feng with some suspicion. His own middle-ranked 10-star mage had not discovered the traces of the demonic serpent, so how could he, a beginner-ranked mage, have discovered it? However, his words had reminded Chen Jindong. This last stretch of road was just too calm. This barren area originally had quite a few demonic creatures, and now that it was so calm it was obvious that they had already entered the territory of this demonic snake. Everyone on alert. Chen Jindong's words caused everyone to be on guard to the extreme. The facts proved that what Yi Feng said was not wrong. The 10 people had just walked into the abandoned clearing in front of them when a black figure suddenly rushed out. It was a 20-meter-long python, all black, with a pair of demonic eyes staring tightly at the crowd in front of them. Hiss! The python opened its mouth and venom shot out from inside its fangs. Get out of the way! Chen Jindong let out a loud shout, and the crowd hurriedly dodged as the venom landed on the ground with a zippy sound. Gulp! The crowd swallowed a little fearfully. Asterisk. Your opponent is me. Chen Jindong let out a roar as he waved his hands to turn a large amount of flames into 2 fiery snakes that swept towards the demonic snake in front of him. However, the devil snake didn't care, and with a fling of his body, the flames were extinguished on the spot. The black python body was like a whip as Chen Jindong jumped into midair then landed heavily again. A pair of iron hands had a death grip on the demon snake's body. Fire and system. This pairing makes up for the mage's lack of melee combat and the body master's weakness of long-range consumption. Not bad. Yi Feng nodded in his heart. It was the first time he had seen a mage fight with his own eyes, and there was inevitably some curiosity in his heart. The battle was thoroughly fought, and everyone started using various magic attacks. It was only at this time that Yi Feng sent out the fact that everyone here was a middle-ranked magician with 2 attributes. It looked like he had entered a top-notch demon hunting team. But, I'm afraid that's not enough if that's all they've got. Asterisk, go to hell. Chen Jindong jumped into midair and his iron fist landed with a roar hitting the top of the demon snake's head. Boom! A loud bang rang out at the abandoned site. Hit it! Great! Someone inside the group had already begun to cheer, but that cheer cut off. Hiss! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the devil snake. With a curl of his tail, he wrapped around Chen Jindong who was on top of his head, his speed exceeding the crowd's imagination. Suya transformed into a golden light and tried to save the captain through her light magic, only to be smacked by the demonic snake with its tail. The speed of the demonic snake was surprisingly faster than her. Suya couldn't believe it. Was this really a middle-ranked demonic snake? With a rumble, Suya and Chen Jindong were sent flying to the ground at the same time, tried to get up, but simply didn't have the strength. Hiss! The devil snake let out a hiss. The side of the snake body suddenly began to separate. In the eyes of the crowd surprised that a second snake head grew. It had unexpectedly broken through the restrictions to become a high-ranked demonic beast, the two-headed demon snake. Chapter 3, One Strike to Kill. A two-headed devil snake. Why is it a two-headed demon snake? Run quickly. High-ranked demonic beasts are simply not something we, a middle-ranked demon hunting team, can fight against. The team was instantly thrown into a panic. Chen Zhendong and Suya were also constantly spitting in their hearts as they looked at the two-headed demonic snake in front of them. Why would it be a two-headed demon snake? Two-headed demonic snakes and demonic snakes are not even on the same level. It's a descending blow for them. No wonder his attacks were so lackluster on the other party. No wonder the other party could injure him with a single strike. The original. Leave me alone. You guys go. Chen Zhendong reluctantly stood up. It was now time for him to fulfill his duties as the captain. Suya also stood up at this time. Facing the two-headed demon snake that was strong enough to crush them, she had no intention of retreating. It was her honor to die in the middle of a battle. The other 7 members of the team were you looking at me and I looking at you. And although there was fear in their eyes, not a single one of them left. What are you guys waiting for? Get out of here. As soon as Chen Zhendong's words fell, the two-headed demon snake's newly grown head violently opened its mouth and spewed out a line of fire. The flame was not a normal color, but a pitch-black demonic fire. Seeing this situation, Chen Zhendong and Suya hurriedly made a defensive stance. They could not retreat. If they retreated, the teammates behind them would be in danger. After all, they could all only have 2 or 3 stars in the middle rank. They were 8 and 9 stars. What a pain in the ass. A slightly helpless and lazy raspy voice rang out. A figure appeared in front of their eyes at an unknown time, and it was none other than Yifeng. The two were shocked. What was he doing coming over as a beginner? Isn't he just looking for death when facing a high-level demonic fire? Even a full-star mid-ranked mage wouldn't dare to rashly face this thing head-on. However, something that shocked them even more happened, only to see Yifeng's hand reach out. The original blazing fire suddenly disappeared, and then he saw his 2 fingers come together to make a point. Boom! There was a loud bang. A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. Hiss! The two-headed demon serpent that had just flaunted its power as if it was invincible was instantly enveloped in lightning and let out a miserable scream. In a flash, the lightning disappeared, while the two-headed demonic snake had turned into a charred corpse that fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was confused. Play through and call it a day. Yifeng clapped his hands with a breezy look. Now how could these Sky Eagle demon hunting team people not understand that this is what a newbie rookie is simply a big brother and a pig and a tiger. 10 minutes later, the crowd had recuperated and had come to terms with the fact that this new maple leaf was actually a bigot. Chen Zhendong came to the front of the corpse of the two-headed demon snake and took out a blank card. And with a wave of his hand, a black air mass entered into the card. Yifeng was a little curious about what this thing was. Captain, what is this thing? Magic cards you don't even know? Chen Zhendong was confused. A high-level mage didn't even know about magic cards? You're kidding. Yifeng shook his head. He really didn't know. Suya came over at this time and explained. A magic card is a special device that can absorb the energy of a dead demonic beast. And with this card you can use the demon's innate demonic spells. But usually the stronger the demonic spells can be used fewer times. And the cooling time is even longer. For example, this two-headed demon serpent's innate demonic spells, the snake venom and demonic flame, can be used up to 3 times. And the cooling time is at least a week after use. For at least a week after use. At the words, Yifeng suddenly realized that there was this thing. Chen Zhendong threw the magic card in his hand to Yifeng. This two-headed demon snake was killed mainly because of you. And this item rightfully belongs to you. Forget it. It's not much use to me. You guys fight demonic beasts all the time. It's more suitable for you to use than me. I'd like a few blank magic cards if possible. Chen Zhendong was not ambiguous when he heard this. And after receiving the magic cards, he threw a pile of 30 blank magic cards to Yifeng. Finish disposing of the corpse of the two-headed demon snake and prepare to leave. But Yifeng didn't get into the car. Maple Leaf, aren't you leaving? Suya was a bit puzzled while Yifeng waved his hand and didn't say anything. Let's go. Maples must have something to deal with. It's not appropriate for us to be here. Chen Zhendong could see that things weren't quite right, and after saying so, he led the way. He wasn't stupid. How could a high-level two-headed demonic snake appear in the wasteland around Peng City and no one had discovered it yet? It was obvious that this thing was intentionally placed here by someone. And shortly after the crowd left, Yifeng looked up at the shadows of the woods not far away and said, "Come out. I don't like talking to people hiding in the shadows. Your perception can even detect me. When did Pengchang produce a mage like you?" A black-robed man emerged from amongst the black shadows. "There is a force in the blue planet that is in the company of demons, and they have made themselves powerful through secret methods, and have also become half-human, half-demon monsters, and such people are collectively known as demon people, and the most reviled existence in this world. But you may be strong, but I'm stronger than you." After the black-robed man finished speaking, a magical wave emanated from his body, glancing at the black-robed man, and then at the already somewhat darkening sky. He had to hurry back himself. The computers at the internet cafe were waiting for him. It's a new update day. No more chit-chat. Time for me to go see my secondary wife. Yifeng made a seal with both hands and a heavenly thunderbolt suddenly fell, and the black-robed man who had been flaunting his power a moment ago had now turned into ashes. 2 hours later, 2 more black-robed men came to the place. Looking at the only thing left on the ground, scattered Chardray's belongings, they were a bit bewildered. Who killed their companions? And a companion who was at the top of this operation. When did Pengchang have such a big brother mage who could exterminate high-ranked mages under silence? Most of the month later, a teenager at the Star Internet Cafe is dragged out of the cafe by a teenage girl who grabs his feet. "Stinky old man, come home with me. School starts tomorrow and you have to come back with me to pack." "No, I don't. I want to play games. I want to watch anime. I don't want to go to school." In the past half of the month, Yifeng became an internet cafe god and made the internet cafe his home. And Yi Shuiying had only recently found him. This stinky old brother hadn't been home for most of the month. She was about to break down with worry. "The first couple times I came over to talk him into coming back or not, it was fine. But not today. School starts tomorrow, so how can you not do your job and hang out in internet cafes all day?" In this way, Yifeng collapsed in despair, watching the internet cafe as a paradise gradually disappeared from sight. No. Chapter 4, Starting School. The next day, the early morning sun shone into the bedroom. Yifeng was sleeping soundly, and before he woke up from his beautiful dream, a pair of slender jade hands strangled his throat. "Get up! Older brother, get up! Up, up, up! I'm up!" Under Yi Shuiying's coercion, Yifeng was forced to get up. Today is the day they start school. Yi Shuiying and Yifeng were in the same grade, and both were admitted to Pengchang's second magic high school. Under Yi Shuiying's urging, Yifeng could only get dressed and wash up then go to school. Unlike Yi Shuiying, who usually walks to school with her friends, Yifeng is too lazy to walk, and definitely doesn't move his legs when he can take a taxi. So Yifeng had to arrive at the school before Yi Shuiying. Classes are divided, which is the first thing they have to do when they start school. After awakening to become a mage, Yifeng hadn't practiced at all. Split test. Nice guy. 1 star at the beginning of the order. With a full 10 stars, most student awakenings are 3 stars or more. Without a doubt. There were 12 classes in total, and Yifeng was assigned to class 4. And although class 4 is ranked high, the number doesn't signify very well, so it's rightfully a poor class. Unlike Yifeng, Yi Shuiying had 6 stars and was happy to be in the top class. The first lesson of the school year, Yifeng was arranged to sit at the back by the window. Rear window, home of the king. Such a valuable position. He would be sorry for the position if he didn't sleep. Just as Yifeng was sleeping, the homeroom teacher of class 4 had also started to speak at length. The 4th class teacher was a young female teacher who looked like she should have just come to the 2nd middle school, then was forced to take over this problematic class. "I'm your class monitor. My name is Sun Lanxue, and I'm a middle-ranked ice mage." Wearing a teacher's uniform, Sun Lanxue appears to be sexy and feminine, so that most of the boys inside the class are inevitably a little heartbroken. Of course, there was definitely no Yifeng in it, because the guy was sleeping at this point, let alone watching Benjamin, and not even listening to him. "Midterms are in 2 months, and I want you to excel by then so you can get better resources and have an easier time getting into a good magic university." Sun Lanxue spoke at great length, and suddenly she noticed Yifeng, who was sleeping in the back row. Good lord, how dare a student sleep in the first period? Who can stand that? Sun Lanxue walked to the side of Yifeng with an angry face, and all the students in the class began to mourn for Yifeng. "This guy, it's over. What is your name?" "This student?" Yifeng opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Sun Lanxue before saying, "My name is Yifeng. Teacher, what are you looking for me for?" "Yifeng, I remember correctly that you're a beginner 1-star mage, right? Although your starting point is very low, That's not a reason for you to give up on yourself. Sun Lanxue Buddha's mouth persuaded Yifeng, which was catching up with the Tang monk's recitation of scriptures. Yifeng really couldn't resist but could only open his mouth and beg for forgiveness, saying that he would definitely study hard in the future and try to work his way up to a middle-ranked mage. Teacher, no matter how much you say it's useless, he will still do what he should do. I'm in the same junior high school as him. Yifeng was like this in junior high school. No one can talk to him at all. A gangly-looking teenager suddenly opened his mouth. He was sitting not far from Yifeng's flank, and this person Yifeng really did recognize. Junior high school classmate, Sun Hao. Sun Hao's heart is not bad, just some mouth cheap. Such as now, the mouth is cheap again. Sun Lanxue first froze when she heard this, and then looked at Yifeng with a serious face. Yifeng, on the other hand, politely returned a middle finger to Sun Hao under the desk. Ha ha ha. Sun Hao just smiled and didn't say anything else. Yifeng, if you were some more useless department I wouldn't say anything, but you're a fire mage. You have a great future. Teacher doesn't want to see you fall down, like this. As long as you can reach 5 stars before midterm, teacher will send you a magic artifact. A magical artifact? Yifeng was immediately interested when he heard this. A magical artifact is similar to a cultivator's magic treasure, but he didn't have a single magical artifact until now. That's right, it's a magical artifact. Teacher's word. Sun Lanxue's expression didn't look like she was lying. In fact, it is reasonable to say that the fire magician belongs to the existence of a relatively small number of students. Normally are the students of the top class. Sun Lanxue as a teacher graduated from the university is really too clear about the gold content of the fire mage, so she didn't want to stand by and watch such a promising magician end up wasting away because of self-loathing. In the back, Sun Lanxue resumed her lecture, and Yifeng didn't sleep again. Class dismissed. Yifeng stretched a lazy waist, intended to lie down for a while. Who knew that the teenager in front of him turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Buddy, go to the toilet together." No. There were a total of 41 people in class 4, and because it was an odd number there was one person who was single-seated, and that person was Yifeng. Going to the bathroom? Take me one. The teenager's tablemate similarly craned his head. Just like that, Yifeng met new friends, and equally good friends for life. Li Mubai, Wan Tianlu. Between classes, on the playground. Yifeng, did you see that beauty? Li Mubai asked, pointing to a young girl not far away who was standing in the playground chatting with other girls. This young girl is not only tall, but also looks absolutely pure and lovely. Proper first love face. Ah. Saw it? Then? That's my goddess. Nya Sini. I've had a crush on her since junior high school. It's just a pity that dude doesn't deserve it. People are pointy class students. And dude, alas. Li Mubai raised his head to look at the sky, and those who didn't know thought that he had lost his love. Not far away, Wan Tianlu couldn't help but spit out at his words. So, are you a dog licker? No no no. I'm not like a licking dog. I won't bother my goddess. I'll just watch silently from behind. A crush is not as bad as licking a dog. Yifeng, you die. The three were chatting in the playground without even noticing that someone was watching them. What are you looking at? Shuiying? Nyesini asked after realizing that her best friend Yi Shuiying was staring at a group of teenagers with some surprise. She remembered that her best friend had stayed away from men. Nothing. Let's get back to class. It's getting a little chilly out there. Yi Shuiying pulled Nyesini back to her class in a bit of a trance. In his heart, he was in excitement. His oldest brother finally had a friend. It was too hard. His oldest brother had finally grown up. Looking at Yi Shuiying's distracted expression, Nyesini suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that this BFF of theirs? There's a favorite, and it was among those three teenagers just now. Yifeng didn't go home after school, but headed to the meeting place that he had agreed to with the people of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. That's right, they're on a mission again. Chapter 5, The Coyote Demon Pack. Passing through an alley, Yifeng's finger on the storage ring slightly trembled. The original clothes disappeared, replaced by a black casual dress. The mask also reappeared on the face at this time. This storage ring is Yifeng after coming to this world inadvertently encountered a space stone will be refined into this storage ring. This storage ring has a powerful means of preserving life in addition to having unlimited storage space. That is the space jump. Only after using who does not know will space jump to what place. So this thing unless it is a last resort otherwise he is not at all will not use. After meeting up with the rest of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, Yifeng realized that everyone's expression was extremely heavy. Maple Leaf is really sorry for troubling you this time. The pale wolf demon packs inside the mountain range near Pang City have suddenly come out en masse to surround Pang City. and all the demon hunting teams and members have to head over there to hunt. Chen Jindong knew that this high-ranking big brother was a person who hated trouble, so he usually didn't call the other party without a situation. And this time they really had no choice. Yi Feng smiled and nodded gently and did not say anything more. The only ones in the team who were on good terms with him were the two captains, Suya and Chen Zhendong, and he didn't even remember the names of the others. Not to mention whether they were on good terms or not. The Demon Hunting Association was overcrowded, and all the demon hunting teams and members in Pengcheng were gathered together to assign combat guidelines. There is an army in the city. The Kangwolf demon group want to attack and is impossible, but the beast of war, but dragged for a long time is not only easy to supplies appeared scarcity, is likely to also cause the Pengcheng residents panic. So now the urgent task is to quickly eliminate the Kangwolf demon group that suddenly launched an attack on the human race. For Rock City, for the human race, the president of the Demon Hunters Association placed his hand on top of his heart and shouted loudly, and all the hunters at the same time started to vent their blood at the same time in a model. Yi Feng in the middle of the crowd was a bit confused, although he felt a bit embarrassed but still learned. All the demon hunting teams are out in full force. Outside of Pengcheng at night, the battle has been raging for 2 hours. The Sky Eagle demon hunting team was in charge of an area where most of the wolves were low-ranked, and occasionally there would be a few medium-ranked wolves that would all be killed by them one by one. Everyone looked in one direction from time to time as they fought the demonic wolves, because they all understood that it wasn't them who would decide the winner of this battle, but rather the high-ranked mages who were fighting that Song Wolf Demon King to the death. All 5 of Pengcheng's high-ranking mages had been deployed, but after 2 hours of fighting there was still no winner. Ow! The Song Wolf Demon King let out a wolf howl, and his huge body that was fully 3 meters tall was covered with white demonic patterns. A dozen wind blades whistled out at the same time. 5 high-ranking mages desperately fought back, including the president of the Demon Hunters Association, Tian Kuwei. Tian Kuwei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His tall and powerful body was a little bit lousy, but his majesty was still there. With a wave of his palm, countless blades appeared out of thin air, emitting burst after burst of air-breaking sounds as they whistled towards the Crow Wolf Demon King. Not only that, at the same time as the blade appeared, the ground under the Kangwolf Demon King's feet collapsed and countless vines grew to entangle the Kangwolf Demon King to death. Tian Kuei had a total of 3 attributes as a high-ranked mage: gold, earth, wood. The other 4 high-ranked mages also kept using their magic to launch attacks against the Song Wolf Demon King. However, no matter how hard they tried to attack, this pale Wolf Demon King was not injured, but instead, a pair of demon eyes revealed disdain and regicide. Ow! The wolf's howl shook the sky. The Song Wolf Demon King suddenly broke free from his bonds and then transformed into 5 figures. It was one of the Kangwolf Demon King's innate demonic techniques. Split. Each of these doppelgangers had half the strength of the demon wolf's main body, and the original form of the enemy being outnumbered suddenly transformed into an even match. No, I should say crushed. It wasn't until this time that they realized that this Song Wolf Demon King in front of them was actually a proper high-grade full-star existence. If it wasn't for the bloodline restriction, later on becoming a super-ranked existence wouldn't be impossible. But the biggest problem right now was that even the strongest among the 5, Tian Kuei, had a mage level of only 6 stars at the high level. How's this for a fight? They now sort of understood one thing. This Song Wolf Demon King had been teasing them before to deliberately hide his strength and drag his feet. But what was the reason for this? In the shadows, the 2 black-robed men couldn't help but let out a burst of sinister laughter as they watched the scene. That's right, just like this. Let these people feel desperate, and wait for the Crow Wolf Demon King to kill these 5 people before directly breaking this Peng city before the other cities react. Thanks to the organization sending someone to lure away that military region powerhouse in Peng City. Otherwise it would have been really difficult for our plan to succeed. Almost all of the top strengths in Pengcheng are here now. It's a long time to waste in order to get them to gather. I could go get a manicure with this time. A man and a woman. 2 black-robed people simultaneously revealed a smile that belonged to the victor after looking at each other. What kind of jokes are you guys telling? Let me hear it. For fun. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind the duo. The 2 black-robed men were greatly alarmed, but they turned their heads to see a black-masked man standing behind them at an unknown time. The 2 of them were not slow to react. The ice and fire magic struck out. However, they were flicked by Yi Feng's outstretched finger. Phew! Click! Flames extinguished. Ice picks shattered. It looks like you guys are the ones behind this, don't you think? You know how much of a loss it is to me when I can't get home from school on time to play my games? A terrifying aura emanated from Yi Feng's body, and the duo was so frightened that they twisted their heads and ran. Wind and light. the two fastest fleeing faculties, yet now seemed so slow, because they saw that mysterious person step by step stepping into the air and walking in front of them. It was as if no space existed before his eyes. Had enough? Yifeng waved his hand and two wind blades whistled out. The two black-robed men couldn't even react in time before the wind blades directly shattered all their means of defense. Two heads hit the ground. With a single grab of Yifeng's hand, the interesting items on their bodies all came into his hands. Looking at the thousands of dollars inside the wallet, Yifeng's face under the mask smiled and jerked. There's money, man. There's money. Putting his wallet away, he glanced again at the two men's magical card packs. There are quite a few magic cards. Nice to get back and collect them to put inside your own collection book. That's right, the current Yifeng had a new hobby, which was collecting magic cards. He's now more than just a secondary otaku. He's a brand name guy. Looking towards the Tsong Wolf Demon King not far away. One's first high-ranking 10-star magic card. This isn't coming. Boom! Tian Kuei's body fell heavily to the ground. Facing the Tsong Wolf Demon King's main body he had already lost, while the other four were likewise no better. Looking at the Tsong Wolf Demon King that was getting closer and closer. It was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. Chapter 6. No way. I can't go down yet. Tian Kuei struggled to stand up. He understood that once he fell, then there would be no one left to guard the 10,000 lights behind him. There was his family there. Just as Tian Kuei was preparing to fight to the death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Yifeng clenched his fist with one hand and let out a furious shout at the lunging Tsong Wolf Demon King. One punch and you won't even recognize your mother. Boom! The high-level 10-star Tsong Wolf Demon King's vitality instantly collapsed under this blow, and his bones shattered all over his body. No matter what means of defense and means of attack in the face of absolute power were all empty talk. Blank magic cards float into your hand. The energy mass of the Coyote Demon King was absorbed by the magic card. With that he dashed away. The whole thing didn't take more than 10 seconds. So much so that no one reacted. That was a person who just appeared, wasn't it? But when did Peng Cheng have such a super-ranked existence? To be able to kill a high-ranked 10-star with a single punch? It must be a super rank without a doubt. The battle ended in such confusion. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when Yifeng returned home. After opening the door, he quietly groped around with the intention of returning to the house. Who knew that he would see his cousin, Yi Shuiying, who was waiting for him in the living room with an angry face. Older brother, you must have gone out to work hard on your magic instead of going to an internet cafe if you're back so late, right? Yi Shuiying gradually approached, and Yifeng's cold sweat was scared out of him. Would you believe me if I said I didn't go to an internet cafe? I'll believe the hell out of you. Yi Shuiying was so angry that she punched and kicked at Yifeng. She was also hating her own old brother's talent was clearly better than her own. Why didn't he have any motivation at all? If her eldest uncle and aunt knew that she had brought her cousin into this light and colorless state, although they would not say anything, she really did not feel good about it. This cousin in particular had grown up with her, and she certainly couldn't let her oldest brother fall from grace. To hit is to kiss and to scold is to love. Yi Shuiying now felt like an old mom who worried about her son. A new day, a new beginning. Yifeng felt very comfortable sitting in the back row of the class by the window. However, the calmness of the class is shattered by class monitor Sun Lanxue. We have a new student in our class today. Han Yi, everyone clap and cheer. A tan teenager with a stocky build and a somewhat fierce look stood atop the podium. This Han Yi has a very distinctive look. The main reason is still because its appearance is too fierce, belonging to the kind that is not a good person at a glance. Especially the other side of the mouth there is a scar. Not to mention in the school. Put in society this look must also be a big brother level character's awe. Hello everyone, my name is Han Yi. Please teach me more in the next 3 years. Han Yi even revealed a smile that he thought was kind even after he finished speaking. Then, the whole class felt the sensation of a myocardial infarction. This one smiled as if to say, be careful these days, maybe you'll be killed by me that day. Han Yi was rightfully assigned next to Yifeng, and the two became desk mates. At first, the three were a bit prejudiced against Han Yi. After all, his looks were here. But soon, the trio realized that the dude seemed like a good guy. It doesn't look like it should be a punk. It just looks like a punk. One steady session the four became straight up buddies. The bell rang. This is a big class period and it's a long one. Yifeng looked at and they chatted with a very bright look of Han Yi, which is obviously a sunny and cheerful big boy. Not at all what mixing society. One is a bit of a profiler. Hey, brothers, go to the toilet to walk one. I specially bought a packet of huazi. This place should be smoked comfortably. Han Yi slapped the table. The three were confused. Yifeng admitted that he was wrong just now. This one was a jerk. Cool. Inside the restroom, Han Yi gulped down the clouds. And through conversation the three also learned about Han Yi's situation. Han Yi grew up on the battlefield, attending military schools in elementary and middle school, and awakening as a mage in high school. His parents wanted to make his life easier, so they sent someone to send him to Pengcheng to attend high school. No wonder he looks so fierce. It's because of that. Don't you guys smoke? Han Yi handed the cigarettes to Yifeng's three men, who shook their heads in rejection. Li Mubai, I'm a good student. I don't smoke. Wan Tianlu, smoking is bad for your health. Yifeng, a geek's life doesn't need tobacco. Han Yi, smoke one and try it. 3, no. 5 minutes later. Cool. The three of them gulped down the clouds, and only Wan Tianlu was still holding on to the bottom line. Yifeng looked at Wan Tianla. I really didn't expect this one to have such a bottom line. I really envy people who have a bottom line. 1 month later. Yifeng had finally awakened the 4th star under Yi Shuiying's coercion. To be able to awaken 3 stars in a month, it showed how high Yifeng's magical talent was. Another class dismissed. As the four of them chatted idly, Li Mubai suddenly discovered an extremely serious problem. That said, we've known each other for over a month now. Do we all still not know what line of mages they all are? There was a collective silence from the four. Yeah, they don't really seem to mention it. It seemed like he had vaguely heard class president Sun Lanxue say that Yifeng was a fire system. Li Mubai was the first to start. I'm a light system. The fastest light system. Seeing that Li Mubai had said it all, Han Yi wasn't ambiguous either. I'm gold. What about you? Tianla. It's a stretch, but I'm in the summoning department. The three of them were confused at the same time when they heard this. It was reasonable to say that the summoning faculty could only appear when a middle-ranked mage awakened the second faculty. Wan Tianla, this first faculty is the summoning faculty, isn't it a bit too odd? Seeing the trio's doubts, Wan Tianlu explained with some embarrassment. Probably because of the work within my family. It led to the fact that my first lineage was the summoning lineage, and it was a specially designated summoning type within the summoning lineage. What does your family do? Li Mubai asked the vital question. Funeral. I usually carry corpses and dig graves at home, and the creatures I can summon are all undead creatures. Looking at the simple-faced Wan Tianla, the three of them unexpectedly felt a chill for some reason. Why would such a teenager awaken such an odd lineage? And it was still the oddest undead class within the summoning lineage. 2 months were fast approaching. Midterms were next week. And before one of those exams they encountered a new class. A teamwork class where teams of 2 play against another team of 2. The teacher in charge of their class was none other than their class monitor, Sun Lanxue. There will be a group between the table and the table. And I've already told you the rules of the training ground before, and I hope you can keep them in mind. Chapter 7, Violent Mages. The training ground of the second middle school is the size of a basketball court and is presented in an enclosed form. Play at your full strength when sparring. No need to worry. The training ground has a protection detection system, and your teacher will be watching closely. The reason this lesson is only available now is because it's going to take up a whole day. Classes are only once every 2 months. In the morning there are 2-person team battles, while in the afternoon there are solo battles. Yifeng and Han Yi were at the same table, and the two naturally became a group. While Li Mubai was naturally a group with Wan Tianlu, there are 42 students in the class, totaling 21 groups. Except for their 2 groups, the other 19 groups were all male and female pairs, and they were so envious and jealous. It's okay, a buddy can be more reliable than a woman inside a fight. Han Yi clenched his fists and pumped himself up. Yifeng was numb. Can you damn well hide the envious and jealous look you give to other teams the next time you say that? After the grouping was completed, everyone started communicating. Sun Lanxue glanced at these students in her class before focusing her eyes mainly on Yifeng. She wanted to see how strong Yifeng was now. If he had reached their intended 5 stars, a fire seedling can't be planted in her hands. Perhaps because he was too anxious to see Yifeng's strength. For the first sparring session, Sun Lanxue arranged for Group 1 and Group 12 to play against each other. Group 1 were 2 of the most outstanding students within the class, and were already at the beginning 6 stars 2 months into the school year. Wood Department Su Xinya, Wind Department Xiao Qi Zhou, and there was no doubt that Group 12 was still Han Yi and Yifeng. Yo, the 2 of us are lucky to be fighting class flower and class grass. Han Yi rubbed his fists together with a smile on his face. Mr. Han Yi, enlighten me. Xiao Qizhou had long been curious about the strength of this classmate who looked as ferocious as he looked. He wanted to see if this Han Yi was as ferocious as he appeared to be. The 2 people were full of gunpowder, but Yifeng stretched out a bit bored. This move of his was met with Su Xinya's displeasure. Belittle me? Arrogant man. mentally disdainful. She didn't believe that a guy who was a 1-star 2 months ago could catch up with her. Each one after the initial 5 stars is exponentially more difficult. Many students enter school with 5 stars and don't break through to become intermediate level mages until they graduate from high school. Sun Lanchue saw that the atmosphere of both sides had already reached the point of tension, so she announced the start of the battle without saying a word. Within a few minutes before the battle started, Li Mubai and Wan Tianla had already gotten up a bet. All but 2 of the students are betting that 2 of the 12 groups will lose. Thinking that this was money for nothing, they pressed almost all of their pocket money inside the bet. Knowing the strength of the two of them laughed wildly in their hearts. A group of fools, wait a while to have you cry. Such an opportunity to pick up money if they give up can be too much to their own treacherous heart. The moment the cut began, Hani let out a loud shout and violently charged towards Qiu Qizhou. The incident was sudden. Qiu Qizhou hurriedly used the wind to increase his speed to avoid Han Yi's swinging punch. I'll take this guy. You take the pussy. Okay. Yifeng stretched his waist and then rushed towards Su Xinya as a ray of fire. Su Xinya was startled and hastily summoned a wooden vine to form a shield. Break me! Yifeng punched out with his hands attached by flames. With a rumble, the wooden vine shield was punched out on the spot. Meanwhile on the other side, Han Yi's hands continuously appeared with various metal flying daggers, then threw them at Qiu Qizhou. Qiu Qizhou couldn't help but slow down due to his constant dodging, while Han Yi also saw the right time. A metal baseball bat was held tightly in his hand with magic creation. Eat my stick! Bang! The baseball bat hit the wind wall with a loud noise, followed by a click. Qiu Qizhou was hit by the baseball bat on the spot and flew out directly backwards. Fortunately, Sun Lanchue reacted quickly and caught Qiu Qizhou, then used healing magic to help Qiu Qizhou recover from his injuries. Han Yi's side of the battle ended while Yifeng's battle continued. Su Xinya hurriedly activated her magic, and vines continuously emerged from the ground to attack Yifeng. However, Yifeng in the state of Fire Fist was punching a hole in the ground, hitting Su Xinya back and forth. At this point her entire body was confused. It's nifty to be a mage. Fire mages don't always stand behind the team and output like crazy. How does this one play close combat? Not far away, Han Yi was sitting on the ground, not knowing where he pulled out a pack of spicy noodles and was watching with great interest. It was clear he didn't mean to intervene. Yifeng jumped into mid-air. Su Xinya felt that this was a good opportunity. 5 or 6 tree vines appeared around his body wanting to wrap the mid-air Yifeng. However, who knew that Yifeng's right leg was covered in flames at this time? It was a trick he had learned from Sanji. Demon Wind Kick. The flames instantly incinerated the vines. The dazzling fiery red had already shown among Su Xinya's line of sight by now. It was the first time she had ever felt that she was even this close to death. However, Yifeng, who was in mid-air, suddenly stopped his feet and said after landing, "It looks as if I won." There was silence in the room, followed by the sound of a collective retching of cold air. This Yifeng and Han Yi are purely 2 violent maniacs. 2 mages fighting in the same way as a bodymaster. These 2 aren't devils, I'm afraid. Moreover, what kind of magic did Yifeng use just now? Is there a melee attack magic like this within the primary flame magic? As a teacher, Sun Lanchue couldn't help but sigh in her heart at the sight of this scene at the high level of Yifeng's talent. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the magic Yifeng had used was actually only one from start to finish. Elementary fire magic. Flame covering. This is usually used as a defense against sudden melee enemies using a means of making flames appear on one's body. But the price for this was that it was easy to be burned by the flames, and Yifeng could do it without being affected by the burns at all and still be able to perform so many difficult maneuvers. Physical strength was one aspect, and the other was his control over the flames. I'm afraid this mastery has already reached the intermediate level. Thinking of this, Sun Lanchue couldn't help but reveal a smile. Sure enough, Yifeng, this kid was really gifted and could crush many ordinary students with some hard work. If you can keep working hard, you have a great future ahead of you. And that Han Yi isn't bad either. With this physical strength, it's worthy of the talent that came out from over there. Ha ha ha. Sun Lanchue was suddenly interrupted by a burst of laughter and turned her head to find Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu were counting money while letting out loud laughter. Usually the 4 of them were glued together and inseparable. Han Yi and Yifeng were doing well, and the 2 of them should be pretty much anywhere. Next game, groups 2 and 11 will play against each other. Chapter 8, Blinding Your Eyes. 2 groups have been on the field, in which the male Yifeng also recognize, is a junior high school classmate Sun Hao. Female is a quiet girl with glasses, called Su Xie. Group 2 went on while on the other side. Li Mubai did not go on but yelled from the audience. It's open! It's open! Bet on whether or not the two of us can beat these two strong students in Group 2. Press us to win at 3 times the odds, and press us to lose at 2 times the odds. Li Mubai dared to put such low odds on them losing, so he must not have confidence in himself. That was all that was going through the minds of the others, except for the two who knew the duel well. Those who lost money last time, this time without any hesitation directly bet that Group 2 will win. As brothers, how could Yifeng and Hani not trust their good brothers? Press them directly to win. Sun Lanxue looked at the two people who were like living treasures and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Why could there be these 4 oddballs inside her class? Hey, Mubai, I'm betting 200 that we'll win. Sun Hao shouted out while Li Mubai held out his hand to indicate okay. After collecting the money, both Li Mubai and Wan Tianle came to the playing field at the same time. Sun Hao was an earth mage and Su Siye was a water mage. Both are among the more controlling and they are both 5 stars. Li Mubai and Wan Tianle's strength wasn't as deeply hidden as Yifeng and Han Yi's. They only had 3 stars at the beginning level, and everyone inside the class knew it by heart. Sun Lanxue announced the start of the duel after confirming that both sides were ready. Tengoku. Know what I mean? Too understandable. Wan Tianle stomped the ground with 1 foot, and a summoning formation appeared out of thin air in front of him. Quickly interrupt his summoning cast. When Sun Hao ordered it, he prepared to use ground spike to stop Wan Tianle's summoning. Yet who knows just at this time. Watch me blind your dogs. Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling golden light that kept weaving in and out of the competition stage. The dazzling light caused the two of them, Sun Hao, to squint their eyes, and Wan Tianle calmly took her sunglasses out of her pocket and put them on. Shameless, shameless. The crowd in the audience was in an uproar. It was the first time they had seen such a disgusting light mage operation. Ha ha ha. The corner of Li Mubai's mouth rose. Then a primary light spell flare was thrown directly at the two men's faces. Again the blinding light. The two instantly lost sight of each other and could only keep using spells intended for defense. But who knew that the next moment, they felt as if their spells were being resisted by something. The light disappeared and all they saw was a full 3-meter-tall skeleton looking at them. And Wan Tianle and Li Mubai sat on top of the skeleton's shoulders. Summoned the undead department. Sun Lanxue exclaimed in shock. She really didn't think that there would really be someone who would awaken this oddball species within the summoning department. You guys admit defeat. The skeleton giant is a top undead inside the primary rank. You can't beat it. Wan Tianle's face was full of smiles, but for some reason, the more playful he was, the more people felt that he owed them a beating. It goes without saying that the latter battle is a straight-up grind to get the fight, as the skeleton giant gets the fight. And Wan Tianle and Li Mubai were given the most shameless duel by their classmates. The first was a violent mage. The second was 2 shameless things. What a strange lot. Midterms, as expected. Sun Lanxue looked at Yifeng lit up the 6 stars of the badge. Mood is difficult to hide the excitement. He himself has finally pulled this child into the right track. It was an honor that belonged to her as a teacher. Sensei, is it okay to give me the promised magical artifact? Yifeng was full of anticipation. He was waiting for this moment. Sun Lanxue, who heard the words, did not hesitate and gave a cross necklace to Yifeng. This is a magical artifact that can enhance the speed of the human body's magical energy cultivation. So work hard to become stronger and don't let down your teacher's expectations of you. Yifeng could hardly hide a touch of disdain that showed on his face when he heard this. Just this? Sun Lanxue saw Yifeng this look, although the expression did not then still smile, but it spread a killing gas. Yifeng instantly changed his face to look like a treasure. Sun Lanxue patted Yifeng's shoulder. And the final exam was mainly a practical duel. The class quality ranking of the students in the session is then determined and resources are allocated accordingly. There were 2 rounds in total. The first being the class choosing the 3 strongest people to represent the class. Only those whose strength reaches 6 stars are eligible to mention the class in battle. And there are people with 6-star strength inside the class. Yifeng, Han Yi, Qiu Qi Zhou, Su Xianya, Li Mubai and Wan Tianle. That's right. These last 2 old 6s have been hiding their strength for the sake of finding on-time function a hand. After the draw, the 6 players playing against each other were determined. Yifeng versus Li Mubai, Wan Tianle versus Han Yi, Qiu Qi Zhou versus Su Xianya. Teacher, I suspect you're ranking this on purpose. Li Mubai expressed his dissatisfaction, which anyone with eyes could see that the teacher was doing this on purpose. Opinions? Sun Lanxue raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Mubai, instantly scaring Li Mubai so much that he didn't dare to make a sound. Yes, she did it on purpose. She just wanted to see how deep the water was for these 4 guys. Normal opponents simply couldn't muster their full strength. The only way to get their full strength is to let them fight each other. Little did she know, however, that soon these four oddballs would be teaching the young woman an important lesson. Never underestimate the brain circuits of oddballs, because they are not normal at all. Li Mubai beckoned the remaining three to his side, and after whispering for a while the four of them simultaneously revealed a knowing smile. At the training ground, the first duel was undoubtedly the good brothers Yi Feng and Li Mubai. Brother Feng, don't show mercy just because you're a brother. You too, bring out your full strength and show everyone how awesome you are. Yes, the two were impassioned and surging, looking like hot-blooded teenagers. This would make sense if it were a normal person. But the problem is, are these two normal people? The countdown on the stopwatch begins. 3, 2, 1. Jingle bells. The duo moved instantly as the bell rang. The fiery red and golden figures approached quickly, and the battle seemed to happen in an instant. Ah! Li Mubai suddenly let out a miserable scream. The golden light made a pause then violently flew backwards. Brother Feng, your attacks are so strong. I'm no match. Li Mubai shouted as he flew backwards in mid-air, looking as if he had been defeated in an instant of the encounter. Could this nasty acting be any more fake? Li Mubai thought he had already secured a loss with this reaction, and even closed his eyes. What midterm exams? He didn't bother trying to compete with those people for any kind of limelight. Like Yi Feng said, doesn't posing smell good? However, just at this time, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Yi Feng didn't know when he came behind Li Mubai, then was heavily hit by it, then fell to the ground in a smooth manner. Mubai, I didn't think you'd predicted my alignment. Chapter 9, The Demon God's Temple. Asterisk. And this operation? Li Mubai was confused. Just now, the four of them discussed a duel in a while to show their own skills. Who lose fast is the winner. However, he was never expecting that. He thought that he had been shameless enough, and directly pretended to suffer a heavy blow and flew out when he was about to approach Yi Feng. As a result, who knew that this one was even more heavyweight and ran straight to his crash point to make a comment that I had predicted his alignment. This Nima, Tenshu ah! The entire room was silent. Han Yi and Wan Tianlu were holding their stomachs on the ground and were about to burst out laughing. Worthy of being Yi Feng. Ha ha ha, it's still Maple who has the job. Not far away. Sun Lunyue's face was green at this moment. After glancing at the two of them, he waved his hand and announced that Li Mubai had won the game. Han Yi, Wan Tianlu, you two go up there. Don't blame me if you dare to let go again. Sensei, count me out of this one. My summoned beast has recently gotten diarrhea and has no fighting ability. Wan Tianlu mouthed a shocking statement, which seemed to be fine at first glance. After all, summoning mages rarely summoned randomly. They always summoned creatures that they were familiar with and had summoned before. Those creatures had physical problems and couldn't fight. No problem. But the thing is, your summoned beasts are undead. Undead. How the undead get diarrhea? Sun Lunyue was so angry that she felt her brain hurt. The final class combatants were determined to be Han Yi, Li Mubai, and Su Xinya. 3 days off from school to recuperate. And 3 days after that it's the grade class ranking battle. After school the four of them decided to go out for a meal. Li Mubai's treat. There are treats for those who don't go to. At the school entrance, looking at the backs of the four people who were walking away, Yi Shuiying revealed a pleased smile. It's great that his oldest brother no longer even has a friend like he used to, watching anime every day and not leaving the front door. Now at the very least there are friends and the relationship seems pretty good. Look at this bewildered expression on your bestie's face. Nyesini first froze, then looked at the four people in front of her. These four people he had seen before. Weren't they the same four people that Yi Shuiying had often secretly observed in the playground before? Nyesini took a closer look at the four men's looks. That fierce-looking one was definitely not the one Yi Shuiying liked. The one who looked lazy and listless certainly wasn't either. Now it's down to these two, one naive-looking, one sunny-looking too. The naive one. Too naive. Definitely not Yi Shuiying's favorite type. Then it's a safe bet that it's the sunny-looking boy. This bosom friend of his own has quite a sharp eye. This boy is not only handsome, but also seems to be optimistic and cheerful and sunny. She only dared to watch silently from afar. Surely it was a crush. And as a best friend how could she not help her out? At this time, Yi Shuiying did not know that his attention to his old brother Yi Feng's behavior has caused his best friend Nyesini's misunderstanding. Peng Chang was slightly quieter at night. A black-robed man walked down a dimly lit street. As he walked, he looked left and right in a very cautious manner. Four heads suddenly protruded from a corner not far behind. It was none other than Yi Feng's four men. Just now they went to an internet cafe to dash off after dinner, and went out to get ready to go home only to run into a middle-aged man who didn't look any different from a normal person. As a result, Who knew that Wan Tianlu would say that this person actually had the aura of the undead on him? One must know that even Wan Tianlu, the one who summoned the undead, didn't have this kind of aura on him. Wan Tianli's special nature caused him to be particularly sensitive to this kind of aura. And there can only be one kind of person with that kind of aura. That would be the demon people of the demon temple. There was only one power for the demon people, and that was the demon god temple. They revered the demon race, believing that it was the demon race that could lead mankind to glory. To put it bluntly, it's a traitor to the demon race. Hani had a deep hatred for demons and wanted to follow after hearing that the man had an undead aura about him. The good buddies had gone to follow. Could the three of them just sit back and watch? So they attempted to get here all the way by relying on the so-called concealment-type magical artifacts that Yifeng had taken out. In fact, what Yifeng took out was the immortal cultivation treasure, the wind-walking bead, which was one of the only few immortal cultivation treasures that he had crafted over the years. After seeing that this person had actually changed into the representative black robe of the demon god temple, they were even more certain that this fellow was someone from the demon god temple. Strange, how did someone from the demon god temple appear in Pang City? Li Mubai scratched his head in some confusion, while Hani said in a grave tone, "Not long ago when a demonic disturbance occurred outside Pang City, there were people who suspected that it was the demon god temple's people who were at work, and now it seems to be true. So are we really going to follow? With our strength, isn't it a bit too presumptuous to face this kind of power?" Wan Tianlu was a bit of a wimp. Hani reached out and knocked on Wan Tianli's head and said, "You're a wimp. This magical artifact of Yifeng's can completely shield our figure and breath. Relying on this thing, it's a sure thing that we'll be able to find out the information. And as long as we find out the specific information about the reason why the demon god's temple is in Pang City, the officials will most likely reward us with a magical artifact." Hani was right about being rich. After Li Mubai finished speaking, he and Hani led the charge. Yifeng and Wan Tianlu simultaneously shook their heads helplessly after looking at each other and could only follow. The four followed all the way to an alleyway where there was a closed door to a room. The man reached out and knocked 3 times on the door of the room after the same black-robed man appeared to open the door and bring him inside. "Go, follow it in." Hani took the lead and was about to charge, being pulled back by Yifeng. "I'm stealthy, not through walls. Are they blind not to see us open the door?" Yifeng really some convinced this guy's brain. Muscle is too developed to the brain also accounted for? Fair enough, so what should we do now? If you ask me, just go back to your own homes. I want to get back to watching anime. Yifeng's proposal was recognized by Wan Tianlu, and just at this time, Li Mubai, who hadn't said anything, suddenly had a flash of insight. After half a day of muttering to the three, the crowd finally looked as if they had come to a realization. Sure enough, it is Li Mubai who can play the plotting and scheming. The expressions of the 3 black-robed men in the room were grave, and their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Right now Pengchang is looking for our demon god temple people everywhere, and the 3 senior officers in charge of this operation are all out of contact. The previous phases were clearly going well, so why did things go wrong when it came to the final and vital stage of the siege? I don't know, but one thing I'm sure of is that we're going to have to use that thing now if we want to escape with all of our people. At those words, the other 2 fell silent. They'd really have no wiggle room at all if that thing was used. Just as the 3 of them were having mixed feelings, the door of the room was suddenly knocked sharply. Chapter 10, Skipping class to do a mission. The 3 people's pupils suddenly shrunk after hearing the knock on the door. Could they have been discovered? Hurriedly going on alert, all of them mobilized their magical energy, ready to unleash their magic at any time. "Help! Help!" Scream after scream came from outside the door. The 3 of them froze at the same time after hearing the voice, and before they could react, the door was slammed open with a bang. A teenager was kicked into the middle of the house. "Run! You continue to run, dare to cut my corners and cuckold me. Really think I'm easy to bully?" Hani rushed into the house and directly yanked up Wan Tianlu, who had an extremely frightened look on the ground, his face filled with killing intent. "Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, I won't dare again. I really didn't know she had a boyfriend." Wan Tianlu pleads and asks Han Yi to let himself go, while Han Yi, without saying a word, carries Wan Tianlu out of the house while beating him. Looking at the departing 2, the 3 people from the demon god temple were confused. What's going on here? One of the black-robed men closed the door and said unconcernedly, "It's just 2 beginner mages. It looks like it should be the high school. They should have come here by mistake. After all, this place is remote, and it's not once or twice that a brawl has occurred. But the 2 of them can't guarantee that they've already seen our demon god temple's costumes. It's not advisable for us to act rashly now. Or do you really think I'll let these 2 go? And I've already put a curse on them. They'll be dead in less than 3 minutes. The man gave a sneer. Li Mubai, who had stealthily come in inside the house while the door was just opened, was startled at the words and turned his head to look at Yifeng, but saw that he did not care. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Li Mubai guessed that Yifeng must have left something behind, so he wasn't afraid of Wan Tianluan Hani being cursed. It's worthy of Maple to be thoughtful. However, the truth was that Yifeng had directly wiped out the curse when the other party made a move to place the curse. It was thanks to the fact that they had him, the big man, mixed inside the 4 trash. Or else they would have died at least 2 rounds today. Time is running out now. If we don't use that thing to create chaos and thus escape Pengcheng, I'm afraid that all of us in this detachment will be doomed. The words of the man in charge had made it clear that this was the only way they could go now. The 3 of them left at the same time after finally agreeing on a location. After the 3 left, Li Mubai closed the recorder and reported the matter after finding the 2 people outside. The latter has nothing to do with them. 3 days of vacation spent at home watching anime. The end of the holiday season is the battle of class rankings for the semester, commonly known as midterms. The training ground accommodated all the upperclassmen, and Yifeng and Wan Tianla sat in the audience, discussing what they should go out to eat at noon. Class 4 Li Mubai versus Class 2 Chengshan. Li Mubai walked up to the opposite station and bowed slightly to the man in front of him. His eyes, however, looked towards the audience from time to time, and after realizing that his goddess of crush, Nyasini, was actually looking at him, a heart was almost jumped out of his throat. Nyesini looked at Li Mubai on top of the competition stage and couldn't help but frown. Is this the man Shuaying has her eye on? You can't be anything but handsome. Li Mubai fought extra hard in this battle. Relying on his great strength, he ended up surprisingly solving his opponent within 10 rounds. Surely this is the power of love. Li Mubai thought this in his mind, and Nyesini nodded gently. Being from a worldly family, she could tell that this Li Mubai must have also gone through worldly family training since he was a child, or else he couldn't have this kind of strength. This Li Mubai's identity is not simple. Nyesini's side was carefully observing Li Mubai, while Yi Shuiying was looking around for her old brother's figure. Strange? Where is Lao? At this time, Yi Shuiying could not have imagined that his oldest brother had already run away from the school over the wall at this time. Truancy office assignment. While passing through an alleyway, Yi Feng changed his attire. Now he wasn't called Yi Feng, he was called Maple Leaf. Maple, you're finally here. Suya hurriedly brought Yi Feng into the restroom. It was only at this time that Yi Feng realized that the original 10-member Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team counting himself was now surprisingly left with only 5 people. Even the Captain Chen Jindong, who was usually bound to be there, was surprisingly absent. Where's Captain Chen? The captain took 3 of his teammates to assist in the field. And now that there's an emergency situation in Pengcheng, the middle-ranked demon hunting team must all attend. Suya took out the map of Pang City and drew an area. The remaining members of the Demon God's Temple in Pang City used a special potion to emit an odor that attracted a large number of insect-like demons. Right now all the demonic insects are gathered in these areas, and our task is to clear this small area of insect demons, because we are fewer in number. So it's quite a bit smaller than the area that other demon hunting teams are responsible for. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded his head gently. It's not too late. Let's leave immediately now. Good. Yi Feng followed Suya out of the lounge after he promised. The Skyhawk demon hunting team was in charge of an abandoned factory part of the area. A few hundred demonic ants had already gathered here at some point. But fortunately, these demonic ants weren't even considered to be of a low rank, so it was easy to kill them. Phew! The flames in Yifeng's hand whistled past, and the ant colony in front of him was instantly turned into charcoal. Let's call our mission complete like this. Yi Feng clapped his hands. His tone was very flat. Suya smiled bitterly at his words. Such a strong person was really condescending within their team. Yi Feng, who was planning to leave with the Sky Eagle demon hunting team, suddenly realized that something was wrong. What's going on in Pengcheng lately? Why does this stuff keep popping up? What's wrong with Maple? Is something wrong? Suya stood and inquired, while Yi Feng waved his hand to signal them to go first. He then disappeared into thin air. The remaining people of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team, were you looking at me? I was looking at you, and for a while, they surprisingly didn't know whether they should or shouldn't go. Deep underground, a crimson centipede that was only a dozen meters long was constantly digging holes underground. Scarlet Centipede King. Super Order 3 stars. The demon race had always despised the Demon God Temple. Like this time, the Scarlet Centipede King was the backhand they had left behind. If the Demon God Temple failed in its actions, then the Scarlet Centipede King would come out to complete the task that the Demon God Temple had not accomplished. A bunch of accomplished things that can't find a relic. And in the end, they have to bother me to make a move. The Scarlet Centipede King kept spitting in his mind. It was really unexpected that his hallowed super-ranked existence would come to do such a lowly job as digging. What a big centipede. Suddenly a voice sounded behind it, and before it could react a powerful force instantly tore its body apart. Blank magic cards flashed by. Yi Feng revealed a smile. Is this the joy of being a card guy collecting cards? Chapter 11, Final Practical Exercise. The first super-ranked card. Looking at the magic cards in his hand, Yi Feng could finally understand the joy of those card players now. This Scarlet Centipede King never expected that he would end up dying in such a blur. After living for so many years, it was not easy to become a super rank, but he had not been imposing for long and was seconded. When you think about it, it's kinda pathetic how the time has come to the end of the semester. Final exams are different from midterms. Midterms are a civil war. Finals are a real war. Each class would be taken by a demon hunting team to a few nearby places that didn't have high-ranking demons for actual combat. The demon hunters will be scored by the demon hunters after passing the actual battle. Demon hunting team? Yi Feng, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly woke up from his cultivation state after hearing this news. Why did he suddenly get a bad feeling? Class, let's welcome the Skyhawk demon hunters to our class. Sun Lanxue led the applause. The class manager applauded. Can the students not agree? In the midst of Yi Feng's slightly stiff clapping, all 9 members of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team arrived in the middle of the class. The Sky Eagle demon hunting team is not small in Pengcheng. After all, Pengcheng does not have a high-level demon hunting team, and the strongest middle-level demon hunting team is undoubtedly the Sky Eagle demon hunting team. Looking at this familiar face, Yi Feng cracked on the spot. It's so damn embarrassing. Thankfully, he'd been wearing a mask for the last 6 months he'd been involved in missions, or he'd have had to take off in place in embarrassment. Hello everyone, I am Chen Jindong, the captain of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team, and likewise your main instructor for the next 7 days. Chen Jindong's voice was like a flooding bell, and at his words everyone was in awe. Protecting the country is never a one-man battle. Teamwork is the most important thing. When you get to Mage University you'll understand the importance of your teammates. Now you go home right away. Pack up your things, and first thing in the morning with your luggage for the next 7 days. I'll show you how brutal the real battlefield is. Chen Jindong's voice fell but not a single person dared to move. They all did not know whether they should go or not. But quickly, in no more than 3 seconds, someone stood up and packed their book bag and headed out the door. It was Han Yi. Han Yi had left. The other 3 would not follow. Not to mention Yi Feng had long wanted to run. Han Yi, Yi Feng, Li Mubai, and Wan Tianlu were the ones who put on their backpacks and ran out, without the slightest bit of procrastination to speak of. Ugh, I knew it had to be these 4 oddballs. Sun Lanxue covered her forehead somewhat helplessly, and just at this time, Chen Jindong suddenly spoke again. Other than the 4 of them, the rest of you give me a very poor impression score. What's the point of being hesitant? Remember, obeying orders on the battlefield is your instinct. The other students immediately understood to pack up their things and run. The class quickly ran out of students. After the students left, Suya, who had a serious face just now, changed her expression and said to Sun Lanxue with a smile, "How is Xiao Shue's sad face? I see that the students in your class are quite good and there are no rumors that there are so many problems among them especially the 4 just now." Decisively, so that I am a little surprised. Not bad. I felt pretty good about those 4 kids just now too. Chen Jindong nodded in agreement with Suya's idea. The main reason why their Sky Eagle demon hunting team came over as instructors this time was because of Sun Lanxue. All of them on the Sky Eagle demon hunting team owed Sun Lanxue. After all, her brother had once been their teammate as well, only to be attacked by a demon in the middle of a mission and sacrificed. Alas, in reality, no one in our class has a problem with anyone but those 4 just now, and the 4 of them have the biggest problem of all. Sun Lanxue's words had aroused the curiosity of the crowd, and they all listened carefully with sideways ears. 4 people inside the ferocious-looking one called Hani, battlefield grown-up children, has been in the military school before? Acting style can use violence to solve things will never move mouth. Gold mage. The sunny-looking one is called Li Mubai, a light mage with a positive idea, a big nerve, and a penchant for mixing everything up. The naive one is called Wan Tianlu, looking quite naive a child, belongs to the kind of near Zhu Chi. Near the ink is black. He and Li Mubai together with what happened to a strange chemical reaction, always think of some moths, and can also use this to seek benefits, and he is still extremely rare summoning system of the undead species. Then there is that student who looks lazy. A look of anything cannot interest students. His name is Yifeng, but also the most let me come angry students. Fire Mage, 2 months from 1-star sword to 6 stars. Fire control ability at the beginning of the level reached the level of the intermediate level, the talent of the sky, but he does not want to make progress. Do not compete, completely a set of bad mentality. These 4 students are still getting tired of each other like brothers every day. And it's a headache. The more Sun Lanchue spoke, the more helpless she became. The people from the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team couldn't help but ignore the other 3 people and mainly focused on this Yifeng. With such talent, instead of thinking about serving the country, defending the country, and slaying the demon race, he only wanted to eat and wait for death. Guys like this have to be sanctioned and put in the right frame of mind. The 9 members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team made up their minds, and it was at this time that Sun Lanchue discovered a very serious problem. 1, 5, 9. How come there's only 9 of you? Didn't one come 6 months ago to refill the 10? Sun Lanchue was a bit puzzled. She had originally wanted to see what her new teammate looked like. You mean Maple Leaf? Ugh. Suya sighed then continued. Maple Leaf is a very strange person. He usually runs missions with us with a mask. According to him it's because facial disfigurement is too scary. Usually he won't take the initiative to look for us at all. Moreover his strength is very strong. A proper high-ranked mage. The only 2 attributes I know of him are thunder and fire. Top-level offensive mage. The more Suya said this, the more Sun Lanchue became curious about this person called Maple Leaf. How come I haven't heard of this high-ranked mage? It's impossible for a high-ranked mage to have no popularity in a small place like Pengcheng. Actually it's not hard to understand. Maple Leaf shouldn't have been from Pengcheng in the past. He just switched to live in a different city after disfiguring his face and was forced to become a hunter for a living. And I suspect that the name he has is all fake. This statement of Suya was also the recognized statement of Yifeng in the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team now. Sun Lanchue nodded indistinctly, which made sense. Looking at the mostly vacant book of cards, Yifeng had some difficulty. When will he get a book of magic cards? Suddenly he thought of a problem. Looking at the winter vacation, he can go out to Wave Ah. Come to the Blue Star. So many years he has not gone out to take a good look. I've heard that there are a lot of handmade stores and second-hand shrines in big cities, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and have a look around. Chapter 12, The 4 Who Were Given Special Attention. Yifeng leaned back in his chair, looking up at the sky outside the window. Unconsciously he has integrated himself into the world. This world was only a mortal world after all, or a mortal world without a cultivation system. The lack of a cultivation system meant that no one here would break through the lifespan limit, and he was now a Jindan cultivator with a lifespan of thousands of years. With the passage of time his close friends and relatives will slowly leave his side. People in this world didn't have spiritual roots, and the only reason he was able to cultivate was still because of the partial retention of his divine soul power from his previous life. It could be said that his body was born because of his divine soul, so he was the only one in this world who could cultivate. After so many years of not refining pills, I don't know what the level is now. Yifeng had a bold idea. Since he couldn't change this world, he would change these people around him. Through the elixir he was sure he could make his friends and relatives around him get rid of their bones. Only that it was a long road, and he could only grope his way through it slowly. Older brother, it's time to eat. Listening to the sound Yi Shuiying made, Yifeng faintly smiled. It's nice to live like this. Yifeng stood up and left the bedroom, walking towards the living room table. The next day, Yifeng just carried a backpack and came to class. Not surprisingly, the other 3 were like him, that is, as simple as they could be, and brought that little with them. Compared to the big bags of others, they appeared to be extremely abrupt. Chen Zhendong looked at the 4 of them with great satisfaction, and then looked angrily towards the students with large bags, his tone that was fierce and unforgiving, especially one of the girls. Nice guy, a suitcase, a duffel bag, and a satchel. Who didn't know that they were moving? Yifeng, Li Mubai, Wan Tianlu, Han Yi, you 4 have performed the most outstandingly, so I'm going to lead you 4 individually. The moment Chen Zhendong said this, the other students immediately revealed an expression of we are finally liberated. The final grouping was complete, and not surprisingly, the 4 of them were given special attention. Led by Chen Zhendong, Group 1 members, Yifeng, Han Yi, Wan Tianlu, Li Mubai. The 4 were led by Chen Zhendong to break away from the large group. Dusk, deep in a forest outside of Pengcheng, River Creek District, was originally a suburb in the outermost part of Pengcheng, but it was later deserted due to the demon invasion battles. Even now there are still demonic races infesting this place, and it won't be mostly ordinary or beginner-level demonic beasts. As far as the River Creek District was concerned, There were still a few middle-ranked demons in the body, but not many. After walking for such a long time, you should be tired as well. Sit down and rest for a while. Chen Jindong turned his head to the four of them after confirming that the neighborhood was safe. However, the moment he turned his head he realized that somehow these four people had already sat down in the clearing by the river and started to rest. Who let you rest without my orders? Han Yi looked at Chen Jindong with an I'm not stupid look and said, Instructor, just now, after you stood still and looked around to observe the surrounding area for half a day, there are no traces of the demon race here. Plus after walking for such a long time, this place is suitable for setting up camp, meaning that you don't intend to consolidate here. These words made Chen Jindong unexpectedly unable to pick a fault for a moment. Worthy of being out of the military district. Young in the line of battle no but really quite a lot. Maple catch some fire. Li Mubai took out a piece of plasticized raw meat, and Yi Feng sniffed and directly took it and opened it. Phew! The flames rose and the heat took but a moment to sear the cutlets. Then Yi Feng took another piece. Looking at the roasted meat with oil bubbling in the hands of the four people, Chen Jindong's heart was shocked beyond measure. He had been out in the field for many years and was too aware of how difficult it was to grasp the fire of something like roasted meat. This Yi Feng was not only able to roast the meat in a few moments, but he was also able to control the roasted meat fire to perfection. This ability to control fire was a few points higher than even him. But soon he thought of what Sun Lanxue had said and couldn't help but feel angry. Why would such a talent be in such an uneducated waste of space who just wants to mingle and die? If one had this talent not to mention high rank, becoming a super-ranked existence would not be an impossible thing. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he looked at Yi Feng with a murderous look in his eyes. Yi Feng felt Chen Jindong's killing aura, and for some reason he actually felt a little weak. Did he find out who I was? However, very soon Yi Feng dismissed this thought as he already understood that the reason why Chen Jindong was so angry was because he sought his own talent. That hateful look was all too familiar to him. Chen Jindong sat next to the fire and didn't say anything, taking the roasted meat and biting into it fiercely. It does taste good. The four of you line up and then take turns keeping watch. After Chen Jindong finished speaking, he casually found a comfortable place to lie down and sleep. Chen Jindong appeared to be sleeping, but he was actually squinting his eyes to surreptitiously observe the four people's performance. Then he was confused, only to see three of them looking at the same time at Wan Tianlu who was nibbling on the roasted meat, and Wan Tianlu instantly understood what they meant. A summoning formation then appeared. A few skeletons appeared and were then arranged by Wan Tianlu to stand sentry at a few nearby places. How could I have forgotten about them having a summoner in them? Chen Jindong was helpless, but at the same time, he was also somewhat relieved, and after a slight smile, he no longer bothered with these four people. The starry sky was bright. Yi Feng lay on top of the grass and looked at the sky, but he had no intention of sleeping. Brother Feng, looks like you have something on your mind, and I feel that this despondent expression of yours is very strong with my expression when I was helping the families of those deceased to bury their corpses. Are you remembering your former deceased? Wan Tianlu came to Yi Feng's side and asked with some doubts. Yi Feng sniffed but smiled faintly and said, sort of, but all in all it should be a regret. Wan Tianlu looked at Yi Feng. It was the first time he saw Yi Feng reveal such a look. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the current Yi Feng was very similar to his grandfather's look when he was reminiscing about the past years. Yi Feng looked at the starry sky, and a silhouette flashed in the middle of his mind. I have accompanied you through your life, and I have no regrets. Yi Feng closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep, but a tear slipped down unnoticed. It's true that I still can't get over it. Early the next morning the four of them continued on under Chen Jindong's leadership. Through the forest, an abandoned pasture appeared in front of their eyes, and in the center of the pasture, a demon horse was currently lying on its back. The body was pitch black and the eyes were blood red. A mid-stage one-star demonic horse. Do you four have the confidence to kill it? Chen Jindong twisted his head to look at the four, but they all shook their heads at the same time. Don't think I don't know your little minds. It's just to show cowardice, then let me come up with a reward to motivate you. As long as you can kill this demon horse. 4 of you. 1 low-level magic artifact each. Chapter 13 Operation 4. There are rewards for motivation. The 4 men would smile. The one who made the first move was Li Mubai. A dazzling golden light appeared, and Li Mubai instantly arrived in front of this demonic horse. Before the demon horse could react, a dazzling golden light emanated from his hands, causing the demon horse, which was already sensitive to light, to lose its vision for a moment. The demon horse let out an neigh, and the piercing sound made Li Mubai feel a little dizzy. The horse's hooves had reached him, and just at this time, a metal shield appeared in front of Li Mubai. Chen Jindong couldn't help but be surprised at the situation. Surprisingly, even he hadn't realized that at some point Han Yi had already placed metal he could manipulate on Li Mu Bai. Changes into a shield to protect teammates the moment a crisis arises. At the instant the demon horse launched its attack, Han Yi had also arrived at the side of the demon horse, and the metal coalesced into 3 sharp blades that struck the side of the demon horse, bringing up a blood splatter. Mages of the gold system can break down metals into the magical energy within their bodies and then reassemble them when needed. The higher the level, the more metal you can store and control. Boom! A flame descended from the sky to blaze on the demon horse. Low-ranked fire magic. Fire ignition. Not only that, but a line of fire was hitting the demon horse at the same time. Chen Zhendong looked at Jifeng with some confusion. Normally it was impossible for a beginner mage to use 2 magic spells at the same time, especially a basic violent magic like fire. But this guy, the demon horse, was after all a middle-ranked demon beast, and it was impossible to fall into it so easily. The demon horse let out an A. The flames on its body dissipated, and Yifeng's line of fire followed suit and broke. Slightly backing up a few steps, Yifeng glanced at Chen Zhendong, who was observing them from a short distance away. If placed in the usual this kind of garbage he would have long since exterminated. Only now there are outsiders who can't expose their own strength. It's true, you have to find a way to improve your surface strength as well. At this time, the demon horse had regained its vision. After the blades controlled by Han Yi were knocked away, he wanted to continue his attack, but the demon horse flashed behind him with a black shadow. So fast, Han Yi hurriedly turned the remaining metal into a shield. Yet even so, a crash from the demonic horse still sent him flying several meters, and before he could stand still the demonic horse had already come to attack. Whoosh! A golden glow lit up, and when the demon horse was about to crash into Han Yi, Li Mu Bai appeared to save the other party. Phew! 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 3 wind blades whistled. How could they have forgotten that the demon horse, as a middle-ranked demon race, could use magic? But it was good that the 3 fireballs exploded when they hit the top of the wind blade. Yifeng made a timely move to solve the crisis. Is Tennille ready yet? Li Mu Bai shouted loudly, but just at this time he heard Wan Tianli shout. Alright. In an instant, several ground thorns appeared around the demon horse's body to surround it in the center. Yifeng watched the timing of the various flame attacks were falling one after another. Seeing this change, Chen Zhendong hurriedly looked in the direction where Wan Tianli was, not knowing when he had 2 mage-dressed skeletons standing beside him. One of the skeleton mages used exactly the beginning earth-stabbing magic. Boom! A thunderbolt struck the trapped demon horse along the ground. Beginner-level lightning magic. Lightning strike. Undead-type summons, a kind of our Chinese summoning field blank. About the undead summons seems to be only slightly recorded abroad. Really did not think that undead summons inside the humanoid summons that can use magic. Chen Zhendong was shocked in his heart. This Wan Tianli's future development was immeasurable. But, looking at Wan Tianli's appearance that had clearly been consumed by magic energy, Chen Zhendong shook his head. They were indeed very strong, and were definitely geniuses within the same rank. Unfortunately, this was after all a middle-ranked demonic beast that was impossible for them to defeat. It's a chasm in between. A middle-ranked demonic horse's innate demonic spellberserk could instantly upgrade its flesh by a notch. When the time comes, not to mention killing, by the other side hit them all have to be either dead or disabled. Sensing the change in the aura on the demonic horse, just as Chen Zhendong was about to strike, the change regenerated. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the center of the battlefield. This feeling was all too familiar to Chen Zhendong. Middle-ranked disposable magic artifact. Explosive thunder. Ahahaha. Brothers, thank me. Li Mu Bai crossed his arms with that proud, and Chen Zhendong's face turned green. Explosive heavenly thunder. The explosion power can instantly kill a middle-ranked demonic beast in seconds. Because it was a disposable item, the market value was high, and now this student casually took it out for the sake of still getting 4 primary magical artifacts from himself. It's not bullying. Not bad for you. Ho hum. The 3 of them gave Li Mu Bai a thumbs up at the same time. They have long known that Li Mu Bai, this kid, has money. A serious son. For him this operation 3 people are not surprised. They are not feeling anything. Chen Zhendong's mind has collapsed. He now sort of understood that these 4 boys were just plainly undermining him. Especially that Li Mu Bai. Even if the income is not proportional to the effort, he should be disgusted. Sun Lanchue is right. These 4 are a group of oddballs. Single out okay, but once gathered together will certainly happen. What chemical reaction? Let's hope nothing else happens back there that leaves him speechless. Yifeng took out a blank magic card. 1 more card for your own collection. A few days back, Chen Zhendong's mind was completely broken. These 4 people don't know why. Every day will provoke the middle-order demonic beast and then act like no, we can't beat it. the instructor all rely on you. If you want to say they were strong, they were still afraid when they saw a middle-ranked demonic beast. If we were talking about dishes, they would still be able to trick the middle-ranked demonic beasts and then lead them to him. End of 7 days. Chen Jindong felt like he was finally out of his misery. Yi Feng's mouth was crooked with laughter as he looked at the magic cards he had recently collected. Wan Tianlu looked at the low-level magic artifacts in his hand that Yi Feng's trio didn't want to give him and danced around excitedly. Hani looked back on the 2 days of sound fighting with great satisfaction. Li Mubai looked at the instructor whose mind exploded from his own ploy with a secret pleasure in his heart. Only Chen Jindong's injured world reached. At the end of the semester, during the critique back in class, the 4 Yi Fengs were recognized by Chen Jindong. Although the 4 of them little guys had shaded him a few times, one had to admit that these 4 were indeed excellent, and would definitely be a good fighter even on the battlefield. Especially the mutual trust and cooperation was something he couldn't help but envy. Looking at their perfect final practical grades, all 4 of them smiled at the same time. School's out. Walk out the door. Yi Feng had just bid farewell to the 3 people who had something to leave in a hurry, when he saw Yi Shuiying, who had trotted all the way towards him. Perhaps because of too much excitement, Yi Shuiying even directly jumped into Yi Feng's arms and said excitedly, "It's really great that you're finally motivated." Obviously, Yi Shuiying was already aware of the fact that his oldest brother had gotten a perfect score in practical combat. Niesini, who went out of the school gate with Yi Shuiying, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. When did your own BFF move on? Chapter 14, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks. Not far away, another male classmate, Dong Ocean, who had always liked Yi Shuiying, was directly dumbfounded. The flowers prepared in his hand fell to the ground, and he had wanted to confess his love today. This is still confessing to your grandfather. Well, we'll talk about what's going on when I get back. Right now I'm going to the internet cafe to play on the computer. Yi Feng pushed Yi Shuiying away with a slight dislike. Today Yi Shuiying didn't object to him going to the internet cafe. Instead, she even took out money for Yi Feng, saying it was the internet fee. I've only got 50 left here, so save it. Okay. Yi Feng took the money and nodded that it was fine. This made Niesini's entire body look dumbfounded. What's the situation? What's going on here? This guy is dating Shuiying and even letting the woman spend money. What kind of underhanded male is this? Dong Ocean likewise thought the same thing, so after Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying separated, secretly followed behind, intending to have a good discussion about life with this, unaware of the opportunity to cherish the goddess in a while. Niesini found out that Dong Ocean was following Yi Feng and didn't stop it. Instead, she hoped that the other party could help her to get out of this bad mood as well. Yes, she knows. Yi Shuiying walked back, and Niesini thought that she, as her best friend, had to wake Yi Shuiying up, so that she could see this disgusting underhanded man and stay away from the scum. Shuiying, how do you feel about that man? Niesini pointed at Yi Feng's back and asked. Day in and day out, uneducated, otaku, in addition to liking anime, is playing games. The internet cafe caught up with his home, but I heard that he got a perfect score in the final practical, which means that under my persistent and unremitting efforts he has gradually changed. Yi Shuiying was very proud as she said this. Niesini, on the other hand, had a black line on her face when her best friend became so infatuated. Shuiying, this man I feel is very unreliable. You don't want to be fooled by him. After all, people's hearts are not the same. If you give your heart to him, he might just treat you as an ATM machine. Why can't I understand what you're saying? Yi Shuiying suddenly realized that something didn't seem quite right. Niesini said decisively after organizing her language. This is a scum. You must not be confused by his flowery words. Break up with him. Separate what hand? He is not my boyfriend. He is my cousin, called Yi Feng, is my uncle's son. He and I have always been a family, grew up. Uncle and aunt out of work after has been the 2 of us live together, because he usually do not learn. Every day swinging, so aunt let me control him. I heard today that he's finally showing signs of getting better, so that's why I'm so excited. Yi Shuiying cried and laughed a little. She now sort of understood that it was Niesini who had misunderstood. Niesini was stunned at his words. He's really your brother. Niesini froze for a second and then instantly reacted. If she was any later, I'm afraid that Yi Shuiying's oldest brother would have been beaten up by Dong Haiyang. Pulling Yi Shuiying, Niesini quickly ran towards the direction the duo had just left, looking at the teenager in front of him who angrily brought himself inside the alley. Yi Feng was a bit confused. What did you want to see me about? Something's up, and it's something big. Dong Ocean suddenly grabbed the collar and said through gritted teeth, if you are sensible, give me away from Shuiying. That kind of good girl is not something you can get your hands on. Yi Feng instantly realized that he had been misunderstood when he heard this. So you like Shuiying? Exactly. Even I think I might not be good enough for him. How can you, a scum, be good enough for him? It was obvious that Yi Feng's previous careless behavior of asking for more money had irritated Dong Ocean. He now decided that Yi Feng was a scum who played with women's feelings. Do you know what my name is? Does that have anything to do with me hitting you? Yes, there is a big connection. My name is Yi Feng. So what? What's my last name? You're not trying to stall for time, are you? Let me tell you. No matter what you call over today, I must beat you to remember. And then from now on you're not allowed to harass Shuiying again. My last name is Yi, and Yi Shuiying's last name is also Yi, which means there's no possibility that she's my sister. Ocean Dong. And it was at this time. Brother, Dong Ocean, what are you doing to my brother? Frost condensed on Yi Shuiying's body under her anger, while Dong Ocean, who had heard the words, first froze, and then his face went white. With a loose hand, Yi Feng appeared standing on the ground. Alas, Laddie asked for clear information before blocking people in the future. Yi Feng sighed and patted Dong Haiyang, the poor child's shoulder, and walked towards the street outside the entrance of the hutong. Great uncle, I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. Dong Ocean hurriedly chased after him to try to explain, but he was deadened by Yi Shuiying's icy cold eyes. Who is your great uncle? Not only did you bastard try to hurt my brother, you also tried to take advantage of me. Leave it to me for Shuiying to beat him up. Nyesini spoke out to stop it, looking at Dong Ocean with sympathy in her eyes. Dong Ocean, on the other hand, was outright desperate, his love completely flown. As for Yi Shuiying, she was a bit helpless. This Dong Ocean and Nyesini were really a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Winter break has begun. Yi Feng looked at his cell phone and thought about how he should spend his winter vacation. Asked a mouthful of people inside the F4 group who were available for winter break. As it turned out, it was just Wan Tianlu who said he had time. Yi Feng, I'm going to go out of town for a month or so. Interested in going out with me? At Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu, no money. Yi Feng, I'll wrap it all up for you. Wan Tianlu, righteous father. Accept my obeisance. An hour later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Yi Feng went over to open the door, and sure enough, it was Wan Tianlu. Sis, I'm out traveling and I'll definitely be back before the new year. For Yi Feng to go out and travel, Yi Shuiying was really begging for it. After all, being able to go out and travel meant that Yi Feng had begun to gradually detach himself from this state of being an otaku. At the train station, Yi Feng and Wan Tianlu were discussing what place they should go to wave. Tianla, are you bold? Yi Feng asked in a rare serious manner. Brother Feng, I've been doing funerals. Do you think I can be small in my guts? That's true. In that case, let's go to this place. Yi Feng pointed at a mountain range on the map. 5 Elements Mountain Range. The 5 Elements Mountain Range was located in the middle region between the east and the north. And since they were in the eastern domain, they were naturally in the east. And a large portion of the 5 Elements Mountain Range had now been returned to the demon race, with only some of the human cities remaining. The current situation was that the demons would not come out of the mountain range en masse, and the humans would not go to exterminate the demons inside. Sort of a very balanced state. The duo said that they would leave and headed directly to the representative city of the 5 Elements Mountain Range. 5 Elements City. After a day's train ride, the duo finally arrived at the place after 5 o'clock the next evening. It was winter now, and the 5 Elements City was already covered in snow, so naturally it wasn't as prosperous as it was in the summer. Chapter 15, The Forger. Yi Feng booked the hotel in the evening. After the two of them checked in, Wan Tianlu is like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, is looking at the east and the west. As for Yi Feng, he took out an ordinary-looking piece of iron from inside his storage ring. There was another main reason why he came to this side of the 5 Elements Mountain Range this time. The 5 Elements City was the largest trading place for medicinal herbs in the eastern region. And likewise here, because of the abundance of minerals, the trading of rare ores was even more visible everywhere. He planned to take Wan Tianlu and experiment with him first, to see if he could find a way to make his body metamorphose through the elixir. And this actually must require a lot of money to buy herbs, so he planned to get some extremely special metals to sell, thus exchanging them for money. Tennille, you go out and get me some snacks and drinks. The money has been sent to you. Okay. Wan Tianla ran away happily. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had flames rising up in his hands the moment Wan Tianlu left. With his late Jindan cultivation level, wanting to refine an ordinary piece of iron to the extreme to become refined iron was just too easy and effortless. The iron impurities were dispelled, and the originally dull iron was now shining. Looking at a full 3 pounds of fine iron in his hand, Yi Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. By the time Wan Tianlu came back, Yi Feng had already gone out. However, because the message was sent in advance, Wan Tianlu was not surprised. Magical artifact forging stores are everywhere in Five Elements City. Yi Feng put on the familiar mask again. Because it was winter, the forge didn't have any customers. After Yi Feng walked in, the woman sitting on top of the bar looked at him and asked, "What does this guest need to buy? Things in our store are not cheap." It was a woman in her 30s, smeared with light makeup, feminine. A pair of long black silk legs could not find a single flaw. There was a slight carelessness on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't put Yi Feng as a guest in his heart. "Do you take metal materials here?" "Of course we'll take it, but it has to be a good material for us to take it. If it's an ordinary material, go out and turn left, there's a forge street that takes it there." The woman was a bit speechless in her mind. How could she still have ignorant customers coming in when she had opened her store so far out of the way? "I think you should take this iron." Yi Feng flipped his hand, and fine iron appeared in his hand. The woman could not help but stare after seeing it. Where did the other party take this thing out from? Soon, though, she was drawn to the fine iron, hurriedly getting up and taking it for a closer look. He then asked with a face full of shock and disbelief, "This is fine iron, and the purity has reached more than 70%. Where did you get it from? Is that something you should be asking?" Although Yi Feng's tone was flat, the woman heard a hint of dissatisfaction in it and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I was abrupt just now. My name is Song Chuanya. I'm a high-ranked forger. My name is Maple Leaf. It looks like you intend to take this piece of fine iron? Then please make an offer." "Your Excellency." Yi Feng's tone was as flat as water. So that's Song Chuanya, a woman who had been in business for many years, could not see his mood swings. Song Chuanya said after hesitating for a moment, "Senior Maple Leaf, this piece of fine iron is really too precious for me to see. I still hope that you can come with me to the private room and wait for a moment. I will immediately call my master to come over." Yi Feng gently nodded his head and followed Song Chuanya into the private room on the second floor. Song Chuanya took out her cell phone to call her master. Shortly afterward, a woman in her 50s wearing a feather boa walked into the middle of the booth. The woman wore glasses, her hair was gray, and despite her age, her eyesight wasn't bad. And it was because her eyes weren't bad that a look of disbelief soon appeared on her face. "How is this possible? How is this possible? What's wrong with master? Could it be that there is something wrong with this fine iron?" Song Chuanya hurriedly inquired. She had never seen her master have such an expression after following him for so many years. "There's nothing wrong with this fine iron, but the question is why there's not a single impurity. Why? Why?" The woman's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. She was the only female within the Chinese super-ranked forger, which showed just how high her craft of forging was. But even a forger like her can only remove 80% of the impurities in the iron through various means of machinery and instruments. And removing more than 50% of the iron is fine iron. The piece in front of her was so hard she couldn't find a trace of impurities. "This friend, can I use an instrument to test this piece of fine iron?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to give you a suitable price for this fine iron later," the woman pleaded slightly. It was clear that she really wanted to know how pure this piece of fine iron was now. Yi Feng waved his hand to show that it didn't matter. At that the women rushed upstairs with the fine iron in their arms. The third floor was their forge. Under Song Chuanya's explanation, Yi Feng realized that the woman just now was called Qiu Lin, a Chinese super-ranked forger, and the only female. Yi Feng did not care. As long as he could give money, anything was fine. A short time later Qiu Lin returned, only with a somewhat blank and disbelieving expression on her face. "Master, what is the purity of this fine iron?" Song Chuanya impatiently asked. After all, now the highest refined iron purity in China is only 85%. Who knew that Qiu Lin did not leave this disciple of hers, but sat opposite Yi Feng with a pleading look in her eyes. "I wonder if sir can tell exactly which senior forged this 100% pure fine iron." 100%? How is this possible? Song Chuanya's pupils contracted in disbelief. Iron ore mixed with a lot of elements, with the current human technology, can only be refined no more than 90%. Because the remaining 10% impurities in iron is almost one, simply cannot be separated. How can anyone actually forge 100% pure fine iron? Yi Feng just smiled lightly when he heard that. "This piece of fine iron is what I forged. Don't say so much, just say how much it costs. I still remember to take the money to eat." When these words came out, the master and disciple, two girls, were you looking at me and I looking at you? Or Qiu Lin was older and experienced. Looking at Yi Feng, he asked, "If sir can tell me how to extract this fine iron to reach 100% purity, I am willing to pay $50 million. Yifeng, who heard the words, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in his heart. Worthy of being a renowned forger. He really is rich and powerful. Yifeng did not ink. His hand flipped, and another 3-catty iron block appeared in his hand. Phew! The flames burned up in a flash. Both were taken aback. Then the master and disciple both used their scrying magic at the same time, only to find that they couldn't find a single bit of magical energy from above this flame at all. There's no magic energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Song Chuanya exited in surprise. It was obvious that this matter was beyond his knowledge. Who says that millions of worlds can only have magic as a method of cultivation that breaks the chains of the mundane? Chapter 16, The Might of Immortal Cultivation. The flame in Yifeng's hand suddenly surged into the iron block, but in a flash all the flames were absorbed by the iron block, and fire-red lines appeared on top of the iron block. Xiaolin took this piece of fine iron and carefully examined it. She was a fire mage and quickly realized that this was not only a piece of 100% pure fine iron, but it also contained a large amount of fire element. Not only can it increase the flame magic power degree, the fire resistance is also extremely strong, and it can even help fire mages cultivate the role of fire energy. This kind of forging technique is unheard of. Unheard of. The shock returned to greatness, but soon Xiaolin and Song Chuanya reacted to one thing. Listening to the person in front of him, the other party wasn't a mage, but had abilities comparable to those of a mage. Could it be that this world has other transcendent cultivation systems besides practicing magic? Song Chuanya was the first to press the issue and ask. Yifeng was not ambiguous when he sniffed. He now had to put on an inscrutable image to make these two worships in front of him really fearful, because only in this way will it be easier to cooperate in the future. There are thousands of realms with countless cultivation systems, and your so-called magic is a crooked gate in my eyes, unable to even break the shackles of the laws. Xiaolin is worthy of being a person who has lived most of her life. Instantly grasping the key in the words, some excitement asked, "Does it mean that you, sir, are not a person from our blue star?" "That's right. I'm from other realms, just like the demon race, who originally came from other realms." What Yifeng said was also the truth. The demon race of the blue star, he could conclude that it was a branch of the real demon race. It's still quite a bit worse than the real demon race. It's like they're immortal cultivators and the mages here. Both are human, but the quality is worlds apart. The eyes that the two looked at Yifeng changed after determining this. After all, the last otherworldly creature demon race that came to their world had started a war for hundreds of years. Seeing the panic in the eyes of the two, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, they are all human races, and it's just me on our side who came to this realm." "Sir, I'm really a bit curious since you said you're a human. What exactly is the difference between you and us? How much difference is there between your cultivation system and ours? Is it all against the heavens?" Xiaolin was now curious about the things in Yifeng's world to an apex. Not only her, even Song Chuanya's eyes were filled with a yearning for the unknown among them. The gap is huge. Let me put it this way. You guys practice magic. In the end, you can't get out of the limitations of the power of this world. The so-called acting against the heavens is a joke. Not being able to inflict a destruction level attack on this world is called what acting against the heavens. And we cultivate to the extreme, can hold the sun and the moon in our hands and step on the stars. And the heavenly Tao is afraid of us. And this is to go against the heaven. After saying that, Yifeng stomped the ground violently with one foot, and his Jindan cultivation was fully activated. Jindan cultivation in the mortal world to attract the heavenly thunder can be too easy, not to mention that he is the reincarnation of the God Emperor. Although the divine soul of 100 does not exist, but the communication of the laws of heaven and earth is still no problem. In an instant, the originally cloudless weather outside the window suddenly changed abruptly. Yifeng suddenly grabbed Xiaolin and Song Chuanya and instantly moved to the empty street outside the store. It's nighttime, and it's 8 o'clock, and this side of town was already a little out of the way, and now it's even more deserted. Watch what it means to cultivate, what it means to go against the grain. Yifeng regained the iron block, then his feet powered up and slammed into the air. Today, Xiaolin and Song Chuanya could only see a black dot standing high in the sky. Heavenly thunder, fall, boom. A dozen of lightning bolts suddenly fell. However, these lightning bolts did not strike the ground, but suddenly turned in mid-air and bombarded Yifeng's body, because Yifeng had used his aura to tamper with the two women's eyes. Now only they could see themselves. The fine iron in his hand instantly absorbed the power of heavenly thunder. However, in a split second, the dark clouds in the air suddenly spread again, and Yifeng slowly floated down like an immortal from his mouth. The master and disciple who watched this scene could no longer speak. Is this something that people can do? Is this something that people can do? Do you guys think I'm strong now? re-entering the house. Yifeng looked at the duo slightly teasingly. Very strong. Ridiculously strong. Our cultivation system is simply, compared to yours. Song Chuanya's eyes gradually became confused. Their hard work to cultivate the so-called magic was simply trash in front of others. Xiaolin calmed down quickly and stared at Yifeng, waiting for his next words. To tell you guys a very ridiculous thing. In fact, my rank in the system I cultivate is only the 3rd class, and the whole system, there are a total of 15 classes. How is this possible? This time even Xiaolin was not calmly stood up violently. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. In the words of your world, the cultivation system we follow is to become a god. But you guys don't have to worry. Your realm is a mortal realm, and anything that comes above the 4th order will be directly destroyed. So coming to the top is just 1 order higher than me. Sir, since you're so powerful, then why don't you help us destroy the demon race? Xiaolin's eyes were filled with questions among them. It was obvious that she thought it would be easy for Yifeng to eliminate the demon race. I'm strong in your eyes, but I'm not at the point where I can exterminate all of you demon races for a short period of time, and I don't want to consume time, as well as the fact that this is a battle between your realm and another, and I don't have the right to intervene. Yifeng said with a half-truth. Xiaolin sniffed and sat down disheveled on top of the sofa, and at this time Song Chuanya suddenly stood up with a face full of gravity and pleading. Sir, please teach me your cultivation methods. I'm willing to do whatever you can make me do. The human races in your realm don't have spirit roots in their bodies and can't cultivate at all. So give up. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, then continued. So now we can discuss the price of this thing of mine. Just now and quenched the heavenly thunder. The price should be able to be raised quite a bit. Xiaolin received the fine iron and looked at the fire pattern and purple thunder pattern on it in her heart. People could casually make extreme materials that they could never make in their lifetime. How amazing their forging heritage must be then. Sir, I can't figure out why you need money when you're so strong. Does my being strong conflict with my lack of money? I just came to your world, I can't go burning and looting. I'm not like that either. Yifeng cried and laughed, while the master and disciple 2 daughters also came to a realization upon hearing this. Soon they closed the deal for $80 million. While leaving, Song Chuanya suddenly spoke up and asked, Sir, how should we contact you if we want to? Call this man. His name is Yifeng, my only friend in this world. Yifeng threw a note to Song Chuanya, and before he left, he also suddenly twisted his head and said, I like Maple Leaf very much. In the future, you guys can just call me Senior Maple Leaf. I'm already 2,000 years old, so it's reasonable for you guys to call me Senior. Chapter 17 Maozuan Tianlu. The duo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at the words. Nice guy, 2,000 years old. The shock they got today was too much. So much so that they all felt a bit like they were dreaming. It was about 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when we got back to the hotel. Wan Tianlu was lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Yifeng didn't rush to sleep, but took out the pile of medicinal herbs he had just bought. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Flames rose between his hands. When he had time he would have to make another trip to Qiulin and Song Chuanya's side to see if he could borrow their forging room. He get a Dan furnace out. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wan Tianla, who had woken up from his sleep, stretched his back. I thought that what greeted me would be the early morning sunshine, but who knew that I would open my eyes and see Yifeng with a bad smile on his face. Brother Feng, this expression of yours is making me doubt your orientation. Wan Tianli's face showed fear, and he couldn't help but sit up hastily, fearing that his chrysanthemums wouldn't be protected, especially when he had been with Yifeng for several months. The other party froze and never once looked at those good-looking girls inside the class. Even outside, passing by a beautiful woman, their brother and sister's eyes lit up. He still had a disinterested attitude, as if he didn't see it. It's hard not to suspect something is wrong with sexual orientation. What are you thinking? Man, I'm straight. Yifeng gave a middle finger to Wan Tianlu, then took out a white elixir. Before Wan Tianlu could react, he was held down by Yifeng and the medicine was directly stuffed into its mouth. Feng, don't. Brother Feng. Wan Tianlu wailed and screamed miserably, while Yifeng cried and laughed a little. After seeing him take the medicine, he went back to his bed and asked, How do you feel? How does what feel? I'm a normal guy. I asked you how you felt after the pills. A feeling. Wan Tianla sniffed and hurriedly began to feel his body carefully, and soon he fell off the bed with an ah. It hurts. The body hurts. It hurts just fine. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Blood-quenching pills, after taking them, would quench the human blood? He had always been curious if these body-quenching pills would work well for people in this world. So naturally, Wan Tianlu became his guinea pig, and even if something happened to himself, he could quickly perform a resuscitation. Wan Tianlu let out one miserable scream after another, but even then he didn't suspect that Yifeng wanted to harm him. Soon the bruises gushed out of his pores and soon he was a bloody man. Half an hour later, the medicinal effect of the blood-quenching pill finally ended. As Wan Tianlu felt the changes in his body, he was a bit incredulous. Yifeng, what kind of medicine is this? Why do I feel that I am now relaxed and have an indescribable feeling of euphoria? Man Tianlu also tried to make a fist while saying that. What kind of medicine you don't need to know. As long as you know it's a good elixir. Go take a bath. There will be other elixirs in a while. Is the rest so hard? No. The others aren't as hard. Getting Yifeng's answer, Wan Tianlu happily went to take a shower. After Wan Tianlu entered the bathroom, Yifeng revealed a bad smile. How could this blood-quenching elixir possibly catch up with the pain of several other elixirs? 10 minutes later, after taking a shower, Wan Tianlu came out. Just after coming out, Yifeng threw a refining viscera pill to Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu swallowed it directly without the slightest hesitation. And then, Brother Feng, you lied to me. This elixir is even more painful than the one just now. Wan Tianlu only felt the body organs are breaking. Lying on the ground is constantly rolling. That kind of pain, not to mention how difficult. It's okay, it'll pass after a bit. How long? About an hour. Brother Feng, you're really my own brother. An hour later, lying on the ground already deflated, Wan Tianlu finally pushed through the effects of the medicine. Then he rushed to the toilet in a flood. It took a full half hour to get out. And when I did, I came out almost on my back. Seeing Yifeng bring another elixir over, Wan Tianlu used all his strength to crawl towards the bed while saying, Brother Feng, I beg you, let me go. I still want to live. However, Yifeng didn't spoil him, and a bone-quenching pill was directly shoved hard into his mouth. The bones were all quenched, and the pain was almost as if there were worms burrowing inside the bone marrow. Another hour, Wan Tianlu lying on the bed, as if he saw an old woman is calling him to cross the bridge to drink soup. Full of kind smiles, he really seems to go over to take a sip of that soup directly relief. However, Yifeng sent a body-tempering pill into Wan Tianlu's mouth. The body-quenching pill could quench the skin and all parts of the body, and was considered the final stage of body quenching. Wan Tianlu used the last of his body's strength to give Yifeng a middle finger. This time he didn't scream either. His voice was no longer able to shout. Fortunately, this hotel soundproofing effect is good, belongs to the top level. Otherwise the people outside the door heard still think that there is a murder case inside. After completing the quenching of his body, Wan Tianlu realized that he had actually regained his strength, and he could clearly feel that his body was very different from before. Tried to jump with full force. Bang! Hitting his head on the ceiling hurt him in a weird way. My gosh, Brother Feng, you've given me an elixir, right? My body strength is comparable to those systematic body masters. A body master was a special existence that had awakened the system. They mainly refined the body, and the body cultivation within the immortal cultivators had a similarity. Don't be happy so early. The first set of pills is finished. It's time for the second set. Yifeng took out the elixir for quenching the divine soul. This elixir was specially gotten for Wan Tianlu. After all, he was a summoner. The spiritual level was more important. Come again. Wan Tianlu's eyes were hollow, already desperate. 3 days later, Wan Tianlu, who had recently been taking pills for dinner every day, felt like he had been reborn after walking out of the hotel door. Let's go. Don't forget what I said before. Accompany me into the 5 Elements mountain range to collect something. Yifeng went out and stretched his waist as he walked. Okay. Wan Tianlu agreed dryly. And then the two of them boarded a bus to the suburbs. Prepare to walk into the 5-row mountains from the suburban side of the highway. Inside the Yarin Forge store, Xiaolin and Song Chuanya looked at the phone number on top of the note, was hesitant to call. They tried everything they could for 3 days without finding a suitable solution to build a magical artifact from that piece of fine iron. Because they couldn't figure out how to think of what kind of magic artifact could work this piece of divine iron to the extreme. I wanted to ask Yifeng, but I was a little afraid to. After all, this one was just too mysterious and powerful. And just from that one conversation they could see that this one had a very eccentric personality that was simply inscrutable. Chapter 18, The Dragon Vein. Sunset and dusk. On the outskirts of the 5 Elements mountain, 2 figures sat at a campfire by the river, eating meat and chatting. Tianlu, although the quality of your physical body has come up now, you don't have any relative physical body stances. What type of stance do you want to learn? I can teach you. Brother Feng, Why do I always feel that the current you is like a beggar who passes on his power inside a martial arts novel? A flavor of a drop-dead tall person. Don't digress. If I say I have to learn it, I want to learn the kind of lightness inside martial arts novels. After all, we summoners have poor self-preservation ability. If we can learn lightness to escape if we want to, we can escape. Wan Tianli's words made Yi Feng agree. After thinking about it, his mind soon recalled a rather odd merit law he had obtained earlier. This was a technique that did not require cultivation, created by a mortal, but required a cultivator to guide for it first. After learning it, you can make your body as light as a feather, even to the point of flying on grass. Thinking of this, Yi Feng beckoned to Wan Tianlu. Before Wan Tianlu could react, a palm slapped on its chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sneak attack. Wan Tianlu was slapped to the ground. Then he felt another sharp pain coming from his body. It turns out that people get used to it when they have a lot of pain, like Wan Tianlu now, just laying on the ground grunting and not reacting as much as before. Early the next morning, a silhouette in the forest quickly shuttled. Each time it jumped, it was able to cross a distance of 10 meters or really dozens of meters. Feeling this flying feeling, Wan Tianlu was so happy. Yi Feng smiled without saying anything as he walked along the dirt road below. Van Tannel had had inquiries as to why he had so many strange things and ideas. Yi Feng's explanation was that he just loved to study these things. Something like talent was terrifying, and over the years he had unknowingly saved up such a huge amount of knowledge and researched pills. Recently it happened to be at the stage of live experimentation, so it was cheaper for Wan Tianlu, and Wan Tianlu really believed it. Suddenly, Yi Feng, who was walking, stood still and his eyes lit up. Tianla, stop being a monkey and get down here. I found what I wanted. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu landed beside Yi Feng without the slightest hesitation. What did you find out, Feng? Wan Tianlu was a bit puzzled and curious, while Yi Feng couldn't hide his excitement on his face. I found the cave that can lead to the mountain range's underground dragon vein. Yi Feng had lived for so many years in the immortal cultivation world, so he naturally knew about feng shui. So there are dragon veins underneath mountain ranges, and the bigger the mountain range the bigger the dragon vein underneath. But because the dragon veins are located deep underground, the only way to access them is through underground caves. And there were a lot of good things inside the dragon vein, among which the one he was most interested in was the dragon vein essence. He was the one thing he lacked right now, a good sword. After about 10 minutes had passed, Yi Feng quickly found the entrance to the underground cave that he had discovered under the sweep of his divine sense. It was a cave located in a crack at the bottom of a large river. And in order to get in you would definitely need to go into the middle of this large river. Tianlu, or you can wait for me outside. There might be some danger inside. It's best if you don't go. There's danger and I'm going all the more. Am I the kind of coward who's afraid of death and lets his brother go to a dangerous place and ignores it? It was rare for Wan Tianlu to show a serious look. Yi Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at his words, throwing the other party a chi-closing pill. After taking it they jumped headfirst into the middle of the rushing river. After Yi Feng's elixir transformation, nowadays, Wan Tianlu could still see even in the middle of the river. Shortly afterward, under Yi Feng's leadership, he arrived above the river bottom crack. Yi Feng didn't hesitate to dive directly into the crack, with Wan Tianlu following closely behind. I don't know how deep I swam. The two entered into a dark current. A short time later, the poofing duo poked their heads out of the water. This is an underground waterhole which is located in the middle of an underground cave. Finally, it's coming in. Yi Feng used the flame to roast and dry the clothes on the two of them. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the entire underground cave structure of the 5 elements mountain range surfaced in his mind. Suddenly Yi Feng realized that the situation was not right and looked towards Wan Tianlu, who was not far away, and hurriedly shouted, "Tianlu, quickly dodge!" Ha! As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, a black shadow had arrived in front of Wan Tianlu. Fortunately, Wan Tianli's reaction speed was extremely fast now, and after reacting, he dodged the attack with a backward jump. Wan Tianlu fixed his eyes and discovered that what attacked him was actually a spider leg that was 3 meters tall. That's right, spider legs. The legs alone are 3 meters, so how scary must the spider itself be? The white spider silk followed. Wan Tianlu quickly dodged. Thanks to his body has now been strengthened and transformed by Yi Feng. Otherwise, not to mention dodging the spider silk, just now that blow he could not dodge. The rock that the spider silk was wrapped around was instantly shattered. And sure enough, this spider silk was not as soft as it seemed. Soon Yi Feng and the two of them could see that it was a giant spider with a pale white body, like a monster staring at the two of them. However, with a glance, Yifeng could determine that this was a demonic beast from this realm originally, and there was no demonic chi of the otherworldly demon race in its body. In fact, most of the demon races that are now at war with the human race are local demonic beasts that have been forcefully boosted and manipulated by the infusion of demonic chi by the otherworldly demon realm. As for the true otherworldly demon race, Yifeng had not met any so far. Wan Tianlu was here. He couldn't show his superior strength, but that didn't mean he couldn't use other means. Yifeng's figure flashed, blocking in front of his opponent as the giant spider rushed towards Wan Tianlu. Magic cards appear in the hand. High-ranked magic card. Cthulhu Demon King. Ow! A wolf howl came from among the magic cards. The spider had no hearing, but the shockwave from the wolf's howl still caused it to take several steps back. It was the first time Yifeng had used a magic card inside a real battle. The magic card was used again, and hundreds of wind blades broke through the air and chopped at the giant spider. However, although the wind blades all hit the spider, they did not cause any fatal damage to it. It was then that Yifeng snapped to the realization that the battle power of this giant spider was feared to be high level. Hiss! The giant spider let out a hiss. Yifeng didn't bother using the Tsong Wolf Demon King magic card again. The demonic power in it now was only enough to use Wolf Howl one more time at best. It was simply useless. Looks like it's going to have to be you with this. Yifeng smiled faintly as the Scarlet Centipede King magic card appeared in his hand. The giant spider felt threatened and quickly rushed towards Yifeng. Feng, be careful. Careful should be it. Scarlet Centipede King's innate demonic spell. Blood Mist. Scarlet Mist floated out from the magic card, and the giant spider that came into contact with this blood mist stiffened, and then saw its body begin to rapidly melt and decompose. And in the end, all that was left was some corroded to the point of not being able to look like a wreckage lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 19, Returning with a Full Load. The blank magic card absorbs the demonic power from the giant spider's body. Now that he had 2 high-ranked magic cards and a super-ranked magic card, it was simply beautiful. Feng, did you just use the legendary magic card? Wan Tianla, who was a poor man, was filled with curiosity. Yifeng nodded and then said, Tianla, you're lucky. This good thing that the spider has occupied for an unknown number of years is now going to be cheap for you. Cheap me? What cheapens me? Wan Tianli's head was full of questions while Yifeng just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Flames rose in his hands for illumination, leading Wan Tianlu to a nearby cave entrance located in a stone wall. The cave entrance was covered with spider silk, and with a wave of Yifeng's hand, this cave entrance spider web was instantly burned by Yifeng, revealing the cave inside. You've picked up a great bargain. Yifeng walked into the cave and brought Wan Tianlu to the front of the small milky white puddle that dripped from time to time in the deepest part of the cave. This puddle is not big, just as big as the palm, but this is the real earth vein spirit liquid. Only large earth veins can appear. And the dragon vein is the top of the earth veins. Inside the existence of the earth vein is bound to produce the earth vein spirit liquid. Only the dragon vein is intricate and spread all over the mountain range underground. Want to find the spiritual liquid is also extremely difficult. Tianli, you stay here honestly these days and wait for me to come back. You have to drink all this water before I come back. It's just this much water. I can finish it in a few sips. While Wan Tianlu had an extremely unconcerned expression, Yifeng revealed a bad smile. Young man, you really don't understand the gold content of this earth vein spirit liquid. Yifeng let Wan Tianlu take a small sip of the spirit liquid after filling half of the bottle with it. Then the familiar pain spread through every corner of his body once again. It's body hardening stuff again. That's right. Enjoy. Yifeng smiled and left. As he left, he purposely set up an array in case any other demonic beasts would attack Wan Tianlu in his absence. These spirit liquid without 10 days and a half months do not want to consume all the light. Thanks to Wan Tianli's body was quenched by him. Otherwise directly drink this vein of spirit liquid he had to directly burst and died. Without Wan Tianlu as a liability, Yifeng had nothing to worry about. His late Jindan cultivation was fully activated as he began to scavenge this dragon vein for all kinds of heavenly treasures. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yifeng arrived at the bottom and deepest part of the dragon vein. At the very bottom of the dragon vein was a cave that wasn't that big. Walking into the cave, Yifeng saw what he was looking for this time. A golden stalactite glows in the dimly lit cavern. This is the essence of the dragon vein, the dragon essence stone. This root of the dragon essence stone is 2 meters high. Yifeng is not the kind of person who kills chickens to take eggs. Take away half can. If all take away this dragon vein will lose the spirit. The original vitality of the 5 elements of the mountain range will also gradually lose vitality. Click. The dragon essence stone was broken in half by him. The flame rose, and soon the dragon essence stone was refined and condensed into a piece of golden iron. Dragon essence iron. It's a done deal. Yifeng was satisfied and collected the dragon essence stone and was about to leave when he raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't realize there was a windfall coming in front of a rock wall. Yifeng punched out. Click. Boom. The rock wall shattered, revealing a narrow fissure behind it. Yifeng sidestepped through. The firelight became brighter and brighter, and finally he unexpectedly came above a flowing river of molten lava. Poof! Yifeng jumped directly into the magma without the slightest hesitation. Luckily there was no one else here. If someone else saw it, their jaws would drop in surprise. After searching for half a day in the middle of the molten river, he finally saw a golden flame. I didn't realize that there was a spirit fire here. Though of little use to him in the mortal realm, spirit fire could be used as a surface magical strength, allowing him to swing more easily. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of a good swinging life. Swinging chips, I'm back. Yifeng directly reached out and grabbed the spirit fire, then swallowed it in one gulp. It didn't have much flavor and it was a little hot. It had been half a month since they entered the dragon vein. Two grimy, dirty children who looked as if they had just come out of a mine poked their heads out of a cliff face. He's finally out. Brother Feng, shouldn't we go home now? I can't wait to go back and hatch these little guys now. Wan Tianle shook his backpack. This guy had found the spider eggs that the giant spider had left behind, two of them when he was absorbing the earth vein spirit liquid inside the cave. Without saying a word, this person directly threw away all the clothes inside the backpack in order to take away all these spider eggs. Seeing as it's New Year's Eve, it's really time to go home, but I have to run some errands before I do. Yifeng took Wan Tianle back to Five Elements City after saying a word. Another familiar hotel stay. Wan Tianle had been so tired lately that he entered the hotel at 10 o'clock in the morning and lay down to sleep. Yifeng, on the other hand, went out and retransformed into Maple Leaf when he was almost at Yalin's forge. Jingle bells. The store door was pushed open, making a pleasant windy chime. Song Chuanya, who was originally roaming around without care, looked up after seeing that it was Yifeng who was first stunned, then asked with a face full of surprise and excitement, "Is Senior Maple Leaf short of money again and wants to sell us some good materials?" "No. I'm going to take over your forge for a while. I'm going to build a weapon for my friend." Song Chuanya, who had heard the words, was first stunned, then immediately reacted to the fact that Senior Maple Leaf wanted to demonstrate their forging method. How dare she hesitate? Song Chuanya hurriedly told her master Chiu Lin, who also rushed over. They are now at a loss as to how to build that piece of fine iron to its fullest potential, and now that Maple Leaf is going to forge weapons at their place, it's a godsend. Yifeng was already standing in the forging room when Chiu Lin arrived and started to study the forging equipment here. Temperature testing instruments, quality testing instruments, fast freezers, polishing machines, cutting machines and other modern instruments. A bunch of fancy stuff. Yifeng somewhat disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then directly came to the front of the most primitive iron felt, beside which there was a water tank. This water just is transparent and is made of special transparent crystal, so you can clearly see anything inside the tank. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, the water inside the tank directly evaporated, and then in the midst of the duo's somewhat puzzled gazes, Yifeng began. With a flip of his hand, the dragon essence iron appeared in his hand. The dazzling golden iron flashed the eyes of the two of them a little stinging. Bam! The dragon essence iron was thrown by Yifeng into the middle of the water tank that no longer had any water. The flames rose up, and although the flames were very hot, the water tank was not affected even a little. Soon after this, dragon essence iron turned into a golden liquid under Yifeng's flame burning. Chapter 20, Returning Home. Originally, this transparent tank was meant to scrutinize the changes of the materials in the water, so they could easily see everything that was happening inside the tank. 3 different pieces of metal were thrown into the fire by Yifeng and quickly melted and fused with the dragon essence iron to form the prototype of a sword. He also took out the hilt that had been prepared long ago, and shortly afterward the sword body and the hilt fitted perfectly to form a half-finished long sword. The long sword was placed on the anvil by Yifeng, and then Yifeng's fists kept pounding on the scorching sword, and the speed was getting faster and faster, faster and faster, to the extent that the two of them could hardly see Yifeng's movements after using their eyes, and they could only see a trail of residual shadows intertwined together. It was a full half hour of fighting. Yifeng closed his hand and the iron felt suddenly turned into iron powder. In fact, the anvil had already been unable to carry the first blow long ago, only that Yifeng was using his spiritual power to maintain and not immediately crumble. Take out a cloth and wipe the sword lightly. The sound of swords piercing through the houses could even be heard throughout the entire Five Elements City. Taking out the prepared sheath, His first weapon in this world was complete. This, Xiao Lin's pupils contracted. This was the first time she had heard and seen such a plain but stunning forging method. Thanks for the help. Yifeng put away his long sword and cupped his hands to thank him after turning around to leave. Wait, senpai. Can you tell me the name of this sword? Yifeng turned his head to look at Song Chuanya with a faint smile and said, This sword is named Dragon Abyss. Yifeng left, but neither of the two women had recovered from the shock they had just experienced. It was only after a long time that Song Chuanya reacted and said, Just now, did Senior Maple Leaf say that this sword was for his friend? He said he only has one friend in this world. That person is called Yifeng. I checked the cell phone number. It's from Pengcheng City, and that Yifeng is a high school student. He is a famous fire mage. This person has such a good relationship with seniors. His future prospect is unlimited. You and I mustn't be offended either. Xiao Lin's eyes actually have a flash of envy. If she can get the senior instruction to learn the profound forging art, even if she is allowed to pour out all what can be done. The train station said goodbye to Van Tenra. Yifeng looked at today's Pengcheng. The snow was heavy and it was already late winter. Walking on top of the snow, he was surprisingly a little homesick. I don't know if my parents will be able to come back to spend New Year's Eve with them this year. Bought a pack of cigarettes from the store. Standing on the street after lighting it, looking at the snow falling in the air, he remembered his last life. The road to cultivating immortality is long, and he soared all the way up from the mortal world. Step by step, he walked up the steps to become the legendary God Emperor. Is he happy to be the God Emperor? No. There was only endless loneliness and isolation after becoming a God Emperor. Home. It was a luxury he had looked up to before. He couldn't remember what his parents looked like in his last life, but they seemed to resemble his parents in this life. Perhaps this was the compensation the heavenly Tao gave itself for guarding the broken immortal realm. Smoke burns out. Yifeng took out the key and opened the door. However, he couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the person sitting on top of the living room couch. It was a young girl with long hair down to her waist. The bright pearl was haloed. The beautiful jade was glistening, and there was a transcendent beauty hidden between the eyebrows. It was her white hair that was most attractive, and she could be called a flawless work of art, both in terms of her looks and her figure. So much for fairies coming down to earth. Yifeng was a bit mesmerized by what he saw for a while, but not because he was shocked by the other's beauty, but because this young girl looks like her. Yifeng had a red face when he was in the mortal world, and the two of them accompanied each other from the mortal world until the immortal world. Unfortunately, the God Emperor has only one person for ages, and in the river of time the red face eventually left him, and this young girl in front of me really seems like her. Ha! You're back, Lao. Yi Shuiying came out of the kitchen and was a little surprised to see Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and looked at the white-haired girl, but the other party did not even look at him. Older brother, she is my friend. Is what I told you before, Qi Xianbing. Our parents are not able to come back this year for New Year's Eve, so I simply call her over to spend New Year's Eve together. There are many people lively well. This name Yifeng had a memory. Yi Shuiying came over to live with him in 5th grade, and this Qi Xianbing she did mention, saying that she was her best friend. You've got a pretty friend here. Smoother than you can be, right? Yifeng said with a smile and then walked into the room, while Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, was chattering at the back like an old mother chanting about Yifeng. You heartless thing. I cook and wash your clothes every day, and you talk about me like this. Do you even have a conscience? Ha ha ha. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he reached out and nodded Yi Shuiying's forehead before closing the door. Yi Shuiying made a face at Yifeng's room door. Slightly. Stinky old brother. Like you will definitely not be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Yi Shuiying left from Yifeng's door made it to Qi Xuanbing's side. Qi Xianbing, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile after Yi Shuiying sat down and said, This is Uncle Yi Long's son? It's really two extremes from Uncle Yi Long's character. Who says it isn't? Xianbing, do you have any way to change this character of my old brother? I don't know why I just felt as if he has turned into that swinging look again before. Yi Shuiying looked at Qi Xianbing helpfully, while Qi Xianbing shook his head. Rotten mud can't help the wall. Even if his talent is high, without that heart it's still just a rotten wood after all. He definitely won't have great achievements in the future. Ugh. Yi Shuiying, who heard the word, sighed helplessly. Dinner. Yi Shuiying made a sumptuous feast to welcome her old brother home. Yo, still remembering what I like to eat. Not bad for my good sister. Deep in my heart. Yi Shuiying, who heard Yifeng's compliment, could not help but raise her slightly flat chest. Humph. Knowing my good intentions, then why don't you still work hard to become stronger so that I can say it out in the future with face? It's impossible to make an effort. Not in this life. Yi Feng said with a smile while eating. Yi Shuiying, who heard this, was just about to get angry when she saw Yi Feng throw an object to her. After rushing to catch it, she realized that it was actually a silver bracelet. This is a middle-ranked magical artifact I stumbled upon out in the field. It can increase the speed of ice magic condensation. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Yi Shuiying looked at the bracelet in her hand and first froze. Then her eyes turned red and a little moist. You've finally grown up to understand. Old brother. Yi Shuiying kept shaking Yi Feng's shoulders as if a mother saw her child finally grow up and become a man. And the prodigal son returned to filial piety to his parents. Yi Feng was speechless. Was he very ignorant in the past? Chapter 21 New Year. After dinner, Yi Shuiying cleaned up the dishes, while Yi Feng went back to the bedroom. Lying on the windowsill and smoking a cigarette, he was in a somewhat mixed mood today. Why is it a coincidence that there is a young girl who looks so similar to her? Yi Feng finished smoking and walked out of the bedroom to find Qi Xianbing sitting on the living room sofa reading a book and drinking tea. Yi Feng sat down across from him and said with a smile, "Beauty interested in chatting?" Yi Shuiying in the kitchen noticed the scene and raised an eyebrow. It was the first time she had seen her oldest brother initiate an opening with a woman of his age. She stopped scrubbing the dishes and hid behind the door to observe in secret. "I'm not interested in talking to someone like you. Don't hit on me. I'm not interested in you." Qi Xianbing's tone was bland with ice coldness. Yi Feng smiled at the words and the smile on his face didn't change, but he got up and said, "All right." Wandering back to the bedroom, Yi Feng sat on the chair and looked at the snowy moonlit sky outside the window. The original confusion and excitement in his eyes was gone. Sure enough, it's not her. Even if she reincarnated how many times and recognized me or not, she definitely wouldn't say such words to someone who has no grievance. Yi Feng lay down on the chair and slowly closed his eyes, but he soon reopened them again. The corners of his mouth turned up and his hands rested behind his head. It was only at this time that he suddenly realized that compared to that Qi Xianbing who looked so much like her, it seemed like this cousin of his was more like her. I took care of her all my life in my last life, and I'm taking care of me in this life? What's the point of thinking so much? Yi Feng got up and came to the front of the computer, then opened the phone. New Year's Eve. Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying were busy in a frenzy. Yi Feng helped Yi Shuiying to cook together while Qi Xianbing was still sitting on top of the sofa looking at a book. The current Yi Feng had completely ignored Qi Xianbing, a skinny person that was familiar to him, and without the added benefit of his looks, Yi Feng's attitude towards him was naturally much colder. To be honest, Yi Feng nonetheless did not have any good feelings towards Qi Xianbing, and even had some disdain for him. As a guest, or as his sister's best friend, he had done nothing to give him the cold shoulder. Probably because of his personality and usual habits. Yi Feng could understand, but her own sister, taking such good care of her and shushing her, could be said to truly consider her a friend. And her? No half-assed indication. Still acting like you guys have nothing to do with me. As soon as she herself had some verbal contact with the other person, she seemed to think that she had thoughts about her. With a look of "you don't deserve me. I can't see you. Don't dip the bottom, man. I got you a banana stick hammer." Looking at his sister's face, Yi Feng chose to ignore this person. Alas, it has gone by so quickly. Another year has passed. Yi Shuiying sighed as she cut the vegetables. Yi Feng, who had heard the words, nodded and said, "Yes, time really flies." At New Year's Eve dinner, 3 people sat at the table. The countdown inside the TV begins. Outside the house, fireworks were flying and firecrackers were going off. The countdown is over. A new year has begun. Happy New Year, old brother. Xianbing. Yi Shuiying laughed and cheered. Yi Feng followed suit, while Qi Xianbing still had that same cold look. After dinner, Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying went out for a walk. "Happy New Year, old brother. Here's my New Year's gift for you." Yi Shuiying handed a magic card to Yi Feng, which caused Yi Feng to stare in disbelief. Yi Shuiying, on the other hand, heatedly smiled, revealing her small tiger teeth. "I've long since realized that you actually have the habit of collecting magic cards at some point, old brother. This beginner-level magic card is something that took me a lot of effort to get. Isn't this a good gift? It's really good." Yi Feng smiled faintly and after receiving the magic card took out a jadeite jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Yi Shuiying. "The gift I gave you before was just a souvenir I brought back for you from my travels outside. This is the real New Year's gift." It was a jadeite jade pendant with Yi Shuiying's name written on it, and it had a spell formation on it that could protect Yi Shuiying in a critical situation. And there was also a teleportation function. Yi Feng could come to his sister's side at any time through this jade pendant. Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, was first stunned then joyfully received the jade pendant, very happy. Looking at Yi Shuiying, who was full of excitement, Yi Feng was in a happy mood. Although they were only cousins, Living together for so many years had long been no different from being siblings. The god emperors he was unattached, and now that he is attached, he feels not bad. The streets were quiet and peaceful at night, and the smell of gunpowder from exploding firecrackers and fireworks filled the air. Homes are lit up and a lone figure walks slowly down the street. The lone figure seemed so harsh and prominent in the city. Ha, Tengoku? Yi Feng, who was walking on the street, was a little surprised when he suddenly noticed the lonely back in front of him. Yikes! Feng! Wan Tianla twisted his head happily after hearing Yi Feng's voice, and the two of them smiled at each other. Yi Shuiying beside Yi Feng naturally recognized Wan Tianla and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, Tianla, why are you alone outside? I was bored at home, so I thought I'd come out for a stroll. You're in trouble with your family? Don't get angry with your family, they're all cutthroats. I'm the only one in my house. Wan Tianlu scratched his head and smiled. Hearing this, Yi Shuiying first froze and hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's okay, I don't care. Wan Tianlu had a disinterested attitude. Yi Feng sighed in his heart. The day before the two of them went out on a trip, Wan Tianlu buried his departed grandfather with his own hands. He's an orphan, and according to him, he was picked up from the cemetery by his grandfather. With such a body, but living such a cheerful life, it made Yi Feng couldn't help but feel admiration. Tianlu, have you eaten yet? I made too many dishes today, so I'll go back and reheat them for you, as long as you don't mind. Really? That's great. Wan Tianla laughed heartily. Just like that, Yi Feng's siblings went out a door and picked up a Wan Tianla back. After eating, Yi Feng himself let Wan Tianla sleep in the same room with himself. It's been an interesting year. Yi Feng cried and laughed in his heart. Then he closed his eyes and slept. The third day of the new year, Qi Xianbing left. Still looking. People are leaving. Yi Feng glanced at the slightly dazed Wan Tianlu, somewhat speechless. He really couldn't understand what was so good about this Qi Xianbing that he could make Wan Tianlu fall in love at first sight. Wan Tianlu, who heard the words but coughed and whispered, Yi Feng, she's really pretty. Little old me is really moved. It would be good if I can marry such a beautiful woman in the future. Just think about it. Yi Feng nodded Wan Tianli's forehead, but in his heart, he was not amused. Chapter 22, Awakening the Second Lineage. 1 Kuno year later. Senior year is approaching graduation. The recess bell rang. Li Mubai directly rushed out of the classroom without saying anything. 5 minutes later, a forlorn-looking man returned and resumed his seat. How many times has this happened? Wan Tianla asked Han Yi with some curiosity. 8th time. He's been rejected 8 times since he started confessing his love this semester. Han Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The second semester of his senior year is approaching graduation. Li Mubai is afraid that he will never see his crush Nye Sini again, so he started to confess madly, and then get rejected like crazy. This guy also has perseverance down to a science. I cracked. Why is it because I'm not good enough? Li Mubai faced despair. His love is not yet started to end. Suddenly he thought of something, and with glowing eyes, he looked at the three of them and asked, if I remember correctly, the three of you have already broken through to the middle-ranked mages, right? The three of them nodded their heads gently at the words. They had all just recently made a breakthrough. I'll find someone. We don't need a high school test before we awaken the second faculty. Now, after saying that, Li Mubai went straight to the restroom to make a call. The three of them simultaneously shrugged breathlessly after looking at each other. Li Mubai was also a ruthless person, and actually really got them the channels and qualifications to awaken the second lineage in advance. Inside the awakening room, a middle-aged man placed 4 diamond-shaped light blue crystal stones in the hands of the 4 people. This thing is the awakening stone. They've used this stuff before and it's not unfamiliar. Who's first? Brothers? Li Mubai asked. Han Yi, who heard the words, directly opened his mouth. Asterisk. I'll go first. Han Yi closed his eyes and gripped the awakening stone in his hand to carefully perceive the magic energy in his body. A dazzling blood-colored light appeared. The middle-aged man could not help but stare at this. System? Doesn't it stand to reason that systems would only appear within the first lineage? The middle-aged man was a bit puzzled, but the other 3 didn't care, and instead felt very deserving. The second Li Mubai began to awaken. Dazzling light cyan light appeared. Wind system. Good lord. The already lewd one got even more lewd this time. It's the third turn for Wan Tianlu. Everyone was more curious about this guy whose first awakening was the summoning lineage, and the second lineage would awaken above. Soon the light green glow lit up. Dark green is wood-based, while light green is ********. Healing. The 3 exclaimed in shock. Good lord. So there are just two auxiliary type departments within the department. A summoning department that is more on the auxiliary side, and a healing department that is a proper auxiliary. Ah Lu. Wan Tianla, who was a party to the incident, was likewise a bit shocked. Healing lineage with summoning lineage. Good lord. This is the first time in all my years of living that I've heard of someone awakening such a configuration. The middle-aged man rubbed his chin. These little guys could really surprise him. Now to the last person. Yi Feng's second faculty awakened. Everyone stared carefully at the awakening stone in his hand. They were all curious about what lineage Yi Feng would awaken. Yi Feng held the awakening stone and felt the magic energy in his body. He likewise had wondered what his second faculty would be. However, the awakening stone in his hand emitted a tremor, and it was clear that it had responded, but no light appeared. The situation left everyone on the field a little confused. Only the knowledgeable middle-aged man let out a foul mouth. Nima. Didn't it say that the space department would only have a tiny possibility of appearing within the high-ranking third department? Spatial. Li Mubai and Han Yi exclaimed out in shock at the same time. And only Wan Tianla and Yi Feng himself were dumbfounded. Soon after Li Mubai's explanation, the duo realized what was going on in the space department. The space department is generally a department that has a very small probability of appearing only when the third department is awakened at a high level, and is likewise the most mysterious of all the departments. Most of the magic in this department is related to space. It is an esoteric and mysterious department, and there are less than 50 mages who have awakened this department in so many years of Chinese history. And for those who awaken space in the second lineage, Yi Feng was definitely the first. So it is, Yi Feng suddenly realized. However, soon Li Mubai said to Yi Feng in a grave tone, "Brother Feng, I know you don't like trouble. The space department is very easy to attract other people's attention, especially all kinds of families and also forces. The less people know about your ability to be a space department, the better, understand?" "Of course I understand." Yi Feng nodded his head to show that he understood, then added, "In the future, when people ask me what the second department is, I'll just say Thunder Department." After saying that, Yi Feng rubbed an arc of electricity in his hand with magic energy mixed with aura. The scene gave the trio a dumbfounded look. "I forgot to tell you guys. I actually awakened 2 faculties during my first awakening. It's just that I'm usually tired enough of using fire. I've been too lazy to use thunder." When Yi Feng said this, Li Mubai and Han Yi directly went crazy. "Genius! What kind of genius is this?" Li Mubai held his head and cried out, while Han Yi growled, "Damn it! Why would such talent be in a person who is this posh and lazy? The most detestable thing about this person is that he's still my buddy. I can't beat him up." Looking at the frenzied duo, Yi Feng and Wan Tianla looked at each other and decided to stay away first. Li Mubai sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the person he found this time was their family's beloved and would not leak Yi Feng's matter. Otherwise he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was so dumbfounded that he hadn't reacted until now. Time passes quickly, the college entrance exams are over, and the acceptance letters are coming down. Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying took the same university, East Region Magic Academy. Li Mubai, Wan Tianla, and Han Yi were also students of the East Region Magic Academy just like them. Sitting at home stretching, he decided to stay at home for 2 months during his rare summer vacation. After all, he would have fewer chances to stay at home after going to college. Demon God Temple, the main camp. Bunch of losers. The hall master of the Demon God Temple actually directly smashed the coffee table in anger after reading the news from Pengcheng. "Hao Tian, there is a limit to our patience. Since you are unable to take Peng City and serve up what we want, then it's time for us to make our move." A hoarse voice came from behind the hall master. A humanoid demon race whose body was covered in green scales slowly walked out from the dark depths of the passageway. This demon race was 3 meters tall, covered in green scales, with a pair of dark green bat wings behind it, a head with 2 horns, and 2 pairs of narrow eyes with blood-red eye whites. There was also a tail behind him, swinging from time to time, and a mouth of fangs was even more hideous and oozing. The scarlet tongue stuck out and licked his sharp claws, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. One of the 12 protectors of the demon clan, Ghost Wing Demon King. Chapter 23 Riot in Pengcheng. Hao Tian looked at the gradually departing Ghost Wing Demon King, and his heart had sunk to the bottom. Their demon god's palace attacking Peng City was the best outcome for the humans, because they were still human after all. But if it's the Ghost Wing Demon King who takes Pengcheng, then Pengcheng will definitely turn into a dead city. Moreover, the Ghost Wing Demon King was one of the 12 guardians of the demon clan, and so far no human had ever killed a guardian. Previously, when the demon race made a slight move, The humans were already defenseless, although their demon god temple was on the side of the demon race. But to put it bluntly, they are human beings after all and have a bottom line. If they occupy the human realm, the humans can still survive, and the real strongest of the demon race strikes, then they will. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the human race is finished. Hao Tian sat down on the chair in a disheveled manner. The demon race attacked more worlds than just the blue star. They wouldn't attack the blue star wholeheartedly, and they were willing to watch the human race kill each other, which was why the demon god's palace had appeared. But if there was no more demon god's temple, the demon race lost its fun, and the demon race really attacked, then the end of humanity would come. Ghostwing Demon King. No one in the global human race can defeat it. Its killing will never end once it starts. Is the human race going to perish after all? The Ghostwing Demon King walked into the teleportation portal between the demon realm and Blue Star and returned to the demon realm amongst his own territory. My soldiers, come with me to slaughter the human race. The Ghostwing Demon King folded his wings and flew high. Tens of thousands of Ghostwing demons flew out from their nests. Although these Ghostwing demons were only the lowest level Ghostwing demons, the worst one possessed the strength of the middle rank. The Ghostwing Demon King let out a hiss, and tens of thousands of Ghostwing demons hissed at the same time. 3 days later, Peng Chang. There was a sudden sharp and anxious alarm in the testing room of the military zone. The calm military area instantly flashed with alarm bells, and the color red spread throughout the entire military area. Spatial anomaly detected. It's a teleportation array of the demon race. The location of the demon race's teleportation array is determined to is the entire Peng City. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Everyone in the military region couldn't help but look at the sky above Pengcheng at the same time, and in the next moment their pupils contracted and a sense of despair rose to their hearts. In the afternoon, Yifeng returned to school to finish taking graduation photos. Walking off campus, they will henceforth be completely out of high school and on to a bigger stage. Just as the remaining three were thinking about the future, Yifeng raised his head sharply and his eyes flashed with a flash of surprise at that time. What's that? Someone around them noticed the sky was different. The people other than Yifeng looked up. Then their pupils contracted and froze on the spot. The blood-colored array shrouded the entire sky of Peng City, and a bloody odor filled the air from it. Everyone stopped to look at the blood-colored array in the air, and it was at this time. Buzz! An alarm bell rang in Pengcheng. Level 1 alert. Danger of city destruction. Han Yi blurts out, and the moment the alarm goes off, the originally calm Pengcheng is suddenly thrown into a fit of panic. The demon race. It must be the demon race that launched an attack on Peng City. Why? Isn't Pengcheng far from the border? Why is it being attacked? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Crowds in the streets were already in disarray, and just at this time the fire police and other authorities had begun to direct the crowd to a safe zone. Phew! Tens of thousands of black shadows whistled out from the middle of the blood-colored array. It covered the sky with a demonic aura. A sense of despair and suffocation confused everyone. Weak humans, I'll give you a chance to struggle. In an hour I'll lead all my warriors to launch an attack in East City. If you can stop and kill our demon warriors, you still have a chance of survival. If you can't, death awaits you. Ha 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 ha. The Ghostwing Demon King did not appear, but his voice spread throughout Peng City. Han Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming bloodshot from the exertion. Damn demon race. Is it trying to show off their great power and make the people of Peng City feel desperate? Yifeng, Tian Lu, Mu Bai. Let's split up and evacuate the crowd. After all, we are at least middle-ranked mages. The three of them didn't say anything more after sniffing and looking at each other, just nodded their heads gently. The four men then scattered in four directions and rushed into the crowd. 40 minutes later, inside the security zone, Yi Shuiying was a bit anxious as she searched for Yifeng's figure inside the crowd of the safety zone, but she did not see Yifeng's voice. Older brother. Older brother. Yi Shuiying couldn't find Yifeng, couldn't help but shout loudly, but there was no answer. Don't worry. A person like your brother who thinks about swinging every day must be greedy and afraid of death. Maybe he's hiding and sleeping in the safe zone somewhere right now. It'll be fine. Niasini placed her hand on Yi Shuiying's shoulder at her side and softly comforted her. Well, it's going to be fine. My oldest brother, he's going to be fine. Yi Shuiying nodded heavily, but she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Both she and Niasini knew in their hearts that if Yifeng was the only one who wasn't in the safe zone, it was likely that he had found a quiet place to lie down. But the thing is, it's the four of them who are disappearing at the same time now. You must come back safely, old brother. Yi Shuiying prayed in her heart. At this time, Pengcheng East District. Still can't reach Maple? Chen Jindong inquired, while Suya shook her head helplessly. Alas, Maple Leaf couldn't be contacted a year ago. It looks like he should have already left Pengcheng. After all, there's really no need for someone with his kind of strength to stay here all the time. Chen Jindong sighed, and the rest of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team's teammates also revealed helpless expressions at the same time. All Pengcheng Hunter teams have all assembled. Tian Kuei stood in the center of the crowd and shouted loudly, "This battle is related to the survival of Pengcheng. Our sacrifice is not scary. What is scary is that those demons rushed into the safe zone and killed our wives, children and old children. For the sake of Pengcheng, for the sake of our families, we must rise up and fight back. This battle will be won. This battle will be won. This battle will be won." The crowd let out an earth-shattering cry. All of them had forgotten their fear at this time and only had the desire to fight. The military unit side was also shouting and cheering at this time. Mu Yunshan, the supreme commander of the military region, looked at the soldiers under his command and nodded gently. But then he looked at the blood-colored teleportation array in the sky. At this time, tens of thousands of demons were perched in the air, like the scythe of the god of death that would harvest people's lives at any time. Why? Why did the demon protector move out to attack Peng City? Why? Mu Yunshan's heart was a little desperate. As a mage of the highest level super rank, he knew the strength of the other party too well. The super order is also divided into classes. Doubling the magical energy possessed by a super ranked mage is 1 star, meaning that each star is exponentially more difficult to advance. And he was only 1 star. This demon protector was at least a 20-star existence, whereas the highest person in Huaxia was only 9 stars. Just when Mu Yunshan was a bit lost and thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Soldier Han Yi requests the commander's approval to enlist. Chapter 24 Riot in Pengcheng. Han Yi appeared behind Mu Yunshan. Mu Yunshan, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit shocked and just sighed helplessly. Han Yi, with your talent there's no need to take this risk. If you die, I won't really have the face to meet your grandfather and your parents. Even though there's a good chance I won't survive either. Mu Yunshan's eyes showed a trace of favor. This child was the one he watched grow up. What character he was still clear about. Commander, even if I were to hide in a safe zone, I would still fight if this place fell. It would be better to die on the battlefield rather than in a Jedi. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll agree for you to participate in this battle. Mu Yunshan nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of being Elder Han's grandson and Elder Han's son, the bloodlust is simply in the same vein. Hey, Han Yi, your kid wouldn't have forgotten about us. A slightly angry voice came. Han Yi, after hearing the voice, first froze, then turned his head and shouted, "Mu Bai, what are you doing here? Give me quickly back to safety." Han Yi's words came to an abrupt end as he saw not only Li Mu Bai, but also Yi Feng and Wan Tianlu. Ha. How can this kind of hilarity be without me? Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianla flashed a smile, his naive expression as usual. I can't let these demon clans destroy my home, or else how can I still homestead? Yi Feng similarly revealed a helpless smile and said, You guys, I don't care if you die on the battlefield. Che, who wants you to care? These demon clans are not enough to worry about. When we win this battle, we'll go eat barbecued meat. My treat. Li Mubai's face was lighthearted. Han Yi looked at the 3 people in front of him and twisted his head back to stop looking. Trying to control the tears in his eyes will not flow down. It's worth it to have a friend like that in this life. Mu Yunshan looked at the 3 teenagers that appeared before him but was a bit confused. He had arranged for Han Yi to enter the school, and he had naturally investigated these 3 people. But just because they had investigated, they didn't think they would dare to come here. That Wan Tianlu was just an ordinary person. But Li Mubai and Yi Feng had a big background. Li Mubai was the second son of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of the central region. A brocade-clad, Earth Emperor-like existence. Yet he willingly came to the battlefield because of Han Yi, his friend. Yi Feng's information was not authorized to be viewed even by him, and his background naturally needed no introduction. Han Yi, you really have made 3 good brothers. Mu Yunshan actually became somewhat envious of Han Yi at this moment. Arrive at the appointed time. All the ghost-winged demons in the sky had already gathered in the East City. On one side, there were humans, and on the other side, there were demons. Stupid humans, take a good look at how you were exterminated by our demon race. The ghost-winged demon king within the blood-colored array pointed his finger for an instant, and the satellite broadcast was forced to video open. All video equipment in the security zone began simultaneously broadcasting scenes from the east side battlefield. Soon, however, the video was abruptly cut off. Trying to confuse people. You think I'm going to let you get away with that? forcing off the satellite signal. Mu Yunshan revealed a cold smile. They were bound to lose this battle, but they mustn't let the outside world know what was happening here, thus causing panic and finally leading to the collapse of the human social order. Interesting. The Ghost-Wing Demon King stuck out his scarlet tongue, then stood up and waved his hand. Attack! Wipe out all the humans! Ow! The tens of thousands of Ghost-Wing demons simultaneously let out a hiss at the words and quickly impacted towards the human troops in front of them. Destroy the demon race! Protect my Huaxia! War broke out between the two sides in the center of the East End. The airborne fighters whizzed by, wanting to attack the downwind demonic beasts. However, several Ghost-Wing demons quickly surrounded and shot the fighters down. There was a flurry of gunfire and screams. Die for your master! Hani held a metal baseball bat in his hand and heavily struck the abdomen of a middle-ranked Ghost-Wing demon. At the same time, countless points of light whistled and hit the Ghost-Wing demon. Hiss! Two alabaster spiders tall enough to be a man led the undead creatures to help the other soldiers around them. The tens of thousands of Ghost-Wing demons faced more than 100,000 human mages instead of being afraid. However, the more they killed, the more courageous they became. A dozen or so people besieging a Ghost-Wing demon wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. The difference between the real otherworldly demon race and the local transformed demon race was just too great. Even if the opposite side was a middle-ranked demonic beast, it could still fight against several human middle-ranked mages at the same time. What's more, the opposite side is at least middle rank, and 1/10 of them are even high rank, which is a full 1,000, while on their human side, there are only a few middle rank, let alone high rank. Boom! Mu Yunshan was covered in dazzling lightning light and faced the enemy elites along with the other high-ranked mages. Between the fights, even he could hardly fight. The number of high-ranked demons was simply too much. It was simply not something he could fight against with a few high-ranked mages. Meanwhile, the other side of the middle-ranked battlefield, a Ghost-Wing demon collapsed heavily to the ground under the siege of 4 people. But soon 3 more Ghost-Wing demons that had successfully broken out came around them. Damn! It looks like I'm going to be planted here today. I'm just sorry for dragging you guys down with me. Hani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and felt more or less guilty in his heart. What's the point of saying that? We all came here of our own free will. And if we fail in this battle we won't be able to escape certain death. And it won't be easy to die on this battlefield. Li Mubai's body stood straight. Even if the enemy he would never retreat. That's right. Anyway, I, Wan Tianlu, have no attachments. And now that I can die on the battlefield defending my family and country it's considered a meaningful death. Who said we're going to die? Don't tell anyone about my strength, or I won't be able to stay home later. Yi Feng suddenly opened his mouth, and the Dragon Abyss sword had appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Pust! Blood splattered as Yi Feng's sword unexpectedly directly cut off a Ghost-Wing demon. Before the 3 of them could react, Yi Feng made 2 more swords. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already chopped off the heads of 2 Ghost-Wing demons. Phew! The Ghost-Wing demon in the air waved its wings, and demonic wind struck, carrying a powerful might. However, Yi Feng split the demonic wind with just a single sword. The 3 saw this with eyes wide open in disbelief. I forgot to tell you that I still awakened 2 faculties during my second awakening, and the second one was the system. Yi Feng smiled faintly. He was going to make a hit with this wind today. Look to the high-level battlefield in the sky. The main body is already here, right? Taoist law. Out-of-body incarnation. The one who was on the middle stage battlefield today wasn't Yi Feng's main body. It was just an avatar. Higher order battlefield. With a snort, Mu Yunshan's chest was slashed with a hideous blood scar by the Ghost-Wing demon. A dozen or so Ghost-Wing demons poured towards him in an overwhelming manner, looking as if they wanted to split him into pieces. The other high-ranking mages were now injured and crippled. Is Pengcheng really doomed to destruction? Mu Yunshan closed his eyes in some despair. And it was at this time. Had enough? Chapter 25 Riot in Pengcheng next. Yi Feng blocked in front of Mu Yunshan, and with a wave of his hand dozens of Ghost-Wing demons instantly turned into flying ash and burned out. This. Mu Yunshan pupil contraction full of disbelief. He is the closest distance. The most can feel just now that moment in front of the eyes of this mysterious man wearing a mask emanating from the horror of the breath. It's time for this fight to end. Yi Feng was dressed in green. This was the dress he wore when he was in the God realm, and the style of dress in this world today was out of place. The green-clothed figure flickered into mid-air. Before the crowd reacted to see Yi Feng's arm wave, all the Ghost-Wing demons burned up in a blazing fire and turned into flying ash. If it wasn't for the dilapidated city streets around them, People wouldn't even believe that a demon race had invaded before. Is this a dream they're having? The ghost-winged demon king couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this. When did humans have such a strong person? Yifeng looked at the blood-colored teleportation array in the air as if he was staring at the ghost-winged demon king. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, funny, really funny. A rampant laughter suddenly emanated from the scarlet teleportation formation, and the sound shook the heavens and spread throughout Ping City. Then a dark green figure flew out from the middle of the blood-colored array and locked eyes with Yifeng in the air. The two streams of mighty pressure rumbled against each other. All the people below actually felt breathless for a moment, and the fear of death rose in the bottom of everyone's heart. The ghost-winged demon king's wings swung, and hundreds of dark green wind blades whistled and rushed towards Yifeng at the same time. Feeling the power coming from the wind blade, Mu Yunshan could be sure that if it was himself facing one could not catch it. However, only a wave of Yifeng's hand was seen, and hundreds of wind blades instantly dissipated in the air. You are qualified to be my opponent. Yifeng's face under the mask revealed a flash of excitement. He could feel that the strength of the other party was almost equal to him in the late Jindan stage, and it was not easy for you to meet an opponent in this world. Arrogant human. The ghost-winged demon king turned into a green light and quickly swooped down towards Yifeng. Yifeng was not ambiguous either, transforming into a green light, and the ghost-winged demon king kept colliding and attacking in the air. Bang! 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 But in the blink of an eye the two of them had already made several moves against each other. Everyone on the ground couldn't believe what was in front of them at this point. What kind of being is this? Go to hell! The ghost-winged demon king emitted a burst of dark green demonic gas, and his body rapidly swelled into a 100-meter giant. That's who he is. Boom! Ghost-winged demon king swung out a fist. Yifeng pinched his hands and a wave of righteousness surged out from his body like a shocking sea wave, turning into a sky full of sword shadows to meet the ghost-winged demon king. Everyone pull out of the east side. Mu Yunshan shouted loudly. Those who were still in a frozen state only reacted at this time. The battle today was no longer something they could participate in. Without any hesitation, everyone withdrew from the east city as fast as they could. By the time they had withdrawn from the east city, Yifeng had already fought with the ghost-winged demon king 5 times. The two were surprisingly evenly matched for a while, unable to distinguish between victory and defeat. The hot blood that had been silent for an unknown number of years burned again, and Yifeng's eyes were filled with a desire to fight. Human, I admit you're strong, but I'm stronger. The ghost-winged demon king stomped the ground heavily, and the entire Ping City was like an earthquake, and the already dilapidated buildings in the east city now started to collapse one after another. A dozen or so 100-meter light pillars formed by green demonic chi emerged from the ground, trying to exterminate Yifeng. However, if Yifeng only had this much strength, then his previous life as a god emperor would have been in vain. Dharma, heaven and earth. Yifeng's hands struck out Dao seals, and a flash of golden light shone down. Boom! The green light pillar instantly disappeared, and in its place was a 100-meter golden light giant, a golden armor, holding a golden longsword. His skin and eyes were also dazzlingly golden. This was what he looked like as a god emperor in his last life in the divine demon battlefield. The people who had withdrawn from the east side didn't go far, and they were all watching the battle. The appearance of the golden light giant was like the descent of a saint, representing that mankind would finally put an end to this painful and chaotic world. Boom! The two of them exchanged punches with a loud noise. Yifeng, who had opened the Dharma heaven and earth, was at full strength. Withdrawing his steps back, the golden longsword in his hand swung out. The ghost-winged demon king lifted his wings and 3 demonic spells were struck at the same time. Tens of thousands of green bats appeared out of nowhere to surround Yifeng. Flying sands and rocks, wild winds raging, countless wind blades hitting Yifeng, but he didn't care. Those green bats also turned into flying dust after coming into contact with the golden light. Ow! The ear-piercing roar instantly reduced the building's brickwork to rubble. In the face of such an attack, Yifeng remained unmoved, only withdrawing the long sword that he had intended to swing over and changing it to a straight thrust. One sword breaks all laws. The golden sword chi instantly penetrated the ghost-winged demon king's body, a face full of disbelief and shock. It can't be. This is impossible. Why is there such a horrible existence like you in this human world? The ghost-winged demon king let out a roar as his body quickly dissipated as if it were the darkness of dawn. Click! The blood-colored array in the air disappeared and was replaced by the setting sun. We won? We won! A cheer went up from all who saw the battle. Hani was even dancing around like a gorilla. And the other two weren't much better. Wan Tianlu even picked up his alabaster spider and gave it a fierce kiss. Only Yifeng had a faint smile on his face. The crowd of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team revealed a bitter smile as they looked at Yifeng, who had cancelled his FA Tianxiang Di. So he's actually this strong. No wonder he always feels so mysterious. What a fascinating man. Suya shook her head and smiled bitterly while Chen Jindong sighed. His power is obviously not that of a mage. That demon chieftain is right. How could we Blue Star humans have such a powerful existence? I'm afraid this is neutral by the look of him. If the trouble hadn't gotten to him, how could he have stepped in? Everyone thought it was over. However, who knows? Just at this time, the originally cloudless sky at this time even quickly condensed dark clouds. Blink of an eye, dark clouds enveloped the entire Peng City. The crowd that had just been cheering under the dusk couldn't help but freeze in unison. And only Yifeng revealed a helpless bitter smile. I didn't expect that as a result of the fight just now, he would break through to Yuaning. Raising his head to look at the robbing clouds in the air, Yifeng didn't have a bit of fear. A white heavenly thunder suddenly fell. Yifeng did not go to hide but instead greeted towards the heavenly thunder. The scene looked silly to everyone. In a month's time, Peng City could no longer be seen to have ever been invaded by the demon race. It's as if everything is calm again. Yuaning heavenly tribulation. The entire East District was transformed into a thunderfield. The heavenly tribulation ended, and no one knew exactly who that person was and where he was going. Chapter 26 Ancient Ruins of Pengcheng. Demon World. Imperial Palace. The Demon Emperor looked at the soul lamp that had gone out, and he understood that the ghost-winged Demon King was dead. I really didn't expect that this blue star would still have an existence that could exterminate the ghost-winged Demon King. The Demon Emperor did not order any more stronger protectors or generals to go to the blue star to avenge the ghost-winged Demon King. Instead, he told the demon race of the demon realm to leave this blue star alone lately. There were hundreds of worlds that their demon race had invaded, and the blue star was just one of the most insignificant existences. It was uncertain what the strength of that being was now, and when the time came to conquer and destroy a few other worlds, they would then focus on this blue planet. Inside the bedroom, Yifeng looked at the magic card in his hand painted with the image of the ghost-winged Demon King. Fortunately he broke through to the Yuaning will be the magic card and this guy's soul and the power to transform. Otherwise you'd really be losing out on such good magic card material. He had discovered before that magic cards could only absorb existences below the super rank, and super rank existences could not be controlled by ordinary magic cards at all. Of course, this kind of problem is just a small problem for him to solve casually. Older brother, there's still a month before school starts, so hurry up and cultivate. The East Region Magic Academy is not something you can graduate from by just touching a fish. The familiar nagging voice came. Yifeng revealed a helpless bitter smile and casually replied. Place the Ghostwing Demon King's magic card among the card catalogs and add another one to the collection. Now he had 2 super rank cards and 12 high rank cards in his hands. The high-level magic cards were mainly all gotten from killing demonic beasts in the dragon vein. He had long heard that some people had made magic cards into a game style, except that not many people played them in their second tier near third tier city. After all, people who play magic cards are rich. It's the first tier cities that have regular tournaments and offline groups, but supposedly you have to have 20 to meet the minimum game participation criteria. Surely, 20 magic cards he must have enough. Putting the card book away. At this time Yifeng's cell phone suddenly rang. This turned out to be a strange call. A mature woman's voice came out from inside after the connection. Excuse me, is this Yifeng? That's right, it's me. Hello, my name is Chuenya-son. It was Maple Leaf who told me to call you if I was going to be in trouble and you could find him. Oh, you mean my master. What's the matter directly? Song Chuenya on the other side of the phone sniffed but couldn't help but stare. Master? This Yifeng was actually Feng Ye's disciple. It's like this. I'm looking for your master to ask if there's any way is it possible to maximize that fine iron thunder pattern and fire pattern that he sold us. That's all it is. You guys have been studying it for over 2 years and haven't come up with anything. Yifeng cried and laughed a little, then said smoothly, use fire and thunder to excite during the forging. Then use these 2 forces at their peak to find a magic array master to set up a magic array on it and it's done. You also know the art of forging? Aha! That's really great. I've heard that you've been accepted into the East Region Magic Academy, and I'm the teacher of the East Region Magic Academy's forging class, so you should definitely take my class when the time comes. Until then, Yifeng hung up the phone and got up to leave the house. After his divine sense became stronger, he suddenly discovered an existence inside Peng City that he hadn't found before. The reason why the demon race was so obsessed with Peng City was because of this place by the looks of it. Other side. Song Chuenya's face was still hard to hide her excitement after she hung up the phone. I didn't expect that Senior Maple Leaf would take Yifeng as a disciple. If that was the case, Then he must have another world's inheritance forging. They, Huaxia, would inevitably have an incomparably powerful forging master in the future. Yifeng came to the place under the divine sense sweep. In coming to this place could not help but stare. Not because it has been turned into a construction site being excavated. But, isn't this the home of Nima Wan Tianlu? Thinking back to half a month ago when Wan Tianlu told himself that he was rich because his house had been demolished. He's become a demolisher. Tianli's grandfather owns a whole mausoleum which was given to Wan Tianlu after his death. And now this mausoleum along with Tianli's house is being demolished. The money given is naturally imaginable. Could it be that someone has already discovered this place? With a sweep of his divine sense, Yifeng realized that someone had already entered that relic underground. Stroking his chin, he decided to go in first before those people entered the center of the ruins. The figure disappeared and Yifeng instantly arrived at the depths of the ruins. Phew! The flame ignites and lights all the torches in the Hall of Relics. It was a relic space the size of a soccer field that looked like a sky-hot cave, but it was filled with signs of artificial excavation. In the center of the ruins are two stone statues. One was a demonic gargoyle and the other was a human gargoyle. The demon was a full dozen meters tall, while the human was only about 1.7 meters. It was a woman in a long robe with her hands spread out like a saint. Opposite her was a humanoid monster with 2 wings on its back and 2 horns on its head, typical of a demon. The robed woman looked victorious, but it was clear that she was also running out of gas, while the demon across from her threw back his head and laughed despite sitting on the ground as if he were the loser. With Yifeng's cultivation level, he quickly saw that both the holy woman and the demon were stone statues transformed into flesh after death. The virgin's power was still there, while the demon had been reduced to this useless stone husk. Who are you? Suddenly just at this time a voice came from behind him. Yifeng turned his head and saw that it was a white girl with a veil who was looking at herself. Although he was wearing a veil, Yifeng could see through the girl's looks at a glance. Surprisingly good looking than even Qi Xianbing. And how he feels. This woman looks somewhat similar to the holy woman of this stone statue? I'm just a wanderer who came here by accident. Yifeng waved his hand quite unconcerned, then continued to observe the 2 stone statues. This is not a place where ordinary people should be. So get out of here and someone will escort you outside. Although the girl said so on her lips, but in her heart, she knew clearly that those who could come to this place silently could not be ordinary people. Hey, it's obviously me who got here first. Okay, forget it, too lazy to bother with you. You should be here for the power inheritance inside this stone statue. You can see the legacy of the goddess stone statue. The girl's face showed shock and disbelief. Even she, a descendant of the goddess and still a bloodline returner, was unable to see where the goddess inheritance was, so how did he see it? Don't talk so much nonsense and be abrasive. If you want this inheritance, just say so. This inheritance is of no use to me anyway. Yifeng was a bit impatient. Then he took a few steps and punched the stone statue. A crystal was picked up and thrown to the girl. Chapter 27, The Violet Spirit. What are you doing? Why are you breaking the stone statue of the goddess? The girl was a little excited, while Yifeng said with some tears and laughter, Are you stupid in the head? The inheritance crystal is inside this stone statue. How can you get it without breaking it? Yifeng finished speaking and walked over to the girl, reaching out and pushing with his finger on her brow. Think with your head from now on, will you? The girl sniffed for a moment, and at the same time, she was a little angry at how this guy had just met him. Hooligans! Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave, the girl reacted at this time and hurriedly asked, Who exactly are you? Why did you find this relic? Me? My name is Yifeng, a student who just graduated from high school with a penchant for the secondary world and enjoys being an otaku. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and finished his speech with the intention of leaving. The girl, however, quickly ran to Yifeng's side at this time and said in surprise, You are Uncle Yilong's son, Yifeng? Ha? You know that asshole my old man? Yifeng sniffed and looked at the girl with some surprise. Marshal Yilong is a well-deserved hero of the human race. How can you scold him like that? Calling him names is light. He may be a competent marshal, but not a competent father. Yifeng coldly laughed. Living so many years he had barely seen much of this father of his. After the meeting the other party badmouthed him, saying that he was uneducated and unmotivated. Although he did understand that his father was hating him, he just looked at him with displeasure for some reason. The girl immortal who heard the words was silent, looked at Yifeng, sent to pull his hand and said, Hello, my name is Ziling. Uncle Yi mentioned you in front of me before. It looks as if you are not as bad as he said. No, I'm that bad. I'm done with you. I should get back to my game. Yifeng turned to leave, but Ziling did not follow him over, but clenched her hands together somewhat tangled. Yifeng directly used his spiritual power to carve out a passageway from the ruins until the bedroom of Wan Tianli's original house. That way no one would suspect that he had used any special means to get in. At night, Yifeng sat in his bedroom and watched anime while smoking. Watching is cool Yi Shuiying but at this time suddenly knocked on the door and shouted to Yifeng inside the house. Older brother, don't play the game. Auntie called me and said that there will be an important guest coming over tonight, so that you can clean up yourself properly. A guest is a guest. It's none of my business. Yifeng didn't care. Nothing was as important as watching anime right now. Besides, what kind of important guests could come to their house? Just as Yifeng was about to continue his leisurely life of happily chasing fans, he heard the door click and was opened with a lock from outside. Then he saw Yi Shuiying, who came in raging to kill. I'll pack it up. I'll pack it up. Yifeng was so shocked that he got up and turned off the computer and started to wash and change his clothes. He could tell just now that Yi Shuiying was clearly angry. If he didn't move himself, he suspected the other man would have to punch him in the face. 6 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, suddenly heard a knock at the door. Sis, open the door. Can't you move a few steps? Yi Shuiying gave Yifeng a blow to the head as she passed by the sofa. Then she walked to the door to open it. Yifeng did not bother to care about who came at the door. Anyway, the rain I have no melon. Picked up the teacup and took a sip. This tea has a good flavor, you can buy more in the future. Yeah, are you Ziling? It's true that it's just like what Auntie said. You're so good looking. Put. The tea that Yifeng drank into his mouth violently sprayed out, twisting his head to look at the doorway. Who else could it be if not the girl he ran into inside the ruins today? What is this? This is nifty, what's going on? You must be Yi Shuiying. Hello, I've come over to trouble you today. Violet Spirit didn't bring a veil. She only brought a veil at the ruins because the ruins were prone to be a bit dusty due to being closed for a long time. So what's the trouble? Come on in. Yi Shuiying barred Ziling into the living room, then pointed at Yifeng with a slightly disgusted look and said, "This is my stinky old brother Yifeng. We've already met today." Violet Spirit wore a faint smile then sat down opposite Yifeng. Through the somewhat overwhelmed jade hand, Yifeng could feel that she was a bit nervous. What are you doing in my house? How to talk? Yi Shuiying directly gave Yifeng a punch in the head, which hurt him and made him grimace. It's Aunt Qin who specially asked me to come over to meet you after she heard I was in Pengcheng. After all, I am your fiancé. Violet Spirit's face was torn, and her slightly flushed face indicated her shyness. Yifeng and Yi Shuiying first froze when they heard this, then a sentence at the same time. Yifeng directly Nima people stupid. When did he have more a fiancé? Isn't that bull? Yi Shuiying's reaction was even more agitated. Sister Violet Spirit, did you offend my eldest uncle and aunt over something? And what did you do that they were so angry that they let you be the fiancé of this trashy old brother of mine? No, I volunteered. Violet Spirit waved her hand and told the duo what had happened. It turned out that Yifeng's father, Yi Long, had saved Ziling, who had narrowly escaped death, in the middle of a demonic riot 3 years ago, because Ziling was injured and Yifeng's mother, Qin Yusin, was a top-tier healing mage. She had stayed by the duo's side to help them recover from their injuries. During that time, he heard about Yifeng, and knew that the couple was really relieved that Yifeng was an uneducated guy. So Ziling brought up this matter of marrying Yifeng in the future in order to repay the favor. Sis, aren't you being a little hasty in giving yourself away just like that? Yifeng's hand trembled as he held the teacup. Isn't that bull? How did you suddenly get a fiancé when you were fine? Not hasty at all. I've thought this through. The gift of saving my life is like regenerating my parents. It's the only way I can repay Uncle Yi Long and Auntie Yusin's kindness. Ziling hurriedly waved her hand while Yifeng and Yi Shuiying looked up at the ceiling. This girl is too damn simple. With all due respect, girl, isn't it too far to talk about marriage when you and I don't even have feelings for each other? It's okay, we can get married first and then slowly cultivate our feelings. Not to mention that we are still young and not old enough to get married. We can be boyfriend and girlfriend during this time to cultivate our feelings. Ziling looked at Yifeng with a smile like a flower. Yifeng just wanted to speak but was tapped on the shoulder by Yi Shuiying. Older brother, such a good girl, you will not bad people a piece of heart. You say right? Yi Shuiying's eyes were already carrying a murderous aura when she said this. It was obvious that if Yifeng said something like we are not suitable for each other again, Yi Shuiying would definitely send him to the hell to see the master with a punch. Chapter 28, Please behave yourself, miss. Meanwhile, on the other side. What? You let that girl Ziling go see Yifeng? Yilong's entire body was bad after hearing his wife's account. Well, that girl Ziling seems to have decided that the only way she can make up for our kindness is to be by our side as a son. Alas, it's a simple foolish child. Qin Yusen sighed helplessly after taking a sip of tea, her eyes filled with worry. Isn't this a waste of such a good girl? If I had known I wouldn't have kept scolding Yifeng, that uneducated little brat, in front of her. Yilong similarly sat on top of the sofa somewhat helplessly. Uneducated? You still know too little about our son. Lung, I'm his old man. Who knows him better than I do? Yilong was a bit unconvinced when he heard this, but he was instantly honest after being glared at by Qin Yusen, as if he was a meek kitten. All you know day in and day out is worrying about the country and killing the demon race, never bothering to seriously observe Yifeng. This child. Qin Yusen took a sip of tea and continued. I found out a long time ago. I don't know why. My son, after he heard about magic, although he looked very uninterested in it, but I could see that there was a very heavy disdain in his eyes. If someone is not interested in magic, this is not very strange, but disdain is a bit wrong. And if you think about it, many of Fenger's behaviors over the years, don't you have a feeling that they don't match his heart at the age he was at the time? Not to mention other things, just in the area of male and female feelings, shouldn't he be in his teens when he is in the throes of love? Yet you and I have never seen him show affection for that girl. And then there's the fact that no matter what comes his way, he's always that breezy. Is that how a child of that age should behave? So what you're saying is, Fenger definitely has things on his body that we don't know about, and may even be carrying something heavenly. I'm letting Ziling, this girl, go over to get closer, not only to make her feel less guilty in her heart, but likewise in the hope that she can help Fenger to make it easier for him. After all, he's my child. What kind of a mother doesn't worry about her own child? Qin Yusen looked out the window at the moonlight, a trace of worry rising in her heart. Yifeng, who seemed to be carrying something heavenly and responsible in his mother's mouth, was distressed at this time. There's no way not to be bitter. The originally happy and relaxed life of a geek was broken today by the sudden appearance of a so-called fiancé. Yifeng, at this time, if he knew what his mother was thinking, he would have to break his mouth. What responsibilities? What heavenly things? He just wanted to be a geek and live a little retirement. Was that hard? Ugh. Brain hurts. Yifeng, who managed to find a way to get rid of the pestering Yifeng, returned to the bedroom after lying on the bed. What is all this today? Oh heavenly way. Fate. Don't you dare to be more bloody. Knock knock. The door of the room was suddenly knocked, and Yifeng could not help but stare. Looking to the door of the room, he said, "Come in," with the door unlocked. The door to the room creaked open. Violet Spirit stood in the doorway holding the bedding slightly timidly. Shuang said for me to share a room with you, saying that it would promote bonding. Leaf Maple. 6. Absolute This old sister of his is really absolute This is afraid that after this village there is no such store. Must let himself take the girl who was sent to the door for nothing Don't you listen to Shui Ying's nonsense. What's it like for a little girl's family to share a room with me alone? Yifeng was really helpless. He was now a little confused about what his parents and old sister were thinking. Please behave yourself, girl. Yifeng directly covers the quilt to cover himself. As you like. Rain me no melon. Ziling looked at Yifeng, who had a sleeping appearance. Her face blushed, and finally thought about it, but still did not go. Instead, he directly hit the floor in Yifeng's bedroom. Yifeng did not object. After all, this would save his old sister from nagging him. Yifeng, why did you appear inside the ancient ruins today? Ziling began to run out of things to say. Yifeng couldn't sleep anyway, and was happy to see him chatting about other topics. That relic is underneath my friend's house, and I was helping him with his things, and I found a tunnel under one of his beds, and when I went in, I got to that relic, and then I saw the stone statue, and I saw you. So that's how it is. That said, I'm really thankful to you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have imagined in my life that the goddess inheritance item would be inside the stone statue. Yifeng, who heard the words, only reacted at this time and asked, "Right. Looking at you, it seems like you know what this relic is all about. Can you tell me about it? You're my boyfriend. You want to know things I know for sure, I'll tell you." Ziling revealed a smile at Yifeng, and her large watery eyes became two crescent moons at this time. Hey. I didn't promise to be your boyfriend. Not to mention it's only the first day we've known each other. So don't trample on yourself like that. Yifeng was truly speechless to the extreme. In reality, how could there be such a strange girl? Seeing that Yifeng did not want to continue discussing on this topic, Ziling changed the subject. In fact, the current human civilization is not the first human civilization. There was also a human civilization that existed 30 million years ago. it just didn't know why it was destroyed. This ancient civilization revered magic, and it could be said that the origin of magic was actually them. So this extinct civilization became known as the Ancient Law Civilization. According to the various ancient relic documents obtained now, an extremely powerful demon appeared 30 million years ago, and the demon spread diseases, deteriorated minds, and amplified the dark side of people's hearts. There is darkness and there is light. The goddess appeared and united the strongest people from other regions to die with the demons. Although the demons died, the demons spread various diseases and sinful thoughts before they died, and civilized societies began to gradually collapse amongst the internecine fighting until they were destroyed. After Ziling finished speaking, she looked at Yifeng, only to find Yifeng looking at the ceiling with slight emotion, then sighed. Do you know when humanity is at its most united? In the face of a strong enemy? Wrong. It's when it's for the same interest. Although I don't know the reason for the demise of the ancient law civilization, but I'm sure it's not because of the demons spreading diseases and ideas, but because all the strong people and demons died together. The interest cake appeared. In the beginning, it's a few hugging together and joining forces to gobble up the cake, but slowly, all people began to conceal the emergence of one power after another. Fighting each other for profit for a long time is the root of the demise. Chapter 29, Pengcheng Black Market. Yifeng finished with a cold smile on his face. He had lived for so many years and had seen too many things like this. Ziling fell into deep thought at his words, and when she wanted to retort, she realized that Yifeng had already fallen asleep. Auntie Chin is right. You are such an interesting person. Ziling looked at Yifeng's side face and fell asleep like this. Early the next morning, Ziling opened her eyes only to find that Yifeng was not in bed. Where are the people? Puzzled in her heart, Ziling went out to ask Yi Shuiying, who had also just gotten up, yet she didn't know that either, and was pretty shocked. Normally, old brother would hardly get up before 10 o'clock, but today he would get up so early and go out before 7 o'clock. That's really a strange thing. Yi Shuiying was a bit puzzled, but soon, after she saw Ziling's floor in Yifeng's bedroom, she instantly understood everything. Stinky old man. After half a day of messing around, the reason his oldest brother woke up so early today was actually because he was afraid that he would know that Ziling was living on the floor last night and that he would cut him down. And is that really the case? That's really it. Yifeng left from the home after a sigh of relief. Wait for when his cousin's anger subsides, almost he will go back. The morning market in Pengcheng is very lively, and Yifeng rarely comes over. The morning market sells a variety of things. Besides breakfast, there are all sorts of crafts and even magical artifacts can be seen for sale. Except that most of these magical artifacts are either fake or disabled. It's rare to see one complete. And they're all chicken. Or they're very expensive. Higher than market price. Ha! Feng! Suddenly a familiar and underhanded voice came from behind. Yifeng didn't even need to turn his head back to know who the owner of this voice was. Mubai, don't sleep in the morning. What are you doing at the morning market? Brother Feng, don't tell me you don't know about the black market in Pengcheng. Black market? Yifeng twisted his head to look at Li Mubai, who had already put his arm on his shoulder. He had never really heard of such a place as the black market after living in Pengcheng for so many years. Brother Feng, you really don't know about the black market. The black market in Pengcheng is all open in the morning and at night, from 5 to 8 in the morning, and then it's 12 to 2 in the middle of the night. The black market at night is all fooling laymen. Only the black market in the morning has good things, and a lot of them are good things that the market lets not allow to circulate, and some of the rare demon materials are even more readily available. So there's something good inside the black market that you want? That's not true. Mostly. Li Mubai put his mouth on Yifeng's ear and whispered, today's morning black market Niasini will be there. You know what I mean. Leaf maple. 6. I get it. You're not a crush dog, it's a lick dog now. You've ascended. Yifeng gave a thumbs up. So ironic words in Li Mubai's ears even became a compliment. Holding his head high with a very proud look, Yifeng was speechless. Under Li Mubai's leadership they arrived at a relatively remote store street in the morning market. Li Mubai led Yifeng to find the entrance to the black market after casually entering a store, and soon afterward came to a large underground trading market located underground and transformed into a large-scale underground trading market by the original abandoned air raid shelter. There were a lot of stores here that sold a wide range of things, and just like Li Mubai said, things here were almost all kinds of things that weren't easily available on the market. But although there are a lot of things here, the things that make Yifeng's heart flutter are really not. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Mubai twisted his head, and Yifeng was gone. After searching for half a day he found that Yifeng was squatting in front of a stall with his eyes glowing as he looked at the wide array of magic cards on the stall. Young man, you really have a vision. These magic cards of mine can be rare magic cards that cannot be seen on the market. If these low-order magic cards and do not have, I still have middle-order magic cards. The middle-aged male stall owner said to Yifeng with a smile on his face, while Yifeng was staring at these magic cards on the stall with his eyes. That's the joy of a card guy. Since when are you interested in things like magic cards? Feng? Li Mubai squatted beside Yifeng and asked with some doubts. I've always been interested. It's just that there are so few people who play magic cards in Penumbra. Magic cards are fuzz toys. Are you sure you want to get into it? It means there's no possibility. I've been in the pit for 3 years, Yifeng said while asking the boss if he had any middle-ranked magic cards. The owner didn't hesitate and just pulled out his collection. Boss, don't you have any spirit-type middle-ranked demonic beast magic cards here? What Yifeng was missing right now was the middle-ranked or higher spirit-type demonic beast magic cards. The boss sniffed but looked at Yifeng with a helpless face and said, Spirit demonic beasts are extremely rare. Not to mention the magic cards. It's not even easy to meet them. I'm afraid that if you want to get them, you'll have to go to the first tier of the big cities. Yifeng sniffed with some disappointment. Glancing at the cards, there were none he was interested in. Get up and leave, ready to continue hanging out in the black market. Come on, Feng. We should get down to business. Li Mubai said and led Yifeng to his goal this time. The black market auction. The black market auction has a rule that you must carry a mask to enter and only have a code name, not a name. The inside of the spacious auction room was already almost full. Yifeng and Li Mubai were number 168 and 169. Yifeng looked at his 168 number plate, and then looked around at all these people who were uniformly wearing masks and couldn't see their faces, and couldn't help but ask, Mubai, are you sure you can find out who Nyesini is? The girl with the beige trench coat in the third of the first batch is Nyesini. Li Mubai reached out and pointed at the back at the very front that was almost no longer visible and said, that you can even recognize. Of course, after all, no one can tell Nyesini's back better than I can. Li Mubai's enigmatic confidence came back, and Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. I get it. You've been rejected so much that you keep seeing a backstory. That's why you remember it so well. I guess. Brother Feng, can we still be brothers? Don't tear me down. Li Mubai was a bit angry, but there was nothing he could do about it because there was nothing wrong with what Yifeng said. There are no fragrant flowers anywhere in the world. Why do you need to fall in love with Nyesini alone? What exactly are you clinging to? Yifeng couldn't figure out how this guy was so obsessed with liking each other when he didn't even have any interactions with Nyesini. Brother Feng, I don't know if you've heard of love at first sight. I only like Nyesini in this life. There will be no more women to enter my heart. Even if she abuses me 1,000 times, I still treat her as my beloved. That's love at first sight. You monk without a heart of the red dust won't understand. Li Mubai looked up at the sky, tears flowing down his mask in an extremely affectionate manner. Yifeng looked at this scene and didn't know why he suddenly had an urge to hit someone. Chapter 30 Human Tattooed Bark. The auction began, and the previous auction items Yifeng was not interested, until one thing came along. The next auction item is a very strange auction items. This item from the deep mountains of a 1,000-year-old tree. This tree was cut after part of the bark automatically detached, and above the lines cool like a person. No one knows what the role of this thing, but used to collect is definitely a good choice. The starting price of 50,000. The display case next to the beautiful auctioneer held a full meter-long piece of bark. Yifeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after seeing the bark. I didn't realize that such an odd material as tattooed bark existed in this world. Li Mubai noticed Yifeng's significance and turned his head a bit puzzled and asked, Brother Feng, could it be that you're interested in this weird tree bark? Yifeng just smiled when he heard that. Interested can't be said. The use of this bark is not much. I once read the records about this bark through an ancient book, and know that has been refining method can refine this bark into a human skin mask. At best, it can only cover the face. Not much use. Yifeng spoke carelessly, but Li Mubai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Brother Feng, do you mean to say that you can refine a human skin mask from this tree bark? Aha! Li Mubai didn't hesitate to make an offer on the spot. This bark wasn't all human shot, so it was natural for Li Mubai to take it. You don't think you want me to refine a human skin mask for you, do you? He. Still Brother Feng understands me the most, although my favorite is only Nyesini. But in case people never look at me, I can't stay unmarried for the rest of my life. Using a new identity to pick up chicks isn't considered Li Mubai moving on, is it? Just your little mind I still can't see. Isn't it just wanting to get a new identity to satisfy your own pleasure? It's not impossible to do it for you, provided that you get me these things on the material. Yifeng sent the long-prepared material list to Li Mubai. Li Mubai immediately got goosebumps after seeing these materials. Brother Feng, you didn't prepare these things for Tianlu, did you? On top of the material list was clearly a variety of exotic insects, and the one among them who was most interested in insects was naturally one Tianlu. Well, I once read a lot of ancient books, and within them I found a means that is particularly suitable for Tianli's summoner status. The compulsion technique. The corner of Yifeng's mouth under the mask rose. There was still a month to go before the school year started. He planned to try out his long thought out intentions on the trio within this month. Previously, he still had some headaches and didn't know what kind of gongfu was suitable for Li Mubai, but now he seemed to have found it. Compulsion and thousand faces and body alchemy were all means for mortals in the immortal cultivation realm, and they could practice them as well. While he didn't like to cause trouble, he did like to stir the pot and then watch the show. He would like to see what kind of interesting things these three guys could set off at the university when the time came. Hopefully there would be more interesting things to do, after all, so that when the time came he could have some fun and not be so bored. The black market ended, and Li Mubai took the thing that Niasini didn't bid on, but he ended up bidding on and farted off to offer it up. Yifeng stretched a lazy waist, feeling that his old sister's anger should be almost gone, and returned home ready to continue his life as a geek. Then, older brother, take Ziling out for a good time. Eat, shop, whatever. If I know you're being passive, you should know what happens, right? Yi Shuiying clenched her fists in front of Yifeng, scaring him so much that Yifeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What could he say? He couldn't say anything. He could only leave the house with Ziling, who had a smile on her face but was like a devil in Yifeng's heart. You want to go somewhere? I'll take you. I want to go wherever you want to go. Ziling still had the same innocent and pure expression, and Yifeng the person was numb. If it is the kind of heart female he is not afraid. Afraid is afraid of this kind of take pure innocent really simple girl. Since you like history so much, I'll take you to the museum. Good. Ziling smiled and agreed. Following Yifeng, the two of them left the neighborhood where Yifeng's house was located like this. Looking at the two people who were getting farther and farther away, Yi Shuiying revealed an anti-smile. Ziling is a good girl. You should seize the opportunity. Old brother. Yi Shuiying left the balcony and sat on the living room sofa to call her aunt. After strolling through the museum, it was already noon. Yifeng brought Ziling to a burger restaurant for lunch. Because it was a Sunday, the burger joint was quite crowded, and most of the burger joint's customers were young people, with a decent number of bloodthirsty young guys. The appearance of Ziling, a great beauty, naturally attracted their attention. Then soon their attention was attracted by Yifeng on the opposite side. At this time, Yifeng didn't have the slightest bit of face to speak of, and picked up the burger and directly ate it with a big mouthful. I can't believe you're not disappointed in me after all this eating. Ziling didn't say anything as she watched Yifeng wolf down his meal. Instead, she revealed a smile and took out a paper towel to help him wipe off the salad dressing at the corner of his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No more food. A bachelor suffers a violent attack and simply puts his half-eaten burger on his plate and turns away. The other males didn't take it too well either, and they just couldn't figure out what they were losing at. Yifeng was speechless plus autistic. Ugh. I don't know if you're really stupid or not. The violet spirit who heard Yifeng's exclamation instead of revealing a difference instead laughed even more happily. I feel like you're dumber than I am. You're faking it so obviously even if I'm a cutie. It's obvious too. The rest of the singles around Violet Spirit's words were stabbed hard on the spot. On what grounds? On what grounds? What was the difference between them and him? Feeling the angry gazes around him staring at him, Yifeng couldn't help but shiver. Took Violet Spirit out of the burger joint after she finished her meal. Ziling looked at Yifeng beside her, her eyes gradually becoming a little confused. How can I impress him myself? After getting along, Ziling found that Yifeng is not like other men of the same age that all kinds of pretend in front of themselves. A false face flavor. Yifeng never pretended in front of her, nor did he treat him any differently because she was a pretty girl. Such treatment was the first she had encountered in years. Instead, though, the realism made her more interested in the boy. Since I can't impress his heart right now, I'll impress his heart first, just like in the novel. He's a mage and I'm a mage. As long as I can defeat him, he'll work hard in order to catch up with me, and the relationship between us will get hotter and hotter in the middle of the cutthroat fights. Violet Spirit thought so in her mind. If Yifeng knew what Ziling was thinking right now, I'm afraid he would have to freeze on the spot. What a strange brainwave this is. Chapter 31. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 wrongs. Where do you want to go this afternoon? Don't say anything about me wanting to go anywhere you want to go, because I don't know where to go either. Yifeng is now really ahead and too big. Special photography today update. He has not yet gone back to see it. I've heard that you're also a mage. And a mid-ranked mage as well. So we can spar with each other's magic to improve our relationship. Ziling's this idea deeply Yifeng's heart as long as to give this girl beaten convinced, maybe she will have self-knowledge. Think she is not worthy of his own no longer annoyed with him. With that, the two of them each arrived inside a public wizard training center in Pengcheng. Asked for a mid-range private room. The counter lady couldn't help but be amazed as she looked at the duo heading to the private room. Becoming a middle-ranked mage at such an age. This talent would definitely be able to enter a first-class mage academy. Thinking about it made people envious. After Ziling calmed down she looked towards Yifeng who was standing on the other half of the martial stage. Although Uncle Yilong said that Yifeng was uneducated and not very strong, but after all, he had talent in his body, so it shouldn't be any worse. She wanted to win her opponent must not be taken lightly. On the other hand, Yifeng on the opposite side was thinking about what he should do to both win less easily and still make Ziling die to himself. Yifeng, you do it first. Good. Then I'm welcome. Yifeng didn't have any gentlemanly manners. After all, he had never considered himself to be any kind of gentleman, and likewise wasn't any kind of gentleman. Korong. Dragon Abyss appeared in his hand then sheathed it. Sword? The sudden weapon caused Ziling to be a bit surprised. However, before Ziling could react, Yifeng suddenly turned into a ray of fire and arrived in front of her. The sword came out like a dragon, piercing the sky. A cold aura suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. So fast. Violet Spirit quickly retreated. Her jade hand raised an ice shield then appeared to block the sword awnings. Yet the next moment, click, the ice shield shattered with a bang. Under the Dragon Abyss sword blade this ice shield couldn't even manage to block it for a moment. 3 tree vines emerged from the floor to entangle Yifeng's feet making his movements lurch. Dozens of ice needles appeared out of thin air and flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng saw this. Instead of panicking he coldly smiled. The golden flame rose and turned into a lotus flower that wrapped Yifeng, and the ice needle instantly evaporated. Spirit fire, Earth's core gold flame. This is heavenly fire. Even the Violet Spirit now exclaimed in surprise. Heavenly fire, a special fire born in heaven and earth. Fire mages will get a qualitative leap in strength after absorbing it. However, heavenly fire is rare and extremely difficult to be absorbed and subdued, and there have only been 3 people with heavenly fire in the past 100 years in China. The heavenly fire of 2 of them had long since broken their inheritance after their deaths and dissipated between heaven and earth. There was only one person whose heavenly flame was still being inherited and passed down to this day, and that person's family had now become a top-tier power family. The aura of the heavenly flame was attributed to special, and it was normal for the Violet Spirit to be able to sense this. Being distracted during a fight is not a good habit. If it's a life and death duel, a distraction moment is enough to kill. Yifeng's operating flame transformed into a flaming lance that whistled towards the purple spirit. Boom! A wall of earth appeared and fended off the flaming gun. But soon this earth wall followed and melted into lava. 3 attribute magic? It looks like you have an unusual talent. Yifeng was slightly surprised. It was really the first time he had met a natural dual system. As for him, he's an imposter. Violet Spirit sniffed but revealed a smile and said, I can do more than just 3 attribute spells. Yo! A purple thunderbolt followed the ground underneath Ziling's feet to Yifeng's feet. Boom! Middle-ranked thunder spell. Thunder blast. Kind of. Yifeng was covered in purple arcs of electricity yet there wasn't a single thing going on. Seeing Yifeng unharmed, Ziling was a little surprised. Before she could react she saw that the thunder light on Yifeng's body was getting more and more prevalent. It was only at this time that she reacted to the fact that Yifeng's second lineage awakened at the middle stage was the lightning lineage, and lightning mages already had a high resistance to lightning damage. Not to mention that she had just sensed that she was afraid that Yifeng was still an individual master. Body master isn't really a defined lineage, as even those without an awakened system can still be body masters. Only the ceiling will not be as high as a body master with an awakened system. Not messing with you. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, his leg suddenly fired into a residual shadow. Seeing this situation, Violet Spirit didn't dare to be slow and pushed all of her magic energy. Ow! A fire phoenix made of flames appeared, and its body unexpectedly carried a gust of electric arcs. What the Violet Spirit used was only a low-cost version of the high-level fire magic fire phoenix technique, but even if it was that plus the damage of the coordinating lightning spells, it definitely wasn't something that could be compared to normal middle-ranked magic. This strike shouldn't hurt Yifeng. After the magic was sent out, Violet Spirit suddenly began to worry a bit, even complaining that she had overplayed her hand. Somewhat anxiously, he rubbed his hands together. He's a dual system lightning and fire mage with strong lightning and fire resistance should be fine. Violet Spirit could only pray so much in her heart. Yifeng smiled faintly at this. A little bit of cold breaks all the laws. A cold aura appeared at the tip of the Dragon Abyss sword. The sonorous fire phoenix was instantly penetrated by Yifeng. Yifeng passed through the flames and held the longsword to hold it above Ziling's white neck. You lose. Yifeng retracted his long sword with an extremely flat tone. After showing such a strong strength herself, she shouldn't be bothering herself anymore. However, when Yifeng looked at the other party again, he realized that Ziling was actually looking at Yifeng with an excited face, and the love in her eyes was on the verge of bursting. Violet Spirit had never been defeated by someone her age since she became a mage, and now she had encountered it, and it had defeated her in an almost crushing form. The main thing was that this man was still her identified fiancé. Something's wrong. That look is 9 out of 10 wrong. Yifeng was shocked in his heart and his body couldn't help but take a step back while Ziling jumped into Yifeng's arms at this time and said excitedly, "My fiancé is so strong. It's really great." Ha! Yifeng suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was afraid that she didn't have any strange hobbies, and after being defeated, she in turn became more strongly favorable to it. What an oddball this nymphette is. It was with great difficulty that he pushed Ziling away from himself. Yifeng said with a slight sense of helplessness, "What other places do you want to go? Go back too early, my sister will have to talk about me again. Finally find a place where you can stay for a longer period of time. I'll go with you wherever you want to go." "You say that? If I take you to a hotel room, are you going to go or not?" "Sure." Leaf Maple. 6. Yifeng was speechless. Of course he couldn't really take someone's little girl to a room. He wasn't that kind of person. In the end, he could only take Violet Spirit to see a movie, go shopping, and finally have dinner before going home. What's all this about today? The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Chapter 32, Treasure Boy. Yi Shuiying's entire body was bad after hearing that Yifeng had actually taken Ziling to the training gym for a fight. It's no longer a matter of being straight for your own oldest brother. It's a ing monk already. The most outrageous one had to be Violet Spirit. Her own oldest brother was like this, but she could still have feelings for him. For a moment, Yi Shuiying actually felt that these two oddballs were quite a good match for each other. Now facing this matter of Ziling living in a bedroom with him, Yifeng had already said that it didn't matter. She sleeps her way, I sleep my way, and we don't bother each other anyway. In front of the study table, Yifeng combed through his magic cards. He now really wanted to put together a deck. Then when college started, he would go straight to the big city's Comic-Con and the various exclusive magic card dueling venues to slay. "Yifeng, do you like collecting magic cards?" Ziling's voice suddenly came from beside him, and Yifeng nodded without even lifting his head. "I have some magic cards here. You can have them all if you want." Ziling took out a card book from inside her duffel bag and handed it to Yifeng. Talking about magic cards, Yifeng could be interested. After receiving the card pack and glancing at the magic cards inside, he asked with some surprise, "Where did you get all these magic cards from?" "The city I lived in was near the battlefield between the human and demon races, and usually when I was on vacation or had time I would follow the troops to kill demons, or follow the demon hunting team within the city to kill demons, and all of this was accumulated from that time. One of them is a middle-ranked otherworldly demon magic card that I kinda want, and I'm not taking anything from you for nothing, so what do you want?" The serious purebred otherworldly demon magic card Yifeng also does not have a few. The middle rank is even more, only one, or a normal ghost wing demon. "It's fine. I don't usually use this magic card, and it's taking up space in my place." Violet Spirit hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. That was a very false statement on her part. How could a magic card be useless? Especially on the battlefield where such things were practically kryptonite. Yifeng's principle was not to take anything from others for nothing. After thinking about it, Yifeng flipped his hand and elixir appeared being thrown to Ziling by him. "This is a body tempering pill. After taking it you can strengthen your body, and it's a permanent strengthening." This body tempering pill given by Yifeng was a scaled down version. It didn't feel painful after eating it, and the effect was only 1/10 of the original. But even a tenth is outrageous enough. "I see. The reason why your body strength and speed are so terrifying is because you eat this kind of elixir regularly, right? It's too expensive. I can't take it." Ziling knew the importance of this kind of elixir, and also knew that this kind of elixir would definitely be worth a lot of money if she took it out and sold it, which was why she couldn't take it, because she owed Yifeng's family too much. "This kind of elixir is just sugar beans to me. I can make a bunch of them in one furnace. It's not worth mentioning to me. If you don't eat it I'll be angry." Yifeng's last paragraph was said in a very serious manner. Ziling thought about it and finally nodded and ate the body tempering pill. 10 minutes. After the medicinal effects were all digested, the Violet Spirit clearly felt the changes in her body. Somewhat surprised, she looked at Yi Feng. She was a little afraid to believe that such a pill was actually refined by Yi Feng. You should be tired from going out all day. Go to bed early. I'm going to sleep anyway. Yi Feng went into the quilt and lay down and fell asleep. That speed is called a fast. Ziling quickly hit the floor as well and looked at Yi Feng, who was lying on the bed with a touch of tenderness on her face. A week later in the morning, Yi Feng knocked on the door of Wan Tianli's house and soon a white jade spider opened the door. Yi Feng was not surprised. After entering the house, he saw Wan Tianli fiddling with the various exotic insects that Li Mubai had given him. How does the compulsion I sent you feel? Yi Feng sat on the sofa and asked while grabbing a centipede and fiddling with it. It's simply divine. This is the first time I've heard of this unique summoner tactic. I've now reached the introductory level. Brother Feng, look. Wan Tianli took out a bell and shook it a few times. And instantly centipedes, scorpions and such poisonous insects crawled out from every corner of the house. Under Wan Tianli's command, these parasites were well organized, completely unable to see that they were insects. Instead, they were more like pet dogs. Another reason why Yi Feng taught Wan Tianli the compulsion technique was that the summoning department came with its own space for summoned beasts. He could use the summoned beast space to carry the cultivated compasses with him at all times. Just as the two were chatting, soon the guys were knocking again. After the door opened into a handsome young man, talking gentle and elegant, giving a Confucian scholar style. Yi Feng looked at the youth and said with a faint smile, Mubai can, designing your second face so quickly. He. The thousand faces technique you gave me with the human skin mask. Not only can I change my appearance and mimic others, but I can also change my body shape and voice. It's simply a divine technique. What kind of divine art is that of yours? Fancy. On the battlefield to kill the enemy is also Yi Feng handed over to my forging art. Simply absolute. Although the process is a bit painful. Consume some more herbs, but the benefits are simply heaven-defying. I now feel that my body is simply as if steel. Han Yi also came at this time. The F4 gathered together and all chatted about their recent hauls. Brother Feng, I've kind of realized that you're a treasure boy. There's nothing you can't do, only what we can't think of. Li Mubai let out a sigh of relief, which was seconded by the other two. And Yi Feng could only smile helplessly and bitterly. The last part of summer vacation is passing by. It's the end of August. Why isn't Violet Spirit leaving yet? Yi Feng didn't know why he suddenly had an unsettling premonition. Violet Spirit. What happened to Yi Feng? Ziling, who was sitting on the sofa studying magic, hurriedly turned her head to look at Yi Feng after hearing him take the initiative to talk to her. You, what school did you take at Mage University? Ah, the East Region Magic Academy. Leaf Maple. Isn't this nigga in the same school as us? He now sort of understood why this one didn't leave. After all that they were in the same school and had to report to the start of school together. Suddenly Yi Feng thought of something that made him extremely frightened. You're not going to have to live with us after winter and summer vacations, are you? Aha. You'll be bunking on my side from now on? Well, I'll sleep on the couch if you don't mind. Don't. You can take my parents' room if you really can't. It's not good. I think it's great. Yi Feng's entire body was numb. No, it looks like it's necessary to go and discuss with Wan Tianlu in the future. He lives in a 3-room, 2-bedroom house by himself, and it's not a big problem to make a room for himself to live in. The time came when school was about to start. Ziling and Yi Shuiying bought airplane tickets, and they went over a little later. Yi Feng, on the other hand, bought high-speed train tickets with his 3 good brothers, intending to take the high-speed train 2 days in advance to go to the capital of Hope to play for 2 days first. Chapter 33, Capital of Hope. The capital of Hope. The center city of the eastern region and the richest and most prosperous city. In addition to this, other domains also have their own center cities. North, the capital of Dawn, the human race managed to hold and recapture their homeland. The North. At the end of the night, dawn came and a new life for the humans of the North began. Hence the name Dawn. West, the capital of Aurora, like the North. It is also the time when mankind reclaims its homeland at the coming of the dawn. Since the North has been named Dawn, so it is named Aurora. South Domain, miracle capital. Half of the South Domain consists of islands, and because it is on the sea the power is dispersed. But it is called the miracle capital because it has fought off the demon clan with fewer people. The capital of Hope in the eastern region took its name because the eastern region was the region where the first mages appeared and where the hope of humanity was born. Hence the name Hope. In the long run there is also an ancient capital in the center of the 4 domains of the capital city. Also the capital of China. Thousands of years this is the capital, but also the only region that has not had a demon war. Finally, we're in the right place. Li Mubai got off the car and stretched a lazy waist. Looking at the bustling city in front of him, he was actually in a bit of a trance. Whereas he used to feel revolted by being in a big city like this himself, today he didn't feel that way. Twisting his head to look at the three men who were like country bumpkins entering a village, he smiled. Maybe it's because he's now surrounded by three good friends, and nothing feels annoying with them around. Yi Feng and Wan Tianla had never been to a first-tier city, while Han Yi had been in the military region all year round, and the most prosperous place he had been to was Pengcheng. The curiosity in his heart now that he had come to the capital of hope could be said to have reached a peak. Mu Bai, isn't your kid from the capital? You know more than us. This capital of hope as a first-tier city providing training and combat services should be all great, right? Han Yi asked his concern, and Li Mubai nodded his head to indicate that he was right. I've already booked the hotel, so let's go ahead and drop off our bags. Then I'll show you guys a good time in the capital of hope. Li Mubai took out the prepared car keys. He had long ago asked someone to get a car at the train station. Coming into the parking lot, a silver Wuling Honda suddenly lit up a bit. After slightly staring, Li Mubai snapped to attention. Did they, the Li family in the capital of hope, give the wrong key? Rushing to call and inquire, he soon got the news. Young master, I'm really sorry. I just realized I gave you the wrong key to the van parked at the train station. The person on the other end of the phone kept apologizing. Today he realized that the day he gave the bag to his men and asked them to mail the car keys inside, they ended up thinking that the keys to that luxury car were his car, so surely they couldn't mail it. So he found the keys to the van that his father had previously left on his side when he went out of town to board the train that he usually used to go out fishing. And so this Ouroboros came about. Li Mubai could not say anything when he sniffed. After all, he was the one who let the other party mail the car keys. He also thought deeply about having the keys mailed to him because he was afraid that he would have someone waiting at the train station to deliver them to him and make the three think he was deliberately trying to emphasize his status as a rich man. At first he was afraid that the three would resent it, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Sure enough, these three are usually either faking it or simply have no need for material things. Li Mubai drove the car and couldn't help but laugh at the three people inside the rearview mirror who were laughing and chatting. The van was parked in the hotel's underground parking garage, and the four were in no hurry to leave after finding their hotel room. Instead, start planning what to go for. Han Yi was strong-willed and had to check out the magic training grounds here, as well as the gym for exclusive bodyworkers. Wan Tianlu, on the other hand, said that he wanted to check out the pet stores in the big cities, and he heard that there were also demon pet stores specializing in selling demonic beast cubs. Yi Feng, on the other hand, directly stated that as an otaku not going to a hand puppet store would not be a blood loss. Finally the four discussed and unanimously decided to eat first. Li Mubai took the three to a buffet, $39.99 a head. This price gave the usually poor and accustomed Wan Tianlu almost no shock. After eating in the afternoon, Yi Feng didn't go outside to wave with the three people, but dialed a phone. Before she came, Song Chuanya said that if Yi Feng arrived at the capital of hope, he must call her and meet her. The phone call was dialed and the meeting place was set. It's a cafe. Room 666. Yi Feng saw the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar face when he entered. Song Chuanya couldn't help but say after seeing Yi Feng, "Your temperament is really similar to your master." Yes? What temperament? It's called breezy in a good way, lazy in a bad way. Yi Feng sat down opposite Song Chuanya. He didn't refute this statement of hers. School starts in 2 days, so it should be fine by then. Don't worry. I've already finished discussing with the school side. Originally you were a student of the fire department, but now you've been transferred to the artifact department, and you're still a student of the class I'm in charge of. That'll do. Song Chuanya's efficiency was not slow, which made Yi Feng feel comfortable. Taking out the prepared magical artifact from his pocket and handing it to Yi Feng, Song Chuanya smiled and said, "This fire elemental magical artifact will be then a meet and greet gift for you." Yi Feng knew that this was a middle-ranked magic artifact just by looking at the same magic artifact that was just like a ring. No merit. This item is better left alone. Who said to let you get no credit? I've already greeted the school side. You don't need to take other classes after you become my student. You just need to focus on researching with me inside the forge room. So you're not getting this for nothing. Song Chuanya refused Yi Feng's prayer to send back the magic energizer. Yi Feng, who heard the words, then did not ink, and with a flip of his hand, he put away the magic energy device, watching Yi Feng transform an item away out of thin air. Song Chuanya couldn't help but ask a question she had always wanted to know. I've noticed before that Maple Leaf Senpai can take and hold things out of thin air. You can do it too. Do you tell teacher what it is? The reason is simply because of this. Yi Feng raised his hand so that Song Chuanya could observe the storage ring very clearly. This is the storage ring. It is a special ring given to me by my master. There is a special space inside. Through a specific method to open the space to put things from it also can take things. Storage ring. Song Chuanya's eyes instantly lit up. The effect of something like this that can store things to carry around would be absolutely world-class if it could be produced in bulk. Yi Feng, do you know how to make storage rings? I can't. The storage ring space is infinite. The materials needed alone are simply not something that can be easily obtained in this world. It can even be said that in this world only my master can recognize the materials needed for the creation of the storage ring. Chapter 34. After Yi Feng said this, a flash of disappointment clearly appeared on Song Chuanya's face. However, I can make a storage ring applicable to magicians through some means, only that such a storage ring has limited storage space. I'm afraid that with my ability I can only make a storage ring with a space of about 30 square meters, and I'd have to do an experimental research first, which is time-consuming and laborious. That's good enough for you too. If you can do it. Song Chuanya's eyes were glowing, and under the excitement, she even directly held Yi Feng's hand, but her reaction was quick to hastily retract her hand. Perhaps it is feeling that he is a bit out of order, losing the majesty of the teacher, coughed and then said, when the school applies for a period of time after the start of the school year, you will go to the forge room with me. If you can really get a simple version of the storage ring, then you do not have to worry about your credits for the first semester. Good. After chatting with Song Chuanya for a while, Yi Feng got up and left. On the way out, Yi Feng brushed shoulders with a red trench coat woman. The woman looks like the same age as Song Chuanya, are in the early 30s, hot and powerful body. Is the face will give a person a kind of it from time to time will be furious feeling. Interesting. Yi Feng, after detecting the breath on the woman, faintly smiled. It seems that he left so early, some beyond Song Chuanya expected, and the other side, because of their other identity deterrent, still dare not say anything to themselves. The red trench coat woman sat down after walking into the private room Song Chuanya was in. Is that the student you took off my hands that just went out? Tian Li, a teacher of the fire department of the East Region Magic Academy, and the class teacher of this year's fire department class 12. Well, his qualifications are quite ordinary. It's just that he has talent in forging. Don't worry. Song Chuanya was familiar with Tian Li, so she naturally knew her inner thoughts. I see in the information that his talent is indeed average. 1 star in the middle rank. There is no special place to stand out yet, but even so you owe me a favor. Don't worry. I know. Song Chuanya said this on her lips, but she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. With that person's strength, how could his disciple be an ordinary person? I'm afraid his own strength is also very scary. If it is exposed at that time, there is no telling how Tian Li will find her to settle the score. Yi Feng didn't hesitate after leaving the cafe and went straight to the legendary magic card specialty store. Looking at the wide array of magic cards inside the specialty store, Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, especially after seeing that there were a lot of middle-ranked magic cards here. He was even more shocked. May I ask if there are any high-level magic cards here? Yi Feng looked at the man with glasses sitting at the counter. The other party sniffed and just looked at him and said, high-ranked magic cards have a price. Even if they do, you have to be our store's top VIP customer to buy them. How do I become your store's top VIP? There is a background or a strength. Yi Feng smiled bitterly at his words. He didn't like to flaunt. It looked like he had no chance with the high-level magic cards here. This store is known to be a snob. If you want a good high-level card, I can take you somewhere to buy one. Suddenly, just at this time, a female voice came. Yi Feng twisted his head to look to find a very beautifully dressed fashionable girl is standing behind himself. Thanks a lot. Yi Feng clasped his hands together. It looked like he was likely to get a high-level card today. My name is Yun Siye. Looking at your appearance, you should be a college student. Which university? My name is Yi Feng, a freshman in the artifact department of the East Region Magic Academy. Hokage, I'm a sophomore in the wind department. The duo walked and chatted and soon arrived at another store. As for the shopkeeper just now, he didn't say anything because he knew the background of this Yun Siye. It was unnecessary to offend this one for someone who most likely didn't have much background or strength. This store is owned by my family, and since you're my schoolmate, I'll give you a 20% discount. Yun Siye led Yi Feng into the store, then asked the administrator here to bring out the high-level magic cards. An iron box was opened, and inside, a total of 12 high-level magic cards were neatly arranged. Yi Feng's eyes lit up then. Is this heaven? What's the price of all these high-level magic cards? The cheapest of the high-level magic cards all cost $1 million. Schoolmate, think twice. Money is not an issue. Yi Feng pointed to the 3 magic cards that made his heart settle the most, calculating that they would be worth a total of $8 million later. Yi Feng directly swiped his card to pay, and his movements were crisp and clean. I can't see that you're still a landlord. Schoolmate. Yun Siya was a little surprised, not realizing that this is really a hidden consumer stock. I can't talk about the landlord. I just made some money from something earlier. Yifeng took out his card pack after a perfunctory sentence and put in the newly obtained magic cards. Right now he had 10 high-ranked magic cards and 2 super-ranked. Peng Cheng was too quiet in the past 2 years, and he didn't go out. So naturally he didn't gain much. He had to find a way to get 8 more high or super-ranked magic cards so his high-ranked deck would work. Would Schoolboy mind showing Schoolmate your collection? Yun Siye was now really a bit curious about what such a stealthy tycoon would have in his collection of magic cards. Mind. Very much. Yifeng collected fast, and Yun Siye could only sigh helplessly. When he said goodbye to Yun Siye, the other party told him that there was a magic card club in the East Region Magic Academy. So when the time came, Yifeng would have to join to let her know. Yifeng made a note of this association. After 2 days of madness, they finally welcomed the day when the East Region Magic Academy opened. The 3 guys who had spent almost all night gaming at the internet cafe walked into school in a state of confusion. After a series of processes they finally got the keys to the dormitory. There is a big difference between a mage university and a normal university. One of the biggest differences is in the accommodation. The dorms are all mixed faculties, and one dorm has all kinds of faculties. Those who are on good terms with each other can be placed in a dormitory, because soon after the start of the school year, the 4 dormitory members will become a group and combine with a group of 4 members from another girls' dormitory to become a mage team. After all, in the battlefield and when fighting demonic beasts, it was usually not about your ability alone, but teamwork. Not surprisingly, F4 managed to get to a dormitory. Dormitory 324. I can't. I'm going to take a nap first. I'm sleepy as hell. Wan Tianlu fell asleep after laying out the bedding. The other 2 couldn't carry on and went to sleep after the remark. Only Yifeng plugged in, charging, according to the laptop in one fell swoop. If you don't watch the new movie, you're an otaku in vain. The next morning at 7 o'clock the agonizing morning 8 began. The 4 of them hurriedly washed and dressed, and after going to the cafeteria to eat, they began to rush towards their respective classes. Yifeng came to the class and found that someone had already come. Inside the class sat 10 people. However, leading him to be surprised is the class of these 10 people is all girls. He suddenly felt as if things are not quite right. Chapter 35, the only boy in the girls' class. It should be overthinking itself. It should be that none of the other students have come yet. Yifeng found a corner and sat down. Rear window, home of the king, along with the passage of time, until the class teacher Song Chuanya came over to the class. This time Yifeng realized one thing. There were 16 people in the class and surprisingly he was the only male. It's nifty not right. Seemingly seeing that Yifeng was puzzled, Song Chuanya smiled bitterly and said, the Department of Artifacts has always had a tradition where both males and females are divided into 2 classes. And student Yifeng has been placed in the female class as a result of being busted due to some special reasons. So I hope that the students can understand. The 15 girls all looked at Yifeng at the same time. Yifeng was twitching at the corner of his mouth. He'd better not say anything now, or else it would only get darker and darker. The first lesson Song Chuanya was about some of the school's regulations and the basic theory of magical artifacts. The weaponry department, because of its special existence, along with the healing department and the medicine department would not participate in the East Region Magic Academy's freshman ranking tournament. Similarly there are other fight categories. After the class, the other students went to other classes, and Yifeng was the only one who was taken away by Song Chuanya to the exclusive forging room of the weapon department. This was Song Chuanya's forging room, and it wasn't much of a problem to vacate half of it for Yifeng's research. Ms. Haruya, I have a request I wonder if you can grant. You can ask whatever you want. I want whatever I make to flow out and report upwards to not give away my information or presence. I don't want to be too flashy. This condition of Yifeng made Song Chuanya a bit surprised and unbelievable. Most of the forging masters for a name, and Yifeng's operation is really a bit of the opposite. However, since he said so, she couldn't say anything, and after agreeing, she found a chair and sat down. She was a little curious about what level Yifeng's forging had reached. As per Yifeng's request the day before yesterday, she had gotten obsidian from inside the academy's warehouse. The material isn't hard to get and isn't considered rare, and the only thing obsidian is known for is being extremely hard and lightweight, so it's usually made into some sort of gauntlet. Yifeng flipped his hand after getting the obsidian, and the dragon abyss appeared in his hand. Song Chuanya didn't feel surprised when she saw this familiar longsword. After all, Elder Maple Leaf had said that this was a sword made for Yifeng. Just what did he want to do with his sword at this time? With the long sword dancing in his hand, The original obsidian was cut into a dozen rings and placed on the table. After awakening the spatial system, Yifeng realized that he could actually use some spatial laws, the laws of this mysterious existence no one knows more than him. The aura catalyzed the law, which also carried magical energy for Song Chuanya not to be suspicious. Using the laws of space as a springboard, a portion of the divine mind enters the void and buzz. A dozen storage rings emitted a chirping sound, and a dozen scattered spaces in the middle of the void were connected by the storage rings in front of them. After some more modifications, these storage rings are ready to be used. Only the method used was not with air, but with magical energy to open the passage. Yifeng threw a storage ring to Song Chuanya and said, "It turns out that my guess was not wrong. Now you only need to inject magic energy. A thought can send the things in your hand into the storage ring. This kind of storage ring can only send dead things into the space, but can't send living things in." Song Chuanya, who heard the words, couldn't help but stare at the time. It had only been an hour before it was completed. Wasn't it a bit too fast? After using the storage ring a few times according to Yifeng's method, Song Chuanya soon realized that it was simply too convenient. A single thought could put something away, and then another thought and everything inside the storage ring would come to mind. It's just a matter of thinking what you want to take out. My God, Yifeng, you are simply a genius. How on earth did you make this thing? How to put it? It's easy to say and hard to say. You can understand that you have to have forging skills and also be a space mage like me. As soon as the piercing eyes came out, Song Chuanya couldn't help but freeze and blurted out, "Isn't your second faculty thunder? I was born with dual lineage. The first awakening lineage is fire and thunder. The second is space and body. I don't like to be too flashy, so I just advertised to the public that it's fire and thunder." Yifeng was careless when he said this, but Song Chuanya was dumbfounded. What kind of talent is that? What kind of demonic level talent is this? I'm afraid that there is no one in this class of students other than that demon that the whole department can learn from who is more outrageously talented than Yifeng. The thought of if Tianli knew that such a student was snatched from her hands by herself, or Ben belonged to the kind of pro-life sent over, there was no telling what kind of wonderful expression he would have at that time. "Teacher, you told me before that as long as I complete the development of the storage ring, my credits for this semester will be pulled straight through. I don't think you've forgotten, have you?" Yifeng revealed a bad smile, while Song Chuanya, who sniffed, could only smile bitterly. It looked like he had been set up by this little guy. Yifeng, after leaving the forging room, didn't wander around the school, but headed to the Demon Hunting Association in the capital of Hope. This time he wasn't going to join a demon hunting team, but to form one. Not surprisingly, by the time he appeared in the doorway, the other three were already standing in the doorway. The four of them simultaneously revealed a meaningful smile after looking at each other. Honestly, going to school is impossible. They don't mess up, then how can they live up to the title they have been given by the students of Pengchang? Messing with the F4. Absenteeism on the first day of school. Except for them, I'm afraid no freshman would dare to do such a thing. Demon hunting squads with a minimum number of 4. The four created a demon hunting squad named Maple Leaf Warriors with their respective identities. How could there be no test as a middle-ranked demon hunting squad? The association immediately gave them a task. Quest: remove the swarms of rat demons from the sewers of the capital of Hope. Sewers? Can I not go? Li Mubai's lips trembled. Isn't it fatal to let a beautiful man like him go to such a ground? You think so? Hani smiled faintly before he and Wan Tianla forcefully led Li Mubai to the entrance of their mission this time. And just when the three of them didn't know, Yifeng's out-of-body incarnation, a familiar masked man, appeared and managed to successfully register with the Demon Hunting Association in the capital of Hope with a letter of recommendation. Became a high-ranking demon hunter. And high-level demon hunters are allowed to be in the association as a single person. This kind of demon hunter is a special kind of existence. They will take on missions, but usually they are for hire. Sometimes alone, sometimes they need to collaborate with others to complete the mission. This time Yifeng's alias was no longer Maple Leaf, but Tian Feng. As for this letter of recommendation, naturally, he had asked the Sky Eagle demon hunters to get it for him. Chapter 36, The Hundred-Eyed Demon. Boom! The sewer exploded, and all the manhole covers on a street plummeted into the air and then came crashing down. Cough, cough, cough. Yifeng, what is this flame of yours? How is it so powerful? The gray-headed Hani asked while coughing, and the one who answered him was not Yifeng but Li Mubai. Yifeng's flame is very special. It's more terrifying than even the demonic fire. Just now we were in a location where there is a perennial accumulation of garbage and methane gas. It's not strange that this flame of Yifeng's triggered an explosion. The four of them fled the battlefield in a panic, not realizing that it was because of them that all the experts in the entire capital of Hope were excited, especially fire experts. Skyfire. That's right, it's the aura of Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame has actually appeared in the capital of Hope. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Flame is rare to come across once in 100 years. If I can obtain it, then I'm bound to be able to enter the super rank. The aura of this flame can be more than dozens of times more powerful than that inherited Heavenly Flame in the capital. It must be the first generation Heavenly Flame. Everyone thought it was the Heavenly Flame present. As far as someone taming the Heavenly Flame and then releasing it in the capital of Hope. Because those who have the ability to recover the Heavenly Flame can remain undetected after recovering it? The 4 men of 324 did not expect the commotion they had caused to be so great. Lights out at night in the dormitory. The 3 tossed and turned as sound after sound like thunder came out of Han Yi's mouth. They had stayed separately in the hotel before, so they didn't know that Han Yi had the habit of snoring. Now that they were in a dormitory, they realized just how terrifying as hell Han Yi's snoring was. I can't. Someone with a sock can gag him. Li Mubai sat up. He and Yi Feng are inside the bed, and he and Han Yi is more clinical. Snoring the most core interference circle. Mubai endures and passes. Wan Tianla comforted Li Mubai, then took out his headphones and put them on to sleep. Li Mubai, who had no choice but to follow suit. The next morning, Han Yi refreshed. Li Mubai seems to have aged a dozen years that call a haggard. What's wrong with you, Mubai? Han Yi cared to ask, but what answered him was Li Mubai's middle finger. Are you 3 going to class today? We've got a job coming up with our demon hunting team, and I was wondering if I should take it. Yi Feng opened his mouth to inquire, while the 3 of them simultaneously said that they didn't care. Li Mubai is the light department. He specially hired someone to replace him in class. Han Yi is the system. The phenomenon of absenteeism in it is more serious, and the system uses the strength to speak. As long as you are strong enough, failing the class is not afraid, and 10,000 leaves is a heavyweight. The summoning department has the least amount of classes and the least amount of people out of all the departments. According to Wan Tianla, the entire department was just 1 class, and there were only 5 people in a class. Teachers don't even dare to give a failing grade, and when they do, it's 1 in 5 people who fail. The task given by the association's side was for them to participate in the siege of a middle-ranked 10-star demon race. The 100 Eyes Demon, a genuine otherworldly demon race, has the intelligence of a normal human, is capable of speech, and is a humanoid demon just like the Ghostwing demon. The 100 Eyes Demon belonged to the spirit type of demonic creature, and had the means to attack mentally, and now it had been injured by a high-level powerhouse and fled. The current hiding place is in a residential suburb of the City of Hope. There were people in the residential area, and even though the notification had begun now, there were still quite a few people who hadn't been evacuated, which was why a large number of mid-ranked mages were needed to conduct a search and seizure crisis. It also protects the safety of ordinary people who are in residential areas. The 4 of them went out and got into the van. They were used to sitting in this van for the past few days, so Li Mubai simply asked for the van directly, and this will be their traveling car in the future. The suburbs over here don't have a lot of commercial establishments. They are mainly residential. There were few, if any, people on the streets at this time. Stop the car. They are responsible for this intersection. Just need to crouch here in case the 100 Eyes Demon escapes from here to the downtown area. Yo, when did the middle-ranked demon hunters of the capital of Hope drop so much? A black sedan pulled up next to the van, and another team of demon hunters who were also in charge of this intersection. It was also a team of 4, 2 men and 2 women, who should have been 25 or 26 years old by the looks of it. The 4 who had just gotten out of the car and sniffed didn't say anything, but just extended a middle finger to show what they meant. The tattooed man who should have been the captain who spoke just now was a bit annoyed, and took a step forward with the intention of first shocking the 4 milky-looking brats in front of him. The reason he deliberately picked a fight today was also simple. He had always been interested in a girl inside their team. To speak out just now was to deliberately provoke, in order to smoothly pretend to be cool. He seemed to have seen what look of admiration the girl would give in a moment. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Hani took a step forward and stood in front of the tattooed man. You're pretending to be a Nimrod. Hani directly picked up the man, eyes glaring in anger, looking at the dead. The already fierce face now looked even more ominous. The man who was arrogant and incomparable just now instantly lost his words, his feet off the ground swaying somewhat helplessly. Today he has run into a tough opponent. Alright Han-E, you guys do your own thing honestly. We do ours honestly too. We don't interfere with each other. Got it? The tattooed man nodded with some trepidation, rushed back to his group after being put down, and started complaining about why he hadn't helped him earlier. The eyes that looked at the 4 were extremely ruthless. Yifeng noticed his gaze and couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart. I didn't expect to run into a villain today. If he let this person seize the opportunity, he could guarantee that the other party would definitely retaliate against them. However, he was really curious about what tricks the other party would play. Time passes by. They had come near noon, and now it was dusk, but there was still no movement on this side, and no notice that the mission had been cancelled. Meanwhile, a residential area 1,000 meters away from them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three metal birds kept whistling past the 100-eyes demon, bringing up blood splatter after blood splatter. The reason why the 100-eyes demon was called the 100-eyes demon was because his pitch-black body was full of eyes, as if he had 100 eyes, worthy of being a true otherworldly demon race. Even with middle-rank strength you can still escape from me, a high-ranked mage. For such a long time, the middle-aged man slowly walked towards the 100-eyes demon. High-ranked 3-star mage of the capital of Hope Hunters Association, Lu Feng. Primary attribute, gold. The three metal birds disintegrated into dozens of blades in the air to attack the 100-eyes demon. The 100-eyes demon was unable to dodge, and blood continued to splatter on his body. You made me. The 100-eyes demon let out a roar like a broken gong, and the eyes on his body suddenly dimmed by a dozen or so. And in the next moment, Lu Feng, who was still raging just a moment ago, instantly stood still, and his eyes became dull. 100-eyes demon's original demonic spell, 100-eyes illusion. It's a pity that I didn't metamorphose into a 1,000-eyes demon, or else I could have killed him directly. Although the 100-eyes environment of the 100-eyes demon is very strong in control, as soon as the opponent feels the sensation of an attack in the periphery, they will break the illusion because of this sense of reality. The 100-eyes demon turned around and ran away at breakneck speed, and the exit of the residential area where he was running away was exactly the outgoing intersection that Yi Feng's 4 people were responsible for guarding. Chapter 37, Killing the 100-eyed Demon. Yi Feng, who was looking at his cell phone, suddenly looked at the intersection ahead with a frown. Cheer up, the 100-eyed demon is coming. The 3 who heard this were the ones who immediately got up and got out of the car. Wan Tianla summoned the 2 white jade spiders to stand in front of the trio. Nowadays, the white jade spider was already of middle rank strength, and although it was only a middle rank 3-star, its control was particularly strong, and it was especially suited to playing as a support in the middle of a battle. The metal baseball bat coalesced and appeared in his hand, and since awakening the system, this one had directly changed the system into the primary system, and gold had in turn become the secondary system. The black silhouette appeared and the other team reacted. Quickly go and intercept the 100-eyes demon. We can't let these 4 brats take the credit for such a feat. The tattooed man cried out in excitement, and the other 3 were equally thrilled. Hani was a bit annoyed by what he heard and just wanted to rush over with the intention of killing the 100-eyes demon in front of the 4, but who knew that he would be stopped by Li Mubai reaching out his hand. Don't be in a hurry. This 100-eyes demon can escape from the hands of a high-ranked mage. Of course there are some means. None of us have any experience against the 100-eyes demon. It's just right to let the 4 of them go first to help us find out the strength of the other side. Li Mubai finished with his hands in his pockets looking like he was watching the show. Mubai is right. Let's just concentrate on the drama for now. Yi Feng directly sat on the body of an alabaster spider, while Wan Tianla had long ago sat down and watched the show when Li Mubai opened his mouth, and was holding a bag of melon seeds in his hand and eating it with vigor. The 100-eyes demon let out a cold snort of disdain as he looked at the 4 people who were rushing towards him. A mere 4 middle-ranked humans still want to leave me behind. Thinking is a bit too naive. The 100-eyes demon's pair of sharp claws suddenly emitted a strong black demonic aura. The original 1 figure had also changed into 3 at this moment, and the demonic aura on each figure was extremely thick, making it impossible to tell the real from the fake. The tattooed man stomped the ground with 1 foot and a dungeon appeared trapping all 3 100-eyes demons. Use a magic attack. 3 magical whistles hit the 100-eyes demon 100-eyes demon. But who knew that the 3 demonic shadows would turn into black gas and disappear at that moment? The 3 were all doppelgangers. No good. The 4 who felt the killing intent behind them turned around violently, only to see a creepy face with a dozen or so blood-colored eyes appear in front of them. Through the line of sight a powerful spiritual impact entered the minds of the 4. Buzz, ringing in the ears and blurred eyes, and sharp pain after sharp pain. The 4 people who had been so aggressive just now instantly lost their resistance and all sat down on the ground with weak legs. Sharp claws whistled in the cold wind and swung at the tattooed man. Death pervades the mind. No, I don't want to die. The tattooed man let out a terrified yell, and just then, ow! The ear-shattering wolf howl instantly caused the 100-eyes demon's body to lurch. A thud ensued. The metal bat in Han Yi's hand had hit his head heavily. Han Yi's strengthened body was no longer comparable to a normal middle-ranked physique master, and this blow directly knocked the 100-eyes demon to the ground. At the same time, the two white jade spiders had already spat out their spider silk to stick the 100-eyes demon to the ground. Except the baptism of light, Li Mubai used a low-level wind spell, the wind sentry, to float in midair, and dazzling golden points of light kept hitting his body like raindrops. He wanted to use his illusion technique again to repeat the same trick on the four, but who knew that just at this time, the magic card in Yifeng's hand had been replaced with the Scarlet Centipede King. Scarlet venom flew out from the magic card and landed on the 100-eyes demon, instantly starting a strong corrosion. However, in an instant this top middle-ranked demon race turned into limbs and died beyond death. Yifeng pulled out a magic card to take away the power of the 100-eyes demon. Magic cards plus one new card. And just at this time, Lu Feng had arrived. Looking at the corpse of the 100-eyes demon on the ground, slightly surprised. He thought that it was the tattooed man's four people who solved the 100-eyes demon. After all, the 100-eyes demon was a full star of the middle order, and the highest of the other team of four people was only a 2-star of the middle order. However, he soon reacted that something was wrong. The four people with the strongest strength were now in a state of weakness, and it was obvious that they had suffered a spiritual attack. The other four, on the other hand, had nothing to do with it and were instead chatting happily somewhere. But if so, how did they kill the 100-eyed demon? Lu Feng was not a person who was inked and went over to inquire directly. This kind of occasion to deal with people was naturally more appropriate to be given to Li Mubai. The main reason we were able to kill this 100-eyed demon was because we had two high-level magic cards, plus the fact that this 100-eyed demon was not yet healed from its injuries gave us an opportunity to take advantage of it. So it is. Lu Feng suddenly realized that this explanation made sense. It was over, and the four men who had completed their mission returned to the school dormitory. Yifeng, what are the grades of the two magic cards you just used? The more Li Mubai thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He always felt that even if it was a high-level magic card effect, it wouldn't be this good. Yifeng, who heard this, did not hesitate and directly threw the Pale Wolf Demon King and Scarlet Centipede King magic cards that he had just used to Li Mubai. Li Mubai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after taking a look at the two magic cards. Through his study of magic cards, he could clearly feel the level of demonic power inside. High-ranked, full-starred Pale Wolf Demon King and a super-ranked Scarlet Centipede King. The previous one was fine. Their Li family had a few of them, but the super rank was outrageous. So far there is no magic card superorder. After all, superorder for the demon race is a qualitative change. Their demonic power is no longer a magic card can be controlled by the bondage. Feng, where did you get this Scarlet Centipede King magic card from? My master gave it to me. Your master? Who? Li Mubai had long suspected that Yifeng had a high-level person behind him. After all, the means and unheard of ideas he was displaying now were just too much. It would be obvious that he couldn't have figured it out all by himself. Maple Leaf, the masked man who fought the Ghost Wing Demon King when Peng City was invaded by the demon race. Yifeng's reply was very plain, but the three people who heard this were all nonplussed. They had experienced that battle and naturally knew the terror of that person, and each of them had that wonderful expression. Yifeng, are you that mysterious big man is your master? Can you introduce me? I want to be his disciple too. Han Yi held Yifeng's hand under excitement, while Yifeng shrugged his shoulders helplessly. My master comes and goes without a trace, and I don't even know if he's in the Blue Star right now. Brother Feng, you mean your master is not from our Blue Star? Li Mubai found the key in this statement. Yifeng nodded and said, the great world. There is nothing strange. My master came from another world. Just because of an accident discovered this world. Also by chance I met him. We two stinky similarities became master and disciple. Chapter 38, What Heavenly Fire? We don't know. The three of them realized with a sudden realization. No wonder they had always felt that Yifeng was a bit strange, especially his behavior and mannerisms, which were extremely inconsistent with his current age. It looked like he should have been influenced by this senior. It was now 7, almost 8 in the evening, and the four of them were having a good time chatting when an uninvited guest came to the dormitory. This was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked very civilized. He scanned the four people in the room and then said, yesterday there was an explosion in the sewer downtown. You four reported that you don't know what caused it. Is it true that you don't know? The four of them sniffed and looked at the man in front of them with a confused expression. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm the school secretary, Wang Wenba. In the school students to join the demon hunting team, this aspect of the matter is my responsibility. Your mission yesterday involves a kind of special existence called heavenly fire. This kind of thing is extremely special and important. I also hope that you guys can answer truthfully, do not have to hide. Wang Wenbo pushed his glasses to make himself look a little more svelte. The 4 people who heard the words were looking at me, and finally spoke in unison with a confused look on their faces. What heavenly fire? We don't know. So can you guys describe what happened in the sewers yesterday? This exchange of words should undoubtedly be given to Li Mubai. Secretary. Yesterday we were cleaning up the rat demons in the sewers. Just some low-level rat demons. It was easy to clean up. After we finished cleaning up we were ready to leave. I don't know why there was a sudden explosion in the depths of the sewers. And then there was no then. Li Mubai knew the rarity of the heavenly flame. And he also understood Yi Feng's thoughts. Since Brother Feng didn't want to reveal it, he would try to conceal it. Wang Wenbo, who heard the words, frowned tightly, and for a moment felt that what Li Mubai said was reasonable and not a bit faulty. After all, the 4 of them were just ordinary freshmen. Clear and stupid. How could they possibly dare to lie to him? The school secretary. It looks like you guys really don't know about this. In that case then I'll leave you alone. Wang Wenbo got up and prepared to leave. And before he left, he suddenly said again, the freshman year just started with the establishment of a demon hunting team. And basically 1 mission a day. Do you guys think that being in school is not as good as being outside hunting demons to improve your strength faster? Foolish. Looking at Wang Wenbo's departing back, the 4 of them were ahead of questions. It was just the beginning of the school year. Even the departmental competition hadn't started. The resources hadn't started to be distributed. And it seemed like there was no way for them to improve their strength at school for the time being. Speaking of the great competition, Li Mubai suddenly remembered a question and turned his head to the 3 people and asked, there's less than a month to go before the freshman competition. First the department will be divided into rankings, and then the top 10 in the department will then participate in the school competition. Do you guys have the confidence to get the top 10 in the department? My weaponry department never fights and kills, so this grand competition has nothing to do with me. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, while Wan Tianla said with the same expression of crying and laughing, there are only 5 people in our department. No one can run away from the school competition. Han Yi, on the other hand, was a bit sad. There are really quite a few system people, but with my current strength taking a top 10 position shouldn't be a problem. As soon as Li Mubai saw that these 2 people had no more problems, he then turned his gaze to Yi Feng. Feng, roll. Yi Feng could see what Li Mubai meant directly, middle finger for greeting. Brother Feng, for the freshman competition, the higher the ranking within the school, the more generous the rewards will be and the more resources they will receive. Say the real reason. I want to help our family gain prestige. You guys are close to me, and now you've been recognized by the school authorities as being from our Li family in the capital. That's right, telling the truth is what makes a true brother. While Yi Feng nodded his head in satisfaction, Li Mubai's eyes were glowing as he said, you agree? You're overthinking it. I told you I don't like fighting. A high-level magic card. Go ahead. Want me to hit number 1 on campus? Yi Feng agreed to do it dryly. For the sake of the high-level magic cards he absolutely gave it up. What's the most you feel you can hit? How high do you want me to play? And anyway, I'll tell you in advance that the higher I play in the rankings, the higher you have to raise the pay you give me. Li Mubai looked at Yi Feng and closed his eyes to contemplate for a while longer. He didn't need to think about who the first and second in the East Region Magic Academy were this year. The only all-system mage from ancient times, Zi Ling, and Qi Xianbing, who was born with an ice spirit. These 2 were both demonic geniuses. Although Yi Feng was also very heaven-defying, he was still a bit worse than these 2. After all, Yi Feng didn't spend all his time on magic. Together with the other geniuses, it was really difficult for Yi Feng to enter the top 5. How about this? If you can make it into the top 20 I'll give you a high-level magic card. If you can make it into the top 10 I'll give you 3 high-level cards. And if you can make it into the top 5 I'll give you 3 high-level cards. But from now on you'll probably be directly bound to our capital city Li family at school. No problem. The 2 hit it off. The latter period of time everyone was training intensely, hoping to emerge at the freshman competition. Only Yi Feng, day after day, was invisible. The main thing is that Yi Feng is this no time, since getting a high-level magician's identity in the Demon Hunters Association. Now he is just picking up missions and doing missions every day. And I don't know where all the quests come from. Boom! Several middle-ranked demonic beasts were killed by Yi Feng with a single strike. Recently, there were more and more demonic beasts inside the capital of Hope, and the speed of quest release on the Demon Hunter Association side was almost catching up with the money printing machine. It was also unknown how all these demonic beasts managed to enter the heavily defended capital of Hope. Inside the basement of an operational factory in the capital of Hope, a dozen black-robed men gathered in it for a meeting. That's right. Today's demon temple has its sights set on the capital of hope. The otherworldly demon race began to gradually visit the Blue Star in person. The real otherworldly demon race is really awesome. This recluse demon race can even dig tens of miles of tunnels in a day. And the digging is deep and not easy to be detected. And now there are already 5 or 6 tunnels exits within the capital of hope. And we can let the demon race invade the capital of hope at any time. The matter of invading to create chaos is not urgent. Our current priority is to find a way to get one of the qualifications for this year's freshman of the East Region Magic Academy to enter the Ancient Book Pavilion. Don't worry. I'm confident that I'll enter the top 5 of the East Region Magic Academy freshman competition to get an entry slot. And then find the blood exchange secret that our Demon God Temple needs. The Demon God Temple had not been weakened after the Pengcheng incident but had instead increased its strength by a few notches. And the reason for this was also very simple when it came down to it. The otherworldly demon clan, after noticing that Blue Star was not simple, did not let only local demonic beasts that were just infused with otherworldly demon chi attack like before. Rather, it has dramatically increased the number of otherworldly demons in Blue Star. Half a month later. Chapter 39, who says Forge Masters don't know how to fight? That day in class Yifeng met Song Chuanya. During class, he came to the podium. Girls love to gossip, especially the male students inside this female class, who are obviously related to the beautiful teacher. All of them stopped playing with their cell phones and focused on the two of them. Teacher, our artifact department cannot participate in the freshman competition, so is it not an option to go as well? Song Chuanya looked at Yifeng with some surprise at his words. You want to participate? Aha! Thinking about that master of Yifeng's, Song Chuanya had a bit of a headache. It wasn't that he didn't believe that Yifeng had strength, but he believed too much that Yifeng had strength. If he, a student of the weaponry department, hanged the other departments, then she could guarantee that all the teachers of the school's combat classes would have to stomp their feet and curse in anger. But, she really wanted to see such a scene. No problem, Song Chuanya agreed dryly. But as soon as this voice fell, Su Han, who was the class president, was not happy. Su Han is the class president of this class, average looking, but belongs to the kind of appearance that is very durable, with a short hair, stood up and said to Song Chuanya, Teacher, we forging masters shouldn't go to participate in the fight. Once student Yifeng started this, I'm afraid that by then all the school students will be controversial about our department of artifacts, let alone forging masters who are not good at fighting in the first place. Yifeng froze for a moment as he looked at Su Han, who stood up. Who are you? Classmates Yifeng appeared to be one of the most unrecognizable. The name is not known. After all, he does not attend classes. The class also sleeps. It can be said that it is mixed to a completely new realm. However, he would not let Su Han interfere with his plans and opened his mouth to retort. Who says forgers don't know how to fight? Aren't we forgers also mages? When this statement came out, these female students in the class CPU more or less dangled. There's something wrong with that statement, but it doesn't seem to be wrong. Alright, you guys don't need to say anything. Since Yifeng wants to try, let him try. I'll cover for any problems, teacher. Song Chuanya smiled faintly. She was really a bit curious about how strong Yifeng was in terms of fighting. Thank you, sensei. Yifeng clasped his hands in gratitude. The other female students in the class looked at Yifeng and their eyes became odd. It was only at this time that they suddenly realized that this usually seemingly uneducated guy didn't seem simple. Now that the big competition inside the department had begun, Yifeng's side of the Department of Artifacts was the only one competing, and there was no doubt that he would directly advance. Inside the school cafeteria at noon. Ouch, TM almost didn't tire me out. Hani recounted his battle today while breathing heavily. Today, Hani had beaten 5 people in a row in one breath inside the departmental duel, directly using his strength to obtain the enrollment qualification for the school's freshman competition. This hard work naturally goes without saying. Looking at the two in front of him, who had automatically advanced to obtain the qualifications for the school-level competition without having to fight. For some reason, Hani was on fire with no name. If you two disgrace your buddies on top of the big competition, don't blame them for giving you an early social beating when the time comes. Ahem, I shouldn't be able to. Wan Tian coughed a few times somewhat vainly, while Yifeng changed the topic and said, Where's Mubai? How come I haven't seen him at dinner in the last while? At this time, the other two also reacted and realized that it seemed that Li Mubai's figure could not be seen at meals in recent times. And just as the three were slightly puzzled, they saw 2 people, a man and a woman, walk in from the entrance of the cafeteria. The woman is tall and wearing black silk. Next to the man's gentle and elegant is to show all the bookishness. The female they don't know, but isn't the male the one who is Li Mubai? Although he had changed his face and his voice had changed, they had seen this face of Li Mubai. Ah, good lord, this thousand faces trick kind of played out for him. When they saw Li Mubai back in the dormitory at night, the three of them began to torture him. What's the situation? Doesn't your brat only like Nyasini? How come you've even changed your target nowadays? Hani asked his question straight from the heart. Li Mubai, who heard the words, did not hesitate, had long thought of what to say. Nyasini is the love of my life. She's my ultimate goal. So in order to be able to give Nyasini a perfect love experience, I decided to upgrade myself first, and wait for when it's full before I love her wholeheartedly. Li Mubai said it with a straight face, but the three of them couldn't help but extend their middle fingers at the same time to show their contempt, especially this kid. Wan Tianlu. Straight from the mouth is a sentence, you scum. I bah. Li Mubai's old face blushed and didn't bother to retort. It was obvious that he had also discovered his playboy mentality. A cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Yifeng took out a look and found that it was his old sister who called. That said, he hadn't really been able to go and meet his oldest sister for as long as he'd been at school. Answering the phone, Yi Shuiying's voice then came out from inside. Older brother, come out and go shopping with me. Okay. Yifeng didn't feel that there was any problem. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't shopped with his sister before. Get dressed and head out the door and wait in front of the school where you agreed to meet. Within 10 minutes or so, though, he saw a familiar figure. It was her own cousin, and she just wanted to go over, but her footsteps lurched as she realized that it wasn't just Yi Shuiying who had come out. And Purple Spirit. Although Violet Spirit was wearing a hat and mask, he was certain that this was Violet Spirit. Nima, it's a trap. Seemingly seeing Yi Feng's thoughts, Ziling's eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile, while Yi Shuiying was smiling badly. Stinky old brother. If I had said that Violet Spirit was there too, would you not have come out? Yi Shuiying pinched the flesh on Yi Feng's waist, and Yi Feng was grimacing in pain. The three of them walked towards the shopping street near the school. It was only during the casual conversation on the road that Yi Feng learned that Yi Shuiying and Ziling were actually roommates. And what made him even more surprised was that the other two people in their dormitory were both acquaintances as well. Nyasini and Qi Xianbing. Nyasini didn't have any bad feelings, and even had some good feelings because of Li Mubai. But Qi Xianbing, Yi Feng couldn't look at this woman. Even if she looked a lot like his last redhead, no amount of face that softened his heart could prevent him from seeing the heart underneath the face that made him nasty. Sister, it's not that brother is speaking badly. It's this Qi Xianbing. I really feel that she's not someone to be trusted or believed. Yi Feng had thought that his words would make Yi Shuiying angry, but who knew that she just sighed. Alas, I don't know why. The former Xianbing wasn't like this. Now she has a heavy heart of victory and is unwilling to be weaker than others. Although she and Ziling are in the same dormitory, she now regards Ziling as a rival, and said that she wants to fight with Ziling at the freshman competition. Chapter 40, New Student Competition. Don't mind her, as long as she doesn't disgust me. Yi Feng patted his old sister's shoulder, signaling that she didn't need to worry. By the way, what lineage are you in? Violet Spirit? It was only at this time that he remembered that he never seemed to have asked Violet Spirit exactly which department in the school she was in. After all, she could use any line of magic, and choosing a department was indeed a difficult task. The fire department. I was going to be in the same department as you, but who knew you'd run off halfway to the artifact department? There was more or less a bit of complaining amongst Violet Spirit's eyes when she said this. Yi Feng, who heard the words, coughed twice in some embarrassment. Luckily, I ran away, or I would have been in big trouble. Yi Feng, when will you be my boyfriend? Ziling suddenly came up, while Yi Feng reached out and tapped his finger on her brow to stop her approach. Wait until you beat me sometime. Violet Spirit's eyes lost their high beams when she sniffed. Stinky old brother, do you know how powerful the Violet Spirit is? It's not easy to beat you. Yi Shuiying used a kind of look at a little cutie's eyes at her old brother, really not knowing where her uneducated old brother got his confidence from. No, Shuiying, I can't beat him. Ziling shook her head, but Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, was stunned. He just wanted to ask, but Yi Feng and Ziling found a way to change the topic at the same time. All the selections within the department have been made and the school competition has officially begun. The freshman competition of the East Region Magic Academy's freshman year. This was not only a battle between students, but also a competition between departments and faculties. Looking at the list of this year's participants, Dean Su Pingshan was a bit confused. Touching his already white beard, he thought he was blind. Turning his head, he realized that the old fat man, the vice dean, was also surprised. Old fellow, am I mistaken? Did the artifact department even have someone participating in the grand competition this year? The vice president looked at the dean, and the dean looked at the vice president, and the two old men suddenly felt that their heads were a little short. It's great that one of our dormitories was selected for the freshman competition. Li Mubai sat in the audience, his face full of excitement. The two of us are relying on strength. These two are relying on luck. Hani raised his middle finger at the duo. He really couldn't let go of this matter. The two sniffed and turned their heads to the side at the same time. Rain me no melon. The tedious opening ceremony was extremely boring. The freshman competition is actually also a time for the older students of the major departments to observe the new students of this class, and for some clubs to start searching for a new generation of members. The normal person in charge of this freshman competition, Yi Feng's foreknew, was the teacher who had gone to the dormitory to talk to them before, Wang Wenba. In fact, Wang Wenba didn't want to be the host, but there was no way. No teacher in the school was willing to be the host, so he was driven onto the shelf. There are 13 major departments in the Eastern Region Magic Academy. They are Fire, Earth, Gold, Wood, Water, Wind, Thunder, Light, Ice, System, Weapon, Summoning, and Healing. The Cure did not compete. 1 from the Artifact Department, 5 from the Summoning Department, and 10 from each of the other 10 departments. A total of 106 entries were made. Soon it was time for the first bout. The first match between Yi Feng of the Weapon Department and Qian Xiaodong of the Fire Department. Wang Wenba's voice fell. The whole room was in an uproar. The Artifact Department even competed? This isn't funny. Where did the Artifact Department get the combat power? Isn't this coming over to give away points for nothing? This Qian Xiaodong is our department, a barely only ranked 10th into the school competition. Surprisingly stumbled into the department of where this give away points. Into the second round of the school competition is considered to earn a lot. The entire crowd was pointing at Yi Feng, including those from the Artifact Department. All of them felt their faces were dishonored. How could a disgraced guy come? All the teachers also looked at Song Chuanya in surprise, while she shrugged and said, he had to. At this time a youth had already stepped onto the competition stage. A somewhat obese and ordinary student who couldn't be any more ordinary. Walking up to the stage with his head held high, he was arrogant and thought he was going to win this one. An instrumental student, he played with his eyes closed. Okay. Yi Feng snorted and walked onto the competition stage in a lazy body. Can Mr. Wang start? Wang Wenba looked at Yi Feng, then at Qian Xiaodong, and sighed in his heart. This Yi Feng was definitely not a good person. The guy who could go and kill demons every day could be much more vicious than a normal student. The contest begins. Since you're in a hurry to come over here and get yourself killed, then I'll. Before Qian Xiaodong could finish his words, he saw Yi Feng flip his hand and a bow appeared in his hand. The students of the Artifact Department can use magic artifacts of their own making. I finally figured out where this kid got the courage to compete. Dean Su Pingshan slapped his forehead in sudden realization. And the other teachers obviously thought of this problem as well. Phew! The crossbow arrow was shot out as a fire snake, and its power was so powerful that it had already reached the middle order extreme. Bang! Tianli slammed the table and looked at Song Chuanya and roared. This is clearly already a middle-ranked magical artifact. Song Chuanya, how dare you department students break the rules? Song Chuanya, who had heard the words, however, had the corners of her mouth twitch. He made that himself. I'm afraid you guys don't know that. I took him to the Forge Masters Association the day before yesterday to take his exam, and he passed, and he's advanced. All the teachers were confused by this statement. How is that possible? Even if one's talent is more unbelievable, it's impossible to become a senior forger in freshman year, right? It's already a genius to become a junior forger. And what's more, he's only a middle-ranked magician, not to mention the other teachers. Song Chuanya hadn't slowed down even now. She couldn't figure out why Yi Feng possessed that kind of thing that existed against the heavens. At this point on the field, Qian Xiaodong used all of his defenses to no avail, and was finally sent straight off the stage by Fire Snake. Scoundrel! It's a rascal! Isn't it a rule that no magical artifacts can be used in the freshman competition? Shameless guy, you're a disgrace to our school. The students were in an uproar, and Qian Xiaodong, who lost the match, was even more indignant. Wang Wenba frowned and was just about to open his mouth to sentence Yi Feng for cheating, but who knew that Dean Su Pingshan would open his mouth at this time? Yi Feng didn't commit any fouls. The weaponry department has special privileges for participating in tournaments and summoners. They are allowed to use magical artifacts of their own making, and Yi Feng of the weaponry department is now a senior forge master. After saying that, the big screen displayed Yi Feng's Forge Master profile, information that has been certified by the Forge Masters Guild. One of the representative pieces has the word storage ring written on it, and this time the teacher who knew the storage ring realized that the original Song Chuanya's storage ring was refined by this kid. Yi Feng looked at the electronic screen and first froze, then wanted to die. One doesn't want to flaunt it. He looked up at Song Chuanya, who was all smiles in the teacher's seat. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. He was obviously put on the spot by this one. Chapter 41, The Terrifying Art of the Thousand Faces. That day Song Chuanya clearly said that he was just taking himself to get a middle-order forging master license. How did it turn into a high-order license? Originally, it was to hide the strength before the test was intended not to expose the strength. But now how is it? Song Chuanya couldn't help but laugh at Yi Feng's confused expression. Unlike Song Chuanya, the expressions of the others were all dumbfounded. This included 3 other people from dormitory 324. Returning to the audience, Yi Feng was immediately questioned by the 3 of them. And Yi Feng only had a faint sentence. If you guys BB this again, do you believe I'm going to sneak around and knife all of you at night? The 3 of them immediately shut up at that. The school's senior management began to discuss frantically, and was full of interest in Yi Feng. They really couldn't figure out how a freshman had managed to get a high-level forge master license. Ask Song Chuanya and she won't say. The game continues. The latter matches were usual and normal. Until Li Mubai's on stage. Light Department Li Mubai vs Thunder Department Chen Nan. Brothers, watch my show. Li Mubai landed on the competition stage as a dazzling golden light. It was a waving fancy. The opponent, Chen Nan, was somewhat disdainful, with a look of being very unable to see Li Mubai. Wang Wenbo looked at Chen Nan's expression and sighed somewhat helplessly. This Chen Nan really did take the enemy lightly. Boom! A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. Middle-ranked magic. Falling thunder. Yoo-hoo! Compare me to Bright. Li Mubai's figure suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light, and the lightning had no way to hit under the high-speed movement. Is that all you do is run? Chen Nan stomped the ground with one foot, and an electric current spread from his foot to cover the ground. However, Li Mubai flew directly into the air with windwalk. Get down here. 2 wooden vines drilled out from the ground turning towards Li Mubai, who was running extremely fast in the air. This Chen Nan's second lineage was actually the wood lineage. Li Mubai, who was originally fleeing in the air, suddenly stood still at this moment. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. Not only Li Mubai, Yi Feng also revealed a smile at the same time. Thousand Faces art could not only change appearance and voice. After his improvement, originally only cultivators could practice Thousand Faces art. Cultivator chapter could copy cultivator spells, and now it could already copy the same level of magic. A light mirror appeared in the air and shone on the vines. Then 2 equally golden light vines suddenly appeared, and the 4 vines entangled at once were surprisingly evenly matched. What kind of magic is this? Chen Nan was shocked. All the students were equally shocked, and the teacher was confused. Even more dumbfounded were the 2 deans, 2 super-ranked mages who couldn't see the path of this magic. Being distracted inside a battle is not a good habit. Li Mubai had already flashed out of the air to Chen Nan's back at an unknown time. A powerful wind pressure suddenly attacked from behind. Chen Nan was shocked and hurriedly used his lightning spell to surprisingly attack. A thunder python fell from the sky. What light spells lacked was explosive damage, and he didn't believe that Li Mubai had just ignored this move. However, light mirror appeared again. A light python whistling out and thunder python collision, even indistinguishable in the air at the same time, dissipated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even the 2 deans, who were always composed, couldn't help but burst out. This was already a bit beyond their comprehension, and it was the first time they had seen and simultaneously duplicated a light spell that could even replicate the explosive light power of a lightning system. Middle-ranked spell. Wind blast. The powerful wind pressure condensed the wind force generated after the explosion directly shook Chen Nan out of the competition arena. Where's my cheer? Li Mubai pointed his right hand to the sky, and the room instantly erupted in applause. As for Yi Feng, the 3 of them looked like, I don't recognize this middle-aged teenager. Nyesini looked at Li Mubai, who had stepped down from the stage, with somewhat complicated eyes. When did he get so strong? Nyesini was in a somewhat bad mood because she didn't even make it into the top 10 of the department, and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition at all, and once has been pursued to let him. Some annoyed really despised the playboy son Li Mubai. Now but, Sini, what's wrong with you? Yi Shuiying noticed Nyesini's abnormal concern and asked, while she shook her head and said, it's fine, just thinking of some things from the past. Other side. Brothers, I'm handsome, right? You handsome, you grandmother bear. Fancy. Direct violence to solve the fight is finished. Play what handsome. Hani directly just returned a middle finger. I don't know if the teacher's side heard Han Yi's words. The next person to come out was none other than Han Yi. System Han Yi vs ISO Yang Shui. Wang Wenba's voice fell ice department side, but someone let out a laugh. I can't believe someone ran into one of our department's top 3 departmental flowers and number 1 in the freshman ice department. The guy in this system is out of luck. That's right. The system doesn't have an advantage when playing an ice system with lots of controls. So this dude is screwed. Losing to our departmental flower, he definitely earned his blood. The ice department side was all in a state of mind to watch, while there was a deep fear among the system's eyes. Why? Why is this violent maniac matched to a girl? It's over. It's over. This time the system's reputation is completely ruined. Scrapped. The system has been left in the dust ever since. Inside the system there was a tall girl with wheat-colored skin whose pupils were filled with panic as she recalled the scene of her previous fight with Han Yi. Looking at the high-cooled beauty who walked onto the stage wearing an ice department uniform with an iceberg beauty look, her heart was instantly filled with sympathy. This one's pretty girl image is kind of up in the air today. If it's an ugly girl it's okay. If it's a good-looking one, especially this kind of high-strung girl, the image is bound to crumble today, and in front of the whole school. She thought she was bad enough at departmental avalanche, but she didn't realize this one was even more heavyweight. Brothers, watch what it means to fight. Han Yi walked onto the competition stage with a gangly look as he finished speaking. The teacher of the system directly despaired after seeing Han Yi's appearance. This guy sure as hell isn't going to show any mercy just because this guy is a super gorgeous woman. Ice teachers are bound to have a good discussion about life with their system teachers today. Referee, call the match. Han Yi looked at Wang Wenba and said. Wang Wenba, who heard the words, smiled bitterly before shouting, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Shui 5 ice cones appeared around each other. Remember, never try to test others in battle. Strike out and attack hard. The metal condensed and a baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand. As soon as the metal baseball bat came out, the system was in collective despair, and they seemed to have seen the fall from grace that would be their system's reputation after the game was over. Bang! Han Yi's feet powered up as fast as lightning, and those ice cones were instantly shattered as he arrived in front of Ouyang Shui in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42, Violent Maniacs. Wow! Ice suddenly appeared on Han Yi's body, freezing him instantly. Unbearable. Ouyang Shui laughed coldly in her heart and was just about to send a magical attack, but she heard Han Yi's voice coming from inside the ice. How dare you not think of retreating after trapping an enemy in close quarters and unleash your magic? You'd have been dead long ago on the battlefield. The ice instantly shattered, and Han Yi's right hand had already reached out to grab towards Ouyang Shui's neck. Ouyang Shui's pupils contracted in disbelief. This is the middle rank magic inside the freezing. Even the middle rank demonic beasts can be trapped for almost a minute. Against a system student, why would it be broken so quickly? Hurriedly using the ice shield to fend it off while backing up. Bang! Han Yi's metal baseball bat swung, and the ice shield instantly shattered into ice blocks that fell. The baseball bat hadn't been retrieved yet, so he punched Ouyang Shui's face directly. There was a click. Ouyang Shui hastily used the ice spell ice armor to protect her body before she was hit, but still flew backwards out 3 meters, barely landed and stood firm. The ice armor instantly shattered, and a red fist mark appeared on the left side of his face under his eye circle. She was angry. She was really angry. The magic power in his body was frantically urged, and 2 ice snakes appeared whistling towards the charging Han Yi. Yeah, that's what makes a fight decent. The metal bat disintegrated into iron fists over Han Yi's hands. Boom! Both fists struck the 2 ice snakes, instantly causing them to appear cracks then crumble. A trace of surprise flashed among Ouyang Shui's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her state. You are worthy of making me use my full strength. Ouyang Shui waved her palm, and the water element spread rapidly with her as the center. Middle order magic. Waters. Ouyang Shui's second lineage was surprisingly the water lineage that was the most compatible with the ice lineage, which made many people couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The water had already reached Han Yi's ankles and was rapidly spreading upwards. It was hard to untie the water with brute force, but Han Yi was not flustered and just wanted to untie it with all his might. Who knew that right at this moment? Middle-ranked magic. Water wave. A full 2-meter high wave of water appeared to instantly submerge Han Yi. Freeze! Ouyang Shui let out a cry, and the water instantly froze. With a full 2 meters of ice, he didn't believe that this system guy could break free. The students of the ice department had begun to cheer. The system, on the other hand, is even crazier, and their system's face is saved. The 2 deans and all the teachers nodded their heads in satisfaction. It was already rare for the system to be able to fight with the ice department like this. Both were geniuses of each department. Only Yi Feng sighed helplessly. Let's hope that this Ouyang Shui will be able to protect her face later. Yi Feng's sudden words made the two beside him a bit confused. What did this mean? On the competition stage, Wang Wenbo was just about to announce Ouyang Shui's victory. But who knew that just at this, the ice started to crack. Body refining art secret technique. Qi and blood quenching body. Han Yi hissed in his heart as his body's qi and blood began to boil. Qi and blood quenching the body. One of the secret techniques of the body refining art. Could strengthen the body by boiling the qi and blood to gain 3 times the strength under normal circumstances. The aftermath, a period of time, produces a constant stream of hunger. Bang! Han Yi exerted all his strength, and the ice instantly shattered. How is this possible? Ouyang Shui was shocked. The system student's face went straight to the ground. It's over. The system's reputation. It's over. It's been a long time since I've had such a painful fight. Boom! Han Yi's feet powered up like a cannonball and instantly arrived in front of Ouyang Shui. And the ground he had just jumped on was suddenly cracked. Old Su, isn't your third faculty the spirit faculty? Can you see what's going on here? The vice president inquired with some anxiety. While Dean Su Pingshan was a bit confused looking at him and said, have you heard of magic that can use magic to make the inside of the body's cells into a high-speed depletion to increase the strength of the whole body by 3 times and also at the same time use magic to replenish the lost cells at a high speed? Ha! How is it possible to have this kind of magic? The vice president's head was full of questions. This Han Yi is using such magic. What? The vice president was dumbfounded. On the competition stage, bang! The 5 layers of ice shield used by Ouyang Shui was instantly broken. She tried to use her magic again, but Han Yi's speed was too great and his hand had grabbed her neck. Fly me! Han Yi's arm exerted force to directly throw Ouyang Shui into midair. Looking at the ceiling that was getting closer and closer to her, Ouyang Shui's brain had gone down, but managed to use the last remaining magic power to condense a layer of ice armor on her body. Boo! Han Yi jumped into the air and landed a knee strike directly on Ouyang Shui's backside, then followed up with an elbow strike on top of the belly. The other free hand grabbed Ouyang Shui's shoulder and threw it directly at the competition stage below. Boom! Ah! Ouyang Shui spat out a mouthful of blood and her ice armor completely shattered. A metal plate appeared in the air, and Han Yi's pedal board caught on, catapulting and swinging his fist towards Ouyang Shui. Wang Wenbo at this time also reacted. It was obvious that Ouyang Shui could no longer fight her opponent. Hurry over with the intention of protecting and then ending the match. I haven't lost yet. Ouyang Shui let out a cry, and the magic power in her body unexpectedly regained itself in a flash. Su Pingshan couldn't help but be staggered by the situation. I didn't expect this little girl is the legendary double magic energy body. Normal people can only store magic energy in the meridians, while she is because of the special meridians can be stored in the heart of the eyebrow or amongst other locations as well. When the magic energy is not enough after that, the stored magic energy goes into the instantly meridians to be refilled. Su Pingshan stroked his chin. He was really curious about what kind of battle these two little guys would bring behind them. The system students stood up excitedly at this. Han Yi still had hope of losing. A cold aura filled the competition stage and a huge ice shield appeared to wrap Ouyang Shui. This system student must have used some kind of short-time power-boosting magic to be so powerful. As long as she could stall for time, she would win. You don't know anything about power. Boom! Click! Han Yi circled the ice shield intended to be like a turtle shell, and his right hand once again grabbed Ouyang Shui's neck, making her gasp for air. The only thing that could be done in a critical situation was to use the ice armor again. Whoosh! Thrown high into the air once again, Han Yi took off, disintegrating metal flying out of his body, then quickly reorganizing to form several springboards in the air. Boom! 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 Knee strikes, elbow strikes, left hooks, right hooks, and finally dropping from the air to land a whip kick directly on top of Ouyang Shui's belly. Boom! Ouyang Shui landed heavily and smashed a big pit. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. At this time, the iceberg beauty has now been covered in green and purple. Even the face is swollen, and there is even blood from the skin appeared, tiny cracks outflow. The appearance of that called a miserable lying motionless inside the pit, completely unconscious, quiet in the room. Chapter 44, The Shadow of a Nightmare for the Whole School. It's over. It's ruined. The system is left to stink for years to come. If the ice students were in the mood for a roller coaster, the system students were bungee jumping. It's a lot more exciting than the ice students. At best, they'd lose the match for the department flower, and they'd lose face for the whole department. The medical team was the first to react, and after checking, they found that Ouyang Shui had many broken bones all over her body, and her bruises were even more numerous. But the good thing was that none of this was a matter in front of a high-level healing mage. Ice Department Ouyang Shue's homeroom teacher. A female teacher slammed the table and headed towards the system teacher's location. The system. What do you students mean? Willing to gamble? Don't get angry. Well, this has nothing to do with Hania. Is your students have to fight? Well, the competition has heard very normal. Well, competition? Is his last combo a contest? That was running towards killing, right? And this is a female student. Although she can recover from being beaten like this, do you think her image will still be there? The whole school has seen her like this. What do you want her to do in school in the future? The students of the ice department and the system quarreled, while many of the students of the ice department who adored Ouyang Shui lost their love on the spot. Without the looks to add to it, it suddenly seemed as if goddesses were just that. Ha ha ha, ouch. Hani returned to his seat, and the three of them directly twisted their heads to say, I don't know you. Get lost. Brothers, is there any food? I'm starving to death. Let's go to the buffet after the game in a while. It's economical for me now. Okay. The three nodded in agreement, and the tournament table was restored by this time. There were ice system ones on this side of the mixed system audience seat, looking at Hani, who was chatting with his roommate in front with eyes that screamed fear. That's a nasty piece of violence. And not only a violent maniac, but a violent maniac who beats up both men and women. Next match. Summoning Department Wan Tianla versus Wood Department Lin Ying. As soon as Wang Wenba's words fell, the four people from the summoning department stood up at the same time. Ha! What are you doing? Call me when this fight is over. This place can't stay for a while. The four summoning department students fled and ran out of the competition stage. One of them even tripped without standing still. His shoes flew off. He didn't even dare to pick them up and stumbled out. And the only three teachers in the summoning department that weren't too many were despairing at the same time. Compared to the two just now, one who could copy spells and one who was a violent maniac. This one was even more of a heavyweight. The four summoning department students who ran out crouched in the doorway shivering as they remembered the scene they saw earlier when they were sparring with Wan Tianlu. It was a nightmare they'd never be able to shake. Yeah, it's my turn. 10,000 Legends walks towards the tournament table. Across from him was a quiet-looking girl with glasses and some small freckles on her face. Hello, my name is Van Tanel. Wan Tianla gave a naive smile, and Lin Ying was first stunned at his words. Then he smiled and said, Hello, my name is Lin Ying. Alas, it's over. Tianla is considered to have lost the right to choose a date from now on. Li Mubai sighed, while Hani couldn't help but shiver. How is this opposite side still a girl? This luck is even worse than the one opposite me. The surrounding students were all puzzled. No matter how miserable can be as miserable as a girl meeting a violent maniac like you? Game on. As Wang Wenba's voice fell, a summoning spell formation appeared in front of Wan Tianla. Hiss. Two alabaster spiders appeared at the same time. Yo, White Jade Spider. All of them have the strength of 3 stars of the middle rank, and can reach the high rank after adulthood. Isn't this kind of spider extinct? I didn't expect to see it. Dean Supengshan was a bit surprised, not expecting to see this blue star local demonic beast that should have gone extinct here. The 2 alabaster spiders rushed towards Lin Koma at the same time, and when she saw this she hurriedly used her magic. Suddenly a dozen or so vines emerged from the ground around her body at the same time, winding their way towards the White Jade Spider. The White Jade Spider stood still and spat out its venom, and several of the vines withered instantly. The rest of the vines were cut off by the sharp spider legs. However, the vine suddenly regenerated and more than a dozen flowers grew out, then turned into petals and shot towards the White Jade Spider with a whistling sound. Surprisingly, it's the Topwood magic in the middle rank. Vine Flower Field. It can simulate the field magic that only the high rank can have. This nymphette is very gifted, but this spell also cost her almost so magical energy. The good thing is that the Vine Flower Field won't have any magical energy digested after it's used, and it has a full 10 minutes of duration unless it's broken. The vice president said, although the White Jade Spider is good, it's not an adult after all. This Wan Tianla should have lost. Su Pengshan also spoke his mind. Now that the entire martial arts stage had been completely shrouded, the 2 White Jade Spiders and vine petals were constantly trembling. Vines appeared from the ground and wrapped around the body of the White Jade Spider, and the petals condensed into a flower demon. And with both hands, the vines formed into cones and stabbed at the White Jade Spider. Just when everyone thought the match was going to end, a sudden change occurred. Alas, Tianlu surprisingly moved for real as well. Yi Feng sighed. Today all 4 of their oddballs were considered to have made an appearance. A dozen summoning spells suddenly appeared. A skeleton soldier appeared, and among them was a skeleton knight, riding a skeleton horse. with a worn-out pitch-black colored lance in his hand as if it were the scythe of the god of death. With a poof, the flower demon was directly chopped to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Undead class summoner. There really are such summoners in the world. Su Pangshan once again foul-mouthed. The undead summoner has always been in the historical legends. Whether there has been no one can confirm and test. Yet before they could react, something even stranger appeared. An oversized summoning spell formation unexpectedly appeared behind Wan Tianlu. That's not right. A beginner summoner can sign a contracted beast. So can an intermediate level? Contracted beasts don't need magical energy. The 2 alabaster spiders are his contracted beasts. Summoning these skeleton creatures, he's already exhausted all of his magical energy. How can he still have a summoned beast? This is not in line with common sense. The vice president was a bit confused. This thing was beyond his perceived common sense. While Yifeng's trio sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw it, it had finally come. The summoning department teachers all slumped into their chairs in despair. A summoning department student instantly understood after glancing in through the doorway and hastily shrank back, only to see Wan Tianlu take out his bone whistle and blow it violently. Buzz! Thousands of pitch-black colored moths that looked like cockroaches whistled out, densely covering the sky above the competition stage. There were also hundreds of centipedes and hundreds of scorpions that crawled out from the teleportation array behind Wan Tianlu and began to frantically tear at these vine petals. Black swarms of insects and eerie skeletons dominated the tournament table. The scene was memorized by all present, because it had become the shadow of a nightmare for their entire school. Chapter 44, Fame in the School. Ah! The timid girls could no longer hold out and let out piercing screams. Even many female teachers couldn't help but shiver when they saw this scene. This is Wan Tianlu. Yi Shuiying. Who knows Wan Tianlu? Is numb at this time? Usually Wan Tianlu gives people the impression of being cheerful, optimistic and simple. But today, this is the devil's own damn thing. Why another oddball? Su Pangshan all but collapsed, questioning his knowledge for the first time. Old Sua, what are these things? How come I don't feel like demonic insects? The vice dean looked at Dean Su Pangshan, while the latter was somewhat confused and said, "You may not believe me when I say it. These insects are obviously all artificially bred, but I don't know why. These insects don't have a bit of magical energy in their bodies, but they are as strong as demonic insects, and it looks like they are all bred from demonic insects, but they don't know why they underwent a metamorphosis, and don't have any magical energy left in their bodies, and that student can manipulate them by whistling. If I'm not wrong, he should still have a way to make these insects evolve again, which means he can use this fighting style for the rest of his life. The stronger he gets, the stronger these insects will surely get along with him. I just don't know what special means he's using. Where did this class get so many weirdos?" The vice president was feeling a bit of a headache. At this time they suddenly appeared as if the first appearance of the oddball Yifeng. In today's oddball inside the opposite is the most normal. It's not too far outside of common sense after all. Lin Ying at the very center of the battlefield was dumbfounded at this point. It was clear that there had been some fumbling while maneuvering the vine flower field. The vines and flowers quickly coalesced into a fully 5-meter-tall tree man rushing out towards Wan Tianlu, while the domain vines near him had now been gnawed away by the bugs. Beep, 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 Wan Tianlu whistled. Instantly all the moths in the air gathered densely and directly covered the tree man. In a few moments, though, the moths dispersed, while the tree man had been bitten down to mere stumps. Beep, beep, the centipede and scorpion on the ground accelerated at the same time, and the skeleton took the lead in attacking Lin Ying's last defense. Beep, 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 the moths gnawed on the vines along with the insects on the ground, and in an instant, the originally full field of vine flowers was now only a small spot where Lin Ying was. Thousands of parasites and a dozen skeletons and 2 alabaster spiders. Looking at these parasites that were gradually approaching, Lin Ying's mind completely collapsed. I concede. I admit defeat. I concede. Woohoo. Lin Ying sat on her butt and actually cried out in shock. Yikes. I can't believe I won. Thanks for bearing with me. Wan Tianlu clasped his hands. Then the skeleton disappeared and the summoning array appeared. All the parasites returned to the center. As for the bodies of the parasites that died because of the attack, they were all devoured by their own kind when the parasites withdrew. This Wan Tianlu wins. Wang Wenba's voice was a little shaky when he announced. In addition to Lin Ying is that he is directly facing those parasites. Good guy. The sense of prestige and the fear brought by the human heart. Really, 10,000 days of music. Wan Tianlu. I've memorized this name. In the future, I can mess with anyone, but I must not mess with this one. It's horrible. It's horrible. I hear whistles now. I get goosebumps. I thought the system's violent maniacs were tough enough, but I didn't realize the summoning one was even more heavyweight. Since then, the name Wan Tianlu is known throughout the school. And don't put it on the list of the most dangerous people in the school, who can mess with anyone, but can't mess with this one. Someone posted the video footage to the school forum, and some students who weren't there were simultaneously shocked when they saw it. This one was even crowned with the title of Bug Devil later on campus. The system teacher and the summoning faculty teacher looked at each other, then at the same time they couldn't help but hug each other and cry in tears. What has happened to their department? Wan Tianlu walked up to the audience just like a fire into a haystack. And when he walked to something, the people over there automatically stepped aside to clear the way. Tianlu, now you're known throughout the school. Li Mubai couldn't help but sigh. Asterisk. Stop talking. I'm getting hungry and pumped. Let's go out for a buffet. Mr. Li's treat. Hani was on fire to go out for dinner. And Li Mubai, who had heard the words, shrugged his shoulders and said it was fine. The four people left the freshman competition site at the same time. Anyway, they've played today's game and the next one is tomorrow. Looking at the four people who went out at the same time, the dean and vice dean couldn't help but stare at the same time. Do these four oddballs know each other well? Su Pengshan looked towards the teacher responsible for the student count, and that teacher immediately revealed a helpless expression upon hearing this. More than familiar. They came to our school together from a dormitory and were even in the same class in high school. What? These four oddballs are actually in the same dormitory. It's over. It's over. This year's team competition is going to be over. The dean broke down, and the vice president did likewise. The reason schools mix up departments for the sake of a good split team. It's mostly about teamwork on the battlefield. The battle team of the East Region Magic Academy was a male dormitory and together to become a battle team. And now these four oddballs are even in a dormitory, which means that these four oddballs will be in a battle team. That's seen if you fight. Don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. The two deans saw for the first time that mixing faculties to live together and assigning them directly inside a battle team was the opposite of a stupid idea. The four of them walked into the buffet while chatting. Pay the money and then sit down in your seat and put your stuff down. Then Hani and Wan Tianlu went to clip the food like two guys who hadn't eaten in centuries. This cafeteria is out of luck. Li Mubai had a look on his face as he watched the fun, while Yifeng heatedly smiled. Mubai, do you think the two of them making this fight so violent and disgusting will affect your Li family's reputation? Influences, but they're all good influences, showing that as long as you have the strength, no matter what, you'll be able to do well in our Li family, just like Hani and Tianlu. It makes sense. The opponents at the back shouldn't be simple. The two of them haven't sent their full strength yet. If they rush the rankings, the back 80% will have to send their strength. When that time comes, that's seen. TSK. Yifeng thought about it carefully and realized that he was actually looking forward to the scene when the time came in a small way. I'm no better off with you behind me. Li Mubai revealed a bitter smile. I'm afraid their oddball F4 moniker will continue to circulate in college as well. In the afternoon, Yifeng found class teacher Song Chuanya in the school's forge. What is it that student Yifeng is looking for me for? Song Chuanya put on an amiable teacher appearance, while Yifeng's mouth twitched. Why did you make me take the high-level Forgemaster's license? Chapter 45, a great gift for Banran. I'm not seeing that you're strong enough, and it's a lot easier to get a license. Song Chuanya was first a little weak then justified. In reality, she was like this mainly because she could see that Yifeng wasn't very interested in forging and was too low-key and unmotivated. So she wanted to have a lot of people question Yifeng after he became a high-ranked forger by making him become a high-ranked forger. And then he would forge hard in order to prove himself. How could Yifeng not see these little schemes of Song Chuanya? Teacher, I'll give a surprise tomorrow. Yo! Yifeng smiled and left after saying that, which made Song Chuanya a little confused as to what he meant by that. However, by the time she realized it the next day it was already too late, because Yifeng chose to use the fastest method to erase the trouble brought about by his identity as a high-ranked forger. Ban run! Don't blame me for being unrighteous if you shade me. Day 2. The crowd automatically parted as the four entered. The impression left by Wan Tianlu and Han Yi yesterday was so horrible that it had caused almost all the students to resist these two. It is really fearful. Even no one dared to sit around the perimeter where the four had taken their seats. Familiar game opener. Su Pengshan, who was sitting in the dean's seat, looked at the list of today's participants. Yesterday 106 played, leaving 53. Because it's an odd number, there's bound to be one person's turn. Looked at the names of the four men. Yifeng, the first one to be ruled out. This one just has an unbelievable forging talent. Nothing much, Li Mubai, the second one ruled out, is considered normal despite that copy magic and wackiness of this one. Han E. It's kind of the genius of the system. 10,000 days of music. This one advances directly. Su Pengshan made up his mind. This one Tian Li's bugs are weird. And the undead creatures aren't that bad. There's no problem advancing by strength. It's just that the combat is too disgusting to let him out. Wang Wenba shouted into the microphone after receiving the message. Since 53 people were promoted yesterday, one person will be promoted directly today, and the draw will determine the person. Wan Tianla. School-wise, the crowd in the audience cheered. They knew it was a backroom deal for the school, but they had no objections. None whatsoever. The players also breathed a sigh of relief. Not being able to run into the worm demon was definitely good news. First match. Yi Feng of the weapon department versus Lu Haochuan of the fire department. Looking at Yi Feng who walked onto the stage, Dean Su Pingshan couldn't help but stretch his brows. He had deliberately arranged Yi Feng to be the first. After all, it was rare that there was a decent one among these four oddballs. Playing with forging, with good talent and special means, it was normal to become a high-ranked forger. Or it was a deliberate watering down on the side of the Forge Master Association. And it hadn't been so counterintuitive that he couldn't comprehend it. Watching him was a real physical and mental pleasure that made him forget for a while about the three oddballs that were beyond his knowledge. Yi Feng and Lu Haochuan fought against each other. Lu Haochuan already knows Yi Feng's bottom line. This guy is relying on magic devices. As long as his spells are fast and powerful, the other party is definitely clueless. Game on. Lu Haochuan's voice fell instantly launching the spell. A fire python whistled. Everyone thought that Yi Feng would use a magical artifact to counterattack, but no one realized that he wasn't even holding a magical artifact in his hand right now, nor did he have any intention of taking it out of his storage ring. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Song Chuanya suddenly felt something was wrong. It always felt as if Yi Feng was going to do something beyond the norm. Mr. Song, greet my great gift. Yi Feng suddenly raised his hand and golden flames suddenly appeared in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one turns out to be the head of the oddball inside. Su Pengshan Nima's mind completely collapsed. Heavenly fire. This is ing heavenly fire. Rather, it was a golden heavenly flame. Unheard of and unheard of. Obviously this was a kind of heavenly flame that had never appeared to anyone before. The fire python suddenly transformed into ordinary flames and entered into the golden fire mass in Yi Feng's hand before it even got close to him. Firecracker. Yi Feng violently clenched his fists. Boom! A golden lotus blossomed on the martial arts stage. The powerful flame might even shattered the martial arts platform shield with a click. This strike had surprisingly reached a high level. Lu Haochuan was blown up and fell out of the competition stage. But it was good that Yi Feng purposely controlled it so that his opponent didn't receive any life-threatening injuries. The whole room was confused. What just happened? Skyfire. It's the heavenly flame. This person has heavenly flame. It must be heavenly flame, can't be wrong. I once encountered a super-ranked mage with heavenly flame, but his heavenly flame pressure was also far less terrifying than how it is in the hands of this artifact system person. Golden heavenly flame. Aren't there just 4 kinds of heavenly flames inside the Blue Star records? And there's no golden heavenly flame in there either. All the students were humanly stupid. Song Chuanya was also dumbfounded. She had always thought that Yi Feng just had a strand of heavenly flame that he could control that could only be used for forging. Even controlling a strand of it was already remarkable. However, it is obvious that to be able to release magic directly with heavenly flame, this is to have the entirety of the flame. How did she not think that Yi Feng would have the entirety of the heavenly flame? Li Mubai's 3 people clearly understood and naturally wouldn't be shocked. Wang Wenba, on the other hand, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He was curious before why the sewers of the capital of hope will appear heavenly fire, but the result did not expect that it is actually Yi Feng has a heavenly fire. At that time, the demon hunting used so the resulting appearance of a heavenly fire breath. Old Sua, my brain is a little messed up. Have I been hallucinating for the past 2 days without a good night's sleep? The Vice-Dean felt like his entire being was blindsided. Sniffing, Su Pengshan similarly said with some trembling lips, I feel as if I'm hallucinating as well. On the other side of the teacher's position, the fire teacher Tian Li was directly furious. Song Chuanya, so this student has heavenly flame. No wonder you were so monkeyish to snatch him away from me. The fire department teacher heard. What? Originally Yi Feng was from their fire department? Being halfway scooped up. If there is a heavenly fire, it would be too normal to become a senior forging master. Heavenly flame was the highest temperature flame in the world that could melt any metal. Even high rank and even super rank materials could be handled in minutes. This Song Chuanya knew that Yifeng had heavenly flame and that becoming a forge master would definitely be bullish. So he came over to poach him with the difference in information. The fire teachers instantly grouped together and came over to find Song Chuanya to settle the score. And Su Pingshan also reacted back. And he didn't look at the back of the match. Go directly to question Song Chuanya. A magician with heavenly fire. Or a magician around the age of 18. Becoming a super rank is really breaking the bottleneck of today's world realm. To become an existence above the super rank is an impossible thing. Instead, he was dragged to the forge, resulting in the current wizard level still being a mid-rank 1-star. What is this? It's a waste. Looking at Song Chuanya, who was surrounded by a group of people in the teacher's seat who couldn't defend themselves, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 46, Face? What face to have? Was that my oldest brother just now? Yi Shuiying's eyes were filled with disbelief. When was her own old brother so strong? How come she didn't know? Shuiying, didn't you say your brother was weak? What's with this heavenly flame? Or is it a heavenly fire that has never appeared before? Qi Xianbing's brows were tightly locked, and the eyes that looked at Yi Shuiying beside him were filled with doubt. Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but my oldest brother did once go out for a month, but I didn't feel any changes in him. I can prove what Shuiying said. Nye Sini suddenly spoke. Not only Yifeng, Han Yi, Wan Tianlu, Li Mubai and the four of them got tired of each other every day in high school, and at that time their fighting ability has always belonged to that kind of not so good level. But why did they suddenly become so strong when they got to college? She was also puzzled as to why this was the case. It was fine if one person got stronger. The problem was that 4 people got stronger at the same time. The Violet Spirit, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up at this time. Is it possible that it's because they've been hiding their strength in the past? Shuiying, didn't I say that I can't beat your brother? This. Yi Shuiying felt as if her CPU was burning a bit. Qi Xianbing's eyes were cold as he looked at Ziling and said, to have someone who makes even a first genius like you feel inferior to him, it's rare. The Violet Spirit didn't reply back as she sniffed. She was too lazy to bother with this guy. It really wasn't for nothing that her own fiancé was annoying her. While the match continued on the competition table, the teacher's side of the table got noisy. No way. Say what you want about this, Yifeng will take the fire department. Change departments immediately. Tianli tapped the table in front of Song Chuanya with an undoubted air. Tianli, I really can't give it to him. He has already become a high-ranked forger. His future is unlimited. Don't pull these useless ones. When I don't know, you must have deliberately made him a high-ranked forger in order to keep this talent, as a way to tie him up in your department. Tinley's guess was echoed by all. Well, I think Lori has a point. Su Pingshan agreed. The vice dean not far away was a bit speechless. What are you, a dean, doing getting involved in this? The prerequisite for switching departments is that he has to agree to it himself, right? At her wit's end, Song Chuanya could only say so. Tianli commanded with a cold snort at her words. It's not that simple. Find a few fire department students, the kind that are especially good looking, and go talk Yifeng into coming to the fire department for me. Where's the face? Where's your face? Tinley. Even Tianli couldn't hold back at this time and directly transformed into a shrew. Face? What face do you want? Students with heavenly fire, or the body complete heavenly fire. Not the broken goods that the Feng family in the capital has passed down for I don't know how many generations that have already been almost extinguished. What more face do you want with such a student? Song Chuanya was angry, faces red. Seen shameless. Have not seen so shameless. Okay. The other teachers of the fire department sniffed that speed. It was obvious that they very much approved of this shameless idea. The best looking in the whole department was practically undoubtedly Violet Spirit, but Violet Spirit was a kid who never spoke to strangers in general, so it definitely wouldn't work. Each and every one of the beautiful women of the fire department were also very proud. After all, the fire department was the most powerful department besides the thunder department. And there were still more people than the thunder department. This male teacher couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. However, the female teacher beside him didn't hesitate to go to Violet Spirit. She was Ziling's homeroom teacher. Usually Ziling asked magic questions and was instructed by her individually one-on-one, going to her and saying that it would definitely be fine. Soon this female teacher came to Violet Spirit's side. Violet Spirit, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can come over here for a moment? Ziling sniffed without hesitation and got up to follow her, which made both Yi Shuiying and Nye Sini a little curious as to what matters were to be discussed. Finding a corner where there was no one, the female fire department teacher said with a pleading face, Can you go and help the teacher talk to a male student from another department and pull some strings to get him to switch to our fire department? Sorry teacher. I don't like to be around boys. Find someone else. Violet Spirit's face was cold. Obviously because Ban Ren's request made her a bit angry. Turned around and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Knowing Violet Spirit's character, the female fire teacher was not very willing to deal with girls, let alone the opposite sex, and was a bit anxious to be abrupt herself. Alas, it looks like we can only go and convince the other good-looking girls from the fire department to persuade Yifeng. The female teacher sighed, and after muttering to herself she just wanted to go find someone else. Who knew that the Violet Spirit would suddenly turn back? It's my responsibility to share the teacher's worries. I'll go find Yifeng and ask him to switch to our department. Violet Spirit's movements were so crisp and clean that she turned around and walked towards the audience where Yifeng's 4 people were. Ha! 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 The female fire teacher was confused. The audience where all 4 of Yifeng's people had become a blank area, so it was too easy to find them. Yifeng sat at the innermost part, Han Yi at the outermost part. Wan Tianlu was next to Yifeng, and Li Mubai was next to Han Yi. Just as the 4 people were chatting, Ziling had already tiptoed over to Yifeng and sat down, giving a gesture to Li Mubai and Han Yi, who had seen it, to signal them to keep quiet. The two were confused. Who are you? Suddenly, Li Mubai remembered. Isn't this the disciple of Xinhua Marshal Yilong? And still deservedly the first magic genius of China. Because of the special magic energy all the magic can be used. Before in the enrollment of the Li family gave him the other side of the photo. To this day, many people didn't want to understand why such a genius would enter the East Domain Magic Academy, which wasn't the best magic academy. What's she looking for Yifeng for? Ziling just wanted to sneak up to hug Yifeng's arm, but who knew that Yifeng suddenly reached out and pressed her forehead. Looking for me for something. Yifeng twisted his head to look at Ziling. He was now really a little afraid of this girl. Which one of her eyes was blind enough to look at him? Yifeng, our teacher asked me to come over and pull you in, so that you can switch departments to our fire department. Violet Spirit revealed a smile, and instantly all 3 were dumbfounded. This one is really pretty. What an absolute beauty. What a smile. No, 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 I refuse. I avoided her not enough to go with her in the same department. This is not idle boredom to look for trouble. I can't believe I turned down a request from such a beautiful girl. Uing Diamond did it. Harder than even diamonds. The 3 were collectively petrified. Yifeng. Ziling forcefully hugged Yifeng's arm and started to pamper him. Wait a minute. I have a question. Li Mubai couldn't help himself and asked the question. What's the problem? Yifeng and Ziling spoke at the same time. You two aren't supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend, are you? No, 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 how can that be? Yifeng said on the spot that this was absolutely impossible. That's good. Li Mubai sniffed a sigh of relief. These 2 demons, if a pair of that can be too scary. And they and Yifeng every day to mix together. When he virgin girlfriends a few brothers cannot know. It's true we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm his fiancé. Chapter 47, Yifeng, you deserve to die. Violet Spirit smiled and uttered the words. Then, asterisk. The 3 of them simultaneously exclaimed and exited at the same time, then froze in place. The students closest to them were also 3 rows away, plus sitting a bit off to the side. So no students noticed what was going on over here. The 3 of them were motionless, as if they were petrified. Their minds were blank. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said blindly. This is the present age. Free love. The marriage contract set by parents is all bull. Yifeng is really do not want to get out of the single. He has put his heart with cement paste. The heart method is used to the extreme suppression of male and female emotions. He did this out of necessity. The people in this world didn't have spiritual roots, nor did they have powerful cultivators like him whose souls transformed their bodies to make spiritual roots. Everyone except him was destined to be mortal. Parents, family and friends one after another become old history. He this can accept. After all, when the God Emperor all the way do not know how many years. This kind of thing has long been numb, but male and female feelings can be different. His last life from the beginning to the end there is only one red face. This one wife. The God Emperor can only have one. She is ultimately a great limit will be away from himself. How could he walk away from countless years together? Especially the one before she died. I'm sorry, can't be with you all the way. Sorry. Holding her hand herself. The last moment she was thinking of guilt. Not at God or anyone else, but at herself, at her inability to be there for her. So he sealed his heart, and he absolutely could not move this heart again. For the sake of not wanting to go through something like this again. It can't be helped. Who made me such a feudal woman? If you have a favorite. I don't mind being small. Violet Spirit's words were shocking. As if a thunderbolt had struck the trio. Whitey Phone can meet this kind of stunningly beautiful looks. Good character. 100 obedience to the girl. And the most irritating people. This guy is still a pair of love is really avoiding the attitude. Why? His grandmother. Why don't they have a marriage like that? Just at this time the last match ended and Wang Wenba's voice rang out again. System Han Yi versus Gold System Liang Tingman. Han Yi, who had heard the words, seemed to have found a vent as he jumped across the steps to the competition stage in a few steps. The murderous aura was exposed, and his eyes were full of violence as he looked towards Liang Tingman, a student of the gold department, who was standing opposite to him. Alas, really afraid of you. The fire department I have no intention of going. The weapon department is quite free and easy. A moment to invite you out to dinner as compensation can be. Yi Feng sighed helplessly. Right now, compared to his old sister, Ziling was going to make him feel even more terrifying. Yes, Ziling's eyes were glowing, and her eyes were full of joy as she was about to hug Yi Feng's neck to have a sticker result, but she was pushed away by the outstretched palm of her hand. Don't move your hands, man and woman. Yi Feng said these words in a flat tone, and Ziling nodded with some loss. Li Mubai and Wan Tianla finally couldn't help but gnash their teeth and say in the same voice, Yi Feng, you really deserve to die. On the competition stage, game on. Wang Wenba finished with a cold shiver. How is the killing aura on this Han Yi so heavy? Not ashamed to be a violent maniac from the battlefield. The secret method of body refining. Qi and blood quenching the body. Han Yi roared in his heart, and in an instant, his power steeply increment. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10. Dean Supingshan felt that the situation was a bit wrong. How did this Han Yi seem to have been stimulated by something? Why did he use this kind of magic that belonged to a suppressed box as soon as he came up? Seeing Han Yi rushing away, Liang Tingman hurriedly used his magic and the metal turned into a liquid that wrapped around his body then solidified. Middle-ranked gold magic, metal armor. The metal armor of middle-ranked magic was comparable to middle-ranked defensive magic, and the defensive effect was barren. Intermediate level magic, metal pearly needles. Hundreds of iron needles as fine as cow hair condensed and whistled towards Han Yi, who was using the same metal armor. Dang it! The metal armor blocked all of the steel needles. Han Yi hits Liang Tingman with an uppercut to the chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful force directly knocked Liang Tingman into midair. The metal armor on his body disappeared, and the familiar metal iron plates appeared in the air to distribute them quickly. Bang! 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 Because of the metal armor protection, Han Yi's power hit Liang Tingman's body with almost full force. Knees, elbows, left hooks, right hooks, and finally a whip kick from the air directly on top of Liang Tingman's belly. Boom! Liang Tingman heavy landing smashed out a huge pit. Good thing there is metal armor, he just suffered some flesh wounds. Not a big problem. Just as he wanted to unleash his magic, who knew that Han Yi was extremely fast and didn't give him the time or opportunity to use his magic at all. Bang! 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 Pressing down on Liang Tingman, his fists kept hitting the metal armor like rain from a storm. Watching this scene everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How hard does a fist have to be to hit metal armor directly and so quickly? The loud noise spread to every corner of the freshman competition site. Everyone couldn't help but shiver as they listened. Liang Tingman wanted to gather magical energy, but Han Yi's pressure and offense was just too oozing and terrifying, making him unexpectedly fearful of being able to gather magical energy at all. Yi Feng, you deserve to die. Han Yi shouted in his heart as the speed of his hands surged to the extreme. Ola 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 ola. Bang! 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 The metal armor on his chest had become extremely hot from the high-speed blows. This flesh strength is already comparable to a high rank. Right. Where did he get such a terrifying flesh body for a middle rank 3-star? Su Pengshan really felt that he was the dean and super ranked magician for nothing. A freshman competition appeared in a special situation they even all do not know because of what. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Liang Tingman's eyes rolled white, and he really couldn't hold on any longer and fainted directly. Han Yi wins this match. Han Yi blows on his smoking fist and disappears out of the ring. The speed and power of the punch that was like a machine gun just now caused a wave of fear to arise in the hearts of most of the students. It's not even a mage. It's a flood beast. Next match. Light Department Li Mubai vs Fire Department Ziling. Wang Wenba's voice sounded again. This was arranged by the dean because the dean was a little curious about what kind of sparks would be emitted when Li Mubai's copy magic collided with this all-around genius. The light department student who can copy other people's magic is actually fighting the fire department flower who can use a full range of magic. There's something interesting about this match. I'd like to see just how many attributes of magic this Lee Mubai can copy. I can see the purple spirit beauty fighting again. He. The crowd is starting to look forward to this match. As a result, who knows? Just after Wang Wenba's words fell, he heard Lee Mubai arrive at the competition stage at the speed of light and then said, "I'll forfeit and admit defeat." After saying that, he turned back into a golden light and returned to the audience. Chapter 48, A Rare Chat. The whole room was in an uproar. This situation was unexpected by everyone, including the dean. What an interesting little guy. Dean flashed a smile. On Lee Mubai's side, he revealed a bitter smile. Not to mention the purple spirit middle stage 6 stars. Inside the second year of college is a heaven-defying existence. Just the identity of his sister-in-law he can't fight this Ziling and Yifeng looked at Lee Mubai with some surprise at the same time, while he shrugged his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter. For me, as long as one of the four of us advances to the top 5, it's a victory. There's nothing left for me back there. Come on, let's eat together." Yifeng made the request to bring Ziling to dinner by himself, and he didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be a lot of trouble. So his idea was to bring these three along as well. That way the purple spirit wouldn't dare to be reckless. Yifeng then saw the three people simultaneously put up their middle fingers and express their contempt for Yifeng, trying to get the three of us to be the light bulb. Not even the door. I'll go get my sister. Shuang, he's going to dinner with Xine and the others. How could Ziling not see Yifeng's thoughts? Smiling, she took Yifeng's hand that was frantically trying to dodge and left the competition venue. Watching this scene, the three of them gnashed their teeth together. I didn't expect it. But Brother Feng is hiding so deeply. Wan Tianle looked like he had been cheated out of his feelings. I thought Yifeng was going to be doomed to a lifetime of widowhood just like me. Now I kind of understand what it means. Don't blame the road for people not working. Hani had the same look of being cheated out of his feelings. Only Lee Mubai was a bit puzzled. How did Yifeng know Ziling? And by the looks of it, the time of acquaintance shouldn't be short already. Fiancé? Wasn't Purple Spirit rescued by Marshal Yilong from a county that was destroyed by the demon race? Didn't her original adoptive parents die in the demon wave that destroyed the city? Could it be that Marshal Yilong has fixed the marriage? That's not right. Marshal Yilong is not that kind of person. Lee Mubai really can't understand how to think about it. In a hot pot restaurant, Yifeng and Ziling asked for a small private room. I really didn't expect someone who likes to keep a low profile as much as you to make such a big splash today. Ziling, hands resting her cheeks looking at Yifeng. She today but also got their fiancé performance is very surprised. Having no choice but to be put on the spot and get the identity of a high-ranking forger. If I don't find a way to press it through or find a reasonable excuse for it, I'll have to get into trouble sooner or later. Fair enough. Ziling had a look of sudden realization while Yifeng looked at her with a frown. You used the goddess inheritance crystal? How can you tell? A brand new power has gradually appeared inside your body and formed a scale to start gradually replacing the magic energy. There are magic formations on the inheritance crystal that ordinary mages can't disarm at all. It looks like you should have some relationship with that goddess. Yifeng's current idea was simple. As long as he could come up with a new topic to draw fire, Ziling wouldn't say something to color him things. The violet spirit who heard the words showed a flash of surprise on her face and nodded lightly. As outrageous as it is, I'm not actually from this era. Oh wow, what a statement. Yifeng came to be interested. The violet spirit really had a problem. Ziling looked at Yifeng and said directly without any hesitation. My adoptive parents are both on the archaeological team. They are the ones responsible for the ancient lost civilization excavation. They said that they found a giant crystal during one of the excavations of the relics. The crystal melted after the two of them went in, revealing me as an infant. The two of them had never had any children, and out of selfishness they took me away for adoption. By the time I was in elementary school, I had awakened a portion of my memories and power about goddesses. I was the last generation of goddesses. And the most intuitive feature of the goddess's power was the fact that the magical energy in my body could be converted into any lineage of magical energy. When I was about to go to high school, my county was invaded by a demon race. My adoptive parents died in the midst of the city-breaking demonic tide. And just as I was about to die, Marshal Yilong appeared. And it was he who saved me and funded me to continue studying magic. Ziling's experience surprised Yifeng a bit, but he soon realized a problem. So that relic from when we first met was something you sensed because of the goddess power, and then had that asshole old man of mine use his connections to dig it up? Aha! Violet Spirit nodded her head in agreement. Yi Feng suddenly realized that things were really getting more and more interesting. Yi Feng, I've told you everything about me word for word. Can you also answer a few questions for me? Ask. After receiving Yi Feng's permission, Ziling's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Yi Feng, are you also an inheritor of a certain civilization just like me? Sort of, but it's not considered an inheritor. It can only be said to be a drop in the ocean within the countless inheritors. How many immortal cultivation realms there were? As long as a person cultivated was considered an immortal cultivation inheritor. And nowadays, even though he was already a Yuaning, he was still only a mortal realm cultivator after all. The road is still long. It shouldn't be. Your legacy is clearly more terrifying than mine. And if the civilization you inherited didn't die out, true to your word, where are the others? Them? They are in another realm, already known as the world. The 10,000 worlds, of which the blue star is only one. And there are more realms with civilizations than just the blue star. And all that I have learned comes from a civilization that is dominant in the 10,000 worlds, cultivating the immortal way. Cultivating the immortal way? What does that mean? Violet's spirit was getting more and more confused the more she listened. She now really felt that her fiancé was getting more and more mysterious. Mysterious to the point that even she was a little blind to it. There are some things that you won't understand even if you say them. The food is already served. Let's eat. You'll naturally understand when the time is right. Yi Feng began to clip slices of lamb and feed them into the pot. In fact, sometimes feel quite helpless. This world magic is the main, but he is the main cultivation of immortality. Cultivation of immortality of the realm, and he cannot go back. It's a bummer to be added in the middle and not on top of it. After sending Ziling back to her dormitory, Yi Feng also returned to his dormitory. Having just returned to the dormitory, he was immediately met with a questioning look from the three of them. Li Mubai gave a look, and in an instant, Hani and Wan Tianle grabbed the arms to lock Yi Feng firmly in place to prevent him from escaping. Say, what the hell is going on with you and Violet Spirit? Li Mubai said in a tone that said, you must give me an honest and clear explanation of things. Yi Feng, who heard the words, was a bit speechless. Why did these three guys have a flavor of being annoyed because of envy? Don't mention it. My parents don't know what kind of brain cramp they had. They even made a marriage contract between me and Ziling. The main thing is that Ziling was stalking me like crazy after she met with me. I'm also a victim. Chapter 49, Visit of the Dean. Flatten him. After a while of fighting, the three began to persuade Yi Feng. It is hard to find such a good girl with a lantern. So don't be arrogant. Yi Feng was speechless. These three people didn't even have an eyebrow on their own matters, actually started persuading themselves. Either they're in over their heads or they're just idle. Yi Feng, this Ziling I think with you really match. You see? People want to talent have talent. Want to looks have looks. Want to character people to you what kind of you, and it's not like you didn't see. Moreover, she is still Marshal Yilong's only disciple. Are almost the same as the adopted daughter. This kind of background is enough for you to be an otaku posing for the rest of your life. Li Mubai advised bitterly. And Han Yi and Li Mubai kept nodding their heads. Yi Feng was speechless for a while at his words. That is to say, there is no possibility. In fact, even without the purple spirit, I can still live a good life without food and clothing. Just as Yi Feng was debating with 1 against 3, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. Yi Feng, who heard the words, did not hesitate, got up and went over to open the door. Now someone to divert the topic can be fantastic. The door to the room opened and a familiar but somewhat faceless old man appeared in the doorway. You little guys don't mind if I talk to you for a while. The boss stroked his somewhat white beard. Seeing the old master's appearance in the back, Li Mubai was shocked and hurriedly let the old master into the house and said with a smile, "What is the matter that you came to find us? Lord Dean?" That's right. This person who came to visit the dormitory wasn't someone else. It was none other than the Dean of the East Region Magic Academy, Su Pengshan. Han Yi and Wan Tianlu hurriedly got up after hearing that this old man was actually the Dean, with a very respectful look. There's no need to be nervous. There's no need to be nervous. I came over today mainly because I wanted to talk to Yi Feng. Su Pengshan sat down on the chair after saying with a smile, Li Mubai knows how to read people's faces. Directly moved a chair to Yi Feng held down on top of the chair. I wonder what the Dean wanted to see me about. Yi Feng was still as cloudy as usual, and seeing this reaction from him, Su Pengshan was even more satisfied. This son is not shocked by anything. He's a moldable talent. Yi Feng, can you tell me where your heavenly flame comes from? It's important to me, and even to the whole of Huaxia. A place that could nurture heavenly flame could definitely become a holy land of Huaxia, which would likewise become their base card against the demon race. When Su Pengshan said this, Li Mubai and Han Yi couldn't help but frown. They hadn't bothered to think about where exactly Yi Feng had gotten the heavenly flame from before. This was heavenly flame. Although Yi Feng's heavenly flame had now been devoured by him and could no longer be taken out, he definitely knew what place could give birth to heavenly flame. And this kind of place, if obtained by a powerful family, would definitely allow the family to soar to the heavens. After all, a place that could give birth to heavenly fire would definitely have a rich fire element, which was definitely a fatal temptation for fire mages. As for Wan Tianlu, now it was a blank face, as he only knew that heavenly flame was rare and powerful, but nothing else was clear. Dean Su, my heavenly fire is called Earth Heart Gold Flame, ranked 10th on the Spirit Fire list, born in the magma at the bottom of the Dragon Vein. Not to mention that the magma pool is located at a depth of less than 10,000 meters or less. Just the point that Earth Heart Gold Flame was born deep in the magma. It is already not something that a magician can peek at. After all, the temperature there is already at 5,000 degrees. Yi Feng spoke in a shocking manner, which made no one expect it. Yi Feng, don't joke with me. If that's true, how can you get this heavenly flame? Su Pengshan naturally wouldn't believe such words, as it had drastically exceeded his scope of understanding. This fire was given to me by my master, who has the ability to enter the magma pool to obtain the Earth's core gold flame. Your master? I wonder which famous wizard. My master, he is not a magician, just a wanderer who wanders in thousands of worlds. I also met with him by chance. So Dean, you may not be clear and understand his strength. Pengcheng before the great battle. That masked man is the family master. Su Pengshan, who heard the words, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had seen bits and pieces of video footage of that battle, and the man was truly terrifyingly unlike a wizard. No, it couldn't be a wizard at all. How could that fighting style be a wizard? Blue Star and the demon race have been fighting for many years, and have never been able to achieve a complete victory, in which the 12 protectors of the demon race have never won a fight. Or maybe it had never gotten to the point where the otherworldly demon race had sent out their protectors. Not long ago the demon clan's protector Ghostwing Demon King appeared, and this news made the human clan's top management almost despair. But who knew that a high-ranking person who was even more powerful than the Ghostwing Demon King would appear? Moreover, it was said that after the Ghostwing Demon King was killed, thunder rolled in the sky, and this high person actually fought against the sky, facing the thunder and lightning directly. A full 99 thunderbolts all resisted hard. This was simply not something that could be done by a human being. An existence that could make even the heavens fear to strike had to be so terrifying. How do you prove that what you say is true? In order to eliminate the trouble already and be a geek at ease, Yi Feng took out the simplest and fastest way to prove his identity. The card book appeared in his hand, and the Ghostwing Demon King's magic card was taken out and handed to Su Pengshan. Looking at the Ghostwing Demon King magic card in his hand and the terrifying breath inside, Su Pengshan first froze, then blurted out a sentence. Asterisk. Chapter 50, The Pavilion of Ancient Books. Dean Su Pengshan took the Ghostwing Demon King's card and looked back and forth for half a day. Feeling the breath inside, he could be sure that this was the magic card that the power of that Ghostwing Demon King was transformed into. After leaving Su Pengshan expression stagnant, he is now considered to understand. After half a day of this 324 most heavenly is not Wan Tianla, not Han Yi, but this dormitory head, Yi Feng. After Su Pengshan left, the dormitory resumed its usual joyful atmosphere. The top 5 of the freshman grand competition could enter the qualification of the ancient book pavilion. And after a few rounds of the grand competition, Wan Tianlu had been taking turns until there were 14 people left at the end. When he started the second battle, the final was 1 to advance to the finals. 7 remain in the final. Unexpectedly, the person whose turn was empty was not Wan Tianlu but Yi Feng. 6 people fought, and in the end, 3 people remained, and those who advanced were Wan Tianlu, Han Yi, and Ziling. Qi Xianbing lost to Ziling and entered the losers bracket. There were still 2 slots left, and the losers, 3 plus Yi Feng's 4 men, fought 2 by 2 against each other. In the end, Yi Feng defeated his opponent and became a top 5, and Qi Xianbing also defeated his opponent to enter the top 5. Perhaps the school's senior management is really shocked numb this year. Directly simply do not get the top 5 rankings. Announced the end of the freshman competition. Yi Feng, Han Yi, Wan Tianlu, Ziling, and Qi Xianbing. The 5 of them gained the opportunity to enter the ancient book pavilion. Inside the school infirmary, Ouyang Shui, who had been in a coma for several days because of the excitement, finally woke up, sitting on the bed a little disbelieving that he had lost. Actually losing didn't feel that scary to her. What was scary was that she had already punched her ticket inside the organization and would enter the ancient book pavilion herself to find the blood-changing method that the demon god's palace had been searching for. Now that the mission has failed, with the strength of the demon god temple's punishment won't he or she be? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but tremble, fear and dread filling her eyes. Su Pengshan looked at the list of 5 people who were going to enter the pavilion of ancient books and only felt like a burst of headache. Inside the 5 people, except for one Qi Xianbing who was quite reasonable, the other 4 were not in tune with normalcy at all. Hell knows what kind of fuss they'll make when they enter the pavilion of ancient books. Alas, forget it, take a step and see what happens. After all, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. He had completely suppressed Yifeng's matter, and the school teacher would not intervene too much with Yifeng in the future. He is now really more and more unable to see the prospects of the development of the human race nowadays. Perhaps he has really become old. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, under the leadership of Su Pengshan, Yifeng's 5 people came to the entrance of the legendary Ancient Book Pavilion. The Ancient Book Pavilion is located under the central teaching building of the East Region Magic Academy, and the only way to reach this hidden underground level is to swipe the access card at the elevator. There is a guardian spirit in the Ancient Book Pavilion. It is said to be the first Dean's contracted beast. Don't be shocked when you see it. He will help you pick out the area of the ancient books that best suits you. The 5 of them nodded their heads at the same time, and Violet Spirit tried to get close to Yifeng when no one was paying attention, only to be dodged by the other party, which caused Violet Spirit to be very slightly chagrined. The elevator door opened, and an ancient but wooden door covered with magic array patterns appeared, and in front of it lay a white fox comparable to a tiger. After sensing that someone had arrived, Fox stood up and stretched a bit before suddenly speaking. It's amazing how quickly a year has passed. These are the 5 students who are going to enter the Ancient Book Pavilion this year? That's right. This is the guardian spirit of the Ancient Book Pavilion I was talking about. The first Dean's contracted beast, the White Fox, who is now a super-ranked existence, specializing in psychic perception, and can tell what area of the Ancient Book Pavilion you're best suited to enter. Su Pengshan introduced the 5 people to the origin of the fox in front of them. Upon hearing this, the 5 bowed and bent down at the same time and said, "Good day, Senior White Fox." Well, polite, nice. The White Fox nodded in satisfaction, then took the lead in looking at Qi Xianbing. "Little girl, let's start with you. Many thanks to Elder White Fox." Qi Xianbing stood in front of the White Fox extremely politely, and placed his hand on the White Fox's brow center position as instructed. Psychic perception kicked in, and soon the White Fox made a sound. Qi Xianbing, main ice system, desires to gain great power. A girl with high self-esteem and strong at the same time. Your attacks are strong but you lack means of defense. The defensive magic books from the Ancient Book Pavilion are very suitable for you. Thanks for the reminder, Senior. Qi Xianbing was shocked in his heart, not realizing that this White Fox in front of him could actually tell what he was thinking mentally. After all 5 of them finished testing in a while, the Ancient Book Pavilion door would open and they would need to find the area of ancient books that suited them on their own. Violet Spirit is next. Following Qi Xianbing's example, he placed his hand on the White Fox's brow, and in an instant, Ziling's heart was seen through in its entirety by the White Fox. Violet Spirit, you are a brave and responsible girl who will not change what she recognizes and desires to protect others. You are suitable to go to the side of auxiliary class magic, which contains magic that allows you to guard those around you. Thank you, Elder. Violet Spirit ran away excitedly, because this was indeed what he wanted. Next, Han Yi. White Fox's originally calm and peaceful expression abruptly stopped after making contact with Han Yi, and then his body couldn't help but shiver coldly. Han Yi, your killing heart is too heavy. You think that strength is the hard way. The one-dimensional fighting that you only know will only make you fall deeper and deeper into the hole. Spirit-type magic can change your mindset. You're suitable to go there. White Fox couldn't help but feel a little chilled as he recalled the inner world he had just seen. First time I've seen someone's inner world filled with blood and carnage. It's a violent maniac. Han Yi sniffed and walked away with some nothing to hang on to. The next, Wan Tianlu. You. The White Fox reacted even more after seeing Wan Tianli's inner world than seeing Han Yi's inner world. He couldn't believe how anyone could have an inner world that was half dead and dreary and half alive. The inner world is just a reflection of a person's state, just as Han Yi's mountain of corpses illustrates his style of behavior and his usual inner thoughts. For example, and the inner world projection of Wan Tianli turned out to be half grave, half flowery meadow. This is outrageous. White Fox was surprisingly a little unsure of what to say even for a moment. What area is suitable for me to go to, Elder? Wan Tianli couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when he saw that White Fox was slow to answer. You You're fit to visit the attack class magic section. Why are my words so few? Because my tongue hurts. Next, all White Fox wanted to do now was to grab and send this oddball away. Wan Tianlu lost his mind and left, and Yi Feng, who was a bit stunned, reacted at this time and walked to the White Fox. Looking at the somewhat dumbfounded youth in front of him, White Fox couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking like he shouldn't be an oddball. The following is not relevant to the text. The author breaks 6 days because 6 days ago sleep rolled over from the bed, rolled down to the right hand, don't fracture. Recently just recovered. Fingers can move. Has not too much impact on the code words. Chapter 51, White Fox's Breakdown. Let me con your inner circle. White Fox's native demonic spell is activated. It then arrives in a world full of second-handedness with paper people everywhere. Tap away. Dry throat. Where it hurts. I'm just a passing masked rider. Go Pikachu. Nicole. Travelers. Looking at the assortment of paper people in front of him, White Fox crumbled. What does that make him say? What to say? You. Feel free to look around when you get in. Okay. Yi Feng left. Su Pengshan was confused. White Fox despaired. His once omniscient image is considered to be completely collapsed. The ancient wooden door opened, and the four of them just walked into the legendary ancient book pavilion. White Fox, what exactly did you just see? What exactly is Yi Feng's inner world like? Su Pengshan inquired with some curiosity. Hearing this, the White Fox turned her head to look at Su Pengshan and blurted out, Nicole. Ha? Su Pengshan was dumbfounded and didn't realize that White Fox had only said these words because he had been brainwashed in Yi Feng's inner world. The four of them parted ways and began to search for the area that White Fox had told them to go to. Only Yi Feng stood in the same place, somewhat at a loss for words. What should I go see for myself? Suddenly Yi Feng saw an area of ancient books written in the history category of Blue Star. Let's hope there are some fun stories. Yi Feng walked into the historical area with a yawn. Blue Star not only has China a country. Many countries' civilization is extremely long in China's civilization compared to the same. At the same time, many strange races have appeared within these civilizations. Angels, demons, vampires, werewolves, ancient desert kingdom death and many other races. Many races have mostly disappeared into history, and most of the magical races that remain today have also disappeared into obscurity. One of the things attracted Yi Feng's attention. In the ancient times of the West, there once appeared the existence of another world, called the Demon God, appeared only 2,000 years ago, and the Chinese ancient law civilization of that demon should not be a kind. Solomon's 72 columns of demonic deities are said to be able to be summoned to gain abilities, assistance, or knowledge. The 72 demon gods, aka demons, some of whom are animal-like in appearance, crows, wolves, etc., and some of whom are more oddly shaped, e.g., creature hybrids. It had plagued the West for a long time, but in the end it was sealed by the church and also by the believers one after another. That's interesting. Putting the book back on the shelf, Yi Feng stretched his back. It was time for them to leave. The others other than Yi Feng had excited expressions on their faces as they left, clearly benefiting from the experience. Things were as uneventful as ever in the aftermath. It's time to take classes and swing for the fences. Until half a month later. I don't know when a legend actually appeared in the school. Draw a specific pattern on top of the mirror, and when you turn off the light and look in the mirror at 12 midnight, the you inside the mirror will change. When a book appears in your hand inside the mirror, light the candles on both sides of the candle mirror, and then you can ask you inside the mirror 3 questions. The mirror inside you will answer all the questions in your mind for the price of a single drop of blood. Inside dormitory 324, Li Mubai told the 3 of them the story he had recently heard from his sister, while they looked at him with the eyes of a psychopath. Mubai, how old are you to still believe in this kind of urban legend that's just like a brain-dead person? Han Yi couldn't help but spit out. He didn't know how many times he'd heard about this kind of urban legend, and even a stupid kid like Wan Tianlu wouldn't believe in it, but Li Mubai could believe in it. Li Mubai could be a bit unhappy when she heard this, and crossed her arms to Han Yi. It's not that I'm brainwashed. It's really weird. There's definitely a problem here. Yi Feng, who was watching fan, paused the fan inside the TV, not because he was interested in this matter. It was because a guest had come to them. There was indeed a knock on the dormitory door. Wan Tianlu went over to open the door, and the person who came was surprisingly Mr. Wang Wenbo. Unlike the past days, today's Mr. Wang Wenbo has a very obvious fatigue, sighing after entering the dormitory. He directly stated the reason for his current visit before the 4 could ask. I have already spoken to the Demon Hunters Association side. You will be receiving commissions from the school during this time. And this is something that no one but you can accomplish. Once this statement was made, the three people who were originally lazy excluding Yifeng suddenly became interested. Wang Wenba sat on the chair and said all the things that he wanted to get them to do this time. I don't know when the school suddenly appeared a kind of demonic summoning technique that should have been destroyed by the Western Church. Through the mirror can communicate with the demon. All the students who use this summoning technique will lose consciousness after 3 days. The body's magical energy has been completely drained and can't be recovered. The number of victimized students is rapidly increasing. According to our guess that the demon is afraid that it has already broken out of the seal and mixed with the students. According to our speculation, the demon may have broken out of the seal and mixed in with the students. The moment these words were uttered, the 4 people on the field all had a grave expression on their faces. Demons, they had only seen them in books and on TV. It was really the first time they appeared in reality. Li Mubai discovered the questioning in it and looked at Wang Wenba with an extremely grave tone and asked, "Teacher, why are you looking for the 4 of us to handle this matter? Can't your teachers handle it? Or maybe you're looking for older siblings who are stronger than us? I just don't believe that the sophomore and junior years don't have a demon hunting team. We teachers cannot investigate. Easy to make people suspicious. Other students to form a demon hunting team is also. Only you 4 oddballs do things will not let others feel surprised to cause panic. The school pressure on this matter is already difficult. If it causes panic again we'll be completely unable to suppress." Li Mubai. The 4 of them were never expecting that the only reason they were being looked at by the school to handle this was because they were oddballs. Wang Wenba left, leaving behind a dossier bag before he left, in which all the information about this incident was stored. Good lord, this thing has even started to appear since the end of the school's freshman competition. And it's been half a month since then. And the school hasn't even investigated who this demon is. Li Mubai couldn't help but spit, always feeling that they were being punked by the school. Mirror. Yifeng stroked his chin. The Western evil spirits related to mirrors he seemed to have really seen in the ancient books pavilion. Sitting in the chair half a day of contemplation suddenly thought that in the Solomon's 72 pillars of the demon god there is really a demon is related to the mirror. But he Forrest ranks 71st as a demon god. But his Lin's likeness is not fixed. He can see through people's minds and hearts, and rewrite and control each other's thoughts. He can even create the illusion of love, and can mimic anyone's image, and can form mirror images. Chapter 52 3 Men Can't Make a Brain. According to the information given by Wang Wenba, the mysterious ceremony circulating inside the school started after the freshman competition half a month ago. The number of victims has reached 50, both men and women, but the source is not known at all. Yifeng told the 3 of them about his guess. Demon god but Talon. That's not going to be easy. Are any of the 4 of us spiritual? Li Mubai asked a nonsense question. Okay, count me as brain dead. This but the rim has most likely manifested into a victim that has been undiscovered mixing in the school by now. If we don't destroy this there is no way to bring these 50 victims back to consciousness. But none of us are psychic. So how can we find such a demon god who is good at disguising himself? After Li Mubai finished speaking, Han Yi and Wan Tianlu both fell into deep thought, and after a full 5 minutes, one of the 3 people inside froze without coming up with a solution. Yifeng couldn't look at it anymore. These 3 people put together are not able to put together a brain? That is to say, is it possible that we can also go and play that so-called ritual? If those teachers play it, the demon will definitely realize that it won't appear. But the 4 of us are students and his hunting range is also students. It's not like the pattern and ritual process isn't given on top of the information. Yeah, the 3 of them came to a realization and called out that Yifeng was a genius. It's not that I'm a genius. It's that you guys are so stupid. Yifeng's entire body was numb. How did he get into these 3 brain-dead housemates? The thought of having to live with them for 3 full years afterward. Nima, can't think, headache. Who's going to play this ritual? Brothers? The moment Li Mubai said this, everyone looked at Wan Tianlu, the great injustice seed. If they were to say who among the few of them had the most dealings with this kind of netherworld stuff, it was undoubtedly Wan Tianlu. Ancestral grave digging and burying corpses, undead summoner, and playing compulsion. The buffs are directly stacked. Okay. Vantanel, 6. Occupying forces. 1159. The lights are out in the school dormitory, but there's a weird fire coming from 324. Wan Tianlu was sitting in front of a mirror with 2 white candles erected on both sides of the mirror and a weird totem on top of the mirror, while Yifeng and the 3 of them were hiding not far away from the bottom of the table to observe Wan Tianli's reaction. 12 o'clock. Wan Tianli stared tightly at himself inside the mirror. Suddenly the originally motionless mirror image suddenly appeared differently, and a book appeared in Wan Tianli's hand. Clueless, Wan Tianla was directly confused. Just like that, the mirror image looked at him. He looked at the mirror image, and both sides went straight to silence. Perhaps the mirror image inside the mirror just couldn't hold on any longer and directly issued a voice. State your question. You have 3 chances to ask. But Lin looked at the young man in front of him who had used the mirror to create a bridge with himself in his heart with amusement. I didn't expect that there would be another douchebag looking for him so soon, and he would be able to regain his peak strength after he had devoured the magical energy essence of 100 people through the ritual. When the time comes, let the world feel the pain directly. That. Wan Tianlu was a bit flustered and didn't know what to ask. After all, they hadn't discussed this matter before. I don't know how on earth his mind worked, but he blurted out, "Have you eaten?" Snap. Yi Fang's trio couldn't help but slap their faces. Maybe it was a mistake to let Wan Tianla do this, but Helen was directly confused by the question, and it was the first time he had ever been in this situation. This is not in the realm of inquiry. Say what your heart most wants to know, or what it most desires, and I can show you the way to accomplish what it desires. But Lin's professionalism is called a professional. He does not believe that I have said to this point and still cannot take you a little cub. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianlu was suddenly enlightened. The most important thing I want to know is how I can rightfully collect the main family's red packet when I do the white work. Snap. The 3 couldn't help but slap their faces again. There's no face to see it. There's really no face to see it. They all felt embarrassed now for this demon god called Dantharan. But his Lin brain went straight down. The kid in front of him was sick. As a demon god who majored in the hearts of people, he could naturally sense that this foolish boy in front of him wasn't lying, and this was really the thing he wanted to know the most. But how does that make him continue the next operation? The gain and the cost are proportional. If the other party offers something like help him kill someone, or make someone fall in love with him, or make him rich or whatever, etc., he or she can just intervene and take away the origin magic energy as the price paid. The cost of something like this, which he could have solved with a word, would at best be to upset the other side for a while. But as long as it was gradual and there were 2 more questions behind it, the other party was sure to develop a strong desire. After all, desire is a snowball that gets bigger and bigger. All you need to do is charge a red packet in name only at the time of the funeral for handwork, labor, and materials that are precious. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Wan Tianla suddenly realized, and gratitude filled his eyes. 2 more questions. Wan Tianla fell into deep thought. If he spoke again in the midst of but his Lin's expectant eyes. How do you live for a month in school on $100? I'm just so poor. The school spending is horrible. Snap. Yifeng 3 people Nima mentality has collapsed. You damn are demolished. Cemeteries and homes are demolished. The light bank interest is enough for you to live a lifetime. You are still worrying about money for the hair. But his forest mind was also nigh unbroken. It's okay. There's one more question. How many buns can you buy for $100? Everyday buns with water. The more you eat the fuller you get. School, I don't believe I won't buy buns. Oh benefactor. Wan Tianlu was grateful. Which was a demon god. This was a benefactor. One more question. But Lin forced down his anger and said, last question. Very important. Wan Tianlu's eyes among the eyes revealed desire, which made but Lin could not help but come to the spirit. At first the other party's powerful desire he almost did not cry out. Is it finally here? Say, I'm sure I can make it happen for you. It's no longer about solutions. It's straight to realization, which falls into the category of being impatient. The moths I have keep getting eaten by spiders. What can I do to keep the spiders from eating them? Yi Fang's trio despaired. Breed separately. Yao. Wan Tianlu suddenly realized, and then smiled to the mirror inside the but Lin said, thank you. Did not expect you people also strange good Lu. Get out. Click. The mirror suddenly shattered. But Lin Gas did not even want blood. This is where the brainwashed ouch. The mirror shattering startled Wan Tianlu, frightening him so much that he directly stood up. Chapter 53 Oddly Enticing Thoughts. Beat him. Hani rushes out from under the table and gives Wan Tianlu a direct friendly beating. Li Mubai and Yifeng couldn't help but give Wan Tianlu a few kicks as well. What are you doing? Wan Tianlu was confused. Had he done anything wrong? Li Mubai couldn't stand it anymore and scolded while kicking. Have you forgotten how we discussed it just now? We agreed to say in answer to the question that you can't stand to see that Hani has been single and want to ask what can be done to get Hani off the hook. The other party will surely turn into a schoolgirl to get close to Hani so that we can find him along the way. After all, who would like Hani as a violent maniac? Yeah, I forgot about it just now in all the excitement. Wan Tianla suddenly realized that it was not that they did not say how to answer the question but that they had forgotten it. Li Mubai and Han Yi, who heard the words, came even more angry. Li Mubai is because the plan failed. Han Yi is because he sees that he can take the opportunity to feel the feeling of the girls throwing themselves at him. But now he is extremely angry by Wan Tianla to stir up. It was only after some time of fighting that the four began to discuss what they should do next. Li Mubai sighed helplessly. Alas, we can only get it tomorrow. This time change me. Just now I can also see. That demon god is able to see through our thoughts. I've always been not worried about Han Yi's romance. What I'm worried about has always been when Feng will be able to get out of it. I'm really worried about what do I care? Yi Feng how to go around and get involved with himself again. The other two who heard this looked at Yi Feng at the same time, and their eyes were similarly filled with sorrow. Ziling, such a beautiful woman to throw her arms around. Yi Feng, a look of your girl fast away from me look. Such a mentality and character. Get off the single is really difficult as heaven I think Mubai is right. Han Yi agreed. Wan Tianla nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Good. It's settled. And tomorrow I'll come and do the ceremony and nag Butterin. After Li Mubai finished speaking, he took the lead and went out to wash up. Yi Feng and Han Yi did the same, and only Wan Tianla bitterly swept the floor. Other side. Ouyang Shue's fists pinched and clicked. How did he stumble upon such a strange person? The current Ouyang Shue wasn't actually Ouyang Shue, but He Lin. After Ouyang Shue's mission failure, the Demon God's Palace gave her a chance to redeem herself for her sins. And the Demon God's Palace got but the way to unseal Talon through means. So it was that Ouyang Shue summoned Dantharan and had him descend possessed. When but he had devoured enough of Lin's magic energy, he could remake his magic body, then return the body to Ouyang Shue, and cause chaos in the East Region Magic Academy. East Domain Magic Academy can deal with but Elin this kind of spiritual domain demon god only Ancient Book Pavilion Guardian Beast White Fox. As long as the White Fox left the Ancient Book Pavilion, you Demon God Hall want to take advantage of the chaos to enter it to find the Ancient Blood Exchange secret method is not an easy thing. Ouyang Shue's silver teeth clenched cackling. Is the more you think about the more angry? Their own hall magic god but Elin, now will be in a student on the defeat. Really suffocating When he regained his physical body, the first thing he would exterminate was this cub seed called Wan Tianlu. Middle of the night the next day. Familiar time. Familiar place. It was Jin who changed from Wan Tianlu to Li Mubai. Wan Tianlu and Yi Feng duo hid on the floor of the side table. Idly he took out the steamed buns he bought today and ate them with relish. 12 o'clock. Li Mubai in the middle of the mirror suddenly had an extra book in his hand. A pitch-black colored book. The same as the book Wan Tianlu saw yesterday. This time but he Forrest spoke directly. You can ask 3 questions. Upon hearing this Li Mubai was first stunned. He was not shocked, but he was handsome by himself inside the mirror. After coughing, Li Mubai opened his mouth and said, when will I be able to come together with my beloved girl? Any time. Do it my way and you're sure to woo her. Love is something you have to figure out on your own. I just need to know there's a chance I can pursue it. Li Mubai directly turned his words around, causing but He Lin to freeze once again. For some reason, he always had the feeling that the man in front of him would be the odd one out as well. What Li Mubai said was all true, so he didn't get suspicious. Second question. Can I live the life I want? A free and unfettered life. Your dream is simple. I can do it now. Just know it's simple. It doesn't need to be realized now. But He Lin Meng. This person is sick. Take yourself as a fortune teller. How can anyone choose to give up on the near at hand dreaming of things? Before he could react, Li Mubai said the last question. My roommate Yi Feng, 10,000 years single dog. This is his picture. Is there any way to get him off the hook? Wait online. It's urgent. Li Mubai directly took out the Yi Feng photo, and the action was so crisp and clean, feeling the powerful desire of the other party. But Elin though was puzzled as to why this guy had such a great desire for how his roommate could get off the hook. It's probably because they're close. But Elin didn't care, and said directly, the way is simple. As long as he continues his current life, I will step in to change his fate, and in the next few days he'll be off the hook, and sign on it, and our contract will be complete. A parchment scroll appeared out of thin air, and what was written on it was exactly the contract requirements this time, and on it was exactly the last question that Li Mubai had just said, and the reward is just a drop of blood. Li Mubai signed directly without the slightest hesitation. Our pact is agreed upon, and I will come and get your payment when the time comes. Li Mubai inside the mirror returned to normal. The book on his hand has disappeared into a normal mirror image. Okay brothers, bait below, now we wait for the snake to come out of its hole. Li Mubai stretched a lazy waist. It was true that he still had to do it himself. Other side. Ouyang Shui looked at the contract in her hand with a cold smile on her face. Taking out the book, the originally blank pages suddenly appeared with Yi Feng's appearance and information. It was his demonic power to instantly learn a person's likes and dislikes and character in things they feared. Name Yi Feng. Hobbies, secondary characters, typical otaku. Personality, pose when you can. Don't fight with the world. Fear, $QUXJG. But he was forestalled. Why was the fear column garbled? He didn't care. However, and just assumed it was a problem caused by the fact that he just had incomplete possession abilities. However, Yi Feng, who was lying on the dormitory bed, revealed a cold smile at this moment. True, but Lin was simply unable to probe him through the power of the demon god. And what the other side saw was only what he wanted the other side to see. Demon god. Interesting. I hope you can keep me somewhat entertained. Yi Feng closed his eyes and went to sleep after saying that. Nothing was more important than waking up tomorrow morning to live the game. Chapter 54, Trying to create a chance encounter. In order to lure the snakes out of their holes, Yi Feng, who usually almost never went to class, actually went to class today. Li Mubai gave an order that Yi Feng must wave inside the school for a day today. It just so happens that today is the day of the new clubs. Yi Feng intends to have no classes in the afternoon to participate in a club. It is said that the Magic Card Club is very interesting. Inside the effort of thinking about things, Yi Feng had already walked into the class. If it wasn't for the mission, he really didn't want to enter this class full of women. Although there was some discussion about Yi Feng inside the class, there was no initiative to go up and talk to him. I don't know for what reason, but it's nice to be happy. Rear window, home of the king. Song Chuanya, who came over to the class, saw Yi Feng, who was sleeping on the table at the first glance, although there was some desire to find him and ask him face to face. But looking at the other party's appearance, he should not want to discuss what happened before. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly in his mind. Sleeping until the end of the class, Yi Feng left after class, not giving Song Chuanya a chance to speak at all. He couldn't afford to have too much contact with people himself right now. After all, he was being watched by the so-called demon god, Dan Theron. Song Chuanya also saw Yi Feng's abnormality and knew that this kid must have encountered something and didn't want to involve himself. But he didn't get angry. Let's talk to each other sometime later. Shortly after walking out of the classroom, a slim figure walked towards Yi Feng. It was no one else but Ouyang Shui, aka Buddy Forest. But Lin first used his own ability to try to see through Yi Feng's heart. Yet he felt nothing, as if the other party's heart was blank. How did your own powers fail? It must be a physical problem that causes one's abilities to fail. After all, how could anyone's inner world be a blank slate? But Lin is very confident in himself. Is not just to take down a college innocent boy. For his kind of playing with the hearts of the demon gods simply do not be too easy. Oops. Ouyang Shui pretended to be inadvertently tripped by a passing student next to him and fell down to Yi Feng. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng that is not the slightest hesitation. Directly. I'm flashing. Poof. Ouyang Shui fell solidly to the ground, instantly attracting the attention of all the surrounding students who had gotten out of class. Lying on the ground, Ouyang Shui was confused. He hadn't misread it just now. Had that Yi Feng deliberately avoided the chance encounter he had created? Not far away from the crowd, Yi Shuiying saw this scene and suddenly had some itchy hands, as if she hadn't beaten up her stinky old brother for a while after coming to school. While Ling, who was beside Yi Shuiying, could not help but purse her lips and laugh. Worthy of being Yi Feng, this behavior was outrageous but reasonable. You're okay, classmate. At this time, a male student went over to try to help Ouyang Shui up. But who knew that the other party quickly got up and didn't even pay attention to the male student, but instead looked around to find Yi Feng's traces. Soon she found Yi Feng, who had left the scene and was about to go downstairs. Mixed in the crowd, hurriedly following, her mind was a bit confused now. Did it mean that this skin of her own this hadn't looked good enough? Shouldn't be. He saw the skin before he was possessed. It was very good looking, especially after he possessed himself to beautify it a few more points. How could there be a man who would not be moved by seeing himself? If at this time Yi Feng heard what she was thinking in her mind, he would definitely spit out a sentence. You a demon god simply don't understand for an otaku how minimal the seductive power of a real woman really is. At noon to eat in the cafeteria, Yi Feng sat on top of an empty seat, took out his cell phone just intended to brush materials while eating. But who knows, just at this time a silhouette but sat in front of him. Do you mind if I sit here, classmate? Ouyang Shui put down her own dinner plate and ruffled the hair on her cheeks in a manner that was so seductive. The next few tables of boys saw this scene and instantly felt like they had been hit hard in the heart. How did this kid get so lucky? That's enviable. Don't mind. Yi Feng returned with a flat tone. Yang Shui, who heard this, was so pleased. I can't take you down. Just when she wanted to open her mouth to take the initiative to find Yi Feng to chat, she saw Yi Feng suddenly stand up with his dinner plate and cell phone, and then sit on top of another empty table. I don't mind you sitting on top of the seat across from me, but it doesn't mean I won't change seats. Someone couldn't hold it together and tried to laugh but choked on the rice in his mouth. Yang Xuanyema was dumbfounded. The eyes that looked at Yi Feng were filled with questions among them. She now sort of understood why that indentured servant had revealed such an urgent desire. She was wondering before that this Yi Feng wasn't bad looking, so how could he not be in love? Now it seems she was the one who was shallow. The one in front of me is simply a steel stone man made of steel and concrete. Him, Hall magic god, but he Lin. When have you ever eaten such a defeat? She did not believe it. Their Hall magic god still cannot take such a little cub. Yang Shui picked up the plate and sat down again opposite Yi Feng. Before she could open her mouth to say in an extremely pretentious tone, "Why are you avoiding me, classmate?" She saw Yi Feng get up again to change her seat the moment she was about to open her mouth. Ha ha ha. Another person couldn't hold it in and just let out a piggy squeal. Yang Shui only felt that she had been insulted, and her face became a little red from the humiliation. He picked up his plate and went over again, but he saw Yi Feng get up again. The two people went back and forth 3 more times. Yi Feng directly, "Nymphet, simply do not sit down." The phone is placed on the dinner plate. One hand holding the dinner plate, one hand holding chopsticks, began to dry rice. When you're done eating, just put the dishes in the recycling port and turn around. District women want to stop me from playing the game and painting my wife's materials. Naive. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, Yang Shui directly froze, and her CPU burned. Is this kid human? Is he human? Is this operation something a human being can do? Yi Shuiying, who had been observing from the shadows, had already exploded with anger at this time. She knew that her oldest brother was a bit odd in terms of facing women of the same age, but she never thought that it could be so odd. The violet spirit beside her was already lying on the table at this time with her body twitching, obviously about to burst out laughing. Yi Shuiying looked at Ziling a little speechless. She kind of found out that Ziling usually hardly smiled, but when facing her own old brother and her own old brother related things, the smile hardly ever went down. Ziling, don't you think that this thing my old brother did is really a bit brain dead? There is? I feel pretty good. It proves that your old brother is attractive. Even so, there are still women who fall for him. Like me. Looking at Ziling being able to say such words with a proud face and an I'm right expression, Yi Shuiying could not say anything other than sticking out a thumbs up to show that it was very complimentary to her. The following is not relevant to the text. I update as I go. Whenever possible to update, right when I have time, I'll post it when I'm done. Usually to have any typos directly marked for me, I'll change it right away. As for my hand, don't worry about it for the time being, except for some trouble in going to the bathroom. There's not much of a problem with yelling. After all, it's the arm that's hurt, not the fingers. Ioto_. Chapter 55, You Fake Powder. After going back to the dormitory and watching today's updated anime, Yi Feng was ready to head to go sign up for the club. A magic card duel. He's had his heart set on it for a long time. Not long after he went out, the long-waiting Yang Shui directly killed out. The most effective way to deal with a straight man is to single out his hobbies and open up the conversation. Yang Shui walked up to Yi Feng and said with a smile, "Hello classmate, my name is Yang Shui. I heard that you also like watching anime." "So do I." "Oh, exclusion." Chatting about this, Yi Feng could be interested. Turning his head to look at Yang Shui, his eyes full of anticipation. Yang Shui, who saw the scene, immediately felt steady. She could finally take down this steel straight man. "Do you see giants?" "Look." "Sure. What's on the other side of the sea?" Yang Shui. "I'm trying to forget this one too. Is it a terrier?" "So do you see the King of Bones?" "Look." "What's the screen name inside the Bone King game?" Yang Shui went numb, with a dumbfounded look on her face. How could her mind-reading ability not work well even at this time? "To ask you the simplest question, who is the strongest illusionist in Naruto?" Naruto? It's Sakura. You fake fan." Yi Feng stretched out his middle finger to show his contempt. "Damn. The first time I saw someone else pretending to be secondary in front of myself. Not even the most basic questions." Looking at Yi Feng, who left angrily, Yang Shuiren was dumbfounded. This man is out of his mind. She had a breakdown. A real breakdown. No way. You can't get stuck with this kid if you're saying you're going to finish the contract. But Lin was going to put up a fight and was prepared to use his magic directly, even if he would be detected by those in the school as a result. She hurriedly and quickly caught up with Yifeng, who knew that Yifeng in this but also followed and ran. The duo just chased after each other, and eventually they even ran outside the school. Yifeng suddenly stood still and said with some impatience, "Girl, you've been chasing me for half a day. What exactly do you want?" Ouyang Shui looked straight into Yifeng's eyes and didn't finish. The magic had already started to be used. However, Yifeng had a look of "What are you doing?" Inexplicable. Yifeng turned around and walked into the magic training ground across the school. How can one go forward? Ouyang Shui only thought that it was because the time they spent together just now was too short that her magic failed. Walking up to Yifeng, he smiled and asked, "Is classmate planning to go to the magic training ground to practice magic? Can you bring me one?" Could be. Yifeng's sudden promise made Ouyang Shui a bit surprised and unbelievable. Although she didn't know why the other party suddenly changed her attitude at once, she wouldn't give up this opportunity to walk into the magic training ground with Yifeng. The magic training ground had a special private room for high-level magicians to duel or train. Lots of space and high protection. The moment Yifeng walked into the venue with Ouyang Shui, the door behind him closed automatically with a bang and was unlocked. At this moment, even if Ouyang Shui was stupid, she had discovered that something seemed to be wrong. But Talon, that's the end of your show. Li Mubai's voice rang out in the arena. Then he saw a cross suddenly appear in Yifeng's hand slamming onto Ouyang Shui's back. Ah! Ouyang Shui suddenly let out a miserable scream. Black gas gushed out from Ouyang Shui's 7 orifices and came out, perfectly interpreting what was called 7 orifices of smoke. With a plop, Ouyang Shui's body fell heavily to the ground, and a black mist appeared in the middle of the training ground at that moment. Yifeng quickly backed up and looked at the black mist in the air at the same time as the 3 people gathered who were already standing in the center of the field. A holy relic of the church. You're from the church. You all deserve to die. But his forest body let out an angry hiss and the black mist rolled over. And soon the black mist formed into a man. It was a person wearing an ancient Western sorcerer's robe. No, I shouldn't say it was a human being, because it was impossible for a normal person to have 3 heads. Each of the 3 heads wore a strange white mask. Smiling face, crying face and a face without any expression. But in his Lin's hand he also held a black book, the very same book that had appeared inside the mirror earlier. At noon, Yifeng said that he already knew who But He Lin was, so he asked Li Mubai to pack the grounds here before combining his efforts to clean up the monster. Although he could easily exterminate this But He Lin, but there is no need. After all, if too high profile himself in the future cannot have a peaceful day. There was another reason. And that was because he wanted to see what level of magical prowess he had now reached. Eat the master's stick. Hani swung the baseball bat in his hand to attack at Dan Theron. However, the bat in his hand went straight through his opponent's body. Ha ha ha, for middle-ranked mages want to destroy me? You guys are thinking too naively. But there was a sudden sharp, piercing sound from his Lin's smiling face. Even if it was a high-ranked mage he wouldn't be afraid now, let alone these 4 middle-ranked ones. Feel the agonizing pain. The black mist spread to envelop the entire venue, but Talon had never been an attacking type of demon god, he specialized in spirit magic, but his forest body dissipated into the black mist. The original 4 were unable to see their companions at this time, but they were all plunged into darkness. Welcome to my world. A voice rang out in the middle of their minds, and the 4 of them were unexpectedly caught in an illusion without even realizing it. Entering the illusion. No, except for one. Yifeng snorted with some boredom. He was a little curious about what this but Helen could play with. It's a labyrinth. A labyrinth of countless mirrors. Wan Tianlu was a bit confused walking in the middle of it. How did I get here? What is this place? Where are they? But He Lin hid among one of the mirrors, looking at the aimlessly walking Wan Tianlu with a cold smile in his heart. I didn't expect that I would run into this guy again so soon. Just in time. New grudges and old scores to be settled together. Show me who you have in mind to see the most. But He Lin used his ability. And instantly the appearance and figure of an old man who looked to be in his 70s appeared in the middle of his mind. The book in his hand opened, and it spelled out the man's relationship with Wan Tianlu. Grandpa. I didn't realize that the person he wanted to see the most was his grandfather, killed by his closest relative. He must have had a wonderful expression on his face then. However, He Lin revealed a cruel smile and his figure changed, quickly transforming into the image of a slightly hunched old man in black clothing. It was none other than Wan Tianli's grandfather. Elder Wan. The labyrinth changed into a straight path, and Wan Tianlo walked in it. Because he didn't know how he should get out, he could only keep walking aimlessly. At the end of the labyrinth, a hunched figure waited silently for his arrival. Chapter 56 Unexpected Reactions. As Wan Tianlo walked in the middle of the mirror image maze, The figures in front of him gradually started to become real. Elder Wan smiled and walked towards Wan Tianlu. Moncler, Master. Wan Tianlu froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tianlu, come over here and let Grandpa hug you, but Grandpa has so many things he wants to say to you. Elder Wan revealed a kind smile and beckoned Wan Tianlu to come over. And Wan Tianlu froze in place for a full 10 seconds before suddenly letting out an earth-shattering scream. Ghosts! My grandfather crawled out from inside the grave. Help! Wan Tianlu turned around and ran at that speed. He remembers very clearly that he had buried his master with his own hands, and now that he reappeared, what is it if not a ghost? It must be that Grandpa resented his spending money during this time and was so angry that he crawled out from inside the grave to take himself away. Dante Lin, who saw the scene, was directly confused. What's going on here? However, he soon figured out that this Wan Tianlu was not a normal person, and his thought process was definitely not a normal person's thought process, and it was not unexpected that such a situation would arise. The mirror maze reorganized, and countless mirrors surrounded Wan Tianlu. Let him get lost in the mirror maze, but he forced ready to go and clean up the next one. Passing through the mirror, he saw Han Yi, who was constantly destroying the mirror with his fists. The ability was unleashed and instantly he knew who Han Yi wanted to see the most. Surprisingly, it was his instructor in the army. The figure changed, but he turned into a middle-aged man with a robust figure. Han Yi, but He Lin let out a loud shout, and Han Yi, who was destroying the mirrors, stood still violently at the words, turning his head to look at the location where the sound was coming from after his pupils suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, I've long heard Yifeng say but He Lin can see through people's hearts and simulate other people's likenesses, and I've never had a righteous reason to beat up the instructor before, but now I finally have one. Han Yi rushed out in a single stride, his fists swinging and striking at Dan Tamlin, his face full of excitement and fervor, as if he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Click. However, He Lin and a mirror exchanged places and the mirror shattered, while he couldn't help but curse. Damn! How come both of them are oddballs? Not only are they not disturbed by my power mind, but their reactions after seeing the person they want to see are still so odd. Taking a chance, but He Lin found Li Mubai. Li Mubai was currently observing the surrounding mirrors, trying to figure out how he could break this illusion. After probing the person Li Mubai wanted to see, but a flash of surprise flashed among his Lin eyes. Finally he had met a normal person. What Li Mubai wanted to see was surprisingly a beautiful woman, and a beloved one at that, named Nyesini. It's not easy to hold. However, He Lin turned into Nyesini's appearance and walked out from the corner in front of him towards Li Mubai. But He Lin was also smart and quickly used Nia Xine to put on a panic look and said while running towards Li Mubai's side, Great Mubai, I've been trapped here for such a long time can be considered. Who the hell are you? Li Mubai raised his leg when Nia Xine was about to reach his body. Upanishad. Flash kick. However, He Lin landed heavily after being kicked by the golden light-covered foot for a full 2 meters. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. You're right to mimic yourself. Humph. But Talon, your disguise is really bad. I've been chasing Nyesini for 3 years, and she's never called me by my first name. It's always been in terms of you, or Mr. Li. The attitude towards me has also always been neither warm nor cold. Li Mubai didn't know why he actually exuded a wave of heartache when he said this. A humility from a licking dog emanated from him, but he forestalled the realization. Since this is the case, then let these 3 people fall into endless mirrors first? When he has dealt with Yifeng, then he will come over to them. He didn't want to play these fancy things either. He could feel that the most threatening of the 4 was that Yifeng. As long as Yifeng died, he could take his time to clean up these remaining 3. But He Lin got up and jumped into one of the mirrors and disappeared. Soon he found Yifeng, who was wandering inside the labyrinth equally aimlessly. A pitch-black colored dagger appeared in but his Lin's hand. Go to hell! But He Lin suddenly rushed out from the mirror on the spot. He just didn't believe that there was anyone else in the spirit world who could be stronger than him. Here he is invincible. After all, even within the demon god his spiritual power was second to none. What was this human middle-ranked magician in front of him to fight with himself? However, click. Yifeng grabbed but the dagger that Talon stabbed then violently crushed it. Had enough? Yifeng violently reached out his hand. Powerful pressure emanated from his body, daring to compare divine soul power with him. Isn't that just looking for death? Yifeng's original modern dress suddenly changed. A golden armor engraved with a dragon pattern appeared in the body, just like an ancient emperor who was on a royal expedition. It can't be. It can't be. But He Lin let out a heartbreaking roar. If his spiritual power was a river, then this person's spiritual power in front of him was an ocean, with no boundaries in sight. Got it. He got it all. It turns out that he was just a clown from the beginning. Yifeng reached out and grabbed it, but Lin was then grabbed in his hand with a suck out of thin air, tightening his grip on Dante's Forest's neck. All he needed was one push and Dante's Forest would go up in smoke. Ha 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 ha. Who knew that just at that moment? But then Hein let out a loud laugh. I see. You don't belong to Blue Star at all. Blue Star shouldn't have an existence as powerful as yours. So what? It seems like you demon gods aren't from this world either. Yifeng had read the ancient books inside the pavilion of ancient books and knew that Solomon's 72-pillared demon gods were all from another world, including the one in front of him. But Lin. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We demon gods are also the life of the Blue Star. Only that the Blue Star was created in the midst of another latitude. The otherworldly demon race has now invaded in large numbers, and the scales between the Blue Star and the other side are already out of balance. And we just want to enslave the life of the Blue Star, not destroy it like the otherworldly demon race did. But the expression on his face became extremely maniacal when Lin said this. The humans of Blue Star simply cannot face the otherworldly demons. The humans cannot represent Blue Star. And we, the powerful beings created by Blue Star, will be revived one after another to balance the scales. You, an outsider, will never understand that even though what we do is not accepted by you humans, we are the last line of defense for Blue Star. Not you, an outsider. Blue Star doesn't need an outsider like you to be a guardian god. Yifeng looked, but Lin frowned and didn't say anything more. He just took out a blank magic card and sealed it in it. Chapter 57. But things ended so thinly for him. Lin. The other three people other than Yifeng didn't know how it ended, so they knew it was Yifeng who had resealed Dan Lin. After all, they had previously consulted the information to know how they could send the Danthrim back to the place where the original church had sealed them. All of the unconscious victims on the school's side woke up, and Ouyang Shui was taken away for investigation. Wang Wenba, on the other hand, is a little confused and bewildered. Directly let these four people to investigate who was the originator and then the school to deal with, but also did not let them to solve the matter. Also, how did they work it out? Couldn't get a high-level mage out of four people. How did they solve this kind of thing related to the demon god? As expected, these four people were more than just odd in their behavior. They were also odd in their strength. Things returned to calm. Yifeng slept soundly at night. He planned to go to the Magic Card Club tomorrow to take a look. He had been thinking about the magic card combat apparatus of the Magic Card Club. He really wanted to try it. Then, early the next morning, the school sends out a notice, and the dormitory building manager releases the configuration of the battle team that the school has set for them. They B8 Building 324 and E3 Building 606 Dormitory 4 women form a war team. As soon as he looked at the list of battle team personnel, Yifeng directly ascended in place. Dormitory 606 members: Zi Ling, Nya Sini, Yi Shuiying, Qi Xianbing. Asterisk 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 is up. Why is it so hard for me to just have a quiet college life? Yifeng had more or less a small breakdown inside, and not far away, Li Mubai had already begun to dance around. Hey, 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 my Sini, it's fate. Looking at Li Mubai, who was giggling, Yifeng suddenly felt that his future college life was going to be over. A team is critical on the battlefield, which is why every university does team assignments of 4 men and 4 women. The team would begin a month-long bonding period after being assigned, with the first half of the month being spent bonding on campus, and the second half of the month being spent traveling to the battlefield in their domain. But there would be instructors to protect them at that time, so they wouldn't have to worry about any life-threatening situations. After the distribution in the morning, they had to go to the assembly in the afternoon, and Yifeng's assembly place for their team was room 507 of the freshman battle team building. Han Yi and Wan Tianli's expressions were the same as usual. Han Yi had a humongous look and Wan Tianlu a naive and smiling look. Li Mubai, on the other hand, had a florid face. Yes, the florid face appeared on the male's face. Yifeng, on the other hand, was filled with despair and lifelessness. God, listen to me say thank you. No, it could also be 4 people with the same name who happened to be in the same dormitory. Yes, definitely. Yifeng walked into the battle room with the last glimmer of hope. Then he saw 4 familiar figures. Finished, the last glimmer of hope was dashed, and Yifeng collapsed on the spot. Seni. Li Mubai was full of excitement and ran towards Niasini, who was sitting in a chair with a worried look on her face. Yifeng scanned the 4 women in the room, instantly meeting Ziling's eyes that had almost turned into loving eyes. Looking at the other party with a flamboyant look on his face, his nifty mind almost exploded. Hani grabbed Li Mubai's collar and brought him to the opposite side of the discussion table in front of the 4 women. The 4 men took their seats. Yi Feng was against Ziling, Li Mubai was against Niesini, Wan Tianla was against Yi Shuiying, and Han Yi was against Qi Xianbing. I'm sure we all understand each other, so I won't say anything more. The war band must have a captain, and that captain must be me. Qi Xianbing's tone was icy cold, and that condescending tone made Yi Feng hear the usual disgust. Bang! Han Yi slammed the desktop to Qi Xian's ice-cold gaze and shouted, "On what grounds? If you want to say captain, I only serve Yi Feng." Asterisk 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 asterisk? Yi Feng was confused. Pipe himself thing ah. Looking at Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu, he found that the two of them also had the same look of deservingness. Han Yi is right. The voice was no one else but the violet spirit. Leaf Maple, 6. Qi Xianbing looked at Yi Feng and spoke. Beat me before the captain can be given to you. Others may not be able to beat you, but I can definitely beat you. I'm not interested in the captain. If you're going to be one, just make the three of them convinced. Yi Feng pointed at the three Han Yi people. The three who heard this nodded at the same time. Fine. Then I'll beat you three and be this captain. After Qi Xianbing finished speaking, he stood up looking like he was going to go to the training ground to fight. Hearing this, Han Yi looked at Qi Xianbing with disgust in his eyes. Yi Feng is all fine with it. You guys can be the captain if you like. Not because you can't beat them, but just because I, Han Yi, will never hurt my comrades. Although Han Yi's tone was flat, his dissatisfaction with Qi Xuanbing's behavior was already clearly laid out. Wan Tianla and Li Mubai, on the other hand, shrugged their shoulders at the same time. With a look of we're casual, Niesini sighed in her heart as she watched the scene. Qi Xianbing was strong, she knew. If it was anyone else she might have actually obeyed, but it was these four oddballs. They still had a purple spirit on their own side. 8 people. 5 oddballs. This battle team was afraid of trouble. Shuiying, is there any way you can get your brother to talk and ease the relationship between the 4 of them over there in Xianbing? Niesini took out her cell phone and sent a message. Soon Yi Shuiying replied. It can't be helped because my brother has had a strong opinion of Xianbing since long ago, and that was the first time I've ever seen my brother be able to have that much distaste for someone. Niesini, then it's over. This battle team is considered ruined. Just as Niesini secretly sighed at the gray road ahead for the battle team, Qi Xianbing spoke again. Let's talk about their respective magic lineage and rank. I, Qi Xianbing, middle rank 7 stars, first lineage ice, second lineage water. 7 stars of the middle order in his freshman year. This one's rank could be truly terrifying. A lot of junior seniors, but they don't have that equal rank. Niesini, middle ranked 2 star, first lineage wood, second lineage healing. Yi Shuiying, middle rank 2 stars, first lineage ice, second lineage fire. Violet spirit, middle rank 5 stars. I don't have a second lineage. I'm sure you all know my situation. The people who heard this nodded. Full-time mages. I know. Han Yi, 4 stars of the middle rank, first lineage of gold, second lineage of body. Li Mubai, middle rank 3 stars, first lineage light, second lineage wind. Wan Tianla, middle ranked 2 star, first line of summoning, second line of healing. Nice guy, the ultimate aid. Yi Feng, middle rank 1 star, first lineage fire, second lineage thunder. Everyone looked at Yi Feng at these words, including the 3 of them. Wan Tianlu, you're 1 star in the middle order. Niesini couldn't help but blurt out, is there a problem? Yi Feng smiled with a face full of questions, not understanding what was wrong with this. Older brother, don't you know about this thing where freshmen have to get 1 more star by midterm after joining the school than they did when they enrolled, or they'll be expelled? Yi Shuiying said with a somewhat dull and terrified gaze. Chapter 58, The Devil Star Raising Method. Yi Feng was confused when he heard this. It was only at this time that he remembered that Wan Tianlu only had 1 star when he joined the school, and now he also had 2 stars, so he didn't need to worry at all. I didn't realize I'd become the one hanging on. It's okay, I'll raise the star tonight. The crowd didn't say anything else. After all, looking at Yi Feng's light-hearted look, it really didn't seem to be a difficult task for him. All afternoon, Qi Xianbing was arranging what kind of planning each of them should belong to among the team. The main firepower outputs were Han Yi and Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying. Those responsible for defense were Li Mubai and Ziling and Yi Feng. At the back were Niesini and Wan Tianla, both of whom belonged to the support category. Not very aggressive, but outrageous in control and harassment. In fact, Qi Xianbing wanted Yi Feng to be the main attacker. After all, Yi Feng has 1 fire and 1 thunder, and even has the legendary heavenly fire, which is simply an explosive weapon. But Yi Feng just didn't want to go as the main attacker, saying that it was too tiring. while Ziling said that she would go and take charge of whatever Yifeng went to take charge of. And so the team pairing took shape. Everyone has a job to do. Moreover, Qi Xianbing was extremely generous in giving everyone a middle-ranked magical artifact. When it was dinner time, Qi Xianbing, in order to stabilize people's hearts, said that as the captain, he would treat everyone to dinner. Who wouldn't go for a free ride? And so it was that a lavish dinner party Vantillet was bought. Can I really take these leftovers? Wan Tianli's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Qi Xianbing. Qi Xianbing, who had heard the words, waved his hand indifferently. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu instantly felt that this was not a captain. This was an angel. Gave him magical artifacts, and bought him dinner, and let him pack leftovers, and was pretty. That's my goddess. After returning to the dormitory, Wan Tianlu suddenly came to say, brothers, I feel as if I've found my goal for love. At those words the three of them first froze, then their pupils suddenly contracted. Hani took a step forward and grabbed Wan Tianla, who was a bit of a nymphomaniac and saw Nyesini as a pushover in Li Mubai, and shook him madly. Asterisk. You wouldn't be looking at that Qi Xianbing. Well, that's my goddess. Now I finally understand why Mubai would be willing to be a licking dog. Wan Tianlu said and gave a silly smile. Li Mubai sniffed and went straight up for a kick. You kid, get your head out of your ass. Can that be compared to my Cinny? You're blind and you've got your eye on her. Even Yifeng, who usually didn't ask much about such things, couldn't help but come over and kick Wan Tianlu. CP can be cold, but can't pick up evil. You do not learn from the anime inside the evil love. Wan Tianlu looked at the three people who were filled with shock plus devastation to reveal an expression of you don't understand. He grew up with his grandfather, and in elementary and middle school because he was a white man there was no one to befriend him, let alone any women his age who would approach him. Even though I knew three good brothers in high school, I still didn't have a girl after all. Qi Xianbing is not only good looking, but also the first time he was treated so well by the girl. Who else? Who is not moved? Looking at this expression of Wan Tianla, Han E couldn't tense up. That pussy gas he wanted to beat up. Wan Tianla, the simple goods, even looked at it. Asterisk. Get out of the way. Just now I drink too much drink. The urine should be sweet. I give him a direct nuisance to wake up. One could tell that Han E was indeed in a hurry. Sometimes liking someone is just sudden and obsessive, and the trio ends up hopelessly desperate. Let him be. After the farce was over, Yifeng put on his clothes and said, come back tomorrow morning and I'll bring you buns. Afterward he went out. Make it meat-filled. 10. It was Han Yi's voice. I have leftovers, don't need to bring mine. This one goes without saying. For 3 leeks and eggs. There's only one left. No more. Yifeng left the dormitory building inside the last period of time when the dormitory door was closed. The East Region Magic Academy was extraordinarily silent at night. Yifeng arrived at a gazebo located inside the woods. He was ready to give himself a devil's ascension. This method was of his own creation, and could quickly raise the magic star rank. In the past, he only needed to use heavenly fire, but now that he had an additional faculty, he had to add another spice. This was why it was much more difficult for a mid-ranked wizard to ascend the stars than a beginner. After all, there was an extra faculty. Yifeng's aura changed and his early yuaning cultivation suddenly exploded. Click! The space in front of him was shattered by his punch, revealing the void within. Ever since he had broken through to yuaning, he had realized that this blue star was a notch lower than even the mortal realm within immortal cultivation. Realms that were more crotch-pulling than even the immortal cultivation mortal realm had much more fragile law barriers than the mortal realm. Peak Jindan was already the strongest force that this world could withstand. If there were 2 yuaning level cultivators fighting at full strength in this world, he could guarantee that the laws of this world would completely collapse, and the world without the protection of the laws would be instantly swallowed up by the void. Yifeng jumped into the void. It wasn't technically a void, but was actually still a region of nothingness within the confines of Blue Star's laws. The reason he came here was to get a better feel for the spatial laws of this world. This was used to enhance the magical ability of his space system that should normally be enhanced by practicing magic diligently. The fire of heaven burned on his body. Surrounded by the heavenly flame and the laws of space, Yifeng quickly entered a meditative state. This is Yifeng, but if any other magician comes over, not to mention the high order, the super order will have to be sent away instantly, directly spiraling up in place. Early the next morning, Yifeng returned to the dormitory with a bag of buns. The 3 people in the dormitory were still huffing and puffing on their beds. Han Yi's snoring was as loud and rhythmic as ever. Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai have long been accustomed to it. and have even developed the vice of not listening to the sound of snoring to sleep, always feeling that something is missing. Place the buns on their tables. The most convenient thing about the top bunk and bottom table is that everyone has their own table and it's easy to tell whose stuff is whose. You're back. Feng. Li Mubai sat up and snorted. Yi Feng nodded and turned on his computer, ready to continue the liver game. You broke through to the second star? Li Mubai asked as he climbed down from the bed while eating a bun. Breaking through too far. 5 stars. 5 stars. Li Mubai sniffed at first, did not react to the subsequent as a cry of surprise. The buns are off, the hand flew out directly, stood up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Feng, what did you do yesterday? It was loud enough to wake up the other two. What's wrong with Mubai? What's all the shouting about in the morning? Hani asked with a face that didn't wake up. Feng has broken through to 5 stars. Not just 5 stars. 5 stars. Han Yi, who was originally a bit sleepy, was instantly spooked. Chapter 59, Magic Card Club. When Wan Tianlu heard this, he also rolled and crawled down from the bed with Han Yi and Li Mubai to surround Yi Feng in the center. Brother Feng, how did you ascend the stars? Can you tell us? 4 stars in one night. You're really a bit outrageous. Li Mubai asked what the three of them were most concerned about. Hearing this, Yi Feng is not ambiguous, directly is a sentence. Heavenly fire quenching the body. Burned all night. You want to try? No 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 no. All three said no at the same time. Heavenly fire. That is heavenly fire. This is on. Yi Feng is a freak. If they are replaced, not to mention quenching the body, be burned a little bit, have to die in place. That's not right, Feng. Li Mubai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. If it is said that you only need to slightly cultivate for one night to break through 4 stars consecutively, and you were stuck at 1 star for such a long period of time before, could it be that you didn't condense your magical energy in the dormitory during the week? No. So what do you do inside the house every day? Watching anime, playing games, brushing up on materials. Yi Feng's reply was plain and unadorned, but the three of them were listening to it with their livers cracking. Such talent was so bad. No wonder Yi Shuiying would scold Yi Feng every day for not learning and not thinking about progress. Not to mention Yi Shuiying, they all want to scold Yi Feng now. Too bad they can't curse because they can't fight. 4 people after dinner went to busy their own things. Li Mubai went out to pick up girls. Wan Tianlu began to raise compulsion. Han Yi began to fitness. Yi Feng, after reading the fan, also went out to go to the magic card club that he longed for. 8 o'clock in the morning. Another day of club orientation. The other clubs were full of people who came to sign up for membership, but only the Magic Card Club. The door was closed. The main reason is that most students can't afford to play magic cards. And if they can, they still have to have a deck to get into the Magic Card Club. Freshman, sophomore, junior, 3 whole grade sections. Together, the Magic Card Club only managed to get the minimum number of people standard. 20 people. Ugh. Yun Xie, who was in charge of recruiting, sighed. They had only recruited 5 people in the past 2 days. These were the only people in the first 2 days, and they didn't even have to think about it in the following days. Just as she was disheartened. However, there was a knock on the society door. This is the Magic Card Club, right? Yun Xie's eyes instantly lit up, and as she followed the voice she saw a familiar face. Schoolboy, I knew you'd come. After realizing that it was Yi Feng, Yun Xie's mood couldn't be happier. Of course, this was because she didn't know about Yi Feng's legend within the school. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible to be so excited. As for why she wouldn't know, a card player, nothing but magical cards could possibly interest her. Yi Feng revealed a laugh at his words and signed the application for joining the troupe under Yun Xie's instructions. Well, from now on, senior brother, you're a member of our Magic Card Club. Is there anything you want to ask? Senior sister, I'll know everything. I'll tell you everything. What's the magic card dueling device at? This was the only thing that Yi Feng was interested in at the East Region Magic Academy. Yun Xie, who heard the words, immediately stood up, her chest full of pride, and said, Go, I'll take you to play a handful of cards, just so that I can let my senior sister see how your deck is. Yun Xie pulled Yi Feng's arm and left. This action was like a bandit grabbing a yellow flower girl and yanking her towards the cottage. Previously, Yi Feng had only seen magic card dueling devices inside videos. It's a little exciting to see it in reality for the first time. Soon they came to a place that was the size of a basketball court. Looking at the equipment site in front of him that was somewhat different from the one inside the video, Yi Feng couldn't help but stare blankly, then turned his head to look at Yun Xie. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, but our club's magic card duel is the latest developed, and it's not even in circulation on the market yet. Yun Xie was full of pride. while Yifeng was pointing at the field in front of him and couldn't help but spit out. Are you sure this isn't Game King's equipment? Is the plagiarism so blatant? Ahem. What plagiarism? It's called moving virtual stuff into reality. It's pretty gold alright. Yun's face could not help but cough a few times with a red face, and Yifeng, who heard the words, was speechless on the spot. What else could he say but 6? The magic card duel was actually very simple. It was to put the magic card into the card slot, and the equipment would directly virtualize the demonic beast inside the magic card to appear in the middle of the virtual field. Players can manipulate it through their mental power, and the stronger the mental power, the more virtual demonic beasts they can manipulate at the same time. That's why usually magic card masters are mental. In fact, the probability of spiritual awakening was not very low, but all the schools did not have any majoring in the spiritual department, which made Yifeng puzzled all the time. Why isn't the spiritual department the main department? Yun heard the first stun, then with a kind of this common sense things you do not know, the eyes of Yifeng said, do you not know that the spiritual department can only be a secondary department? If when the main department is easily unable to control the spiritual power to become mentally ill of this thing? I don't know. Yifeng shook his head. He really didn't know about this. When noon arrived at mealtime, Yifeng bid farewell to Yun and left the Magic Card Club. After a morning of playing Magic Card Duel, he had finally found a new level of enjoyment. Sure enough, the joy of a card guy is collecting and playing cards. Looking at Yifeng's departing back, Yun was a little envious. Why would a newcomer playing magic cards have so many rare mid-ranked cards? It's really enviable, and it looks as if he still has a good stock that he hasn't taken out. In the future, I must find a way to properly set a set on him, and see if I can light up his best cards for me to see. Yun thought to this in her heart. Then she put her magic deck back into her card pack. Just now, a message came from the battle team group that Qi Xianbing was again and again going to treat them to dinner. Perhaps she could see that the only way to enlist the 4 on the men's side of the dormitory was to eat. When he came to the restaurant's private room, Yifeng realized that the others had all arrived and he was the last one. Yifeng, you made a breakthrough? Qi Xianbing was keenly aware of the change in Yifeng's magical aura and couldn't help but frown. Well, broke through to 2 stars. Yifeng did not intend to tell the other uninformed people in the arena about his consecutive 4-star breakthrough. Li Mubai's 3 understood Yifeng's thoughts, nor did they reveal them. Qi Xianbing frowned at his words. This Yifeng is not simple. And it's very uncomplicated. He breaks through when he says he breaks through. How did he do it? Yifeng sat against the door, next to Li Mubai. Li Mubai just wanted to speak, but who knew that at this time, Violet Spirit walked over. Mubai, mind switching tables with me? Ziling was full of smiles. Li Mubai, who heard the words, originally wanted to refuse because he had something he wanted to discuss with Yifeng, but the result was that the rest of his eyes swept. And Ziling's position was actually next to Nyesini. Okay, you sit down. Chapter 60, Han Yi's bottom line. Looking at Li Mubai, who sat next to Nyesini on his butt, Yifeng covered his face and felt a bit blind. After eating, Qi Xianbing glanced at the crowd and said, I've already found a good training ground. The top 8 teams that excel before the end of the freshman semester will qualify for the school tournament. And the top 2 teams of the school tournament will get the focus of the school's cultivation in preparation for the national tournament in the future. So in order to make sure that our team enters the top 2, the first step is to get clear about their respective strengths with each other. I think Xianbing is right. Yeah, your ass. Hani directly slapped the back of Wan Tianli's head, who looked like a licking dog beside him, then looked at Qi Xianbing and said, I don't have an opinion if it's a hunt for demonic beasts or something like that. But this kind of fighting for the purpose of rankings to go to war with other battle teams that are going to be going into battle together to kill the enemy in the future. With all due respect, it's unlikely that I would be able to exert my full strength even if I were to go on the field. With these words, Qi Xianbing's attitude instantly chilled a few degrees. Do you want to give up the honor of the entire team because you alone don't want to play? The honor of the war party? I think it's your honor. Hani directly erected a middle finger at Qi Xianbing. His attitude was obvious. What Hani despised the most was the human scum who went to kill each other with their compatriots for the sake of the so-called fame and fortune. The atmosphere of the dining table instantly fell into an awkward silence. Nyesini helplessly whispered to Li Mubai, do you have a solution? No, you don't know Han Yi's temperament. Once he violates the bottom line, he's like a stubborn donkey. Qi Xianbing has been repeatedly jumping sideways at his bottom line. It's already pretty good that he hasn't stormed out to make a move. Li Mubai shrugged his shoulders in a way that he couldn't do anything about it. Nyesini gritted her teeth at the words and her voice lowered even more. Come up with something. If you can de-escalate the 2 of them, I'll give you my contact info. Li Mubai got up directly without saying a word. Han Yi, listen to what Xian Bing has to say first. Han Yi heard a glance at Li Mubai, eyes full of question marks. Just wanted to say something when he felt a vibration from his cell phone. Look down. WeChat transfer $1,000. Okay, give you a break. Han Yi hurriedly turned off the cell phone screen with a look of I'll give you a face as a brother. Yi Feng, who was not far away, was a bit speechless. His viewpoint could see the small movements of Li Mubai's hand under the table. How did he manage to transfer money without looking at his cell phone? That's got to be a lot of practice. At this time Qi Xianbing also calmed down his mood. His tone was as flat as ever. We have 4 males and 4 females in our battle team. In a moment in the training ground, men and women will be divided into teams for regimental battles, so that we can familiarize each other with their respective fighting styles, but also increase some cooperation. Han Yi, who heard the words, didn't object, while Mia Xianyi looked at Wan Tianlu and Han Yi with some fear. Qi Xianbing might not be afraid, but she was. Yi Shuiying also couldn't help but shiver at this time, and Mia Xinyi looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Leave the hotel for the training ground. On the way, Li Mubai and Han Yi walked at the end of the group to chat, and the others consciously gave them room to talk. Alright Han Yi, think about it, didn't you participate in the freshman competition before? It's all pretty much the same. Han Yi, who heard the words, shook his head and said, it's not the same. The freshman competition can only be considered as a sparring match, and it's true that I haven't used my full strength. At best I've injured and not killed anyone. A person I can control the force and let the healer heal them completely, just like in the troop sparring match. But it's not like you haven't seen that look of Qi Xianbing. Surely a person who will do anything to win. I can guarantee that he will surely lay down a deadly hand for the sake of victory at the competition. This kind of person I really despise from the bottom of my heart. Han Yi said every word is reasonable. Heard the words of Li Mubai, also some do not know how to refute. Can only pat his shoulder, said, so brother, if she in the game or is a duel when made beyond your bottom line. Not to mention you. Buddy, I with you to strike. And me. Yi Feng didn't know when he suddenly stood next to the two men, and the violet spirit that was originally pestering him had already been forced by Yi Shuiying to reverse the fire onto herself. Brother Feng, do you think Tian Lu can still be saved? Li Mubai pointed to Wan Tianla, who was frantically chatting with Qi Xianbing not far away, but the other party didn't even give a damn about him, was full of sorrow. Yi Feng sniffed and shook his head. I thought you were already hopeless enough. Who knows that this one is even more heavyweight? If you're just a senior licking dog, then Wan Tianla is the dog god. After all, Niesini will still occasionally give you a few words to talk about. Tianla, he said, up to now there are 30 sentences, right? The other party hasn't returned a single word to him, and he's still there entertaining himself. Wasted. The boy is wasted. Han Yi also let out a sigh of relief. A group of 8 people arrived in the middle of the private room booked by Qi Xianbing at the training ground. Start the war party and instantly stand over. Yi Feng glanced at Ziling, who was standing on his side, without saying anything directly pushed the other party's shoulder to push her to the opposite side. Wan Tianla was also dragged over by Han Yi from Qi Xuanbing's side. Now that's the right station. Tian Lu, if you kid dares to release water to the Pacific Ocean level, believe it or not, I'll rip your brain off. Han Yi said to Wan Tianlu with a smile on his face, and Wan Tianlu, who heard the words, was nodding his head repeatedly. And at this time Yi Shuiying was also pleading with Ziling. Ziling, whether or not Xianbing can truly command this team depends on this cut. You can't let go of the life and death of the battle team. Violet Spirit sniffed and spat out her tongue. Actually, I want to win more than all of you. As long as I beat Yi Feng, I'm sure he'll change his attitude towards me. Shuiying Yi. She suspected that there was something more or less wrong with the Violet Spirit's thinking. No, not suspected. Should be certain. The two teams were separated by 10 meters. As promised, the ringing of the timer bell is the start of the cut. Ding! The moment the bell rang, a metal baseball bat instantly appeared in Han Yi's hand. At the instant Han Yi was about to make his move, Li Mubai appeared in the center of the battlefield as a dazzling ray of light, and then he was seen waving his hand. A ball of light appeared, then suddenly exploded. The blinding light covered the entire venue, and even Qi Xianbing didn't get used to the blur of white in front of his eyes for a while. At the same time, Han Yi had already rushed in. They had long had a tacit understanding after being together for so long. They closed their eyes the moment Li Mubai's light ball exploded. Bang! Qi Xianbing heard the wind and hurriedly summoned an ice shield to block Han Yi's attack. However, just at this time, 3 wind blades came whistling through the air. Li Mubai took the opportunity to directly unleash triple wind blade magic. Qi Xianbing just wanted to raise his hand again to summon an ice shield. Who knew that the ice shield that blocked Han Yi's metal baseball bat would suddenly collapse at this time because it could not withstand the force of Han Yi's arm? Chapter 61, Is this a summoner? However, to Han Yi and Li Mubai's surprise, all of their attacks were defended by Qi Xianbing. A colorless water ball wraps Qi Xianbing in it. Han Yi's attack is instantly unloaded when it hits it, and Li Mubai's triple wind blades do the same, immediately dissipating when they hit the water wall. Wooden vines and ice cones attacked the duo at the same time, and the duo hurriedly retreated as Nie Sini and Yi Shuiying had regained their sight and began to support Qi Xianbing. Middle-ranked magic thornwood vine. Middle-ranked magic triple ice arrow. Wooden vines with thorns emerged from the ground, and an ice bow also appeared in Yi Shuiying's hand. The wooden vines and ice arrows whistling towards Han Yi at the same time. Qi Xianbing also used attack magic at this time, and two ice pythons appeared at the same time. Qi Xianbing's greatest talent is the natural ice spirit, and the natural ice spirit can not only improve their own control of the ice attribute and reduce the consumption of magical energy. The most intuitive point is that the person who has the natural ice spirit can use more than one ice magic at the same time. Several magic attacks came whistling, but Han Yi did not panic. With a flash of golden light, Li Mubai's hand spread out and a mirror of light appeared, and then all the magic that was whistling was replicated. Golden arrows of light, golden rays, golden wooden vines and the magic attacking from the opposite side collided together. The dazzling golden light made it impossible to see what was happening on the battlefield where the central spells were exchanging blows. Before the golden light could dissipate, two figures suddenly rushed out from within. Han Yi rode the white jade spider. 5 metal blades were controlled by him to attack Qi Xianbing, while Li Mubai used wind magic to ride the white jade spider directly to the back row to raid the two Yi Shuiying girls. Qi Xianbing didn't think that Li Mubai could fight 2 against 1. Yet the 3 dozen summoning spells lit up at this time, and 3 dozen skeletons crawled out from amongst the spells. An eerie and lurid aura came from them. There was no need to ask. This must be Wan Tianli's handiwork. Beep. The whistle sounded, and a sky full of moths flew out from the magic formation behind him. The sheer number of them, even as friendly troops, the two couldn't help but shiver. The 3 men and 3 women on this side of the battle were hot, and the other side. Bang! An explosion occurred as the 2 flames clashed. Violet Spirit's body took a few steps back slightly. She had wanted to attack the summoner located at the back, but she did not expect to be blocked by Yifeng. Don't use a sword? Ziling couldn't help but laugh a bit when she remembered how Yifeng fought with herself before, while Yifeng shook his head at his words and said, "You're not at the point where you'd let me use my sword right now." Oh, yeah? The Violet Spirit's figure suddenly disappeared, abruptly arriving behind Wan Tianlu. Spatial magic. Spatial movement. However, Yifeng, who saw the scene, was not in a hurry. Instead, his hands condensed flames, and 2 fire snakes whistled and swept over Shallow Water and Wooden Vine, who had appeared on the field at an unknown time. Qi Xianbing frowned and couldn't help but look at Yifeng in the distance as he fought with Han Yi. Violet Spirit had hit the back row to tackle the summoner inside their team, so why wasn't he in a hurry? Li Mubai was able to handle 2 people by himself. It was a little tough, but not a big problem. He could perfectly replicate whatever magic the 2 women used. And besides, he had the help of undead creatures and alabaster spiders here. Qi Xianbing looked at Han Yi, who was rapidly approaching towards her with a baseball bat in his renewed hand, and gritted her teeth as a cold aura spread rapidly with her at the center. This cold aura was nearly twice as terrifying as the cold aura that Ouyang Shui had dealt with him earlier. Just as Han Yi was preparing to use a secret method to boost his physical strength to resist, a flame suddenly swept across the entire ground of the center field, the cold air being washed away by the fire. Han Yi, you go help Li Mubai. Leave her to me. Good. Han Yi nodded and brought the white jade spider to join the battlefield in the opposite rear. Qi Xianbing looked at Yifeng somewhat puzzled. Is this how you protect your rear teammates? A mage who majors in the summoning department and vice versa, or the healing department? Do you think there's still a chance of surviving if you're close to a mage of all departments? Protecting who? Wan Tianla? You're afraid you're not sick in the head. Qi Xianbing? Lightning flashed as a purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the air. The ice shield appeared instantly blocking the lightning. And it was at this time. Bang! A silhouette flew out backwards from the grounds behind Yifeng, then landed heavily. Qi Xianbing thought that it was Wan Tianlu. His heart just wanted to steal joy, but saw Ziling standing up in a bit of a mess, the color of confusion overflowing. Qi Xianbing was confused. What was this? Yet just the next moment, boo! A residual shadow suddenly appeared in midair behind the Violet Spirit. Wan Tianlu was extremely fast. Faster than even Han Yi, who majored in body. Seeing this situation, Ziling hurriedly used spatial movement to dodge Wan Tianli's whip kick that fell from the sky. Boom! the ground suddenly cracked. Wan Tianli's kick had actually hardened the ground. Ziling had already retreated to the back. Qi Xianbing saw this and didn't hesitate to give up tangling with Yifeng to change the battlefield to the back. The four women who saw Wan Tianli's kick just now were all in a bit of a trance. Is this the kind of combat power a summoner should have on his own? Han Yi, Mu Bai, back off and end this sparring match. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, Li Mubai and Han Yi rode the white jade spider to exit the battlefield at the same time. The airborne moths also reflew back into the middle of the magic teleportation array in an instant. Qi Xianbing frowned and looked towards the four people who had already re-stood together, somewhat wondering what they were up to. She had a bad feeling about it. Though, wind reel, Li Mubai let out a low roar, and the middle-ranked spell Wind Scroll suddenly drained all of his magical energy. A tornado that covered a full half of the field suddenly appeared. Wind Scrolls, a middle-ranked magic that consumed magical energy based on its range. Because of its high consumption and low power, very few people would like to use this kind of flashy magic. Boo! Yifeng stomped his foot, and the original tornado suddenly mixed with heavenly fire to form a fire tornado. A hot golden fire dragon scroll was like a death sentence, and that terrifying aura made people feel desperate just by looking at it. Just as they were wondering how they should defend themselves, another spell had struck. Undead Spit, a summoning formation suddenly appeared behind Wan Tianlu, and a light black color that made people feel fear and despair from their psyche floated out from amongst the summoning formation, instantly controlling the entire venue. This was the magic that Wan Tianlu had learned from the Pavilion of Ancient Books, one of the only few means of direct attack available to summoners. After summoning dead things from the world of summons, such as gusts of wind and rocks, to attack, he modified them and came up with such a move. This move was not very offensive, but it had one of the most outrageous and counterintuitive effects. It could affect the enemy's magical energy cohesion, and the deeper the person was affected by the undead spit, the longer the magical energy could not be cohesive. Chapter 62 Strange but Terrifying Combination Technique. Now even the violet spirit was somewhat unable to gather magic energy for a while, and looked somewhat incredulously at Wan Tianlu, who was still releasing black mist in front of her. This guy is a top-notch oddball too. Han Yi also used magic at this time. All the metals in the body appeared at the same time at this time, and then transformed into countless silver needles that entered the fire dragon scroll and shuttled through. The original silver needles instantly turned crimson, emitting hot temperatures and continuously shooting toward the four people in front. And the fire dragon scrolls were also whistling toward the four people in front under Li Mubai's control. Violet Spirit, who was the first to regather her magical energy. But in the face of this situation, even though she could use spells of all the faculties, she didn't know how she should respond. He could only use the earth to first resist the silver needle attack, and then a dozen earth walls appeared, originally thinking that he could resist the fire dragon roll. As a result, the fire dragon scroll instantly melted the earth wall into magma and merged into the fire dragon scroll. Violet Spirit was desperate. How was this going to be a fight? Qi Xianbing, on the other hand, was still gritting his teeth and unwilling to say such words as admitting defeat. However, just this fire tornado suddenly stopped and then suddenly dissipated. Forget it, we admit defeat. Li Mubai waved his hand with an indifferent look, while the other three also had the same look on their faces. Although Li Mubai was like this on the surface, but in his heart, he sighed helplessly. Just now, all this situation, Qi Xianbing even died without admitting defeat. From this, it can be seen that Han Yi was right. This woman is a person who will do anything to win or lose. Qi Xianbing looked at the four people who had already gotten off the field, and his heart was shaken. Although these four people's combos were odd, they had to admit that the power was really terrifying. Not only the terrifying range damage brought about by the heavenly flame and wind scrolls, but also the terrifying black mist that could make people unable to condense their magical energy, and the silver needles that appeared to be insignificant but could kill them when they were unable to condense their magical energy. With the four of them, I'm sure the warriors will be able to ask for the state championships at a later date. Qi Xianbing thought beautifully, but the truth was that Li Mubai and Han Yi had completely lost hope in her. The matter ended and Yifeng left the training ground after the four of them recovered their magic energy. It wasn't because they didn't want to stay, but the Demon Hunters Association, which hadn't moved for a long time, had sent them a new mission. A van drove slowly out of a parking lot near the school. Wuling Honda, my Superman. I told you, that Qi Xianbing is a guy who will do anything to win or lose, Han Yi said to Li Mubai as he drove. And Li Mubai, who heard the words, sighed helplessly. In the future, we can play in the battle teams match, but if Qi Xianbing is too much, brother and sister do not have to be spoiled to directly open the pendulum. Li Mubai stated his point of view. and Yifeng and Hani, who heard the words, nodded their heads at the same time, such that Wan Tianla had an extremely entangled look on his face. Ugh! The three of them sighed helplessly at the same time. They still couldn't figure out when this eye of Wan Tianla went blind. How could he look at that Qi Xianbing? According to the news sent by the Demon Hunting Association, the sewers in an area of the capital of Hope had recently been infested with demonic beasts, and given that their team had had experience entering the sewers before, the association had sent them to investigate the source of the demonic beasts in the sewers. Another trip to the sewers and another load of laundry back at the dorm tonight. Wan Tianla is full of collapse and helplessness. Washing clothes don't cost money, washing once $1.50, just in time. Remember to wash a piece for me when you get there. Li Mubai stuck out a thumbs up to show that it was awesome. The van traveled all the way to the area of the incident. The van stopped at the side of the car. Hani, simple and rough, directly grabbed a sewer manhole cover. A force will be lifted up the hole. An odor unique to the sewers wafted from it. Brothers, I'll go down and scout first. Hani put on his mask and jumped directly into the sewer without saying a word. Shortly afterward they heard Han Yi's voice. It's safe. Come down. The three men sniffed without hesitating to take turns jumping into the sewer. With a pinch of Li Mubai's finger, the dimly lit sewer was illuminated by the light. It's scary. Do you guys think there are ghosts in the sewers? Wan Tianla hid behind Han Yi with some fear. Fool, there are no ghosts in this world. Han Yi, as a small disliker, could not help but spray a sentence on Wan Tianlu, who said that, not long ago I saw my grandfather crawling out from inside the grave to look for me. Now I feel scared even thinking about it. After saying that, Wan Tianlu also had a cold shiver running through his body. Yifeng walked up at this time crying and laughing and said, there shouldn't be any ghosts. At most there are 4 turtles with eye patches and a talking mouse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously. Wan Tianlu was shocked. Really? I can attest to that one. And I've seen these 4 turtles come rushing out from inside the sewer to grab a pizza before. Li Mubai smiled and said a sentence directly to Wan Tianla scared the soul almost did not fly. And just as the two of them were teasing Wan Tianlu, there was a sudden burst of footsteps coming from the deep corner of the sewers. Han Yi fiercely frowned as the baseball bat appeared in his hand, and Li Mubai also put away his lighting magic at this time. The footsteps were getting closer, and the 4 men held their breath. They had a hunch that the other side might be coming from a bad place. The footsteps suddenly came to an abrupt halt when they were only 1 turn away from the 4. Seeing this, Han Yi was first stunned. Then without saying a word he turned the corner of the corner to the suddenly appearing silhouette was a storming attack. Bang! 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 Don't fight! Don't fight! One of our own! A familiar voice came, and Han Yi couldn't help but stare. He then saw Ouyang Shui, who had collapsed inside the sludge on the ground, and the ice armor on his body was already cracked. Ouyang Shui broke down. Why does one keep running into this violent maniac? She was originally an undercover agent arranged by the Demon God's Palace to enter the Eastern Region Magic Academy, with the goal of participating in the freshman conference to enter the ancient book pavilion and find the secret method of blood exchange. As a result, who knew that in the first match, he would meet Han Yi, a violent maniac, and was directly beaten to unconsciousness. It was so hard to wake up. The Demon God's Palace gave her a chance to wear her sins and be possessed by Dante's Grove. But who knew that it would be Han Yi and his housemates who would mess up her plans again and destroy Dante's Grove in a hard way? I don't even know how it went out. Now that it took a lot of effort to explain that she was also a victim of Butherim, the school gave her a pass. The Demon God's Palace said that they would give her 1 last billion chances, and that all the underground entrances to this side of the sewers would soon be opened up, so that she could inspect them first, and prepare for the protection of the recluse Demon God's Palace branch bases underneath the City of Hope. As a result, who knew that after just 2 hours of exploring the disgusting and dirty sewers she would notice something strange? Come over to check it out and then see the familiar metal baseball bat. The following has nothing to do with the text. Again, author Brainless is a douchebag. And it's not the book that's the problem, it's the author. The retard. Chapter 63, The Evil Demon of Concealment. Hani glanced at Ouyang Shui on the ground feeling somewhat familiar, then suddenly realized, picked up the baseball bat and was ready to continue to hit. Fortunately, Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai stopped it in time, otherwise it would have been really easy to kill someone. Calm down, Li Mubai hurriedly consoled, while Han Yi looked confident. This sewer usually doesn't even want maintenance workers to come here, and a college girl would come here? It's obvious she's either a demonic change or a demonic traitor. I came to the sewers to look for my necklace. It was left for me by my mother and dropped here when I was possessed, and I've been looking in the sewers for 2 hours. Ouyang Shui panicked and explained. But she didn't think that her loophole-ridden lie could fool the four people. After all, they're not stupid. However, you have to follow us closely, or else be careful of being injured by the demonic beasts in the sewers, Li Mubai said to Ouyang Shui, who was following them closely behind him, while walking in front. Aha! Ouyang Shui nodded with some confusion. These four people believe this? Feng, are there talking turtles and rats in the sewer here? Wan Tianlu was still a little scared as he hid behind Han Yi. Yi Feng nodded confidently. In his eyes the secondary world was real. Gulp! Wan Tianlu swallowed a little fearfully. The five moved on. Looking at the direction the four people went, Ouyang Shui's heart was about to pop out. This was because she realized that the four were heading towards the area with the densest concentration of recluse demon tunnel entrances. Shouldn't he or she think of a way to warn the four to let them go a different way? Otherwise, if they really fight later, who will they help? Help the recluse demon. Even if it meant that if she let one of them run out and expose her, she'd be done for. If he helped the four, the demon god's palace side wouldn't let himself go ah. Just when she was a bit overwhelmed, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark depths of the sewer ahead. Yo, humans, looks like you're in for a treat today. A recluse demon that was nearly 2 meters tall, covered in gray hair, and looked like a rat appeared in front of the five. After seeing this recluse demon, Wan Tianlu first froze and then screamed in panic. Aha! Talking rats! Sewers really do have talking rats. You're not fooling me. Hani made a snap decision and kicked Ouyang Shui several steps back after throwing Wan Tianlu aside. Get lost. Don't get in the way here. After saying that, the familiar metal baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand, only to see his feet bent into a bow and instantly rush towards the recluse demon. A middle order, 10-star recluse demon, or in a closed space like the sewers. I'm afraid it would be a bit tricky for them to deal with. That's time to worry about an Ouyang Shui. When the transported earth demon raised its own sharp, steel-like claws to block the attack, the crunching sound of metal on metal echoed in the middle of the sewer. Brighten your mouse eyes. Li Mubai threw a flash. The four people closed their eyes at the same time, and Ouyang Shui, who didn't react, was directly blinded by the shake. With a white fog in front of her eyes, she collapsed. How one can't see anything anymore. At the same time the recluse demon also issued a scream. Recluse demon is the underground demon beast. Eyesight is not good. Was so shaken eyes did not directly blind is good. The two white jade spiders spat out their spider silks and wrapped the recluse demon to death. Hani just wanted to swing the baseball bat in his hand, but the recluse demon opened his mouth fiercely, and a brown earth mist instantly spread out. Hani was attacked head-on by the earth mist and took several consecutive steps back, while his opponent took this opportunity to break free. Go to hell, all of you. The transported earth demon got up and attacked Hani. What was strong about the transported earth demon wasn't his attacking power, but that terrifying defense. Under the gray fur is almost the same skin as the steel armor. Hani swung the metal baseball bat in his hand to hit the recluse demon. Unexpectedly felt a sense of numbness coming from his arm. Good lord, this guy's got some tough skin. The transported earth demon was knocked back a few steps, and the sharp claws that were originally swung at Hani also stopped as a result. The wind howled and the earth mist was blown away. The densely packed points of light whizzed past Han Yi's head, but they hit the recluse demon, causing him to take a few steps back but unable to cause any substantial damage. The two alabaster spiders crawled along the left and right side walls, spitting out 2 streams of venom that landed on the recluse demon. 2 streams of white smoke of the recluse devil demon body bubbling. The point of light stopped, and Han Yi had reappeared in front of it wielding a baseball bat. Bang! This time, the baseball bat in Han Yi's hand hit the recluse demon and even sent it flying and smashed it heavily on the wall. A mouthful of green blood sprayed out from the recluse demon's mouth. It was a bit unbelievable how the power of this human in front of him suddenly skyrocketed so much. Ouyang Shui, who had regained her sight, couldn't help but shiver at the sight, and it was obvious that some bad memories came to her mind. She was all too familiar with the fact that Han Yi was definitely using the same body strength enhancement method that he had used against her before. Han Yi appeared as a shadow on the side of the recluse demon. Bang! 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 It was as if he was hitting a baseball, constantly hitting the recluse demon, leaving more than a dozen human-shaped craters on the surrounding walls in just a few breaths of effort. Human! You seek death! The recluse demon's sharp claws were waved, and the metal baseball bat in Han Yi's hand was suddenly split into 2. The transported earth demon's innate demonic method was used to increase the strength of his body by several times, and his original height of 2 meters had now skyrocketed to 3 meters. The muscles of his body swelled and protruded, and he just wanted to swing his sharp claws to send this human in front of him to meet the king of hell. Who knew that just at this moment, a blood-colored poisonous mist suddenly wrapped around the body of the recluse demon, and the recluse demon, who was still raging a moment ago, suddenly collapsed on the ground and kept emitting miserable screams. Ah! Flesh and blood were quickly corroded into blood and sludge, and the original struggling recluse demon was no longer moving. That was a close one. Yifeng put away the Scarlet Centipede King's magic card and let out a long sigh of relief. The three were speechless. You call that a close call? You killed the recluse in one move and that's a close call? Not far away. Ouyang Shue's pupils contracted when she saw this scene. What level of magic card was that just now? The demonic spell that was made was so terrifying. A middle-ranked full-star recluse earth demon that had used its own demonic spell was killed in an instant? Yifeng walked in front of the corpse and took out a blank magic card to absorb all the power of the recluse demon. Ha. Fill another one of your own favorites. Just when Yifeng was happy about this, the darkness in front of him at this moment but hundreds of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. Who killed our companions? Chapter 64. A powerful pressure came from the depths of the darkness. Ouyang Shui almost did not shed tears after feeling this pressure. Great! Is the recluse devil demon clan inside the high-ranking strong? They can not only be safe and sound and also very likely to take revenge off. It's a high-level demonic beast. Brothers run! Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling golden light, matching the wind speed that was called fast. Wan Tianla sniffed and directly gave the white jade spider one of his exclusive secret little pills, and instantly the white jade spider became red all over. The other one was put away by him. Run! Wan Tianla rode on the white jade spider. Instantly the white jade spider was at full speed. All 6 legs were so fast that they formed a stump. The speed was so fast that it was actually comparable to Li Mubai for a while. Without saying a word, Hani took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, directly using the 3 secret methods of the body refining art. Magic energy, blood, and medicinal power burned madly at the same time. Then see Hani transformed into a shadow. In passing Ouyang Shui and seeing her actually in a daze, without saying a word directly carry and run. That's right, just like carrying rice. Put me down! Put me down! Ouyang Shui was shocked. How could he lose the opportunity to see revenge and hatred so easily? You're still squirming at this hour. You're really not afraid to die. Hani suspected that Ouyang Shui was too noisy and directly slashed her unconscious with a hand slash. The 3 of them each showed their skills, and their speed was that fast. Only Yifeng froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Do they all run that fast? It's not that easy to kill our clan and still want to leave. Boom! The wall of earth suddenly appeared to directly block the road. The 3 people who were running away at breakneck speed didn't react and all of them crashed into the earth wall. This was a high-level demonic beast, or an otherworldly demon race. What were they going to fight with? At this moment, the 3 of them were not in the mood to touch each other. Just as they were thinking about how to escape, the recluse demon suddenly came from the front with a continuous scream. Turning their heads to look, they saw a scene they would never forget in this life. A blue-green wind blade instantly whistled past the entire recluse demon group in front of them, and all the recluse demons were cut off at the waist by the wind blade. In just a few breaths of effort, these recluse devil demons were completely motionless. Yifeng put away the Ghost Wing Demon King's magic card. The cardman's inventory was beyond your imagination. Take out the blank magic cards and start harvesting them straight away in a big way. Not a bad choice for yourself today. The 3 people at the same time also rejoined Yifeng's side, with Hani still carrying Ouyang Shui on his shoulder. Ghost Wing Demon King's magic card. How could I have forgotten about Feng having this counterintuitive thing? Li Mubai slapped his head. Feng has the Ghost Wing Demon King magic card as a killing move. What was he afraid of just now? Don't go against the grain. Stay a little longer and we'll ascend. Yifeng suddenly spread his legs and ran at that speed. The 3 of them froze at this, and then they suddenly heard an angry growl from the depths of the sewers. Who killed my favorite general? There's still the superorder here. The 3 of them were shocked, and each of them showed their abilities to reach extreme speeds. At the sight of the earthen wall in front of him, Yifeng shattered it with a punch without saying a word. Just like that, the 4 of them escaped to life, leaving only the transported Earth Demon King in impotent rage. He had just been talking about things with the people from the Demon God's Palace, but who knew that he would suddenly feel that one of his clansmen had lost contact with him. Then there was the disappearance of contact from one of the 5 generals under his command, along with the simultaneous disconnection of a full 100 mid-ranking clansmen. Obviously, all of them are dead. The recluse devil demon is actually not considered to be a high-level demon race within the otherworldly demon race, and originally there were fewer strong people. This time, he had brought 5,000 clansmen with him on his descent to the Blue Star Primary Order. and only 300 on the intermediate order, and 5 on the higher order. Nowadays, there were 101 directly missing from the middle rank, and 1 from the high rank as well. Which did this? The transported Earth Demon King was so distressed. By the time he got to the place, the people had long since run away, leaving only the ground full of corpses. The sewer filled with the roar of the recluse Demon King, and the 4 Yifongs had already patted themselves on the back a long time ago. Through the cell phone they contacted the site of the Demon Hunting Association, and after the Demon Hunting Association learned the news, they knew that nowadays things couldn't be accomplished by a middle-rank squad. So then they completed the task and received a sum of money and association points. The association didn't release the quest. After all, it had involved the super rank, and where were the mages who normally took quests within the super rank? Now it's just a matter of figuring it out within the association itself. All 4 of them were a bit hungry after this exercise, especially Han Yi, whose eyes were almost green. Let's find a place to put Ouyang Shui first. Let's hurry and go eat. I'm afraid that if we're a little late, Han Yi will have to eat the 3 of us as rations. Li Mubai's words were agreed to by the duo, but where to throw it for Ouyang Shui? Suddenly they saw an inn not far away, and the 4 of them smiled at the thought of leaving her here. I'll leave this matter of Han Yi to you. Yi Feng gave a thumbs up to Han Yi, who nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. Then, Uncle Policeman, let me explain. Han Yi sat in the interrogation room full of despair. Just now, Han Yi carried the unconscious Ouyang Shui into the inn to open a room, and the righteous boss thought that Han Yi was charmed by that ignorant girl, plus that fierce look, so he called the police on the spot. And then he got here. On the other side, inside a buffet. Let's just dump Han Yi like this, okay? Wan Tianla said somewhat guiltily while stuffing something into his mouth. To have a scandal with such a beautiful one, that boy must be begging for it. Li Mubai said with a bad smile. The 3 of us shouldn't sleep too hard at night. I'm afraid that Han Yi will come back at night and stab all 3 of us. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Han Yi's helpless and desperate expression right now. The other 2 couldn't help but laugh out loud at the same time. Ouyang Shui looked at the female police officer sitting beside her in a daze after she awoke. Could it be that the matter of being an undercover agent of the demon god's palace had been discovered? Just when she was in despair, thinking that she was going to be finished, the policewoman spoke up. You've finally woken up. Just now the healer has already looked at your body. You should have suffered a heavy blow before you fell unconscious, but fortunately the innkeeper found it in time to call the police, so you were spared from being trampled by the perverts. Horny? Spoiled? Ha? Ouyang Shui was dumbfounded while the policewoman told her about the speculations from the bureau side. Ouyang Shui, who heard the words, suddenly realized that although she wanted to directly retaliate against a wave of Han Yi, it was really not easy for her to make a big deal out of it now. After all, the trajectory of her movements was just too coincidental and easily suspicious. Chapter 65, Just suddenly, under Ouyang Shui's explanation, Han Yi was finally successfully released. Ouyang Shui had run away before Han Yi came out. Why did you run? If you don't run and wait to be beaten up by Han Yi, she all but guaranteed that this violent maniac would want to set her back on her feet. Tonight's barbecue is destined to be extraordinary. Han Yi continuously ate 3 barbecue restaurants that were open all night until there were no meat skewers, and spent a whole 5,000 before returning to school satisfied. This time the school gate is already closed, so Han Yi directly knocked on the doorkeeper's window. Anyway, after a wave of operation, he stood hard in front of the door of the 324 dormitory. A kick in the dormitory door. The 3 of them who had not dared to sleep too much got up violently, and after seeing that Han Yi actually came back at night for a while, they actually felt a bit sudden. You 3 better explain why you ran away when the police came to the inn to arrest me? The more Han Yi thought about it, the more angry he became. At that time he was delayed by the innkeeper for various reasons until the police came over. He had wanted to find the 3 of them to testify, but it turned out that the 3 of them had long ago run away somewhere. He was then invited inside the station for tea and water. Hearing this, Li Mubai opened his mouth and stuttered a little. At that time, how to say, it was very sudden. Han Yi, who heard the words directly, put up his middle finger to walk a wave around the dormitory, and then he laid down on his bed to sleep. This matter he did not put on his mind. After all, he also figured out that if the 3 of them were really there at that time, I'm afraid that on the tea is more than one person, but directly 324 dormitory collective reunion. The next morning at 8 a.m., the battle group sent a message about training. Train your ass off. Dogs don't go. Han Yi directly turned off his cell phone, and no one could stop him from sleeping. I agree. Li Mubai agreed. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but his behavior of getting out of bed and turning on his computer to watch anime already said it all. None of you are going? You guys are embarrassing me, yeah. Wan Tianlu, who had already gotten dressed, was dumbfounded. No way. I can't stand this lickspittle who volunteered to be a toolman. Han Yi directly leapt off the bed, then directly used the stretching rope he usually worked out to directly tie Wan Tianlu up in a knot and throw him on the bed. Then he lay back down on the bed to sleep. So, in this way, Qi Xianbing waited for a morning. Hard did not see 324 dormitory a mailover. There are no rules. A cold aura surged out from Qi Xuanbing's body. Yi Shuiying and Niasini, who saw this situation, were avoiding it, while Ziling shrugged and said, "Since Yifeng isn't here, then I'm leaving." So, with 8 people on the battle team, it ended up being a hard morning training session with only 3 people. Qi Xianbing was so angry at this situation that he almost didn't curse, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yifeng, who was watching anime in the morning, suddenly received a message. After reading the contents inside, he couldn't help but frown. The one who was sent a message was the account of his Sky Maple, and the Demon Hunters Association surprisingly told all the solo high-ranking mages who could fight to all head to the sewer area they explored yesterday to gather. The payoff is great. Pause the anime. He didn't want to go because of the payoff, but because there's a super-ranked otherworldly demon there. New super-ranked magic cards. Here I come. Yifeng rubbed his hands together excitedly. The desire to collect belonging to a card player exploded at this moment. Looking at Yifeng, who went out the door, the 3 of them were filled with doubts at the same time. It was the first time they saw Yifeng would show such an impatient expression. The streets in the area of the incident were completely evacuated at this time, and hundreds of high-ranked mages were gathered in the streets. A lot of people know each other and are chatting, looking at the various luxury cars driven by these high-level magicians on the street. Yifeng could not help but sigh. Really, this world is the same as the world of immortal cultivation. People with strength basically live a very generous life. Yifeng was wearing a black mask and a black trench coat as he leaned inside the hotdog and looked at the crowd of people on the street outside. He was more or less out of place in this state with these high-level mages around him. Just when Yifeng was a bit bored and wanted to take out his cell phone to brush up on the materials of the meeting, a pressure belonging to a super-ranked mage came from the street. The originally somewhat noisy crowd also suddenly quieted down at this time. Finally, Yifeng put away his cell phone, and then he still remained standing inside the hotdog because there were too many people outside and he didn't want to squeeze. And so it led to a sound he could only hear echoing in the middle of the street. Safety first, mission second. You are all valuable fighting forces in the capital of hope. Nothing is more important than your lives. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, and Yifeng realized with a sweep of his divine sense that it was a stout man who didn't look anything special. However, from the aura it should be a super-rank 5-star mage. It looks like the Demon Hunters Association is paying a lot of attention to this matter. Surprisingly, it's Huang Yukai, one of the top 10 super-ranked mages in the capital of hope. Super-rank 5-star mages are coming out, no wonder it's so lucrative this time. Steady. With a super-rank 5-star mage leading us, we're sure this time. The surrounding high-ranked mages were talking, and Yifeng also received a quest from the Demon Hunters Association at this time. Because Yifeng had never been on a mission before, the association was not sure exactly how strong he was, so they arranged a mission for him to explore the sewers in a remote area. This sewer is almost out of this area, so the difficulty of the danger is naturally not too high. All the high-ranking wizards began to find the sewer entrance that was the fastest for them to reach the quest site one after another. More than 100 high-level magicians jumped into the sewer from the wellhead, a scene that seemed like they were raining dumplings. Yifeng put away his cell phone and also walked slowly. His dress was just too special. Plus the place he was heading to was remote, so much so that he attracted Huang Yukai's attention not long after he stepped out of the hutong. Why is this high-ranked mage still wearing a mask, and not a single magic defense weapon on his body? This is too gullible. Huang Yukai was a bit displeased. He was annoyed with these high-ranked mages who didn't take their own lives for granted and thought of themselves. It was important to realize how difficult it was for a high-level mage to train. Huang Yukai quickly ran to Yifeng's body and reached out from behind to pat the other party's shoulder. Yifeng turned to look at Huang Yukai in a daze. Where are your magical defenses? While Huang Yukai had a serious face, Yifeng pointed to his ears and then to his mouth, then waved his hand. Seeing this situation, Huang Yukai could not help but be stunned. Did not think that the other party was a deaf and mute. If it is deaf and mute, then I am afraid that because of the talent is good, so in can become a high-level mage. Most deaf people were extremely poor. Otherwise how could they have become deaf and dumb? It was normal that they couldn't afford magical defenses. Take more care of yourself. I didn't know you were deaf and dumb. Much offense just now. Huang Yukai was so guilty. Yifeng, who heard the words, directly turned around and waved his hand. It's fine. I don't care. That's good. Eh? Huang Yukai suddenly reacted, while Yifeng had already scattered his legs and ran out of sight. Chapter 66, Concealed Earth Demon King. Yifeng jumped into a well cover after opening it. The sewers were intricate, but they were clear under the perception of divine sense. A few scattered low-level recluse demons were easily killed by Yifeng in seconds to become decks. He killed all the way from the edge area to the core area where the recluse demons were concentrated. In front of us there was a downward drainage channel, so dark that we couldn't see anything. Yifeng leaped down and descended right into the core area of a middle-ranked demon team of recluse demons. Hundreds of blood-red eyes were staring at Yifeng, and among them, there was even a high-level recluse demon general. Kill the human! The recluse demon general let out a roar, and hundreds of recluse demons swarmed towards Yifeng. The recluse demon armor has a strong magic resistance, and most of the magicians do not pay attention to defense. So even if it is a high-level magician, if you are not good at defensive magic, in such a dense channel are very easy to be hundreds of recluse demon to a swarm of attack under the power to fight back. But good grief, Yifeng wasn't a pure magician. In essence he was an immortal cultivator, and an immortal cultivator that was almost unrivaled in the mortal realm immortal cultivation circle. Dragon Abyss appeared in his hand, long sword out of the sheath. The cold aura appeared, not waiting for these recluse devil demon reaction over a sword gas while whistling past. In an instant, hundreds of recluse demons were divided into two, and the originally noisy sewers have now regained their silence. Blood stained the sludge of the sewers. In the deepest part of the sewer, the recluse demon king let out an angry roar. He could clearly feel another large number of his clan members being instantly killed. Human, you seek death. The transported earth demon's massive 5-meter tall body was like a small mountain inside the sewer, but the seemingly bulky body was extremely fast at this moment, advancing towards the last spot where his own clan members had been before their deaths just now. Yifeng walked in the middle of the dark sewers, and the clattering sound of falling water drops kept coming from his ears. On the other side, the mages who entered the sewers were in a constant battle with the recluse demon. Although this time the mage lineup is very powerful, but the recluse demon is really too sinister and poisonous. Almost all sneak attacks, plus the dim environment of the sewers, the human side of the speed of advancement is called a slow. Even Huang Yukai was only relatively close to the core at this point, while not reaching the depths. Dang! 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 Footstep after footstep came from the depths of the darkness. Ripples continued to appear in the groundwater bank. Humans! It was you! You're the one who killed hundreds of my clan members. I'll make you pay for it. A huge body rushed out from the midst of the darkness. Bloodshot eyes, pitch-black fur, and the pitch-black scale armor faintly visible beneath the fur. A pair of sharp claws were like swords, and the muscles of his limbs stood out clearly, like a flooded beast. Go to hell! Sharp claws swung towards Yifeng with a cracking sound. However, Yifeng didn't dodge. The long sword in his hand was behind his back, and he stretched out 2 fingers to easily clip the sharp claws of the transported earth demon king. Boom! The ground under Yifeng's feet suddenly fractured, and scratches that were 10 meters deep appeared on the ground, and nothing happened to him. Still a breezy look. In front of the eyes of this mysterious masked man actually so easily blocked his own attack. Recluse earth demon king was first stunned, and then shocked want to retreat. Who knows Yifeng at this time but issued a burst of raspy voice. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you're going to have to go through some torture before you die. Human, aren't you looking down on me a little too much? The transported earth demon king let out a roar as his body began to expand and he started to use secret techniques. However, who knew that Yifeng would strike at this time? The long sword disappeared into thin air as Yifeng struck the body of the recluse demon with an uppercut. Instantly a loud bang resounded through every area in the sewer. Boom! The powerful force directly sent the recluse demon king flying, hitting the wall behind him with a bang nearly 50 meters above. Bang! 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 Before the transported earth demon king could react to the force, Yifeng had already appeared in front of him again. Uppercuts, straight punches, whip kicks, all the way from the lowest level of the sewers. The recluse demon king was beaten to a position closer to the core of the recluse demon gathering. Huang Yukai, who had finished cleaning up the recluse demons in the sewers around him, just wanted to bring his team to continue advancing but heard a loud boom. The huge body of the recluse demon king through the ground was reached directly in front of him in the sewers of the ground. Not yet waiting for its fall, a black silhouette suddenly appeared. A foot will be recluse demon heavily kicked into the sidewall. Pust! The transported earth demon king spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. He could feel that this human in front of him could destroy him with a snap of his fingers. So why did he keep him until now? You can go to hell. Yifeng suddenly stretched out his hand, A powerful pressure immediately enveloped its entire body. Not far away, Huang Yukai and the others were not covered by the pressure but still felt the terror. Pust! The transported Earth Demon King's body twisted to emit a burst of clacking sounds of broken bones. Poof! The transported Earth Demon King's body fell heavily to the ground, and his blood-red demon eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. Why are there such terrifyingly strong people among humans? That doesn't make sense. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, the corpse of the transported Earth Demon King was put away by him. This corpse was useful to him. He then looked at Huang Yukai, who was still in shock, and said in a hoarse and flat voice, "Remember, the transported Earth Demon King was killed by you, not me." That's right. The reason why he did this was to let Huang Yukai see that it was he who killed the Recluse Demon King, or else he would have saved himself from not being able to find the Recluse Demon King's body in the end, causing a panic. Thinking that he had let such a superordered otherworldly demon race escape, Huang Yukai nodded his head in a bit of a trance, and was just about to open his mouth to speak when he realized that the mysterious strong man from before had disappeared at some point. What has the capital of hope got such a terrifying existence? Huang Yukai's heart shivered a little. Suddenly he thought of that rumor about Peng Cheng, both wearing the same mask and just as mysterious. Could this person be Maple Leaf? Rushing to get the association staff to look up the information, he finally got that the registered name of this person's high-level demon hunter was Tian Feng. Huang Yukai instantly came to a sudden realization, which was what heavenly maple it was simply the maple leaf of that mysterious strong man inside the Pengcheng disaster, who had defeated one of the 13 protectors of the otherworldly demon race, the ghost-winged Demon King. Yes, it was definitely him, and he himself was actually accusing the other party of not bringing magical defenses and not taking responsibility for his own safety before. Now it seems that people don't do it out of carelessness or lack of money, but out of confidence in their own strength. Chapter 67, I am not a cold-hearted person. The sewer demon rebellion looks to be over, but in reality it's not quite over. On the ground in this area, there is a tunnel in the sewer that leads directly to the villa area in this area, and the exit is none other than a normal-looking villa in the corner. This is the gathering place of the Demon Temple congregation in the capital of Hope. Inside the conference room, the crystal representing the life of the Recluse Demon King suddenly shattered. Everyone's expression became extremely strange. They didn't expect that an existence like the Recluse Demon King could be wiped out without a word. What level of battle class figure did the Demon Hunter Association send out this time? The faces of the 8 Demon God Temple executives were all extremely ugly at this moment. They were the high-ranking members of the Demon God Temple organization in the secret of the capital of Hope, a total of 8 people, each of whom had the strength of a high-ranking mage. And one of them was even a super-ranking 2-star level existence. Today, the Demon Hunter Association has a super rank that traveled to the base of the Recluse Demon. But the problem is that the super-ranked mage that traveled to the past was just a 5-star Huang Yukai, and the Recluse Demon King is a full-strength comparable to an 8-star. So how could he possibly kill the Recluse Demon King, and still take it out silently? The super-ranked mage among the 8 people really couldn't understand this matter. The face under the black robe was that of doubt and bitterness. Could it be that he has been discovered? That's why the association purposely blocked the news from him? Just when everyone was worried and couldn't figure out the key. The villa basement. The 2 middle-ranked mages of the Demon God Temple who were about to fill and close the underground passageway saw a black silhouette suddenly kill out from the tunnel before they could react. Click! Click! Yi Feng's hand grabbed the neck of the 2 people and sent them to meet the King of Hell with one force. Just now when he was in the sewers he discovered that there were countless underground passages in the sewers and there were quite a few of them that led to the ground. But how terrifying was Yi Feng's divine sense? Sifting through these tunnels he soon found the gathering place of the people of this demon god's hall. In fact, before, when Yi Feng had broken through to the Yuaning stage, he had wanted to kill directly to the demon realm to exterminate the king of that place. But it couldn't be helped. The distribution of this realm was too strange, and the laws were also strange. So he couldn't locate that realm at all if he didn't have an accurate medium. Besides, he was a little too lazy to care about these things. The affairs of Blue Star were left to the Blue Star beings themselves. At this time, Yi Feng didn't realize that he was actually a Blue Star person. After all, he was born and raised here in this life. It was just that the memories of his last life of an unknown number of thousands of years had formed roots that prevented him from realizing this matter. 8 people. It looks like they should be the Demon God Temple's strongest strength in the capital of Hope. Yi Feng's divine sense sweep instantly understood all the circumstances. Then he saw Yi Feng's feet firing, and then there was a bang. The 8 people from the Demon God Temple who were being silent on the second floor were startled and hurriedly got up to hide. Yi Feng rushed all the way up to the second floor from the basement. directly knocking a big hole in the conference room floor. After standing steadily and patting the dust on his body, Yifeng looked towards the 8 people in front of him who were looking at themselves with a wary face. "Speak up if you have any last words. I'm still in a hurry to go back." The voice was hoarse. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Arrogant. One of the black-clothed men was just about to unleash his magic, but who knew that Yifeng had a hand on it? And in an instant, the man let out a miserable scream and his body fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing out from amongst his 7 orifices. After trembling on the ground for a moment, it was completely lifeless. The crowd was shocked to see this scene. Not good. This is a super-ranked mage, and it's also a freak who majors in the spirit system. The only one, the super-ranked mage, shouted out, and then took a step forward, his black robes being removed from his body, revealing his firm muscles and greasy bald head. "My name is Lu Hao, the supreme ruler of the Demon God Temple organization in the capital of Hope. I know that you definitely won't let us go today. If you're a warrior, then you'll take my punch squarely, so that I can understand just how big the gap between us is." The bald man's voice was loud and clear. The other 6 Demon God Temple executives couldn't help but admire in their hearts when they saw this. It was worthy of being Lu Hao. They couldn't compare to this boldness. Lu Hao looked at Yifeng and smiled coldly in his heart. Spiritual mages are easily compelled by words, and spiritual mages are the least good at defense within all mages. As long as they are close to him, then he will die for sure. Although using the Demon God Temple's forbidden techniques would cause his body to suffer greatly, he would do it again in order to survive. Watched too much hot-blooded anime. Yifeng raised his hand and was ready to directly send the other party to meet the King of Hell. Who knew that just at this time Lu Hao suddenly let out a series of cries. The strength of a bear, the speed of a panther, the reflexes of an eagle, the courage of a lion. Lu Hao's body began to surge, and a bone-crunching sound was emitted at the same time. The 6 people of the Demon God Temple were overjoyed to see this. After Lu Hao used the secret method to awaken the demon blood in his body, but it was comparable to a superorder 8-star body master. They were saved this time. "You forgot to say a sentence." Yifeng suddenly appeared above Lu Hao's head, then a whip kick fell from the sky. Bang! The powerful force instantly penetrated Lu Hao's entire body. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and the pores of his body were also sprouting blood at the same time, and his bones were all shattered, just like rotten mud being stepped on by Yifeng. Cockroach defense. One stomp and you're dead. Yifeng walked towards the 6 people of the Demon God Temple from Lu Hao's corpse. Frightening the 6 people was hastily backed up and hid in the middle of a corner. Lu Hao, who was comparable to the strength of 8 stars after the secret method, was even stomped to death by a single foot. So what were they going to fight such a monster with? At this moment, they even had the thought that this in front of them was not a human being at all, but a legendary existence that was comparable to the gods of the Blue Star. "I'm not that cold and heartless, so any last words? Come on." Yifeng's hoarse voice sounded once again, scaring the 6 people as a cold sweat. "You're really not a cold-hearted person if you let them say their last words before they die." One of the women thought quickly and looked at Yifeng's appearance that he should be a man. So then her eyes lit up and she took off the black robe on her body to reveal her shapely body and beautiful netted face towards Yifeng. "I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you spare me, my lord." The other 5 people couldn't help but curse at this. How the hell did you, an old woman in her 40s who only kept her looks because she was injected with the essence blood of an otherworldly demon race, come up with and dare to use the method of using the beauty trick? Yifeng glanced at the woman and said, "Are you really willing to do anything?" "Sure." The woman's heart raced to become. Said she even started to prepare to show her shoulder ready for a wave of color. "Then you go to hell." Chapter 68, Stepping on Mines with Precision. "Ha!" The woman froze at her words. Before she could react, Yifeng had already punched her in the face. "What I hate the most in my life is the scheming green tea whore who stirs up the relationship between the hero and heroine inside the anime." Yifeng didn't use spiritual power. It was all about punching the woman, and all of them hit the woman's face. It was a full 10 minutes of fighting. 10 minutes? That face is so beat up you can't even see your face. Perhaps still not feeling relieved, Yifeng added a few more kicks to the woman on the ground before using the flames to directly burn her to ashes. This smart woman, this wave is considered to be a precise stepping on mines. Just this operation, thus showing how much Yifeng really hates this kind of persona woman. Can any of you understand that what was a good romantic drama was ruined by a green tea for TM? Yifeng was simply getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. A good romantic drama would be nice to keep spreading the sugar. Why do you have to make such a disgusting green tea? Hearing the desperate and hoarse screams of the woman before she died, the remaining 5 people all had their scalps tingling while kneeling on the ground begging for nothing more than a pain in the ass. Next day. Looking at the villa blocked by the police, Yang Shui was confused. What about my organization? Where's my big demon temple organization? No? Looking at the 8 executives on the message list who had stopped replying to any of her messages, she was dumbfounded. He hadn't just stayed inside the school quietly for a day to avoid the wind. How come he opened his eyes this morning? The recluse demons in the sewers were destroyed. The main stronghold of their organization was sealed. And even the 7 top executives were on the news. According to this station's investigation, 6 high-ranking mages and a super-ranking mage were murdered on the 2nd floor of a villa. The scene also has a lot of black ash. Don't know what is left behind. Although the nature of this murder is very bad. But according to the police investigation found the villa, surprisingly there are many of these 7 dead and the demon god's temple between the existence of the relationship between the evidence. The case is still in the middle of the investigation. She crumbled at the thought of the news she had seen today. How one's home has been burglarized. Why is she so unlucky? Han Yi, who woke up from a sleep, felt a little thirsty and looked down to Yi Feng, who had already gotten out of bed to play the game, and said, Yi Feng, get me a bottle of mineral water. I'm dying of thirst. Yi Feng sniffed and directly picked up a bottle of mineral water placed inside the box from his feet and threw it over. Han Yi instantly drank it up after catching it, and said after burping, Yi Feng, aren't you from the artifact department? And you're also a high-level forger. Although there might be some moisture, right? But are you able to build me a baseball bat that's handy? The one I've coalesced is just too trashy. No, I can't. I won't. Yi Feng directly denied the trifecta. Han Yi, who heard the words, showed disappointment. While at this time Li Mubai suddenly got up and spoke. Yi Feng, can you make me a handful of magical artifacts while you're at it? No, can't, won't. I have a way to get my hands on the limited edition hand-me-downs that have already been snapped up. Elaborate on your request. Yi Feng paused the game and turned directly to a serious. If 1 person does it, 2 people do it, and 3 people do it, then we'll do it 1 person at a time. Li Mubai began to bargain. No, I don't have that kind of free time. 3 hand-me-downs, and I'll buy you as many as you see fit. We're all buddies, so what if I do it for you? Do it in a week. It's too much of a rush, isn't it? I'll be exhausted. Yi Feng waved his hand with an expression of I am very weak. 5. Li Mubai said with a serious face, how could I dare to slack off on a good brother's business? Yi Feng stood up in a serious manner, and this change in his mouth and face made all 3 of them sigh for it. I've seen shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen such shameless people. Tell us what you 3 want. The first to speak was Han Yi. I'm not asking for anything else, just a baseball bat, preferably the heavier the better so it's a good hit. The second is Li Mubai. I had to have magical artifacts that specifically fit my image. And anyway, it just had to give him the feeling of being gentle all the time. After saying that, Li Mubai also made a head-tossing gesture that he thought was handsome but was actually very oily. The last one is Wan Tian Lu. I don't have any requests. Feng, just watch and do it. I'm not picky. Yi Feng nodded when he heard this. Then he said, so, do you want me to get the materials for you guys? I'll get it if you don't have enough material. As long as it has to do with money. Li Mubai thinks that these are not things. That should be enough. You guys don't mind if I forge in my dorm room while watching anime, do you? Don't mind. Don't mind. How could the 3 mind? And then they regretted it. As soon as their words fell, Yi Feng directly took out from inside his storage ring and pulled out a tripod that took up almost half of the dormitory aisle. This tripod was recently refined by Yi Feng secretly. With a professional refining tripod he could be a lot more convenient. The 3 of them were confused. This cauldron was for forging magical artifacts? Are you sure it's not for cooking? Before they could react, they saw Yi Feng pull out a bunch of messy metals and ores and throw them into the tripod. The golden celestial fire burned brightly inside the tripod, but they didn't feel any temperature. This was naturally because Yi Feng had wrapped the entire artifact refining cauldron in spiritual qi, causing the temperature of the heavenly flame not to spill out. Yi Feng sat back on the gaming chair and watched the anime, not bothering about the heavenly flame inside the tripod in the slightest. The firelight flashed Li Mubai. They are difficult, but also is afraid of Yi Feng, so hanging a control is not good to the dormitory burned. So the 3 people will be accompanied to leave the dormitory. This fire burned from morning until evening when all 3 men returned from dinner. Looking at the iron water inside the tripod, they were a bit puzzled as to what Yi Feng was doing with all this iron water. Then they saw the iron rapidly molding in the midst of the heavenly fire, finally turning into a metal baseball bat that looked nothing like a normal baseball bat. Han Yi, your weapon is ready. Yi Feng threw the metal baseball bat to Han Yi, who stumbled after catching it and almost didn't kneel on the ground on the spot. So heavy. Han Yi let out an exclamation of surprise and tried to swing the metal baseball bat. And instantly the wind howled furiously, blowing Li Mubai's hair floated up. As for Wan Tianlu, his hair was too short to float. After just one swing, Han Yi was panting with exhaustion. Good guy, it's really strong, but as good as this baseball bat is, it's just a little too heavy and too much trouble to carry around. A storage ring, a hand-me-down. Counting the previous 5 hand-me-downs, a total of 8 hand-me-downs are now yours to choose from. Li Mubai made a decision on the spot and was simply ho-hum. Yi Feng, who heard the words, didn't make a fuss and directly gave the 3 of them a modified simple storage ring. Chapter 69, Carefully Designed Weapons. The 3 people, after getting the storage ring, were very excited. Yi Feng, on the other hand, did not care about them, and from inside his storage ring, he found out some wood that could be made into weapons that he had found earlier and started to carve them with a small knife. Then the entire night, Li Mubai's 3 ears were filled with the ear-piercing sound of knives cutting wood. Perhaps they were really too sleepy, and the 3 of them actually fell asleep. The next day, when they woke up from their sleep, a wooden fan had been placed on Li Mubai's pillow. The wooden fan was very delicate. After opening it, there were so many magic array runes drawn on it that Li Mubai couldn't understand it at all. He could only read a large Li character glittering on the fan. He wanted to ask Yi Feng what he was doing by giving himself a fan, but he realized that Yi Feng had already fallen asleep. After thinking about it, he tried to feel the fan with his magical energy. Soon a look of surprise inevitably appeared among his eyes. Not only can this fan strengthen my wind attacks, using magic energy to catalyze the runes on it can even use magic. How much magic must I be able to use with so many runes? Brother Feng, you are really my Superman. Li Mubai was satisfied, holding the fan and constantly opening and closing it. Such a handsome and practical magic tool was simply tailor-made for him. When Yi Feng woke up from his sleep, he was the only one left in the dormitory. It looks like the 3 of them should be out. It was also good to save himself from making the last weapon for Wan Tianlu that would easily cause others to be uncomfortable. After moving the recluse demon king's body out from inside the storage ring, then Yi Feng started to disassemble the body. When the 3 came back at night, they saw a black coffin placed above the dormitory aisle. Seeing that Yi Feng was fiddling with the coffin, looking like he was going to lie in it, Li Mubai was alarmed. Feng, don't think about it. Yeah, brother Feng, there are many more pleasures in life you have yet to enjoy. Wan Tianlu also hurriedly advised. Han Yi, on the other hand, was quick on his feet and directly gave Yi Feng a strong manlock man, using the physical persuasion method. Who said I was going to kill myself? This is the weapon I crafted for Tianlu. There are still a lot of runes left to draw. I'm going to start from the inside. Yi Feng was speechless. Could it be that he was the kind of person who didn't take his life seriously in their eyes? Weapons? Coffins? Li Mubai and Han Yi spoke in unison, while Wan Tianlu's eyes lit up. Yeah, that's the weapon. Yi Feng lay down inside the coffin and began to concentrate on painting the runes. While painting also said, this coffin is made by me with a kind of otherworldly demonic bones. Comes with a deterrent effect on the demonic beasts. Through the rune enhancement is able to reach the point of deterring the group of demons. Tianlu is the only healing-shaped player inside the 4 of us. I set up some healing magic formations and attack magic formations inside, so if we get injured in battle and lie down in it directly, we can quickly recover from our injuries, especially with the help of Tianli's own healing magic again. When you meet an enemy, you can also just take the coffin and smash it across the room or lock him in and just use the attack magic array inside. Even if it's usually nothing, Tianlu can be used to carry corpses when he goes to do white work. I designed matching chains, so that you can carry the coffin directly behind your back. And when it's critical, you can also escape with your injured teammates. It's simply a multitasking. Feng, you really understand me. Wan Tianlu shed tears of emotion, while Li Mubai and Han Yi were dumbfounded. Even after 4 years with these 2 oddballs, they still couldn't accept such an odd weapon. Yi Feng's runes were basically cultivation world magic weapon runes. With his divine soul power, let alone writing a whole coffin, he had no problem writing runes for a dozen coffins. The otherwise milky white coffin was covered in black runes from the inside out. I also laid a magic array that can gather magic energy inside the coffin. Usually lying inside it can accelerate cultivation. Also, when the magic energy is depleted in battle, you can lie inside it to quickly recover the magic energy. Seriously. Hearing this, Han Yi's eyes instantly lit up, and without saying a word, he laid in. Soon he felt that cultivating magic energy inside the coffin was a full 5 times the normal speed. Asterisk. It's a god thing. Han Yi was full of excitement. Li Mubai was a little surprised, forcibly pulling Han Yi, this behemoth, out of the inside after lying in. Soon his eyes also lit up. With 4 people, Yifeng said that he wouldn't grab the coffin with them, so it became 3 people. The 3 deliberated and finally decided that the 3 of them would take shifts lying inside the coffin at night to cultivate magic energy. Starting with Li Mubai today. Li Mubai was lying inside the coffin that was so cozy. And just when Li Mubai was enjoying himself extremely, the dormitory door was pushed open. Wang Wenba looked at the coffin lying in front of the closed eyes inside a very peaceful look. Li Mu, white people are silly. Are you in time for the funeral? 3 minutes later. Understand the situation, Wang Wenba suddenly realized. Really did not think that this coffin is actually a magic device to enhance the speed of cultivation. Just do not know is that the talent is surprisingly designed into a coffin mold. What a lack of virtue. Not far away. Yifeng inexplicably sneezed, always feeling as if someone was secretly talking about himself. Is there something you want to see us about, teacher? Only after being reminded by Li Mubai did Wang Wenba remember the reason he came over this time. Qi Xianbing reaction: you recently participate in the battle team training is not active. And even directly do not go. Between the battle is the need for bonding. Some small friction between you is normal. But you cannot play sex not to go. You are so but will fail the course. Wang Wenba felt a little headache. He knew that these 4 people would definitely not be honest. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with that Qi Xianbing whose temper is stubborn to a realm. Hearing this 4 people, are you look at me, I look at you. Li Mubai opened his mouth to prepare for sophistry. No, open his mouth to explain. First muddle through this matter. After all, they do have the wrong reasons. If they really tell the matter will make it difficult for Wang Wenba. Must give the teacher a face and a step. As for the conflict between them and Qi Xianbing, when the time comes, as long as they speak kindly to Han Yi, he should have no problem. Li Mubai's head was running fast, his mouth was open. But Han Yi grabbed it first. We're just not going to go. Flunking is fine. I just can't stand that woman with a brain like she's sick. Li Mubai's face turned green when he heard this. In this instant he suddenly realized how horrible it was to have a low-spirited pitbull inside the team. Wang Wenba's face instantly darkened when he heard this, and said with an extremely serious expression and tone, "This is a school. It's not a place for you to play with your temperament. Tomorrow you must go to the battle team training for me. Otherwise each of you will be given a major demerit." Han Yi was just about to spit out the fragrance, but Yifeng and Li Mubai covered his mouth at the same time. You just damn well cut the crap. Yifeng numb, seen low emotional intelligence, or the first time to see emotional intelligence so low. Chapter 70, in terms of deviousness and cunning, it's you guys. Teacher, tomorrow we'll go train. For sure. Don't worry, teacher. Even if Han Yi doesn't go, we'll drag him there. Li Mubai hurriedly rounded up the situation, and only then did Wang Wenba's face look better. The duo let out a long sigh of relief, and after chatting with Wang Wenba for some time the other party left. After Wang Wenba left, Han Yi finally couldn't help but ask, Yifeng, Mubai, you two don't really want to be like Wan Yuan Tianlu and listen to Qi Xianbing, right? That even dared to report us to the teacher. You guys can take it, but I can't. Han Yi's face was filled with exasperation, and Yifeng and Mubai, who heard this, gave him a somewhat speechless look at the same time. Li Mubai opened the fan in his hand to cover his face and bent his head to Han Yi, who says we must be honest tomorrow. We can't mess up and disgust her in turn. How? What? You only allow her to disgust us, but not allow us to retaliate back? That's right. Don't tell Wan Tianlu about this. That kid is now mesmerized by Qi Xianbing. He might just leak the information so that the other party can prepare in advance. Yifeng similarly lowered his voice. At these words Han Yi's face instantly revealed an I understand expression. It's true. It's the two of them who are the most devious and cunning. Just as the 3 of them simultaneously smiled heartily, Wan Tianlu suddenly walked over. That, Qi Xianbing is also quite difficult. What we did was indeed a bit excessive. Let's go train tomorrow. Wan Tianlu saw the 3 whispering and thought they were discussing whether to go to training tomorrow or not. So he came over and said so. Training? Of course I'm training. I can't wait to go to training tomorrow. It's just the right time to move my muscles. Han Yi laughed and put his arm on top of Wan Tianlu's shoulder with an expression that was so bold. That's great. Seeing that even Han Yi, who had the biggest opinion, said that he would go to training tomorrow, Wan Tianlu felt that things were stable. Sneaking into bed before lights out for the night, he sent an OK gesture to the group private chat with Qi Xianbing, complete with text. I've talked the 3 of them into going to practice tomorrow. Qi Xianbing then sent a word. Good. And the last message from Qi Xianbing. Tianlu, try to persuade your 3 housemates to come over for training tomorrow. Looking at the one word Qi Xianbing sent, Wan Tianlu was in a state of bliss. It was great that he had helped the goddess. However, at this time, he didn't know that tomorrow would be a nightmare belonging to Qi Xianbing, and the originators were the three Yifengs. After all, who can beat them in terms of disgust? Early the next morning after 8 o'clock, the four of Yifeng went out together on a rare occasion to head to the advanced training ground that Qi Xianbing had set up. After seeing the arrival of Yifeng's four people, Qi Xianbing nodded with satisfaction. These four guys had finally all come. Yifeng. Ziling was so excited after seeing Yifeng that she laughed and rushed towards Yifeng, but was pushed back to her old sister by Yifeng's Taijiquan. Qi Xianbing opened her mouth, causing all 7 gazes in the arena to come to her. It's rare that everyone can be here today. I've asked the teacher to arrange an opponent for our team. A battle team from the previous year. To have a friendly match cut with our team. I hope that everyone can bring out their full strength. And don't lose face. Especially the four of you. As soon as the words fell from her side, Han Yi, who was not far away, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Captain Qi said this. The four of us are a part of the battle team. How could we not do our best to gain honor for the battle team?" It was fine if Han Yi didn't say this, but as soon as he did, Qi Xianbing instantly felt that something wasn't quite right. When did this violent maniac get a conscience and be so nice? Whatever, let's get caught up on training first. With that thought, she took out her cell phone and made a call. However, in half an hour, the advanced training ground walked into 4 men and 4 women. Looking at the age with them should be about the same. Just now Qi Xianbing said that they are older than a term. There is no doubt that it is the sophomore seniors and sisters. Ah, how is it that these 4 oddballs are in the battle group? A yellow-haired girl who had obviously heard of the deeds of Yifeng's 4 revealed fear among her eyes, and her body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Not only her, but the others also recognized the identity of Yifeng's 4. This schoolmate can't believe you've even heard of our legend? Li Mubai opened the folding fan in his hand to reveal his signature smile. Hearing this, the 8 people simultaneously winced, but now even if they were to backtrack, there was no way. The benefits they had already taken. Those things were too important to them. So much so that even if they were scared, they had to go on with this friendly. The 2 warring factions began to adjust their positions. It was still Han Yi, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuiying playing the vanguard, while Yifeng, Ziling, and Li Mubai were in charge of defense. Nie Sini and Wan Tianle were in charge of playing support. After an ear-piercing bell rang, Han Yi suddenly rushed out with great speed. A metal baseball bat condensed and was held in his hand. Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying used ice attack magic at the same time. Yet their speed was not as fast as Han Yi's. At this moment, Han Yi had already arrived in front of the male bodybuilder who had taken the brunt of the opposite side. Before the bodymaster could react, he felt his arm being grabbed violently, then he flew off. Han Yi's speed was simply too fast. Ridiculously fast. The bodymaster hastily adjusted his stance in the air, and when he was about to land, he realized that he had landed near the opposite Ice Mage captain. Isn't this a chance? After the bodymaster landed on the ground, he quickly rushed towards Qi Xianbing. Seeing this situation, Qi Xianbing could only retreat while using magic to try to stop the opponent's sudden advance. Just as he was condensing his middle-ranked magic Extreme Ice Art to freeze the person in front of him into an ice sculpture, a golden ball of light suddenly fell from the air and exploded in front of both of their eyes. Both men instantly lost all vision and their eyes stung. Qi Xianbing's magic was held back hard while a whip kick from the bodymaster was already coming. In the absence of line of sight, the bodymaster definitely has a distinct advantage. Even with the timely use of ice armor, Qi Xianbing was still hit and staggered 2 steps to the left. She couldn't figure out why Li Mubai would throw a flashbang at this time just now. Yikes. Sorry, just threw a flashbang for support in the heat of the moment, and subconsciously thought you knew you should close your eyes as quickly as Yifeng and the 3 of them. Li Mubai's extremely apologetic voice rang out, causing Qi Xianbing to be angry with nowhere to go, and could only grit his teeth and fight with the bodymaster. The 2 gradually began to regain their sight, and the battle became more and more intense. Yi Shuiying wanted to go over to help, but who knew that just at this time another silhouette slammed through the air in a perfect arc towards Qi Xianbing, who was fighting with the bodymaster. The fire mage in the air saw that this was a good opportunity, and with a wave of his hands, a fire snake appeared out of thin air and whistled towards Qi Xianbing below. The following is not relevant to the text. I update as I go. At random points in time, I write when I feel like it. I post when I'm done, and the amount of updates per day is random, but it's a minimum of 2 chapters, at most, depending on the situation. Elegance. Chapter 71. Deliberate. Definitely on purpose. Qi Xianbing was startled, and right at this moment, Yi Shuiying used magic and an ice snake appeared to collide with the fire snake. For a while, fire shot out in all directions, and tiny pieces of ice flew all over the sky. Yi Shuiying and Qi Xianbing faced two people at the same time and fought for a while. Nyesini used wood magic to fight control, and wood vines constantly appeared to entangle and interfere with the two men's attacks. Wan Tianlu, look at my performance opportunity, this is not coming. Two white jade spider joined the battlefield, began to help Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying. For a time the two women even had the upper hand. At this moment, Hani is simply the god of war possessed, waving the baseball bat in his hand, and is not the least bit flustered under the siege of 6 people. 3 ground thorns emerged from the ground to trap Hani. Thinking that he could trap the opponent for a few seconds, the lightning mage inside the team just planned to use falling thunder. Boom! Stones were flying about. Hani held a baseball bat in his hand, still swinging even though the ground spike had been broken by him. Boo! Qi Xianbing, who was fighting, was caught off guard when a rock smashed into her head and a wave of dizziness hit her. Deliberately. Definitely on purpose. That's about as accurate as hitting a baseball, and it's obvious that you're attacking yourself on purpose. It was too late to go and rebuke the opposite side. She still forced herself to stabilize her form to keep using spells to fight the duo in front of her. Hani was surrounded by 6 people. A purple lightning bolt fell from the air. He didn't dodge but just let it fall on him. Boom boom boom. A dozen rounds of water balloons still couldn't stop him. Seeing Hani gradually approaching, the 6 of them were in a panic, especially after seeing the other party's performance actions at the freshman competition. Their hearts couldn't help but shiver. Boom! A wall of earth suddenly appeared, followed by several wooden vines and jets of water falling from the air. Wooden vines wrapped around Hani's body so that he couldn't move. Water pillars poured down directly, and immediately following them were middle-ranked magic mines. Zip! The constant flashes of lightning on Hani's body, instead of causing him to show embarrassment, he instead but revealed a meaningful smile. The secret art of body forging. Qi and blood quenching the body. Bang! Hani's legs formed a bow and suddenly erupted, instantly breaking free from all the restraints. The baseball bat in his hand swung and attacked the earth wall. Boom! The earth wall suddenly shattered. Dirt and rocks flew about, and Hani appeared to have just subconsciously swung the metal baseball bat in his hand again. However, a few muffled sounds were soon heard, and Qi Xianbing was smashed head over heels. There's absolutely no way this is a coincidence. After the earth wall shattered, but behind it stood a full 12 people. The 6 people from just now had unexpectedly all had an additional doppelganger, and it was impossible to recognize that one was the real one and that one was the fake one. It's a middle-ranked magic water body of the water system. 12 people rushed towards Hani at the same time, while Hani was planning to fight all of them one by one. Although it was a bit troublesome and there was a high possibility that he would be caught in the opponent's trap, but he had no choice. After all, this kind of water body is used to restrain the melee type of enemy. Even if you directly use the gold system spells to get a few flying blades, this kind of physical attack will be water body directly to unload the force to the softness. They cannot even break the defense. However, just as this Li Mubai turned into a golden light and arrived above Hani's head, received the baptism of holy light. Light points like raindrops fell from the air. Instantly the 6 doppelgangers were penetrated by the light points, and the 6 real bodies were hit by the light points and continuously retreated a few steps back, with expressions of panic written all over their faces. Fly for the master. Hani let out a bellowing cry and swung the baseball bat in his hand, and the earth mage responsible for defense within the 6 was sent flying directly into midair. Hey! Aerial Li Mubai sends his opponent straight to the mat with a flash kick. Their wave is just perfect together. Fall back and gather. Qi Xianbing let out a cry before retreating to the back of the battlefield. It looks like you can't touch the fish. Yi Feng stood up from the ground. Just now he had been sitting and watching the show. Perhaps influenced by him, Violet Spirit was also similarly sitting on the sidelines watching the show. That's right, it's been 6 against 8 just now, and it's still dominating. Hani quickly stepped back, and as for Li Mubai, he had long since flown back. The 8 stood in a group, and the remaining 7 across the street were slightly more woefully clustered together. Qi Xianbing's body was filled with a cold aura that surged outward, and the entire training ground was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Water magic energy gushed out, and all the land it covered turned into cold ice. The 7 sensed something was wrong and tried to scatter to avoid it, but they found that their legs were frozen and they couldn't leave at all. Terrifying cold air condensed between Qi Xianbing's hands. She was going to use the power of the ice spirit. She was going to let the opposite side know that Qi Xianbing, was the captain. As long as she killed these 7 people with a single strike, then her captaincy would be untouchable, and her reputation in the school would be overridden by these 4 oddballs as a result. After all, how could 4 oddball captains be weaker than them? The 7 people on the opposite side also sensed the pressure. Their breathing couldn't help but get ragged, and all of them prepared their defense magic wanting to ward off this strike. Yet it was at this time. A golden flaming lotus flower suddenly floated past Qi Xianbing's side and landed in the center of the competition arena. Boom! A golden fire lotus suddenly bloomed. Ah! The opposite 7 people immediately let out a scream, while the other side was not harmed because of Yifeng controlling the flames. The cold ice aura that had just been condensed was gone, and all that was there was the golden flame that was still floating in the air. The 7 people fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the senior healer who had been waiting for a long time came up and instantly healed the injured 7 people. This friendly match was undoubtedly won by Yifeng and the others. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose to reveal a cold smile. Han Yi and Li Mubai are still too young. What is the sense of physical nausea? This kind of nausea from the spirit is the most painful. Don't you want to act tough? Don't you want to show off? I'll just stick my nose in when you're about to succeed. Now the opposite side would only think that just now Qi Xianbing was just playing control for him so that he could use this mighty explosive strike. It's amazing that a captain is only good enough to play control for his teammates. Almost everyone on the opposite side of the room thought the same thing in their hearts, and Qi Xianbing's face paled to the extreme. The crowd rested after the friendly competition. Wan Tianlu went off to be a little tinny dog boo-boo. Yi Shuiying in this but suddenly walked up to Yifeng. 3 people in front of the tone of voices very some anger said, "You 3 just now is not intentional." Upon hearing this, Han Yi and Li Mubai immediately turned their heads, one to look to the left and the other to the right, leaving only Yifeng to face his oldest sister straight on purpose or by accident. Yi Shuiying stared tightly at Yifeng, while Yifeng said somewhat sheepishly, deliberately careless, "Older brother, you guys are going overboard, you know? Although Xianbing is a bit rude, but in all fairness, isn't the treatment she gave you guys good? Inviting you to dinner and giving you magic artifacts, and now you're treating her like this?" Chapter 72, Different Ways, Different Plans. Yifeng looked at his sister. A flash of tears and laughter flashed among his eyes. Aside from that stupid kid Tianlu, the reason why the 3 of us don't get along with her is never because she gives us too little. It's her attitude that's the problem. Yifeng took out a cigarette in his mouth after lighting, continued, from the beginning to the end. She did not give us a good face. Is because we have a bigger reputation than her? The strong sense of victory and defeat. She wanted to cover us head to head through the identity of the captain. Has always been such a seemingly high and cold look. Is to highlight her special. She is more like a strong person than us. She's got a winning streak that we don't have the right to interfere with. But again, she can't interfere with us, and she hasn't been treating us as teammates. To put it bluntly, as tool people to help her get her name and win. So why should we treat her as a teammate? The 3 of us think the same way. In these days when the otherworldly demon race is invading and the human race should be united against the foreign enemy, she is struggling for the so-called fame of winning and losing with her compatriots who should have gone to the battlefield together. She has her way. We have mine. Different ways, not the same, and anyway, I've disobeyed you many times. So what's the harm in one more? Yifeng finished his cigarette and threw it on the ground and stomped it out, leaving only Yi Shuiying, who was still frozen in place, to leave the training ground. Li Mubai and Han Yi followed close behind. They thought that Yifeng was right, and they had wanted to say such words for a long time. Wan Tianlu saw Yifeng's trio leaving, looked at Qi Xianbing who still had that high and cold look, and after hesitating for a second he said, "I'll go persuade them." After that he ran after him. That's right, everyone heard Yifeng's words just now, including Qi Xianbing. Yifeng isn't here. It's no fun. I'm leaving too. Violet Spirit likewise got up and left. She usually had quite a lot to learn. After all, her talent was here. How could she not work hard? What's more, there is a Yifeng in front of her, so this fiancé of hers has to try to catch up with him. Only 3 women were now left in the large training room. Yi Shuiying and Niesini began to comfort Qi Xianbing, while Qi Xianbing still remained silent. No one knew whether Yifeng's words just now worked or not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The school is really sick. Why did they group us with this brain dead? Han Yi cursed. In his eyes a battle team was all about cooperating to kill the enemy, not to be used to fight for so-called fame, or to gain fame by stomping on his compatriots. I don't know. Li Mubai shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he wasn't sure. What are we going to do now? Wan Tianlu sent out a soul torture question while the 3 of them sniffed in unison. The mission came from the association's side when you went to lick the goddess just now. Although the recluse demon had been exterminated, it had left behind a large number of tunnels in all directions. Some of the demon races in the desolate zone outside the capital of Hope had already entered the capital of Hope through these tunnels. Sightings of demonic beasts and even cases of injuries occurred in many places. And the task that Jifom and the four of them received was to find and kill a middle-ranked demonic beast in an area where there were sightings of this demonic beast. Four-winged centipede. Blue Star's native demonic beast, the two-winged centipede, was transformed into a middle-ranked demonic beast, the four-winged centipede, due to mutation after being transformed by the power of otherworldly demonic races. 2 years ago, hundreds of four-winged centipedes were found in the barren area near the capital of Hope, and then all of them were wiped out by the Demon Hunter Association. And the one that appeared today should be one of the ones left over from before. Based on the victim's description, it was presumed that it should be a middle-ranked 6-star four-winged centipede. Wan Tianli's eyes lit up after seeing the word centipede. Can we take them alive? Wan Tianlu asked the three with a face full of excitement, while the three of them simultaneously raised their middle fingers without the slightest hesitation, stating, "Scram! Still catching a live one. A 6-star four-winged centipede. Even if they could catch it, just with Wan Tianli's cultivation he could take it in?" Wan Tianlu also quickly understood this matter and scratched his head in some embarrassment. The four of them drove in the van towards the area where the Demon Hunters Association had given them their assignment. Other side, Ouyang Shui, who was full of despair inside the dormitory, was somewhat at a loss for words. The Demon God Temple executives in the capital of Hope had been wiped out in one whole swoop, and with his home gone and his living expenses gone, was there any need for her to go undercover herself or not? It was the first time she felt so lost in life. Just when Ouyang Shui was at the end of her rope, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Ouyang Shui was a bit puzzled. Who would be looking for her at this time? Hello? Damn. Finally there's someone to relate to. A husky man's voice came from the other side of the phone, sounding very slightly pleased. Ouyang Shui, you haven't forgotten the purpose of the organization. One day as a person of the Demon God Temple, all our lives are people of the Demon God Temple. It's our honor to serve Lord Demon God. Hearing the other man say this in a serious tone of voice, the man on the other side of the phone was embarrassed for a moment and keyed his feet. I don't know what the temple master was thinking, what kind of wind he had drawn, how did he come up with such a middle-aged oath of purpose, and it thinks it's great, and it's satisfying. The man's name was Su Mingchuan, the head of the Demon God Temple specializing in managing the eastern region. He had previously wanted to contact the Demon God Temple's branch executives in the capital of Hope, but who knew that those guys were even grouped together to flip through the phone book for a whole hour before he could find a reliable person that he could contact. That was Ouyang Shui, who had been adopted by the Demon God's palace since she was a child. Ouyang Shui's attitude immediately became several times more respectful after learning of the other party's identity, not expecting that he could be contacted by such a big shot on his own initiative. Ouyang Shui, I want you to complete a mission. The capital of Hope has appeared the six-winged centipede that our Demon God Temple experimented successfully but escaped back then. You find a way to get a blood sample of that centipede. The location I've already sent to you via text message. As long as the mission is completed, you can arbitrarily choose one of the Demon God Temple's properties in the capital of Hope as a reward. Many thanks to Protector Su for the gift. Ouyang Shui was touched and tears almost flowed out. Sure enough, the organization really didn't forget about her demon realm. Inside the Demon Emperor's palace hall, ta-da-da-da. A sound of high heels on the ground roused the Demon Emperor on his throne from his thoughts. You're back. Looks like that place has been taken by you and your people. The Demon Emperor let out a loud and authoritative voice. A sexy woman with an alluring figure appeared in the middle of the Demon Emperor's line of sight. The signature smile on her face and a pair of white fox ears were full of illustrations of her identity. One of the 13 great protectors of the demon race, the Fox Spirit Demon King. The Fox Spirit Demon King was ranked second to last within the protectors, only that it was now the last to last because the original last to last Ghost Wing Demon King had died. Lord Demon Emperor, I've heard that fellow Ghost Wing actually died in a trashy place called the Blue Star, and I do have some friendship with him, so please let me travel to the Blue Star to avenge Ghost Wing's death. A flash of ferocity suddenly flashed amongst the Fox Spirit Demon King's eyes. It was obvious that her and the Ghost Wing Demon King's identities were not simple. Chapter 73, Six-Winged Centipede. The four of them drove the van from daytime to nighttime. Hard to find the four-winged centipede mentioned inside the mission. Asterisk. Is the association playing us? Han Yi cursed while gnawing on a steamed bun. Li Mu Bai, who heard this, shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. The association is very cautious in releasing missions. The fact that we haven't found that four-winged centipede until now should be because the other party is hiding too secretly. We haven't found it yet. Centipedes all like to hide in shady environments and have an innate resistance behavior to sunlight. Even demonic beasts should be the same. It's normal that they can't be found during the day. Wan Tianla spoke his mind, and this view of his was recognized by the crowd. Yi Feng's divine sense swept through the area, and not to mention, there really was a big centipede, and it was coming their way, and so on. Nope. Suddenly Yi Feng stood up as he realized that this was not a 4-winged centipede at all, but a 6-winged centipede that had never appeared in the history of Blue Star. Bi-winged centipedes were common in Huaxia and even Blue Star, but 4-winged centipedes were transformed by the otherworldly demon race, which meant that normally such creatures couldn't even reach the middle rank, but the one that was charging at them now was a high rank. Although it was only a high-ranking 1-star strength, it wasn't something that the three of them could deal with right now. Han Yi, it's not like you can show off your strength, and the 2 commonly used ones in the super-ranked magic cards are still on cooldown. If he took out more super-ranked cards, I'm afraid that he would probably be targeted by someone with a heart of gold. However, just as Yi Feng was thinking, the 6-winged centipede's 3-meter-long blood-colored figure had already appeared in the air. Hi. 4-winged centipede. I didn't expect you to even come to the door on your own. Eat my little master's stick. Han Yi threw away the steamed bun in his mouth, and the metal baseball bat Yi Feng had given him appeared in his hand at the same time. Now Han Yi had given this baseball bat a nice name. Recall the youth stick. Just hit it enough times to send you into a walkabout state reminiscing about your youth. The 6-winged centipede's speed increased steeply after it saw someone rushing towards it. 1 bug and 1 man came in for a 2-way run. Han Yi, don't! Yi Feng was shocked and hurriedly raised his voice to stop him, but it was already too late. Die for your master. Han Yi swung out a stick and brought up a strong wind. However, the strike with full power was dodged by the 6-winged centipede. Before he could react, the 6-winged centipede flew above his head, its centipede feet grasping at his body, and its tentacles then wrapped around his body and flew into the high sky. Wow! Han Yi flew. Wan Tianla looked at Han Yi, who was taken away in the air, and first sighed before reacting furiously. I'll go after it. You guys get the car. Li Mubai turned into a blinding light and flew into the high sky in hot pursuit. Yi Feng this time also some panic, hurriedly get on the car a foot throttled directly to the bottom. The van catapulted to a start bringing up a puff of white smoke. Wan Tianla froze in place, and after reacting, he chased after the van and shouted, I haven't gotten in the car. I'm not on the bus yet. Whoosh! Han Yi, who was tightly bound by the 6-winged centipede, couldn't help but shiver as he listened to the air-braking sound that kept ringing in his ears. Look down and then look at the bottom has become the size of Ant's vehicle is more heart-shivering. The baseball bat in his hand was gripped tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that this baseball bat was too heavy, he believed that the 6-winged centipede's speed could definitely be faster. As for resisting, how could he dare to resist? This if the centipede grandmaster a grasp is not stable, he will not be lightly seriously injured. The heavy body will be shattered. Whoosh! Turned into a golden light Li Mubai chased after. In order to be able to keep up with the 6-winged centipede he even ate the elixir that should only be eaten when Yi Feng gave him to save his life. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. This golden light in the night sky was particularly dazzling, as if a shooting star crossed the sky. Buzz! Yi Feng weaved through the city roads, looking at the golden light point in the air that was getting farther and farther away with a clench of his teeth. TMs. Spell it out. Use the spell. Windwalker. In an instant, the original speed of the car directly skyrocketed to an extreme. Ahead was the highway, and this 6-winged centipede was actually flying towards the deserted area. The van went straight onto the highway, and the railing opened automatically ahead of time before it even touched the van. The toll collector at the highway intersection was confused. What just happened? However, before she could react, Wan Tianla rode the white jade spider that had already entered a state of berserkness right behind her, those 6 legs running so fast that they were almost smoking. Wan Tianli's white jade spider would often be fed medicine by Yi Feng. Yi Feng had always been curious about the demonic beasts of this world and wanted to try if the medicine given to spirit beasts in the immortal cultivation world had any effect on the demonic beasts of this world. Without a doubt, Wan Tianli's white jade spider became his best test subject. It was as if taking too much medicine had led to the fact that these 2 white jade spiders had now more or less broken away from their original bloodline limitations, and had become a kind of oddball special existence. In a luxury sports car, a man in his late 20s was talking to a girl. The girl was dressed very pretty, wearing a low-cut dress, and the man drove while looking at the snow-white breasts of the beautiful woman beside him from time to time. Is it true what I heard about sports cars being fast? The beautiful woman looked at the man with a flirtatious look that made the man swallow. Of course, there's no car faster than a sports car inside the city. The man is a bit proud. Small sample, their millions of dollars of luxury cars still cannot take a chick like you? Looking at the manhwa look has been their own confused live on the set of appearance. The beauty of the mood is very good. Really their own this face is not in vain. Easy to catch this kind of rich son of the man. Your own future abundance is just around the corner. A golden light flashed in the air. The beautiful woman in the car just wanted to send out a sigh of relief. A Wuling Hongguang van, but in this sudden overtaking speeding past, only to leave a string of white smoke in front of the sports car. The man driving the limousine was confused. Had he just blinked? Surprised to see a Wuling Honda overtake their multi-million-dollar sports car? It can't be. An illusion. This has to be an illusion. Yet the next moment, Wan Tianlu appeared next to his car riding a white jade spider whose body was already blood red. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Spider rider? The man let out a shriek and slammed his foot right on top of the brake on the freeway. Looking at the spider knight that gradually disappeared from his sight, he only felt that the things in front of him were so unreal. The cosmetic beauty on the passenger side crashed headfirst into the passenger side countertop in front of her because she braked too fast. The high bridge of the original plastic surgery nose instantly bent and collapsed. What are you doing braking on the highway? The woman couldn't hold back her foul mouth, while the man in the driver's seat was still in a state of confusion. Since then, the urban legend of the car gods Wuling Hongguang and Spider Rider has been circulating inside the luxury car circle. A rich second generation also after this do not play luxury car but focus on remodeling the Wuling Hongguang, hoping that one day also built in that night exactly the same performance of the Wuling Hongguang. The six-winged centipede began to swoop down towards the ground, while the landing site was in the middle of a small mountain located in a deserted area. Chapter 74, I'm not acting. Han Yi was brought into the middle of a cave by the six-winged centipede. A bloody odor filled the tip of Han Yi's nose. With the help of the weak moonlight, Han Yi could see that the cave was filled with corpses, and the 4 six-winged centipede larvae were traveling amongst the corpses. He's been caught in a centipede's lair. This guy was definitely planning to eat him. Hiss. The six-winged centipede let out a hiss as its sharp teeth tore toward Han Yi's neck. Bang! Han Yi lifted his leg and kicked. He thought that he could make the six-winged centipede retreat some distance by his own strength. However, his foot kicked on the six-winged centipede's abdominal armor, but it was just like kicking on an iron plate. His opponent didn't move a muscle, and his legs went numb first instead. Pust! Han Yi stretched out his hands to firmly grasp the sharp teeth of the centipede that wanted to tear his neck, and blood flowed down his palms. That thing's got some sharp teeth. Glancing at the metal baseball bat that fell not far away, Han Yi wanted to draw his hand to pick it up, but he was unable to do so. Now all he had to do was let go of even one hand and he would absolutely land on his head. The six-winged centipede's body squirmed, and soon a tilt of the head directly lifted Han Yi from the ground, and with a thud, it heavily smashed on top of the stone wall not far away. Pinned to the wall, the sharp teeth of the six-winged centipede were getting closer and closer to his neck, and just when he thought he was going to be finished, a blinding golden light suddenly lit up. Bang! Li Mubai struck a flash kick on the six-winged centipede's head. Who knew that the other party didn't even move and didn't even give a damn about him? Boom! The six-winged centipede flung its tail in a single motion, so fast that Li Mubai couldn't react at all. In an instant, Li Mubai felt as if he had been hit by a large truck and directly flew out of the cave as a meteor. At the same time Li Mubai flew out, a Wuling Hongguang van stopped at the entrance of the cave. Yi Feng suddenly rushed into the cave, and the long sword in his hand flashed coldly. In an instant, the sharp teeth of the six-winged centipede were chopped off, and Han Yi got a chance to catch his breath. Hiss! The six-winged centipede let out an angry roar as 2 streams of venom shot towards the duo. The long sword in his hand struck 2 sword chi. The venom was dispersed and fell on the ground around him with a burst of white smoke and a near-piercing sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not acting. A magic card suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's hand. A blast of earth mist whistled out from inside the recluse Demon King's magic card. The earth mist instantly wrapped the six-winged centipede, and the six-winged centipede that had been flaunting its power just a moment ago now stood still as if it were a statue. The body that should have been alive now began to petrify rapidly and soon became a stone sculpture. This was one of the transported Earth Demon King's original demonic spells, but unfortunately, he was crushed the entire time he was fighting Yi Feng, so he didn't have any time to use this magic at all. Petrography. Brothers, I'm coming to save you. Wan Tianlu rushed into the cave on his white jade spider. The moment he departed from the alabaster spider, the poor spider couldn't hold on any longer and flopped over, foaming 6 feet in the air. I'm exhausted. It's already fine. Fortunately Yi Feng has a lot of cards in his hand, or else I would really be in trouble today. Han Yi gasped for air. only feeling that he had gotten this life back for nothing. Wan Tianlu looks at Han Yi, whose hand is still bleeding with some guilt that he came too late to cause Han Yi's injury, rushing over to help recover from his injuries. But soon Wan Tianli's original guilt dissipated as he unexpectedly saw 4 six-winged centipede hatchlings. Half an hour later, the three left the cave and got into the van. What a close call today. Han Yi couldn't help but sigh as he recalled what he had experienced this evening. Yi Feng gently nodded his head to indicate that he was right, while Wan Tianlu was hugging a six-winged centipede cub with a fierce kiss of joy. Chatting away, they suddenly realized something was wrong. What about Mu Bai? At this time in the trees a kilometer from here. Somebody help me. Li Mu Bai was hanging from a tree and could not move at all with multiple fractures on his body. How can one describe the present situation as miserable? Shortly after, the three found Li Mu Bai, and Wan Tianlu took out the coffin and threw him in after carrying him on his back. You bunch of brats. Do you know that just now I have started to walk around? I almost thought I was going to hell to have tea with the king of hell. Inside the coffin, Li Mu Bai's breathless complaining voice kept coming out, and the three people who heard it all had a look of I didn't hear it. It's okay with me expression demeanor. Other side. Shortly after the four left, Ouyang Shui found this cave through the information given by Su Mingchuan. Looking at the stone statue in front of him, he fell into deep thought. Shi Ouyang Shui, what big storms have not seen. Directly call Su Mingchuan to say, the six-winged centipede has been turned into a stone statue after being struck by magic, and now the blood sample is gone. Or else I'll knock you a piece of the stone above and bring it back? Su Mingchuan, iota_dash. No need. Although the mission was not completed by you, but our many industries in the capital of Hope really have no one to manage them now, so you can choose one to manage it, and it can be considered as a contribution to our demon god palace. Su Mingchuan was now quite helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the people he could contact in the capital of Hope were now out of contact, and all of the high-ranking members had ascended to the heavens, could he reuse a mid-ranking mage? Still a young college girl. Ugh. A long sigh escaped his mind. Tired. Destroy. At 6 o'clock the next night, the four people who were playing poker in the dormitory suddenly received a message at the same time. Qi Xianbing initiated a private chat through the group. Qi Xianbing, 6:30. Meet me at Rujin Grill in front of the school. There are some things I want to talk to you guys about. Each of them received one of these private chat messages. The three of them subconsciously looked at Yi Feng after glancing at the cell phone. The meaning was obvious. They wanted to listen and see Yi Feng's opinion. Why don't we go if we're invited to eat and drink for free? Yi Feng smiled faintly, and in the middle of his mind, he remembered the words that his old sister had approached him with during the daytime. Older brother, count on me to beg you. Tonight Xianbing might find you guys to go out for dinner. You guys must go. Xianbing will definitely change his attitude this time. You guys must go to the appointment. Although Yi Feng didn't know what tricks this Qi Xianbing was playing, but his old sister had said so. What else could he do? One's old sister should give face or should have to give some. In the capital of Hope, a spatial crack suddenly appeared high in the sky. A beautiful woman with a delicate figure stepped out from it. The fox spirit demon king revealed a smile as he looked at the thriving city below. She was different from that violent monster, the ghost-winged demon king, who thought of going to solve everything by force. What they, the fox spirit clan, were best at was disguising and compelling people, so that the people on a planet would have an infighting, and finally destroy themselves. They would then sit back and reap the benefits. All of you blend into the capital of Hope. I shouldn't need to teach you what to do, right? I'll wait for your good news. 15 fox demons stepped out from the spatial rift, each with super rank strength. The capital of Hope under the dark night is still prosperous. However, no one knows that at this time, the capital of Hope has already mixed in 15 super-ranked otherworldly demons, and there is a high probability that they are your sidekicks. Chapter 75, Confessions. Yi Feng got up and left the dormitory after the four of them finished the last round of poker. Because it was Saturday, school was not in session, so the streets near the school were decently crowded. The four of them went to their appointment and arrived at the Rookin' Grill. Obviously, Qi Xianbing had already greeted them in advance, so the four of them were quickly brought to the 888th private room by the waiter. At this moment, there was a person sitting inside the private room, and it was no other than Qi Xianbing. Qi Xianbing's expression was as cold as ever, only that there was a hint of a different color among his eyes. You guys order what you want to eat. The four people who heard this didn't hesitate and directly began to frantically order skewers. The waiter took the menu and left the room after taking the food order. After there were no outsiders inside the private room, Qi Xianbing hesitated for a moment, not knowing how he should speak. What do you want from us straight away? You've had a meal to talk to us about what you have to say. Yi Feng could see Qi Xianbing's mind, and the other three also showed a rare serious look at this time. Han Yi and Li Mubai weren't giving face to Qi Xianbing. They were giving face to Yi Feng. Qi Xianbing spoke faintly after scanning the four. You guys shouldn't have any knowledge of my origins. I'm different from you guys. I have things to carry, so I have to gain fame. Only then will I be able to accomplish what I'm carrying. You mean you're special? Li Mubai came to be interested. He was really curious about how special this Qi Xuanbing's identity could be. My family is a large family. Because of genetic reasons, almost everyone in our family will have an extremely strong ice attribute talent. And in my generation, although I have the strongest talent, it's a pity that I'm a woman. My father is the head of the family, only has me as a child. Women in our family are not allowed to inherit the position of the head of the family. So even if my talent is as good as it is, there are still a lot of people who don't approve of me becoming the leader of the family in the future. But as long as my fame is big enough to make all the people in the family to submit for me, then not only can I become a leader of the family, but also I can make the family that has already declined a little bit to go back to the top again. Qi Xianbing's fists were clenched tightly as she said this, and this was why she wanted to prove herself so badly through the World Battle Team tournament later on. Your surname is Qi? According to what you said, there seems to be only one family that can fulfill the requirements. The Qi family, one of the four great families in the central domain. Li Mubai leaned back in his chair. The folding fan in his hand snapped open. His eyes filled with tears and laughter. You actually know my family? You're from the capital? Qi Xianbing was slightly surprised. In reality, Li Mubai's identity was only known by a few senior officers within the entire school, and most of the students were unaware of it. This includes Qi Xianbing. I'm sort of from the capital, I guess. I've been going to school in the capital until junior high school. Your Qi family is at the bottom of the list within the four big families, and likewise, within the four big families, it's only your Qi family that's fighting within every day, and you're too idle to do anything about it. How do you know so much about my family? Qi Xianbing's brows were tightly locked, and his eyes were filled with scorn and doubt amongst them as he looked at Li Mubai. Reintroducing myself, my name is Li Mubai, the second son of the Li family in the capital. Li Mubai closed the folding fan in his hand. He didn't even know how many years he hadn't told his birth. It's almost like I've even forgotten that I have this layer of identity. The reason for this may be attributed to the fact that he has been hanging out with his three best buddies for a bit too long, resulting in forgetting about his ridiculously powerful origins. For the first time, this was the first time they saw a shocked expression from Qi Xianbing's face. The Li family, the number one family in the capital. The reason why the Li family was number one wasn't because of how terrifying their inherited talent was, but because of their business and connections. Almost all areas of China have the Li family forces. The Li family is not only commercially developed, but also focus on cultivating talent, even non-relatives. As long as you have the talent, have that heart, the Li family C will be funded to help. It could be said that more than half of the experts from poor backgrounds in China had been helped by the Li family in one way or another. As the former head of the Li family said, even if the Li family is rich, they can't forget who their enemy is. And cultivating talents is just to give Huaxia more confidence in the confrontation with the otherworldly demon race. This generation of the Li family is distinguished as a man and a woman. The Li family's eldest son is mainly responsible for martial arts, and the eldest young lady is responsible for literature. That is, doing business. While the third child of the Li family head, the Li family's second son never appeared in the family vision. It is said that because this Sam Swing and its brother and sister do not want him to get involved in the family things inside the life of Too Tired. It looks like what I just said is about as good as a clown in front of you. So back to the present. After Qi Xianbing calmed down, he faintly said, I know that your pursuit of fame isn't very big, but I still want to ask you to help me get the qualification for the team to enter the school tournament, and then enter the national tournament and finally the world tournament. And during that time, I can agree to all of your requests, as long as I can do it. Qi Xianbing waited for the four to reply with some anticipation inside, and at this time Han Yi, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. We can participate in the battle team tournament, but only if you don't interfere with our business. And also on the tournament field, we won't lay our hands on anyone. We're not like you, who is reckless for the sake of fame. We have our own principles. No problem. Qi Xianbing agreed without even thinking about it. If before she was treating the four as tool people, now she was giving them four as if they were grand masters. In order for her to gain fame as the leader of the Qi family in the future, she had no other choice. After dinner, the four of them left, and when they left, Han Yi also asked for 50 skewers of meat to bring back to the dormitory as a late-night snack. inside a unit building near the East Region Magic Academy. Wang Wenba sighed helplessly as he looked at the notice issued inside the academy. Why did you let me be the mentor of the team those 4 oddballs are on? The academy will observe the new team for a period of time after it is formed, and then we'll send a teacher to act as a mentor to guide the students of the team on a regular basis. Obviously, the battle team that Ji Feng's 4 were in met the requirements. But the problem was, who's going? Who dares to go? In the end, the school's senior management unanimously discussed that the teacher who had the most dealings with Yi Feng's 4, Wang Wenba, should travel to the past to serve as a mentor. What kind of sins did I commit in my last life? Wang Wenba could not cry. Now he could only accept this reality even if he did not want to accept it. The next day, the 4 of them, still sleeping in their dormitory, were suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. With a creak of the dormitory door opening, Wang Wenba then saw another person was lying on the ground inside the coffin sleeping. Only this time it was someone else. It was Wan Tianlu. Chapter 76, Battle Group Mentor. Wang Wenba was already not surprised now. Even if the 4 of them were now lying collectively inside a coffin, he wouldn't be surprised. Is there anything these 4 can't do? The 3 people on the bed all put on their pajamas and got down from the bed to stand in front of Wang Wenba, while Wan Tianla inside the coffin also got up and left the coffin and put it away. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Wang Wenba was really feeling a headache. What does Mr. Wan want with us? Li Mubai was full of smiles, as if he was a sunny and cheerful big boy, but unfortunately, inside the school teacher besides Wang Wenbo there was no teacher who was more familiar with the 4 of them than him. From now on I'll be the mentor of your battle team. The 4 of them were astonished at the words. How are they going to skip class if they all have to have instructors watching their training from now on? Wang Wenba saw the thoughts of the 4 and said somewhat helplessly, I'll just manage you guys more these days. You're going to go over to the Eastern Region border for actual combat training in a few days. If your performance is excellent, the school will continue to cultivate you guys as a battle team, and I'll still be your mentor. And if your performance is not particularly excellent, the battle team will still be there, but I can choose not to be this mentor of yours. The 4 of them sniffed with an expression of sudden realization, and were just about to continue saying something when they were interrupted by the other party. The 4 of you now get dressed for me. I'll take you to training. I've long heard that although everyone in your battle team is good in strength, there is a major cooperation problem, and judging from the fact that I needed to split it into 2 times just now in order to call all of you away, I'm afraid that there is a serious problem with the cooperation between you. He'd led war bands before, and while he hadn't led one this odd and outrageous, he figured it would be close to somewhere. Yi Feng's 4 heard this and hurriedly nodded their heads to indicate that there was no problem. Sometime later, under Wang Wenba's leadership, the 4 of them arrived inside the training ground that the school had opened specifically for battle team training. The 4 Qi Xianbing girls had already arrived at the training ground at this time, and Yi Shuiying and Ziling were in the process of sparring. A fire python whistled out from Yi Shuiying's hands, and while Ziling used an earth wall to block it, an ice python fell from the air right after it. Yet it was easily dodged by her using spatial movement. Seeing their mentor come over, the 2 women also stopped cutting. The 8 of you stand in 2 columns of men and women for me. As the voice fell, Han Yi moved the fastest, as if he had triggered a switch in his body's conditioned response. Yi Feng yawned, still looking lazy, looking at Wang Wenba that screamed. The 8 people were divided into 2 teams and stood well. Wang Wenba looked at the 8 people. He was now not very clear about the battle strength of the 8 people and also the battle situation, and it was obvious that trying to correct them now would not work. Everyone except Han Yi sit in the audience. The 2 rows of warriors all dispersed with a clatter, and the only 2 people left on the field were soon Wang Wenba and Han Yi. Wang Wenba waved his hand in the air, and a mid-rank summoning spell formation appeared. He could be more than just a teacher. He was likewise a high-ranking 9-star magician, and his second faculty was clearly the summoning faculty. A middle-ranked 3-star blizzard wolf stepped out from inside the summoning array. Its 1-person tall body standing opposite to where Han Yi was, its eyes filled with uncontrollable ferocity. Han Yi, your task is to defeat this blizzard wolf with all your might in a moment, and it's best if you show me your fighting style so that I can have a clear understanding of you. Don't worry, teacher. Han Yi stuck out his thumb to show that he was absolutely fine with it. Nodding his head, Wang Wenba sat down in the audience and set the alarm. Blizzard Wolf and Han Yi stood opposite each other. Ding! The moment the bell rang, a baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand, his reminiscent youth bat. With the metal baseball bat in his hand, Wang Wenba could clearly see that Han Yi's footsteps had gotten a lot heavier. It looks like this metal baseball bat should not be a lightweight. Ow! The Blizzard Wolf let out a wolf howl. the piercing sound causing Nyesini to subconsciously cover her ears. This was a sonic magic that the wolf clan almost always possessed, and it could interfere with the enemy's mind. Calling your mom. Hani was not affected in any way and rushed to the front of the blizzard wolf. The baseball bat in his hand swung to bring up a cracking sound. Bang! The metal baseball bat struck the blizzard wolf, but the opponents suddenly disappeared, drifting away like the wind. Middle-ranked magic. Wind shadow. The blizzard wolf appeared above his head, its bloody mouth biting at Hani. Yet Hani directly put away his metal baseball bat, twisting and firing from the waist. He threw a straight right. Bang! The terrifying force directly sent the blizzard wolf flying several meters. Before it could land on the ground, Hani's legs formed a bow and catapulted off to suddenly arrive behind it. Bang! Another kick out. The sound of bones breaking suddenly resounded in the arena. Die for your master. As the blizzard wolf was about to fly out, Hani grabbed its hind legs and slammed them heavily on the ground. A loud bang rang out in the training ground. The blast wolf disappeared into white light. From the beginning to the end of the fight was just 2 short minutes. Hani had unexpectedly ended the fight. This caused Wang Wenba to suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, it also made Nyesini and Yi Shuiying, the 2 most normal girls inside the battle team, somewhat surprised and shocked. As far as Han Yi's current strength was concerned, even compared to the seniors of the previous classes, he was no better. Next, Nyesini. Hani stepped down and Nyexine walked up to the stage. Wang Wenba summoned a middle-order demonic beast. Because it was randomly summoned, this time it was just a middle-order 1-star demonic beast. But even so, Nyesini surprisingly fought for half a day, and in the end narrowly won. The third one up was Li Mubai. Li Mubai's fighting style was mainly to boil a frog in warm water and slowly consume with the opposite side. In the end, all 7 ended, leaving only one Yi Feng. Ow! A tiger's roar came from the summoning array. A demonic tiger whose body was covered with blood-colored patterns came out from inside, its eyes staring tightly at Yi Feng on the opposite side, as if it wanted to eat the other party. Middle-ranked 10-star demonic beast. Blood-striped tiger. Teacher, can I not fight? Yi Feng somewhat helplessly turned his head to look at Wang Wenba and asked. Hearing this, Wang Wenba shook his head. He just did it on purpose. Inside the 8 people, the one who actually had the most heaven-defying strength should be Yi Feng. But from the beginning to the end, no one had seen what Yi Feng would look like when he used his full strength. There was more than one teacher at the school who had ever been curious, and he was one of them. All right. Yi Feng was helpless and stood opposite to the bloodstained tiger in a defensive stance. Ding! The bell rang, and before the crowd could react, a golden lotus blossomed on the training table. The bloodstained tiger disappeared into white light, while Yi Feng directly got off the stage and returned to his earlier position to continue playing with his phone. Chapter 77, Borderland Battlefields. Seeing this scene, Wang Wenba only felt that his head was one big burst after another. Sighing helplessly, he then had everyone in the battle group gather and began to explain the problems of each of the 8. Let's start with you 4. Wang Wenba pointed at Yi Feng's 4 then said, Han Yi, your physical skills are indeed very strong, which I have to admit, but you have made no progress in magic. If you run into light and wind systems that are fast and on long-range consumption, you simply can't afford to consume them. Han Yi nodded his head. What Wang Wenba said was indeed a problem. He really hadn't bothered to pay attention to this before. Mu Bai, your magic is absolutely top-notch if we're talking about defense, and you can copy your opponent's magic. But again, you can only copy other people's magic, and you don't have your own high-explosive attack type of magic that you're good at, which is your biggest problem. Li Mubai fell into deep thought at his words. Being told so by his mentor, he realized that he had such a big problem. Tian Lu, your summoning technique is strong, and that bug control technique is great. You're a support. You're already good like this. Wang Wenba nodded his head in satisfaction at Wan Tianlu, then turned his head to Yi Feng without saying a word. Mentor, what are you doing? Yi Feng hurriedly dodged Wang Wenba's kick, and then he heard him break out into curses. From start to finish you just showed me a lotus flower. Straight to the opposite side of the second. What do you want me to analyze? The more Wang Wenba thought about it, the more angry he became. He always felt that this kid Yi Feng was just deliberately looking for a fight. Wasn't it you, mentor, who told us to use our full strength? Yi Feng said with a look of I'm aggrieved. Hearing this, Wang Wenba fell into silence then sighed helplessly. Your attacks are very strong. With something as heavenly fire that is against the heavens, your upper limit is absolutely unpredictable. Cultivate hard. Don't swing for the fences day by day. When he finished, he looked over to the girls' side. The 4 of you don't have any major problems. It's Qi Xianbing. Didn't you learn defense magic in the ancient book pavilion before? You practice defense magic more. You have some shortcomings in this area. Thank you, mentor. Wang Wenba nodded his head and then readjusted the battle group stance. There are too many oddballs in this warband to go with the norm. In the end, Wang Wenba's solution was, you guys can play how you want. What you want as a team is to improvise and surprise. That's your specialty. From training in the morning until lunch, then training again in the afternoon until evening. After returning to the dormitory in the evening, Li Mubai asked with some curiosity, Tian Lu, how come I didn't see you licking Qi Xianbing today? Han Yi and Yi Feng were also eager to ask this question. Hearing this, Wan Tianla revealed a silly smile and shrugged his shoulders. I was rejected last night's cell phone confession. Since people have already explained the situation, why I have to go to annoy people? Love at first sight is not destiny. In the end, it is just my wishful thinking. The three people who heard Wan Tianli's statement were first stunned, and then they violently sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this 10,000 leaves? Is this Nima Van Tenlo? How could such words come out of his mouth? The trio rushed to ask Wan Tianlo what was wrong. While he said that he was really fine, the four of them hobnobbed until lights out for the evening. Wan Tianlo lay on the bed with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. The chat messages inside his cell phone kept flashing in the middle of his mind. Wan Tianlu, there's a pretty good movie recently. I'll invite you to see it. Qi Xianbing, sorry Tianlu, we're just teammates. I'm going to become a strong man. You and I are just two worlds after all. Wan Tianlu, it's okay. I wish you can fulfill your dream in the future. Cheers. Qi Xianbing, Wan Tianlu let out a long sigh in his heart. It was true. Apart from Grandpa and his three buddies, there wasn't going to be anyone in this world who would be genuinely nice to him. He was actually missing his already dead grandfather a little now. There is no such thing as love at first sight in the world. Only people's wishful thinking. He had now sort of figured out that for someone like him, love and all that was still too much to hope for. Wan Tianla stopped thinking about these things, closed his eyes and began to sleep. The first half month of the team's bonding period was over, and the 8 men traveled to the border to begin the team's final assessment period. Practical training. The Eastern Territory border was an unending mountain range, the Wind and Snow Mountain Range. The Wind and Snow Mountain Range was a mountain range borderline that ran through the eastern and northern regions, and originally across from it was another country. But now that country had fallen to become a paradise for the demon race. Frequently, demon races would come out of the Wind and Snow Mountain Range to launch attacks on the eastern and northern regions, and thus the Eastern Frontier Border Fortress and the Northern Frontier Border Fortress appeared as a result. 2 vehicles drive through the search at the highway entrance to the Eastern Frontier Fortress. 2 cars, one a white luxury business car and the other a silver gray van. The white luxury business car was driven by Nyesini, while the van was driven by Li Mubai. That's right, they just drove here, through the location that Wang Wenba had given them before they left. They drove to the entrance gate of the military headquarters of the Eastern Border Fortress. It was rumored that the instructor in charge of their practical training on the frontier would be waiting for them at the gate, the heavily guarded gate of the military department. At this time is standing a tall middle-aged man, although already more than 40 years old, but looks is still elegant, but also gives a person a kind of not angry sense, the feeling of authority. Reach out and stop the 2 cars after you see them coming. When the 2 cars saw this, all of them got out of the car, and just as they did so, they heard the man break into a rage. I told you to be here at 10, and now it's 11. Do you have any discipline? The man's anger was great, but most of the people on the field didn't even gasp for air. Their pupils contracted with disbelief, because they didn't expect their instructor to be the strongest magician in China, the only fire mage who had reached the 9th star of the super rank. Chinese martial, Yi Long. Introduce yourself. My name is Yi Long. I'll be your instructor for the next half month. The man's eyes swept over the 8 members of the war party, and the soldiers in charge of guarding the gate not far away couldn't help but sympathize with the 8 in their hearts. Being targeted by Marshal Yi Long, they won't have a good day. The few who heard this were not shocked. Han Yi, Li Mubai, Wan Tianla, Qi Xianbing and Nyesini all thought that they had Marshal Yi Long as their instructor because of Ziling. After all, the relationship between Violet Spirits and Marshal Yi Long's couple was well known. I really did not think that I would one day Marshal Yi Long would become their instructor. This is the most legendary figure in China. The real hero. It can be said to be an idol worshipped by almost everyone. He is powerful but does not join any force, and guards the border only to protect the eastern region from the scourge of the demon race. You, come over here, collect all their cell phones, Marshal Yi Long ordered to one of the soldiers standing guard at the door. And on hearing this, all the soldiers immediately came over to collect the cell phones of the 8 people. Whoever handed it over went well. Only Yifeng. Making a geek hand over his electronic devices is not killing him. Chapter 78. I'm your old man. Asshole. I suspect you're targeting me. And I have solid proof. Yifeng refused to hand over his cell phone and extended a middle finger at Yilong. This move nearly scared the hell out of Han Yi and a few others. Is Yifeng so brave? How dare you say such words to Marshal Yilong? Han Yi and Li Mubai and Wan Tianluo were that fast. The 3 of them displayed a wave of strong man-locking men and pressed Yifeng's mouth to death. Marshal Yilong. Yifeng, he's like this. Usually his cell phone doesn't leave his body. Suddenly letting him have no cell phone might make him have some stress reaction. Li Mubai hurriedly clasped his hands together and his brain CPU worked frantically. Yilong, who heard this but just said coldly, "You guys let him go? I know this little brat's character better than anyone else." At these words, Li Mubai's trio and Shi Xuanbing's 2 daughters were all stunned. Yifeng took the opportunity to break away from the 3 and pointed at Yilong and shouted, "Head can be broken and blood can flow. You don't want to receive my cell phone. I-oh-ho. Your little brat's temper has grown after not seeing you for such a long time." After Yilong finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Yifeng's neck, and came with a wave of Homo's neck pinch method. "If I'm a little bunny, you're a big bunny." Yi Shuiying only felt a headache when she saw the situation. She just couldn't figure out why her oldest brother always had trouble with her eldest uncle. Yi Shuiying and Ziling rushed over to pull to fight Ziling, and Yi Shuiying held Yifeng's waist at the same time. And it took all of their strength to pull the father and son apart. "Older brother, today is not the day for you to make a scene. You and your eldest uncle haven't seen each other for such a long time. Don't be saber-rattling the moment you meet." Yi Shuiying this word out of the crowd was first stunned. And then all the uninformed 2 pupils are shrinking. Looking at Yifeng's eyes are full of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Yifeng is Marshal Yilong's son? Nyesini was a bit incredulous. Wouldn't that mean that Shuiying was Yilong's niece? She hadn't been aware of the circumstances of Yi Shuiying's birth. And it wasn't just Nyesini. Shi Xianbing was likewise the same. Shi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying is elementary school table friends. Even if later Yi Shuiying left the capital, 2 people also often in online contact. That's why she never knew Yi Shuiying's background and only thought it was an ordinary family. I really did not think that the original Shuiying's origin was so horrible. No, the most horrible should be Yifeng. No wonder Shuiying said that his oldest brother was angry. How could Marshal Yilong's son's talent be poor? Hanging around all day long. A typical image of a geek, though he sometimes gives off a lofty look. It's undeniable that the guy spends most of his time being a nerd without a shred of motivation. Who wouldn't be pissed off if they saw that? I treat him like an old man. Does he treat me like a son? Whose father steals from his son's bedroom every time he comes back? The more Yifeng thought about it, the more angry he became. The reason why his father had this kind of achievement. It could be said that it was all because of him. There were times when he was idle and bored, so he would make some pills. And there were quite a few pills that he threw directly inside the box in the house after making them. And the box had a spirit-gathering spell formation on it, which could sublimate the pills through time. Then, his own old man was like a rat. Ever since he found his elixir once, he would inevitably scavenge whenever he came home from then on. It could be said that his strength was entirely due to his own elixir. "I'm your old man. What's wrong with taking something from you?" Although Yilong was superficially justified but was more or less a bit weak, his son's effect of those small pills is really overbearing. I do not know where this kid got it. He was too embarrassed to open his mouth to ask, so he could only sneak to get it. Older brother. Older brother. You two are getting a little off topic now. Older brother, now we're students and older brother is an instructor. So get a grip. Will you? Yi Shuiying looked at Yifeng somewhat helplessly. She had really worried herself to death for this old brother. Yifeng sniffed before he tried to calm down and reluctantly gave the cell phone to the soldier. This soldier's legs were a little shaky as he walked towards Marshal Yilong after taking the cell phone. I didn't realize I was eating such an amazing melon. Yilong signaled the soldier to open the door, allowing the 8 to drive into the military headquarters. General Yilong sat directly in the driver's seat of the van without the slightest hesitation. Hani, sitting in the co-pilot seat, was so excited that he could sit in the same car with his idol. General Yilong, this is too exciting. Brat, I heard that you displayed a heavenly fire that had never appeared before at the East Region Magic Academy's freshman competition. Honestly, explain where you got this heavenly fire from. What do you care? I can come and go as I please. Yifeng once again raised his middle finger. Yilong was not angry. After all, he knew his son's character well. The fact that his own son was so hostile to him actually did have something to do with him. He was always out on the frontiers, seeing too little of his son, and he was always taking his little pills when he went back himself. He himself knew exactly how incompetent he was as a father. The 8 were given quarters at the barracks, 1 for each gender, in familiar 4-person beds. It's a real ordeal not having anime and also games. My materials, my activities, my mission. Yifeng was lying on the bed and wanted to cry. Tomorrow Yilong would take the 8 members of the battle team into the outskirts of the Wind and Snow Mountain range for practical training. For the next 15 full days, they would have to spend their time in the middle of the mountains and forests. As for the specifics, they are not sure now. Hani didn't feel any discomfort inside the barracks, and even felt very good, just like going home. Knock knock. Just after 5 in the afternoon, just as the 4 were about to go to dinner, there was a knock on the door of the room. Hani opened the door, and Marshal Yilong stood in the doorway, still with the same unruffled look. Yifeng, let's go. I'll take you to dinner. No go. Yifeng refused dryly. Your mom was there. Let's go then. Yifeng's face became that fast and followed Yilong and left the dormitory. After Yifeng left the dormitory, the 3 of them started a tight discussion. Yifeng is actually Marshal Yilong's son. I said how the talent is so unbelievable. It's true that like father, like son, Hani had the look of I understand it all, while Li Mubai was somewhat helpless. Now I kind of know why Shuiying is so angry at Feng for looking like a geek every day. His father is Marshal Yilong. His talent goes without saying, and his background goes without saying, but he just doesn't have a heart for advancement. Ugh. That said, Brother Feng and Marshal Yilong are obviously father and son. Why do they always feel like the 2 of them are like enemies? Wan Tianli's face was full of confusion. He was fatherless and motherless. He really didn't understand the situation. I don't know. Both shook their heads at the same time to indicate that they were not sure. Chapter 79, The Understanding Mother. On the way to the eating place, Yilong still couldn't help but ask the question he wanted to know the most right now. Brat, how in the world did you get your heavenly flame? This thing is no joke. If you don't control it well, it can make you go up in smoke. Yilong showed a rare expression of concern for his son. Heavenly flame. Even in the entire Blue Star there were not many people who had taken it in. Even he did not dare to guarantee that he could control this horrible existence. His own son was only how old? And it was just a middle-ranked mage. The hidden dangers were just too great. Hearing this, Yifeng just waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. The heavenly flame was given to me by my master. My master is the mysterious strong man that appeared in Pang City." Yilong was a little surprised to look at this son of his. That mysterious cultivator in Pengcheng he had heard of. That one could be really scary. Definitely stronger than even him. Demon Tribal Guardian. Even the weakest guardian also has a hull comparable to the strength of the super rank 20 stars. He is not even half of the others. Even if he faces on it is also the end of being killed in seconds. That one was surprisingly able to kill the demon plant's protector. His strength must be above the super rank 20 stars. Could it be a legendary god who can possess abilities beyond human limits? There are now only 8 human nations left in the blue planet. Huaxia, Fusong, Tianju, Palin, Hokai, Maya, Gui, barbarians. Each of the 8 countries has its own civilization and culture, in which the gods believed in are different. As the top person in China, Yilong naturally knew that there was still a kind of terrifying existence in the Blue Star. But hadn't these existences long disappeared in the river of history? Could it be that the ferocity of the otherworldly demon race's invasion caused all of these terrifying existences to awaken? Just as Yilong was thinking, the father and son duo had already arrived in the middle of a separate private room in the barracks cafeteria. Entering the private room, Yifeng saw his mother, Qin Yusin, who was chatting with Zi Ling and his old sister. Qin Yusin turned her head to look at Yifeng and revealed a kind smile. "Fenger, it's been a long time. Have you missed Mommy?" Yifeng revealed a smile at his words. He still had a very good impression of his mother in this life. Sitting down to chat, Qin Yusin began to ask Yifeng how he had been doing recently, and whether he had been wronged inside the university. Yilong was furious after hearing Yifeng say that he was fine now and still like before. "Brat, can't you be a little progressive? What's there to see and play with cell phones and computers?" Yifeng was just about to start disliking his mother, Qin Yusin, but she glared at her husband first. "I don't like my son to do those dangerous things. I only have this one son. If you don't feel sorry for me, I feel good that he's safe and sound like this." Sure enough, his own mother still spoke to him. A trace of warmth flashed through Yifeng's heart. It's true that Mom is still understanding. After chatting for a while, the topic suddenly came to Violet Spirit. "Fenger, Ziling didn't give you a hard time, did she?" "Right, Mom and Dad. You'd better explain to me what's going on with my engagement to Ziling. Yifeng felt a headache just thinking about this, and the duo who heard this immediately twisted their heads, with an expression of I don't know. I don't know. What are you talking about? Violet Spirit couldn't help but purse her lips a little after looking at the two men's expressions. Yilong immediately changed the topic and started talking about how he was going to take them into the Wind and Snow Mountain Range tomorrow. There is a stronghold inside the Wind and Snow Mountain Range, only that it has been captured a while ago, and their mission is to go to the stronghold and kill all the demons inside, and then return after waiting for an army to come and regain control of the stronghold. According to his projections, half a month was enough time. Ziling, you're most familiar with this place. Take Yifeng out. Before Yilong could finish his words, Yifeng had already run away like an escape. Damn! Leaving him alone with Violet Spirit was not killing him. Looking at Yifeng's fleeing like back, Qin Yusen smiled and shook her head. It looked like Ziling had left a not-so-small shadow on her son. This brat, Violet Spirit, is such a good girl that she doesn't even know how to cherish it. It's a far cry from when I was young. Yilong shook his head, giving this son of his an extremely disappointed look. Qin Yusen didn't spoil him, and directly said, if I don't remember wrongly, when Brother Yi and the two of us first met, it seems like you stuttered a bit when you spoke to me, right? Ahem. Ahem. Old stories, all old stories. Yilong's old face blushed, while Qin Yusen couldn't help but laugh. Early in the morning of the next day, Yilong traveled with the 8 members of his battle team to enter the Wind and Snow Mountain Range, because there were many demonic beasts in the Wind and Snow Mountain Range, so to avoid being discovered, they weren't able to drive. Yifeng and Li Mubai sat on the white jade spider and followed the last of the large group with a lazy look. Soothing. Basking in the sun, Li Mubai couldn't help but let out a sigh. No cell phone. Cell phone. Yifeng wanted to cry. It was hard to live without a cell phone. Just as the two were leisurely lying on the spider's back, a pair of rough hands directly picked up the two. Trying to be lazy in front of me. You two have quite a lot of guts. Yilong's slightly angry voice came from behind him, causing the duo to stifle goosebumps. Then 2 kicks were heard, and the two who had been lazing around in the back were now the ones at the front of the line scouting the way. Yifeng subconsciously let go of his divine sense, and after this letting go he immediately froze. This was because under his divine sense scanning there were a sufficient number of low-grade demonic insects that were coming their way at this time. Red demon ants, a low-level demonic beast mutated from red ants, were abundant and extremely common in the Wind and Snow Mountain Range. Each of the crimson demon ants was the size of a wild dog, hundreds of them, and there was a middle-ranked leader among them. Most of these are low rank, but there's a lot of them, disgusting enough to discuss them for a while too. Most of all, it was the ant acid they attacked people with that even a middle-ranked mage wouldn't dare to take lightly, not to mention the hundreds of crimson demon ants. Chapter 80 Red Demon Ant. The crimson demon ants presented an encircling situation to surround the location of the 9 people, while Yilong did not know where to hide to observe secretly. He wanted to see how these little guys were able to adapt to the situation, and what to do when they met this kind of situation. Yifeng, Yi Shuiying, you two mustn't use flame magic, or else this forest burning will attract more demonic beasts. Hani had plenty of battlefield experience and gave the order the moment the crimson demon ant swarm appeared. Hearing this, Yi Shuiying hurriedly extinguished the flame in her hand and switched to ice spells. Whoosh! The wind blades whistled past, and a dozen or so crimson demon ants were killed on the spot as Li Mubai, blades flying. Hani rarely began to use gold magic. Niesini and Ziling, one using wood magic and the other using wind magic, began to carry out large-scale monster clearing. Shi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying, the 2 main ice types, kept using ranged damage, and soon they stood on top. Yifeng and Wan Tianlu rode the white jade spider to the middle-ranked red demon ant located in the center. Hiss! The middle-ranked crimson demon ants let out a hiss, and all the crimson demon ants around them opened their mouths at the same time to spit out ant acid towards the 2 of them. Seeing this situation, the 2 reacted that fast. The white jade spider was put away. Li Mubai took out the coffin. The 2 entered the coffin at the same time and hid inside. The antacid shot on top of the coffin just raised a puff of white smoke and had no effect. A purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the air, and all the nearby low-grade crimson demon ants simultaneously turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Only that middle-ranked crimson demon ant was still standing, but it looked like it was injured as well. Yifeng kicked open the lid of the coffin, and a thunder python whistled and rushed towards the crimson demon ants not far away. This crimson demon ant reacted quickly and did not face the thunder python directly but planned to burrow into the ground to temporarily avoid this strike. However, just at this time, a summoning spell formation appeared behind the red demon ant. and a skeleton appeared to lock the red demon ant in a death grip so that it could not escape. The thunder python fell, and the red demon ant died on the spot. Yi Feng took out a blank magic card and added another one to his direct collection. Mubai, you get in the air and see what's going on in the neighborhood right now. Yes. Li Mubai flew into the high sky. A rune lit up on the folding fan in his hand, and his original figure suddenly disappeared. This was a spell that had been modified by Yi Feng after the transformation. The concealment spell. Soon Li Mubai got a clear view of the nearby situation, and after landing, he hurriedly said, "Let's quickly go. There are at least thousands of crimson demon ants surging towards us in the vicinity. If we don't leave it will be too late." At these words, everyone began to prepare to run. Yi Feng and Wan Tianlu rode the white jade spider and ran, with Li Mubai leading the way. F4 was running fast. After all, it wasn't a day or two since they had experienced something like a run. Violet Spirit's speed wasn't slow. After all, she was a full system mage. However, the remaining 3 women were somewhat unable to do so, as there was no one within their faculties who was good at escaping, and they soon reached the very back of the group. Tengoku, give your spider to my sister. Give mine to Nyesini. As for Qi Xinbing, I don't believe she doesn't have an escape magical artifact, Yi Feng ordered, and without the slightest hesitation, Wan Tianlu, who had heard the words, turned around and vacated the white jade spider production together with Yi Feng. Yi Shuiying wasn't afraid of spiders. She directly got on a spider and ran. On the contrary, Nyesini was a bit squirmy. There was no way. She had been afraid of spiders since she was a child. Forget it, I still don't have much of a problem if I run by myself. Nyesini finally realized that she still couldn't make up her mind. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai flew in the air and glanced at the ant swarm that was getting closer and closer around him, gritting his teeth and landing directly beside Nyesini. Bring out the casket that Tianlu gave you. Okay. Ha? Nyesini was dumbfounded and didn't know what Mubai was trying to do. Then she saw Wan Tianlu take out his big coffin and open the lid. Before she could react, Li Mubai had already pushed her in and covered the lid, and Wan Tianlu also tacitly wrapped the chain around it. Han Yi, you and Tianlu have the greatest strength. You two lift. Don't hurt my goddess, or I'll blame myself. Li Mubai glanced at the coffin with some heartache. There was nothing he could do about it. You've thrown your goddess inside a coffin and you're still afraid to give her the blame for hurting herself later? Han Yi was a bit speechless. Then he carried the coffin with Wan Tianlu and started to run away. The remaining white jade spider, on the other hand, was dominated by Qi Xianbing. In this way, Li Mubai was at the front, followed by Yi Feng and Ziling, then the 2 women riding the white jade spider, and at the very back were Han Yi and Wan Tianlu who were carrying the coffin. Looking at the 8 people's strange way of running away, Yi Long only felt a little unreal. The one leading the way was understandable, as was the purple spirit that followed closely behind. That Tiamon Son of Thunder and Fire dual system pure mage. How can run so fast? Then there were the 2 alabaster spiders. Who can be so fast with a spider carrying someone? This speed was even stronger than a middle-ranked demon horse. That Han Yi, a proper body master, was still within the range of tolerable understanding. What the hell is that Wan Tianlu? A summoner plus a healer that can run neck and neck with a body master. Or a body master that was clearly just better than a normal body master. I must have woken up hard today and hallucinated. Marshal Yi Long shook his head, still unable to understand why there were such perverse things in the world. The 8 men of the war party ran and killed all the way. It finally came to a stop when it was close to dusk. They were already out of the range of the crimson demon ants and were sitting in the middle of a cave to recuperate. Vomit. After the coffin lid was opened, Nyesini ran outside the cave and couldn't help but vomit. The ride had given her a bumpy ride that nearly sent her soul flying, and she even felt like she was shaking her brains out. Li Mubai hurriedly went over and patted Nyesini's shoulder, and took out a bottle of water from inside his storage ring and handed it to the other party. I'd rather ride a spider than enter this coffin again. Nyesini was full of regret after rinsing her mouth. Dabai. Wake up, great white. Dabai. Wan Tianlu hugged his foaming at the mouth white jade spider and let out a cry. As the saying goes, woe is me. His other alabaster spider was also foaming at the mouth and 6 feet in the air at this time. White. No. Wan Tianlu wailed to the sky. Yi Feng came over at this time and directly gave Wan Tianlu a blow to the head. What the hell are you screaming for? What if you draw the beasts to you later? Your spider is just dehydrated. Not a big problem. Yi Feng squatted down and started to feed the 2 white jade spiders water. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu was instantly beaming with joy. Great! His spider was still alive. After some time, the group began to rest, intending to go on the road tomorrow. Finding a corner to sit down, Yi Feng took out a cigarette and started smoking. Just at this time a pair of hands began to pinch back and forth on his shoulders. Yi Feng subconsciously thought that this was Li Mubai massaging his shoulders. Chapter 81, Blatantly Open. Mubai, when did you learn this technique? It's quite comfortable, Yi Feng said with some enjoyment. Not far away is chatting with Nia Sini. Li Mubai froze at the word. Out of the mouth is a sentence. Feng brother, you say what? Yi Feng was first stunned. Then he jerked his head around to see Ziling's pretty face full of smiles. He was so scared that he rolled and crawled to let his shoulders detach from the hands of Violet Spirit, who was still pressing his shoulders. A man and a woman are not related. Girl, please behave yourself. Violet Spirit's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled. Not far away, Wan Tianlu and Hani instantly felt like they had been stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Nima, Yi Feng, you really deserve to die. The three skeletons were summoned by Wan Tianlu to be in charge of the night watch, so there was no need to leave anyone behind for the night, worrying about demonic beasts at night. Qi Xianbing was well prepared for this trip, and had Nia Xine use her magic, and soon 4 wooden rattan beds for their girls to sleep on appeared, and also blocked the holes with wooden vines to make it safer. Yi Long, who saw the scene through several people's accompanying cameras, was satisfied with this performance, and then he looked at his own son, wanting to see how these 4 boys would solve the accommodation problem. Then he saw Yi Feng and Li Mubai and Hani, moving neatly, each taking out a bed from inside their storage rings. Yes, it's a bed, or a bed with all the bedding and everything. This scene directly gave Yi Long and the others on the field a dumbfounded look. What's going on here? It's open, and it's blatantly open. Suddenly he realized that there was a man out of the mud. Surprisingly, Wan Tianlu didn't take out the bed. In reality, it wasn't that Wan Tianlu didn't want to bring a bed, but he couldn't spare that money. Just as Yi Long was sighing that there really was still an existence in the world out of the mud, he saw Wan Tianlu take out the coffin from inside his storage ring, lay it flat on the floor, open it up, make bedding, and lie in it. Good night, brothers. When he finished speaking, he simply closed the lid of the coffin. Yi Long people are Nima Num. This is even more heavyweight. All of them slept soundly during this sleep, and the next day they continued to set off for the location of the coordinates given to them by Yi Long. Bang! A middle-ranked demonic beast was beaten to death by Hani with a hard baseball bat, and Yi Feng took out a blank magic card to pick up the pieces. Everything looked so good. After traveling for 3 days, they finally saw the stronghold in the middle of the mountains. The stronghold is not very big. Is the fence inside a 5-story bunker building? Surrounded by very obvious signs of battle. Looks like it should be just recently lost soon. The stronghold was being patrolled by at least 3 teams of otherworldly demonic creatures at the moment, adding up to about 30 demons, all of which were low-level demons. There are 30 of them just outside. How many inside? Yi Feng's divine sense swept through and found that there were still a whole 100 or so low-ranked demon race, 20 middle-ranked demon race, and 1 high-ranked demon race inside. Only that high-ranking demon clan had been injured, with 1 arm and 1 leg already gone. The Demon Snake Demon Clan, proper otherworldly demonic creatures, half human, half snake, with 4 limbs and the intelligence of a normal human. The Devil Snake Demon Clan specializes in poison and melee attacks, with high flexibility and not low snake scale defense. The biggest drawback is that they belong to the cold-blooded animals, with low heat resistance and fear of flame magic. And if the temperature is too low, it can also cause them to fall into a state of mental depression, or in modern terms, hibernation. Wan Tianlu, the Encyclopedia of Demonic Beasts, will finish the situation of the demonic snake demon race after Qi Xianbing just wanted to open his mouth, but was Hani snatched a step ahead. Yi Feng, Shuiying, your siblings are all fire. I'll take the lead in the front. You guys set the fire in the back. Xine you use wood magic to summon wood vines to increase the fire. Ziling you and Mubai use the wind to increase the fire. Tianlu you summon the undead creatures to take charge of the will harassment and assistance. As for Qi Xian Ice, you protect the people behind you. Once a demon snake demon comes this way, you use ice magic. Han Yi ordered quickly and didn't move slowly. The metal baseball bat appeared in his hand. Han Yi let out a loud shout. His legs powered up, but in a few steps he rushed outside the stronghold wall. Death to all of you. Han Yi waved the recollection youth stick in his hand, and in an instant, several demon snake demons passed away on the spot. At the same time 2 fire snakes whistled past Han Yi's side. Yi Feng's siblings were already standing 30 meters behind him by now. The demon snake demons patrolling the stronghold discovered the situation over here at the gate, and at this time, all of them rushed this way, their scarlet snake letters continuously spitting out. and even though they knew the gap between them and the other side, their eyes still revealed bloodthirsty madness. Wooden vines appeared to wrap around the 5 demon snake demons that rushed in, and before they could break free, 2 streams of flames had already whistled and cleared the area. Humans, you seek death. 5 middle-ranked demon snake demons rushed out from inside the bunker building, all of them also holding a spear-like weapon in their hands. 2 strands of venom suddenly flew towards Han-yi. The summoning formation suddenly surfaced, and a mid-ranked skeleton knight appeared, holding a shield to block the 2 streams of venom. Beep! At the sound of the whistle, tens of thousands of moths whistled out from the place where Wan Tianla stood, covering the entire stronghold in no more than an instant. Marshal Yilong, who had been secretly observing, couldn't help but shiver all over when he saw this. What kind of weird attack is this? Moths continued to cover the demon snake demon and began to tear at it. Yi Feng, Shuiying is now, Han Yi shouted after killing one of the middle-ranked demon snake demons. As the demon snake demons inside the bunker had almost all come out by this time, there were a full 24 of the middle rank alone, and hundreds of the lower rank. Phew! Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying sniffed and immediately released 2 lines of fire. Because of the large number of moths, the flames burned and spread quickly. At the same time the wind was blowing furiously. Li Mubai knew what he should do even if Han Yi didn't say anything. Ziling followed suit, and Nia Sini hurriedly summoned a large number of wooden vines on the battlefield ground. In an instant, the stronghold was transformed into a sea of fire, and in the midst of the sea of fire, the demon snake demon continuously wailed and screamed. Han Yi kicked the demon snake clan in front of him, who had already turned into a ball of fire, and then rushed out of the sea of fire with his siblings. The flames burned for half an hour, in which there would also be heavenly flames from time to time, and when the flames were extinguished, the entire stronghold was already full of charred demonic snake corpses in various postures. Tianla, you have your undead creatures scout inside the bunker to see if there are any more leaks. Good. Wan Tianla summoned a low-ranked skeleton to let it walk into the middle of the bunker in front of him after putting away the remaining moths. However, the low-ranking skeleton just walked into the bunker was violently beaten into several white bones flying out of the bunker. Damn you all humans! A hoarse voice suddenly came out from the middle of the bunker. A full 5-meter-tall demon snake demon then walked out from inside the bunker. Chapter 82 High-ranked demon snake demon. This demon snake demon was in a sorry state. Its left arm was gone. Its right hand was holding a pitch-black colored spear, and its body was covered in wounds left behind by the recent healing. He is still blind in one eye and his legs are down to one left leg. Put! This demon snake demon cut off its left leg straight away, letting its tail fall to the ground to keep its balance. Now he looked almost indistinguishable from the serpent man inside the myth. Hiss! The devil snake demon violently opened its mouth, and 2 channels of venom whistled. A skeleton appeared to block the venom that flew towards Han Yi. The venom landed on the skeleton, and in an instant the skeleton collapsed to the ground. Its white bones corroded and turned into liquid in the span of an open eye. This scene caused a few of them in the battle team to stifle a breath of cold air. If they get stuck with this thing, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. The devil snake demon twisted its body to quickly approach the 3 people at the front. Yi Feng protected his sister behind him, and a golden fire snake suddenly whistled out. However, even with the heavenly flame bonus, middle rank magic was still somewhat inadequate in the eyes of a high-ranked demon snake demon. Bang! The devil snake demon's tail flicked out, and the fire snake was dispersed in an instant. At the same time, Han Yi saw the right time to rush towards the demon snake demon and swung the metal baseball bat in his hand to hit, but was blocked by the demon snake demon with the spear in his hand. Perhaps because the demon snake demon was injured, his body retreated a few steps, and the spear in his hand was even more unsteady and fell. Bang! A golden light suddenly lit up at this time, and Li Mubai kicked the demon snake demon in the head. A familiar flash kick that looks flashy but does half damage. Seek death. The devil snake demon turned around and its snake tail lashed at Li Mubai in the air. However, a purple thunderbolt landed from the air at this time to make his body stiff, and Li Mubai also saw the opportunity to quickly get out of the trap. Thousands of centipedes and scorpions densely crawled out from inside the summoning formation and crawled along the ground towards the demon snake demon. Phew! The devil snake demon's snake tail swept through, and a large number of parasites were beaten into pieces. The wooden vines entwined, and before the demon snake demon could break free, a cold aura wrapped around him. Ice rapidly formed on the demon snake demon's body. Just when the demon snake demon's body was a bit stiff from the cold air, Han Yi swung the baseball bat in his hand and directly gave the demon snake demon a heavy blow to the head. Boo! With a muffled sound, the demon snake demon only felt like it was dizzy. At the same time, a thunder python came whistling to hit his body. lightning flashed and another tingling sensation was felt. Ziling, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuaying, the three of them used ice magic at the same time. The devil snake demon turned into an ice sculpture in an instant, not moving a muscle, seemingly dead. However, click, 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 cracks appeared on top of the ice. With a loud bang, the demon snake demon transformed into a ghostly shadow and rushed towards the mage who was considered relatively close to him and still seemed to be the weakest. Yi Shuaying, with great speed, before the demon snake demon could rush in front of Yi Shuaying, Hani had already swung the metal baseball bat in his hand to give the guy a smothering blow. Good lord, the familiar vertigo is here again. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 8-minute light wheels whistled from the air. This was the attack magic that Yi Feng had taught Li Mubai, and the source of inspiration was said to be a certain special feature. Pust, the devil snake demon dodged an 8-point light wheel but was still struck by one, and one of the original scars on his body turned back into a wound, and blood flowed out. Hiss, the demon snake demon let out an angry hiss, and the ear-piercing sound wave attack shook the eardrums of the 8 people on the field. Put, Nyesini was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood without resisting. Then Yi Shuaying. This was the serpent-sounding magic that only a high-ranked demon snake demon could possess. And how could they possibly carry it when they were only intermediate ranked, and not the kind of geniuses that were particularly outrageous? Shut the up. Hani waved the metal baseball bat in his hand against the sound wave and aimed another stick at the demon snake demon's head. However, who knew that just at this time the demon snake demon suddenly stopped attacking and 2 channels of venom shot out from its fangs. The venom splashed towards Han Yi, and it was almost impossible to avoid it anymore. At the critical moment, a skeleton suddenly appeared in front of Han Yi to block the 2 venom attacks. I don't know when, but dozens of skeletons appeared on the field, and these skeletons were of varying grades. There are beginners and intermediates. The skeleton giant and skeleton knight simultaneously trapped the demon snake demon in the center as Han Yi quickly retreated. He understood that Wan Tianla was trying to stall the demon snake demon. The companions and skeletons could only hold off the demon snake demon topsy-turvy for a minute. The 4 women simultaneously used a variety of long-range magic in conjunction with the compulsion and the summoned undead. Wind up! Li Mubai let out a loud shout. His body's magic energy was suddenly drained to form a domineering and strong tornado. Phew! All the magic energy in Yi Feng's body turned into heavenly fire whistling into the tornado, and the familiar fire tornado appeared. Bang! Wan Tianla took out the coffin and opened it. A summoning formation appeared inside the coffin and a gray and black undead aura emanated from it. Everyone on the field felt a chill at this point. The undead aura was like a maggot in the hawk, tightly wrapping the demon snake demon, while the skeletons and parasites were not affected. The fear of death pervaded amongst the demon snake demon's mind, and then he was shocked to realize that he had actually severed the connection with the demonic energy in his body, or perhaps his body had begun to be a little uncontrollable due to fear. Countless silver needles passed through the heavenly fire, and the temperature reached the extreme. The crimson silver needles suddenly passed through the demon snake demon's body under Han Yi's control, and a miserable scream resounded on the field. The fire dragon scroll whistled as it approached, and the demon snake demon finally gathered a little bit of magic energy to try to resist, yet its body was covered in bloodshot eyes at this point. Those silver needles just now had not only caused damage to him, but also destroyed all of his major meridians, and now he had absolutely no room for resistance. It is like a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. The fire dragon scroll whistled, and the heavenly fire instantly engulfed the demon snake demon's body. When the fire tornado dissipated, only a charred body was left on the ground. Yi Feng took out a blank magic card and added another one to his high-level magic card. Yi Long, who had secretly seen the whole process, was in a bit of a trance, slapped his face. What kind of oddball battle team is this nigga? He sort of realized that now. The original purple spirit, which was counterintuitive enough, didn't even rank in the top 3 within this battle group. Although this demon snake demon was only a high-ranking 1-star or a heavily injured demon, it was not something that Han Yi, a mid-ranking physical master, could overpower. That's not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that Wan Tianlu, the magic used just now surprisingly made him feel palpitations. Originally, Yi Long was planning to see when it was almost time to make a move to resolve the high-level demon snake demon, but now it seemed that there was no need to do so. These kids can handle themselves. According to the mission requirements, they still need to hold the stronghold until reinforcements come to reoccupy it. Wan Tianlu utilized the summoned beasts to probe the entire stronghold and confirmed that there were no demons before the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 women started to transform the stronghold with magic to make it more suitable for defense. while Yifeng's four had already started to eat barbecued meat inside one of the rooms of the bunker. Chapter 83, Late Night Enemy Attack. This room had now been converted into a dormitory, and 3 beds and a coffin were neatly arranged. Wan Tianla kept using summoning spells and an undead creature appeared, causing patrols to reappear in the originally empty stronghold. Not only that, there were also a large number of parasites that he had arranged in various places, and the moment there was a disturbance, these parasites would become a nightmare for the intruders. Earthen walls and thorny vines kept appearing in the stronghold compound and near the fence. Insurance even added layer after layer of ice shields. I have to admit that the 4 girls are quite a bit better at logistics than the 4 boys. Inside the bunker building, Li Mubai viciously gnawed another bite of roasted meat before inquiring, "How much meat did you guys prepare inside the storage ring when you came? We must have eaten at least a dozen pounds just now." Hearing this, Han Yi casually returned, "These are the snake meat from the tails of those demon snake demons. The meat of a demon snake demon. Don't you guys know that this meat is poisonous and cannot be eaten? Isn't it just some neurotoxin? Just that little bit of toxin. We are all people who have refined our bodies. We can be afraid of this." Wan Tianla said with an irrelevant look. "You 3 have quenched your bodies, but I haven't." Li Mubai is broken and desperate. Shortly afterward, the 4 women came back for the 4, and just as they entered the door, they saw Wan Tianli's coffin laying on the ground, while a pale-faced man was lying peacefully inside. It was no one else but Li Mubai. Nightfall. A group of 20 demon snake demons approached this side of the stronghold. "When did this stronghold get taken back by the humans?" one of the demon snake demons said with some doubt while spitting out its snake letters. "I don't know. Let's go see what's going on first. If there are fewer people, we'll give it back. If we can't beat them, we'll go call for reinforcements." The 20 devil snake demons were all middle-ranked demon race, so they weren't afraid. Instead, they directly marched towards the stronghold. A skeleton that was patrolling was instantly exterminated by the demon snake demon. Wan Tianla, who was sleeping, snapped his eyes open and opened his mouth to shout, "There's an enemy attack." The 3 people who were sleeping woke up violently. Han Yi had the fastest reaction speed and immediately put on his clothes and rushed out of the room. At the same time the 3 came out, the 4 women next door woke up. Everyone's faces were grave. Wan Tianla controlled the parasites as well as the undead creatures to begin a siege attack on the suddenly appearing demon snake demon. However, these means of his could only stall the demon snake demon to give them some time to prepare, and it was not generally difficult to kill them, or even that, it's just not possible. Taking the metal baseball bat out from inside his storage ring, Han Yi took the lead and rushed out of the bunker building. A demon snake demon that leapt over the fence to enter was directly pressed by him with a burst of hammer. It's best not to use too bright a magic at night. It's easy to attract the attention of other demon clans nearby. Han Yi's words were obviously meant for Li Mubai and Yifeng's siblings. Hearing this, Li Mubai waved his hands and 2 wind blades whistled out, attacking one of the demon snake demons that climbed the wall and came in. Wooden vines and ice picks attacked at the same time. This demon snake demon had eaten 3 spells in a row, and before it could catch its breath, it saw a large coffin falling from the sky. Wan Tianlu didn't know when he had already run to its side. The coffin in his hand was raised high above his head, and it was a frantic slam at the demon snake demon. Another devil snake demon climbed the wall and entered, and Wan Tianlu turned around and delivered a coffin slam, giving the devil snake demon a daze. As it turns out, not all summoners can't melee. The long Yuan sword appeared in his hand, and it was the first time that Yifeng displayed his sword skills in front of so many people. The long sword in his hand danced out a sword flower, and the demon snake demon in front of him who had just entered the courtyard of the stronghold was easily divided into corpses by him, without any resistance. The violet spirit who saw the scene had little hearts in her eyes. "It's worthy of the man you're looking at. Just handsome. Smash me." Wan Tianla jumped 5 meters high, and the runes of the coffin held aloft with both hands flashed as the weight increased. A bloodline pressure that would only be felt by demonic creatures also emanated from it. The devil snake demon looked at the coffin that was getting closer and closer to his head with fear and despair in his eyes. At this moment it was as if he sought his mother, who had been dead for many years, beckoning him forward to come over. Other side. Li Mubai transformed into one wind shadow after another, constantly dodging the attacks coming from the demon snake demon in front of him. "Is that all you can do is hide? Fight me head on if you can." This demon snake demon was somewhat enraged by the teasing, and even opened his mouth to use agitation on Li Mubai. Hearing this, Li Mubai did not say a word, and an 8-point light wheel appeared in his hand, turning into a shadow suddenly came to the front of the demon snake demon. The 8 points of light wheel in his hand was directly used by him as a chainsaw to cut on the opposite side of the demon snake demon's neck to bring up a blood splatter. After fighting for 2 whole hours, The 20 demon snake demons were considered to be completely eliminated. Looking at the 8 people on the field who were all exhausted to the point of being sitting on the ground and panting, Marshal Yilong stroked his chin and still couldn't figure it out. Who did your own son learn melee combat from? And there's that one Tianlu. Is that a summoner and a healer? Nima, how is fighting in melee more aggressive than even he is? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. A few days later in the morning, reinforcements arrived. Yi Feng and the others were considered to have completed their mission and could return to the barracks. It took another 3 days to get back to the barracks. It was only then that Yi Long, who hadn't been present, was willing to show his form and expressed his satisfaction with the 8 people's practical training this time. Han Yi, right. Your kid's potential is not bad. Your ability to lead troops into battle is very strong. If you have ideas in the future you can come to the barracks to find me. I like talents like you. Yi Long patted Han Yi's shoulder in affirmation. Han Yi, who heard this, was so excited that for a while he actually didn't know what to say. After critiquing a few people individually, it was time for Wan Tianlu. In the midst of Wan Tianli's expectant eyes, Yi Long only held back 2 words. Nice. After saying that, he came to Yi Shuiying's front and said, Shuiying, these years are really troublesome for you. Uncle has nothing to give. This high-level magic artifact you take. You still need to help me take care of this douchebag cousin of yours again in the next few years. Aha. Yi Shuiying nodded without any hesitation, and was extremely at peace with the fact that she had put away this high-ranked magical artifact, because she thought she deserved it, and she had really worked her ass off for her oldest brother over the years. This is a defense-type magic artifact bracelet that can be used to protect oneself by injecting magical energy to present an energy shield. Yi Long walked towards the last person, Yi Feng, who was also his son. Brat, this period of time does not see has grown a lot of ability. Not bad, there is the old me I was back then style. Yi Long patted Yi Feng's shoulders with a look of satisfaction and relief. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Looking at Yi Feng with a dangling and extremely beaten appearance, Yi Long forced himself to resist the urge to hit someone and said with a smile, Fenger, this year you have a winter vacation, your mom and I will go back to stay with you. There is something to say, we will talk about it at that time. Hearing this, Yi Feng made up his mind that he must go out and wave during the winter vacation this year. The following has nothing to do with the text. Brothers, can you click in a bit every day when you hoard chapters? The amount of catch-up is important. And also the fact that I basically write and post. I don't have any stock at all, so the amount of updates I get is also an uncertain factor. Winky face. Chapter 84, New Type of Spell Card. The 8 members of the battle team returned to the East Region Magic Academy, and with only about a month left until the end of the semester, life returned to peace. In the dormitory in the morning, everyone except Yi Feng was sleeping. Yi Feng, who was in the middle of a liver game, suddenly received a WeChat message. Opening it up, it was actually sent to him by his senior sister Yun Xie. Looking at the message above, Yi Feng could not help but stare. Here's a link. Magic card play has been expanded and new cards have gone live today. Yi Feng couldn't help but let out a loud curse after reading the new magic card types and expansion rules. It's not a pure copy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cursing him as he dressed. It looked like he had to go on a spending spree today. A lesson for young schoolmates. Yi Feng, sister, did your store put on a new card too? Yun Xie, well, because of the new card on the shelves now the store's business hot degree is simply outrageous. If you come a little late can be a packet cannot be bought. Yi Feng, who saw this news, was at full speed. Those card guys are crazy. It's just after 8 a.m. And if they're robbed out of all the new cards, it's not like it's going to kill him. The door was slammed shut with a bang, and all 3 were awakened at the same time looking at the doorway with confused faces. What just happened? Yi Feng took a taxi plus a subway ride could be considered to have arrived at the magic card store run by Yun Xie's family. After seeing the watery scene in front of the store, Yi Feng was in despair on the spot. Now even a fly can't squeeze in, let alone a person. In despair he sat down in a chair not far away to smoke, and touched his pocket. Didn't bring the fire. That's a real bummer. Just as Yi Feng was about to make a random flame to light a cigarette, a person sat down beside him and handed him a lighter. Yi Feng turned his head and saw an older man around 50 years old looking at himself with a lighter in his hand, smiling. This uncle is very ordinary looking. Not tall, not short, not fat, not thin, and his kind face is full of vicissitudes. Thanks. Yi Feng took the fire engine after lighting the cigarette in his mouth and sucked hard. Handing the lighter back to the older man, he took out a cigarette and smoked it as well. My name is Lu Mingchuan. What's your name, young man? Yi Feng. Uncle, are you here to buy the new magic cards too? Lu Mingchuan nodded, but then revealed a touch of helplessness. The new magic cards are just fantastic and make playing with them even more fascinating. It's just a shame that I'm just coming over now because of some things in the morning and I couldn't squeeze it in by the time I got here. The two sighed at the same time after saying that. What a bummer for the card guys. The new magic cards out of the magic spell cards are a variety of spells that allow demon cards with the same attributes and the same rank to use this magic when in simulated battles. There are even magic cards that can change the terrain. It's simply a pure copy of Yu-Gi-Oh! The guy who designed this thing is a cerebral palsy, sewing monster with not a single thought of his own. Just at this time, Yifeng suddenly thought that Yun Siye, since she was the owner of this store, then is it possible to open a back door for him? Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yun Siye. Sure enough, Yun Siye replied back and told him to go wait at the back door. Uncle, I have a way to go through the back door. Are you going? The eyes of Lu Mingchuan, who heard this, immediately lit up. That's the kind of helpful young man I like you to be. The two of them smiled at each other at the same time. And then they bypassed the crowd swarming in front of them to the back door of the magic card store. The back door opened. Yun Siye looked at Yifeng and said somewhat speechlessly, "Really can't understand you. Obviously like magic cards so much, how come you don't know about the new type of magic cards? Come over to line up in advance?" Many of the other customers came over to line up at 5 in the morning. "Don't mention it. I just got back from the border side. And I haven't had a cell phone before. Not to mention the news of the new card. I haven't even watched the anime." Yifeng shook his head with a helpless sigh at his words. It was only after Yun Siye heard this that she remembered that Yifeng was a freshman and should have just experienced the battle team's practical training. At the same time, Lu Mingchuan looked at Yifeng with some surprise and said, "Yo, young man, didn't expect that you have even been to the eastern frontier. Uncle, I used to fight over there. Speaking of this, Lu Mingchuan also revealed a look of frustration, as if he had thought of some past event. This uncle can't see it. Those who can come out from the Eastern Territory border battlefield are not ordinary people. I respect you." Yun Siye looked at Lu Mingchuan with admiration among her eyes. In the Eastern Domain, warriors who dared to go to the battlefields of the Eastern Domain's borders were worthy of being honored. Ha ha ha, it's all old news. It's in the past. It's all in the past. Lu Mingchuan smiled and scratched his head, then added, "Can you give me a discount for buying a magic card pack later? Same as Yifeng. 20% off for both of you. Oh benefactor." Yifeng and Lu Mingchuan looked at Yun Siye gratefully at the same time, while Yun Siye stood up her chest quite a bit proudly. Sure enough, there's a simple and unassuming way to make a poker guy appreciate it. The duo followed Yun Siye into the back door to the magic card store's warehouse, and then they saw dozens of boxes containing new magic card packs. Being poker players, seeing this scene, they almost spiraled in place. Is this heaven? These magic cards are 5,000 a pack. A bit expensive but normal. After all, that's what magic cards are like. With a 20% discount, I'll sell you a pack of 4,000. This kind of magic card can be used not only during the magic card duel, but also in reality. Only it is a bit chicken. It must be of the same family and of equal rank. And the use of inside magic will also consume the same amount of magical energy. Yun Siye's side had just finished speaking. Yifeng and Lu Mingchuan had already come over holding a box each and were ready to open the package. 50 packs in a box. The duo was so dry. Direct transfer of $200,000. Good man. Worthy of a card guy. He's really brave to spend for magic card money. The young man is quite rich. The second generation of the rich. Right. You're about the same. Uncle. Rich generation. Ha ha ha. How about the two of us compete today to see who opens the better magic card? The loser buys the winner dinner. Lu Mingchuan proposed a bet. And Yifeng, who had heard the words, agreed that it was a dry one. Come on. There were 10 magical cards inside a pack. Yifeng did not use his ability to see through to see the pack, because that would have lost the joy of the card man opening a blind box. Yifeng opened up what was a pack of magic cards in front of him. Good lord. All of them were low-level magic spell cards, and they all had particularly common attributes. By the way, Yifeng schoolmate, I forgot to tell you that this card pack has no guarantee. Yun Siye said to Yifeng with a smile, and Yifeng, who heard this, said, "It's fine. I believe myself to be an O Huang." Yet it was at this time. Ha ha ha. Ice high-level magic ice dragon technique. It's a good start. Lu Mingchuan let out a loud laugh, still holding a high-ranking card in his hand. At the words, Yifeng was first stunned, followed by a look of "I don't believe it." Continue to open the bag. In the second pack, Yifeng opened a middle-ranked magic card. Sonic-class magic spells. Although the rank was only middle-ranked, Sonic-class magic spells were considered to be a relatively rare department within the deck. Chapter 85, The Card Player's Winning Heart. Just when Yifeng thought that his luck was about to come, Lu Mingchuan beside him let out an excited cheer. Another high-level earth magic spell card. Yi Feng sniffed and unpacked faster. However, that's a whole box. A whole box. He then opened 3 high-level magic spell cards, and Lu Mingchuan next to him actually opened a full 10. Naturally, there is no need to say who lost or won. Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves and prepared to buy another box. Don't be hasty, lad. Save some of your card packs for your compatriots behind you. Lu Mingchuan stopped Yi Feng's move to prepare to buy another box. Hearing this, Yi Feng calmed down. This uncle is really a good person with a high moral character. However, the fact is that Lu Mingchuan has no money. Yi Feng buy him again. I'm afraid that he will have to take this year's meal money also have to come out to a company. After all, there's a lot of winning and losing going on among poker players. Once you're on top you can't care about your future living expenses. What do you want to eat? Uncle, it's my treat today. Yi Feng patted his chest with an air of bravado. Lu Mingchuan, who heard this, smiled. Tell you what, how about you buy some groceries and the two of us go to my house for a drink? Could be. The two of them left the magic card store together in a group, leaving only Yun Siye inside the warehouse to clean up the trash left by the two of them on the floor. Ugh, what a lack of quality. I didn't know to leave someone to help me clean up with them, and I gave them a 20% discount. Yun Siye was a bit angry, thinking that she must ruthlessly pit Yi Feng sometime in the future. In an ordinary flat that could not be ordinary anymore. It was already noon after Yi Feng finished buying vegetables. Sitting in Lu Mingchuan's house, he couldn't help but subconsciously scan his house. Clean, neat, and austere, with no items other than the fridge table and other things that should normally be there. What do you usually do for a living? Uncle? Me? I came down from the war when I was in my 20s and was given a lot of retirement money. Then I started learning computer programming and stuff, and I'll tell you on the sly, I'm partly involved in the design of the projections for the magic cards now. Lu Mingchuan was very proud when he said this. Yi Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the word worship was written all over the other party's eyes. The two chatted as they drank. Uncle, I can't believe you're 55 years old this year? Where's your wife and child? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. He only thought that the older uncle should be around 40 years old, but he didn't expect that he would be 55 years old now. Lu Mingchuan sniffed and took a sip of wine and said, I'm not married, so naturally I don't have any children. I've been living alone since my mother passed away 20 years ago. Aren't you lonely on your own? Jussie? Lonely? I don't feel lonely. Finished. Lu Mingchuan looked out the window to the blue sky, smiled and said, this world is really beautiful. Even if people face disaster can also find fun. Usually talk to the same poker players. Exchange ideas. Boredom. If you go out to take a walk, there are mountains and water. Tired of looking at the scenery can also go to the cat cafe, dog cafe, this kind of place to tease the pets. A world that allows pets to feel happy, and how I will feel lonely. Lu Mingchuan picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The world was really beautiful and he really liked it here. Yi Feng sniffed and also looked out the window. Yeah, the world really is a beautiful place. It's more humane than that world of the Xiuxian world where people are at war with each other. The two drank from noon to dusk. The two of them under the setting sun as forgetful friends. Lu Mingchuan told what he had seen and heard over the years and some interesting things. The duo had a nice chat. When he was about to leave, Lu Mingchuan called out to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, this magic card is for you. Lu Mingchuan handed Yi Feng a high-level sound wave-type magic spell card. I see that you were happy to draw a mid-rank Sonic card, but were a bit disappointed. So I guess you should have a high-rank Demon Beast magic card that is capable of using Sonic magic. Well, thanks uncle. Yi Feng revealed a smile and did not refuse. Take out the card book and place the magic cards in it. Uncle, we'll talk again sometime. I'm going back to school. Go back. Yi Feng left, while Lu Mingchuan was sitting on a chair looking at the sunset outside the window in deep thought. The sun was slowly setting, and it had been half an hour since Yi Feng left. As the sun set and darkness fell, Lu Mingchuan got up and prepared to clear the table and go to bed. Yo, I didn't expect our demon clan's first warrior to be living such a leisurely life nowadays. You don't really think you're a human, do you? A woman's voice suddenly rang through the house. Lu Mingchuan was stunned when he heard the voice. And then he saw a flirtatious woman with an extremely hot and sexy body appear in front of him. Fox Spirit Demon King. Lu Mingchuan's body trembled after seeing the woman. His footsteps slightly retreated, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief when he looked at the other party. The Ghost Wing Demon King was killed not long ago when you came here. It looks like Lord Demon Emperor is going to invade this planet in a big way. Lu Mingchuan's eyes gradually became a bit desperate. As a demon he understood too well what exactly this represented. Is the mind of the Demon Emperor Lord not something you can guess? Yu Chuan, As the strongest of the heavenly demon tiger clan, the #1 demon general under the demon king, you are obsessed with the human world. Don't you think it's a bit too ridiculous? The fox spirit demon king's eyes turned cold. An aura belonging to a demon king emanated from her body, and the terrifying pressure caused Lu Mingchuan to actually gasp for breath for a moment. I know I'm a disgrace to the demon race, so kill me. Lu Mingchuan did not have the slightest intention to resist. He had escaped all these years after all. Kill you? No, no, no. I'm going to give you the chance to make it right. The fox spirit demon king revealed an evil smile as he walked up to Lu Mingchuan and spoke. Tomorrow, I want you to destroy the capital of hope and fill the people here with panic so that I can better allow my men to take advantage of the opportunity to take control of this place. Then step by step, I'll be able to nibble away at the eastern region, Huaxia, and finally the blue planet, allowing the humans here to die of self-inflicted deaths, worthy of being the fox spirit demon king. Thinking of always the sinister set, I'm not going to destroy this place. I'd better thank you with my death. After Lu Mingchuan finished speaking, his palms condensed magic energy and was ready to end it on his own. However, his movement was stopped by the fox spirit demon king reaching out. If I remember correctly, the heavenly demon tiger race seems to be few in number now, right? You don't think you want this race to completely disappear in the demon realm, do you? You. Hearing this, Lu Mingchuan gritted his teeth and looked at the fox spirit demon king with anger in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. Do your thing. Don't forget, you're a demon. Even with a human skin, you're still just a demon. The fox spirit demon king sneered and disappeared, leaving Lu Mingchuan standing in the middle of the room without any light, his eyes a little lost in thought. Chapter 86, Former Soldiers. Returning to the dormitory, Yi Feng smelled of alcohol, so the other 3 people in the dormitory began to speculate whether Yi Feng went out to drink with which little sister. Has Feng gotten the hang of it? Li Mubai looked at Yi Feng with disbelief among his eyes, while Han Yi, who heard the words, shook his head and said, if he can go out and get drunk with his sister, I'll directly cut off his head and give it to you as a night pot. Wan Tianlan nodded his head in agreement with Han Yi's thoughts. The 3 of them simultaneously locked their gazes on Yi Feng once again, and what responded to them was a middle finger. Early the next morning, Yi Feng received a call. This is an unfamiliar number. After connecting to find that it is actually the uncle Lu Mingchuan who drank with himself yesterday. What do you want from me, uncle? Got a minute today? It's a bit boring walking around the city by myself. Interested in slipping outside with me to pass the time? Lu Mingchuan's voice from the phone inside out. Although the tone in yesterday is still the same, but Yi Feng heard some heavy from it. Looks like it should be the uncle encountered something, mood is not too good. Need to go to the heart. Among the choices of gaming and animation and accompanying his uncle, he chose the latter at the drop of a hat. Uncle, you meet me at the entrance of the school, East Region Magic Academy. I'll go out after I wash up. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng washed and dressed and left the dormitory. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, the 3 of them sat up at the same time. What did they see? Yi Feng actually went out? Out so early? And it still seems to have gone out after taking a call. Although they woke up after Yi Feng opened the door and didn't know exactly who called him just now. But from this situation it is likely to be his sister. Could it really be the Iron Tree? The 3 of them were sort of not sleepy at all this time, and began to discuss this topic frantically inside the dormitory. Outside the gates of the Eastern Region Magical Law Academy, Lu Mingchuan sat on the chair, looking at the gradually rising sun. Mood is very complicated. What's wrong with uncle? Look how you're moping. Yi Feng sat beside Lu Mingchuan somewhat puzzled and asked. It's nothing. It's just something that came up. Something I've been avoiding for many years that I now have to face. Lu Mingchuan revealed a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would finally usher in this day. Gee, in life, we do what we want. We live for ourselves, not for someone else or something else. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, his thoughts somewhat returning to some of the things he had experienced in his last life when he was in the immortal cultivation world. Yeah, you're right. Following your heart is the best thing to do. Lu Mingchuan took out a cigarette and lit it, and handed the lighter to Yi Feng. The burning kindling passed from his hand to Yi Feng's hand, and the flames ignited. Yi Feng took a hard drag on the cigarette in his mouth. 2 men sitting in chairs in the early morning sun, smoking cigarettes and talking. After a cigarette, the 2 men began to wander around the capital of hope. Take the subway, go to the park. On the park bench, Lu Mingchuan smiled as he looked at the vibrant plants in front of him. I come here often. The flowers are beautiful. The trees are tall. If only I had that in my hometown. Lu Mingchuan let out a sigh of relief, while Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. Uncle, don't you have these plants in your old neighborhood? Well, without further ado, I'm going to take you to a cat cafe I frequent that has cats and dogs and lets people jerk off all they want. Lu Mingchuan smiled and got up, leading Yifeng out of the park. I don't know why. Yifeng always felt especially relaxed when he followed Lu Mingchuan, and his lifestyle was not the same as the uneventful life he had dreamed of in his last life. Cat curry. Yifeng stroked to Garfield, looking at Garfield's fierce cat face that seemed to look at anyone with some bitterness and hatred. He couldn't help but smile. It really looks like honey. Ha! Where's the brown sugar? Lu Mingchuan searched for half a day but did not find the cat he used to pet. A little puzzled, the female clerk sniffed with a hint of helplessness on her face and said, "Black sugar ran out last night while we weren't paying attention and fought with the feral cats outside. And after we pulled it away it was depressed for the rest of the night. And in the morning it looked like it was already a bit out of it." Black sugar is a stray cat picked up by Cat Curry, who was born to be aggressive, and was found by Cat Curry after a fight with other wild cats, and has kept it until now after it was rescued. Lu Mingchuan's usual favorite is this cat. So, that's a shame. Lu Mingchuan revealed a bitter smile. After spending an hour at the cat cafe he took Yifeng to eat, eating at an extremely ordinary small noodle shop. According to him, it's a store he's been frequenting for over 20 years. The afternoon flew by. While the sun was setting, Lu Mingchuan brought Yifeng to the outskirts of the capital of Hope on top of a barren land. Lu Mingchuan sat on the ground and looked at the sunset. His eyes were full of love and reluctance. Yifeng finally could not help but open his mouth. "Uncle, what the hell is going on? Why do I always feel how you are acting today so much like a last trip before one dies, right?" Lu Mingchuan suddenly looked at Yifeng and said what he hesitantly dared not say. Yifeng froze at his words. Could he really have guessed right? Not to hide it from you. In fact, my real name is Yu Chuan. My race is the Sky Demon Tiger. Has been a militant race. Commonly will be the otherworldly demon race in your mouth as a category. Lu Mingchuan did not look at Yifeng, still looking at the sunset. Yifeng was stunned at his words. He usually hid his strength, so he didn't even realize that Lu Mingchuan wasn't even a person, but a demon. We Sky Demon Tigers are a rather special race that can learn all demonic magic, just like me. The reason why I can transform into a human is because I learned the Fox Spirit Demon Clan's illusion magic. Lu Mingchuan took out a cigarette and lit it for himself before handing the lighter to Yifeng. It was a black lighter, one of those traditional kerosene lighters that made a crisp opening sound every time you flipped the cap. Yifeng lit the cigarette in his mouth and wanted to return the lighter to Lu Mingchuan, but the other party refused. "You can have this fire engine, and my deck." Lu Mingchuan took out the magic card deck that he had carefully placed inside the plastic box inside his satchel and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng received the magic card deck with a heavy expression. At this moment he seemed to understand something. "I used to be a warrior, the strongest demon general of the demon race, the strongest warrior under the demon king, and I feel proud of the glorious years I had, and I feel even more ashamed of the actions I had taken, for I had killed many people." Lu Mingchuan looked at the setting sun and took a deep breath of smoke, and after exhaling it, he continued, "Although I felt ashamed of my previous behavior, I thought that it was not wrong because I was a demon and I had to fight for the sake of the demon race until that day when the glory belonging to my warrior was broken." Chapter 87, Fighting in the Sunset. 30 years ago, one of the worst battles in China, at the eastern region's border, an otherworldly demon race whose strength had reached the 19th star of the super rank appeared in the Wind and Snow Mountain range. This is the invincible presence of mankind. In that battle, I could wipe out all the humans on the field with a wave of my hand. I had thought that there would be no existence in this world that could defeat me. However, I was wrong. There are more than just humans in Blue Star. There are stronger existences. It was a strong man, a god in your Chinese mouth. I didn't know who that man was before, until later I realized that his name was Yang Jian, what you call Erlangshan. I lost, but I escaped by demonic magic and changed into a human who died in the middle of a battle with our demon race. His name was Lu Mingchuan. I read his memories and have lived among humans as him ever since. The mask was worn for so long that I gradually forgot who I had been until last night. After Lu Mingchuan finished looking at Yifeng, he suddenly stood up and walked a few steps before suddenly turning around to face Yifeng. "Yesterday when you took out the card book I felt the aura of the Ghost Wing Demon King. It seems that you should be the same god that killed the Ghost Wing Demon King. As a warrior of the demon race I have no choice. Yifeng, take out your strength and fight through this sunset battle to stop me from destroying this city that I love." Under the setting sun, Lu Mingchuan's human appearance disappeared, and in its place was a tiger-headed man with a body full of blood-black lines of the heavenly demon tiger. Phew! the wind whistles through the green grass of the wasteland. The heavenly demon tiger's body suddenly grew larger, turning into a massive monster that was a full 50 meters tall. Ow! A whistling sound resounded throughout the entire Hope capital, and all of the super-ranked powerhouses all had their hearts and minds trembling. It's the demons! It's an otherworldly demon race, and a very powerful otherworldly demon race, within the capital of Hope. Seeing the heavenly demon tiger with such a great voice, the fox spirit demon king revealed a satisfied smile. That's right, this was all done by Lu Mingchuan to show the fox spirit demon king, for the sake of just so she wouldn't give her race a hard time. Uncle, I understand. Yi Feng looked up at Lu Mingchuan, who had transformed back into his original body, and already knew what he should do. Dharma heaven and earth. Yi Feng stomped his foot, his mask appeared on his face, and his black trenchcoat floated on his body. Under the setting sun, two huge bodies of a man and a demon stood opposite each other. All the powerful people in the capital of Hope were all paying attention to this battle at this moment. Inside the Troop Supreme Command Camp in the capital of Hope, looking at this heavenly demon tiger that should have disappeared 30 years ago now reappearing, everyone's expressions were extremely heavy. Wasn't he wiped out by the gods? Why would he appear in the capital of Hope today? 30 years later, one of the officers who had been in that battle looked desperate. With the current capital of Hope, it was impossible to defeat this nightmare-level demonic beast. However, they soon rekindled their hope, because the one fighting against that heavenly demon tiger was actually that mysterious powerhouse from Ping City, an existence that was set up as a god inside the highest archives of China. Under the setting sun, the sky demon tiger let out a whine as its huge body rushed towards Yifeng, its sharp claws waving out. Bang! Yifeng reached out and blocked the tiger's claw with his arm, then grabbed his arm and his power erupted to directly flip the heavenly demon tiger to the ground. Boom! The ground shook for a while. Phew! The hot flames suddenly burned on the heavenly demon tiger, and Yifeng quickly flew away. He was now suppressing his strength to the same level as Lu Mingchuan, and since he wanted to have a painful fight and had picked such a deserted place, then he himself will accompany him in a good fight. Ow! The heavenly demon tiger stood up with a carp and stabilized his body. A line of fire whistled out from his mouth towards Yifeng and rapidly approached. Yifeng, on the other hand, had his hands spread out. The flames were pinched into fireballs that he used to fight Tai Chi to fight back. Boom! Lu Mingchuan stomped the ground with one foot and a wall of earth appeared to block this fireball. The next moment the earth wall suddenly shot out many earth spikes at a high speed towards Yifeng. Just as Yifeng was about to use his spells to resist, vines suddenly grew under his feet to wrap his feet in a death grip. Phew! Flames rose to the sky, the wooden vines were burned out, and the earth spikes were turned into lava. Yifeng rose up in the air, his body wrapped in hot flames. Ha ha ha! Lu Mingchuan let out a loud laugh at sunset. As expected, I am a born warrior. Facing such a situation I do not feel afraid but even feel very excited. Yifeng's right hand condensed a flaming long sword, and the rushing flames quickly condensed into the long sword. The sky demon tiger, on the other hand, had its entire body's magical energy condensed on top of its claws. Boom! The fire sword in Yifeng's hand suddenly whistled out after he finished storing up his strength. The heavenly demon tiger, on the other hand, was waving both of its claws, and its blood-colored clawed awns came to meet its face as if it was a flooding beast. This was the heavenly demon tiger's innate demonic technique, the heavenly tiger demon claw, which could converge magical energy into a special power that restrained almost all elemental forces. The claw light and the fire sword clashed in the air. Boom! The clawed light was suddenly dispersed. Lu Mingchuan looked at the fire sword that was getting closer and closer to him and didn't resist, but opened his arms to meet the end that he should have accepted 30 years ago. The way being a warrior should end. Under the setting sun, Lu Mingchuan's body was penetrated by the fire sword and fell heavily to the ground. All the humans in the capital of Hope who saw this began to cheer. The fox spirit demon king's face was very slightly unsightly. She didn't expect that the existence that had killed the ghost winged demon king before was actually inside the capital of Hope. Yu Chuan's death was not a loss. After all, it gave her such an important piece of information. The powerful man who killed the ghost winged demon king is in the capital of Hope. Two massive bodies disappeared. Although Yifeng had won the battle, he wasn't the least bit happy. On the grass at sunset, Lu Mingchuan, who had retransformed into a human body, lay quietly on the ground. I can't get enough of blue star sunsets. Lu Mingchuan let out an exclamation while Yifeng sat down next to him without saying a word. Taking out a cigarette and holding it in his mouth, the crisp flip of the lighter sounded. Yifeng, take away my power. You can turn ghost winged demon king's power into a magic card. I think I can too. I hope to see my deck on the tournament field with the highest number of magic cards dueling someday. Fulfill this wish for me. After saying that, Lu Mingchuan closed his eyes, died in his favorite sunset. Yifeng drew a breath as the blank magic card in his hand sucked the power out of Lu Mingchuan's body. However, he did not change back into the appearance of the heavenly demon tiger. I'm just a geek. I don't have the free time to fulfill your dreams. I'll take the lighter as payment. Your dreams should be fulfilled by yourself, as a human. Yifeng stood up and left alone in the sunset. The sun sets and darkness falls. At the moment the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning, Lu Mingchuan awoke and sat up. Looking at the deck box beside him he was a little frustrated. Yesterday's sun sets, today's sunrise rises. The warrior who was once a demon had fallen, and today was a new beginning for him as a human. As Lu Mingchuan, he was now an ordinary person who no longer had his demonic powers. I seem to like the sunrise more than the sunset now. Lu Mingchuan gave a valiant smile and picked up the deck box on the ground and left the meadow that had brought him back to life. Where was the cat curry? The black cat named Black Sugar climbed out from inside the litter and stretched. The clerk's face was excited. She didn't expect Black Sugar to pull through. She was worried about her last night. In the dormitory, Yifeng looked at the lighter in his hand and revealed a smile. Chapter 88, Final Exam. End of semester. Inside dormitory 324. Yifeng and the four of them looked at Wang Wenba with a face full of confusion, while Wang Wenba looked at the four douchebags in front of him with a face full of helplessness. Today he was coming over to inform these four guys that their battle team review had passed, and because the 8 of them were in a special situation, they were directly internalized by the school this year. 4 teams were reselected to compete for the final spot. The 4 who had planned to let loose on the playing field were that disappointed. After saying that he wanted to leave, but he realized that these 4 people did not have the slightest bit of nervousness before the final exam, so he casually asked, "Are you guys so confident about tomorrow's elective course final exam?" In previous years, there were quite a few students who felt headache about the school's final written exam. At this statement, the 4 were confused. How come there's a final written exam at the University of Magic? Looking at the expressions of the 4, Wang Wenba knew that these 4 idiots were simply unaware of this matter. I know you all aren't afraid of flunking, but that's your major class, and the final exam bout is an open class. You guys didn't take the class you took at the beginning of the school year and not go to it once, did you? The 4 men nodded at the same time at this statement. Wang Wenba, people are stupid. Nima, this is a college student? How even elective courses do not go on. The electives in the first semester of freshman year were delayed due to many things resulting in short classes, so as long as you pass the final exam you won't fail, so hurry up and learn. Don't wait for me to chase you down to make up for the exams when the time comes. Wang Wenba left after he finished speaking, leaving only the 4 of them to start discussing what classes they were taking at the beginning of the school year. Asterisk. Do you guys remember what classes we took? Han Yi's face is full of urgency. It is obvious that he is completely nothing to remember. Wan Tianla sniffed and spoke hurriedly. What I took seems to be modern medical theory. Would you? Li Mubai hurriedly inquired. Don't you dare let me dispense your medicine. Got it. Li Mubai thought for a moment before adding. It seems like I took a magic theory class, which was supposed to enhance my 1,000 faces art ability. Han Yi also remembered his elective at this time. My elective is Chinese martial arts. The 3 of them looked at Yifeng at the same time. Seeing the 3 of them looking at themselves, Yifeng's face showed despair. I took Blue Star History. Not to mention Blue Star History. I don't even know particularly much about the history of China right now. The 4 of them sighed helplessly at the same time. Why don't the 4 of us just take a step and see what happens? Maybe we can just blindly pass it? Li Mubai's proposal was approved by the crowd. Inside the house, a portrait of Confucius is offered. They ultimately chose the latter between doing the questions and doing the practices. Day 2. The 4 of them walked into the middle of the examination room with confidence. Yifeng opened the test paper after sitting down. The first question is worth 50 points at a glance. Steady. At a glance. Name 10 gods from each civilization. Kanama. Open the pendulum. Yifeng leaned on top of the chair. He was already thinking about how he should make up for the exam next year. Han Yi on the other side. 1. Name each of the 18 Shaolin Temple poems. A. 1 poem. 2 poems. 3 poems. 18 poems. Li Mubai's test paper is even more anticlimactic. 1. May I ask what chemical reaction would occur if a flame magic collided with an ice magic at a speed of 10 meters per second? A. Water vapor. Vantanil's test papers. 1. What should a person do if they lose too much blood and go into a state of false death? A. Give me a call. Look for me to buy urns and caskets 20% discount. with free help to see the feng shui to choose a gravesite. Unsurprisingly, the 3 people other than Yifeng collectively failed the course. Why didn't you hang up? Hani said that he could not accept it. This is like a brother who swings with you every day. Said that together we will take an ordinary university, but the result is that this guy TM college entrance exam directly took 700 points. Maybe I'm just gifted. Yifeng was a bit vain. The truth is that he used his divine sense to look at the answers written by everyone on the field during the exam and finally copied them out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3 gave him a middle finger at the same time. Winter break came shortly after finals. The 4 women of the battle team had all gone home first, while Yifeng and the 4 of them chose to stay in the capital of hope. Anyway, there was still a month before the new year, and they planned to take on missions like crazy this month to hone their practical combat abilities. At night, there is a darkness beneath the bustling surface of the city of hope. A car pulls up at a construction site in the countryside. 2 people step down from it. It was 2 people, a man and a woman. The female walking in front was no other than the Fox Spirit Demon King. Sure this is the place? The Fox Spirit Demon King glanced at the henchman beside him, and the man nodded his head gently. That's right, as per your request. I went through a large amount of information to determine that this is the place. Well then, let this capital of hope be plunged into endless panic and chaos. The Fox Spirit Demon King raised his hand and magical energy was unleashed. Phew! The cold wind blew bringing up a cool breeze. The workers who stood vigil and worked at the site were all reduced to white bones, but then quickly grew flesh and blood again. 100 meters below the site, countless demonic beast corpses crawled out of the soil. The moment they touched the air, flesh and blood grew on them to become human. The Fox Spirit Demon King was in a good mood as he watched the scene in front of him. The Fox Spirit Demon King's original demonic spell, Demon Creator, can imbue anything with magical energy and grant it life. But again, if the quality of the base stuff is not high, it is very difficult to create high-level beings. And this kind of created demon has a big flaw. They are prone to self-awareness and don't even listen to their masters. And they must devour flesh and blood to maintain their lives and become stronger. So the Fox Spirit Demon Clan basically rarely uses this kind of demonic method in the demon realm. However, in the ordinary realm, they can create large-scale chaos through this demonic method, and take advantage of the chaos to step by step allow the clansmen hidden in the realm to take control of the power, so as to better allow the entire realm to fall into a state of mutual internal chaos and depletion of the living beings. They call the creature a demon corpse. Looking at these demon corpses that kept crawling out from inside the earth, the Fox Spirit Demon King revealed a playful smile. She'd like to see what this capital of hope would become when the underlying humans were in panic and fear. Capital of hope? The capital of despair, I guess. The Fox Spirit Demon King got into his car and left the area with his men. A human corpse crawls out of the dirt and grows flesh and blood on its body into a beautiful, wonderful girl with long hair. The thousands of surrounding demonic corpses that were originally somewhat chaotic all stopped moving at this time, simultaneously turning around and kneeling down towards the long-haired girl. High-ranking 8 stars, Corpse King. All low-ranked demon corpses leave this place and go devour human flesh and blood to enhance your strength, making this place our slaughter paradise. Yes, thousands of low-ranked demon corpses dispersed in a flurry, while the remaining middle-ranked demon corpses still had a full 100 left. Chapter 89, Bait Wan Tianlu. 3 nights later. Recently a large number of dried corpses drained of blood have appeared in the capital of hope. The cause of death is unknown, and almost all of the deaths have been of ordinary people. The dead are basically walking at night from work at night and still take the path of the commuters, and are the day before the good. The next day was found to have become a dry body, the body inside no blood. It was as if a vampire inside the Western Kingdom had appeared in the capital of hope in China. The Demon Hunting Association suspected that there were otherworldly demons haunting the area, so they sent a large number of middle-ranked demon hunting teams to investigate, including Maple Leaf's 4-member squad. It was also the name of the demon hunting team of the 4 Yifengs. Silence and darkness of the remote path. A young man walking in the street. Dirt clothes plus simple hair and appearance. And the nearby factory inside the working boy temperament cannot be said to be like, can only be said to be exactly the same. Ugh, why do I have to be the bait? Wan Tianlu was a bit helpless. Just now, the 4 of them discussed how they should find the otherworldly demon race hiding under the night in the capital of hope. And in the end, the 4 of them unanimously agreed that one of them should pretend to be one of those off-duty night-walking laborers as a decoy. After all, that's the kind of person who's been having the most trouble lately. Originally, Wan Tianlu thought that this task should be given to Li Mubai, who was good at disguise. But who knew that Li Mubai said that he didn't have that kind of suitable shabby clothes. They were all brand-name clothing. In the end, the poor man became the bait for this pretense. 100 meters ahead there was a corner. And right now behind that corner, a sexy woman in revealing attire was licking her bright red lips waiting for a chance encounter with her prey. Soon, Wan Tianla's figure appeared in front of her. Since Wan Tianlu was a bit distracted, plus the sudden appearance of the woman, he directly felt a wave of what it meant to be a cleanser. What are you going to do, little brother? The woman smiled and reached out to hook Wan Tianli's chin. Her movements as flirtatious as they could be. Wan Tianlu, who heard the words, quickly retreated without the slightest hesitation. Back home. This sister, what do you want with me? Looking at Wan Tianlu, who looked very nervous in front of him, the woman smiled even more charmingly and said, of course it's to find little brother you to do something interesting. This is not the place to talk. Let's change a place to talk. Aha! A realization dawned in Wan Tianli's mind. Little thing, let me quote out of it. I really didn't expect the current otherworldly demon race to be so outrageous that they could all transform into human form. Wan Tianlu looked around and realized that Ji Feng's 3 people had no intention of coming out. It was obvious, they were letting themselves follow over and directly find the other party's lair, and then directly end the nest. Thinking of this, Wan Tianlu began his performance. Yeah. With a silly grin on his face, Wan Tianlu followed the woman. The woman wiggled her ass and was in a good mood. I didn't expect to run into a stupid kid here, and by the looks of it, a fledgling. 5 minutes later. Damn, I can finally get this dog. Hani gasped and tied up a demon corpse that had already taken its original form as if it was a zombie from the TV and threw it on the ground. Beside him stood Li Mubai and Yi Feng. Wait, aren't we forgetting something? Li Mubai suddenly realized that something was wrong after he took a breath. How come there were only 3 of them? It was only at this time that they suddenly remembered how they had forgotten about Tianlu. Just now, after letting Wan Tianlu go to be the bait, they suddenly noticed a sneaky man watching them. Hani wanted to go to catch, but the other party suddenly began to escape. They stupid, this person is obviously a problem, cannot go after. So the 3 of them were at full speed, but they couldn't help that the enemy was too familiar with the nearby terrain to go round and round with them, and in the end, it took them 5 minutes to catch them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Tianlu was led by a beautiful woman down to the middle of a nearby hotel with a lot of lights. This hotel can be deep, opening in the middle of nowhere but with a basement level. Come to the 3rd basement level, which is filled with a variety of single rooms. Yo, you this time how to find us so young at first glance as a chick kid, that will not be wanting to old cattle eat young grass it. A tattooed bald pugilist said with a smile after seeing the woman walk in with Wan Tianlu. The woman who heard this revealed a professional smile and said, Brother Tiger, you can really joke around. I won't talk to you anymore. I should go and get busy with my business. The woman brought Wan Tianla to a spare room, and Wan Tianlu made a note of the name. Tiger, this guy must be the leader of this otherworldly demon. It looks like he's discovered a demon nest. Let's have some fun, little brother, the woman said as she began to show off her ferocious weapon. Wan Tianla forcefully stabilized his mind. Himself, it's the kind of man who was casually tempted. One must not act rashly now, or their ambush would be a lost cause. Outside the hotel, Yi Feng's trio was still on their way to find Wan Tianlu. Where the hell did this kid run off to? The woman looked at Wan Tianlu with a shy look and smiled even more happily. Not only could she make money today, but she could also take down a chick. It feels wonderful just to think about it. The woman approached Wan Tian while undressing. Don't you come any closer. Don't come over. Don't come over. Wan Tianlu was frantically backing up on the bed. Who knew that this woman was going straight to the bed and was coming up to try to strip his pants? I can't help it. Nima, if you can't help it, don't. Let me help you. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she saw that Wan Tianli's fist had already struck at her face. Bang! The door to the room was knocked off and the woman fell to the floor covered in blood. Tiger, who was smoking a cigarette, couldn't help but stare at the sight. Tiger, that kid hits women. The woman's voice is very desolate. Heard this statement of the Tiger brother directly through the hands of cigarettes, loudly shouted, Nima, dare to make trouble in my field. The Tiger demon bloodline in his body was unleashed. Tiger's body muscles swelled, his eyes were filled with blood, and there were even Tiger demon hairs appearing on his body. He turned out to be a demon. Entering his demonized state, Tiger rushed into the room, making trouble in front of him, a middle-ranked 3-star demon god temple demon. This brat was really looking for death. However, after rushing into the room, Tiger saw Wan Tianlu holding a black coffin in his hand, raising it above his head and smashing it towards his head. Sure enough, it's the demon race. His grandmother. You otherworldly demons even tried to take away my purity. Yuck. The coffin in Wan Tianli's hand madly smashed on Tiger's body. For a time blood splattered everywhere, screaming continuously. The situation was that miserable. Seeing this, the women on the third floor of the hotel all let out screams and started to run towards the elevator entrance, while the fighters here all rushed towards Wan Tianlu at this moment. A dozen of them, among which 3 middle-ranked wizards, also entered into the state of demonization. Outside, Yifeng confirmed Wan Tianli's location through divine sense search and brought the other 2 into the middle of the hotel as well. Chapter 90, Smashing. Ego? There are so many demons. A summoning spell formation appeared behind Wan Tianlu, and 2 alabaster spiders led the charge. Then there was a sky full of parasites whistling out. The crowd that was still raging a moment ago first froze when they saw the situation, and then they just turned around and ran without any hesitation. Just at that exact moment, the elevator arrived and everyone swarmed to the door waiting for it to open. There was a constant scream from the back, the parasites crawling into the mouth and inside the ears and nostrils. That kind of pain was naturally imaginable. They now sort of realized that compared to their demon god temple, this one was the one who was more like an evil to the extreme existence. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and before the crowd could rush into the elevator they saw that a metal baseball bat was already whistling. Surprisingly, there are so many demons. Ha ha ha, we can have a good fight today. Hani sent a man in front of him flying with a baseball bat, then kicked a man in front of him who was about to rush in. All must die for the master. Hani was like a flood beast. Not to mention these thugs. When he fights, he doesn't even spare the women. It was a time of continuous screams and wailing. In just 5 minutes, all but 4 of the people at the scene were on the ground with bruises and swollen noses. Say, does your demon god temple have any other demon people besides you? Hani picked up a man's head and shouted. No, no more. Although this hotel is owned by our demon god temple, we only do this kind of business down below. The top is still a proper hotel business. The man didn't dare hesitate to tell all he knew. There was no way around it. He was really scared now. Meanwhile, the hotel lobby. What? Surprisingly, someone came over to smash my venue. All the demons gather with me and I'll go down to teach the guy who smashed the venue some lessons. Ouyang Shui was furious after hearing what happened in the 3rd underground floor. She had just become the owner of this hotel not long ago and was worried about not having a chance to establish her authority. But she didn't expect that now there would be a provocateur who would personally come to her door to give her a beating. At once, 24 middle-ranked mages stood behind Ouyang Shui and took the stairs directly to the 3rd basement level. Just as they opened the stairway door, they saw a floor full of parasites crawling out of their companions' bodies back into the summoning array. The ground was covered with blood and screaming companions, some of whom were even beaten so badly that they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. The 4 people who were interrogating at the scene simultaneously turned their heads to look at the group of people who suddenly appeared. Han Yi, who was holding a blood-stained baseball bat, immediately locked his eyes on Ouyang Shui, who was in the middle of the crowd. Ouyang Shui was so frightened that her legs went limp and she directly sat down on the ground. Why did he run into these 4 demons again? What the hell is this for? Asterisk. Even the students of our Eastern Region Magic Academy U Demon God Hall dares to force them into prostitution. It's simply heavenly. Hani was furious. He thought that Ouyang Shui was captured by these people to be a koan. After seeing himself because he was too excited and thought that he was finally saved, that's why he fell to the ground in excitement. After all, back then when he was trapped on the battlefield and in desperation saw his comrades suddenly kill back to save him, he reacted pretty much the same way back then. The crowd froze at the words and simultaneously looked at Ouyang Shui, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground with her body constantly trembling. That guy knows their boss? Before the crowd could react to what the hell was going on, Hani had already swung his baseball bat and rushed over. Don't be afraid, Mr. Ouyang Shui. We'll save you from this sinful place right here. Hani struck a stick directly on the head of one of the demons. This demon's body spun then fell heavily to the ground. It's good to be young and fall asleep. Wan Tianlu also rushed over at this time holding up his large coffin. Because the duo blocked the stairway so that Yifeng and Li Mubai could not intervene at all, they could only choose to watch the show from the back. Looking at Han Yi who was getting closer and closer to her, Ouyang Shui's mind completely collapsed. Don't you come over here. What? Is there an ambush nearby? Good. Worthy of being the demon god temple. The ambush was so deep I didn't even realize it. Han Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that there was actually an ambush here. He hadn't even found it. And up to now, even if he was reminded by Ouyang Shui, he hadn't found it. It must be hidden very deeply. Thankfully there was a reminder from Ouyang Shui. Classmate is fine. We'll definitely get you out. Tengoku. Understood. Wan Tianla directly erected the coffin on the ground after sending a person flying. Before Ouyang Shui could react, she was directly grabbed by Han Yi and thrown inside the coffin. Bang! The coffin was covered and wrapped in chains. Let me out! Let me out! Ouyang Shui banged on the lid of the coffin, making a hoarse cry. Don't worry, classmate. You don't have to worry about getting us involved. Helping others is a good virtue for us. After Han Yi finished speaking, he kicked another demon who rushed over to try to save their boss. Seeing that the boss was captured, these demons went crazy, swarming to the coffin to try to save the trapped Ouyang Shui. The appearance and behavior that is called a loyal ah. You bunch of would actually be so obsessed with a little girl, wanting to make her fall into the abyss of pain. A bunch of ah. Han Yi swung the metal baseball bat in his hand. Blood continued to splash in the stairwell. Listening to the screams of his men outside, Ouyang Shui collapsed. Don't fight! Don't fight! You guys let me out and get the hell out of here. Okay, I beg you. I, Han Yi, am not the kind of person to see death and save a person. Even if there are more enemies in front of me, I will still take you. Classmate, away from this place. Han Yi directly turned on the secret method. His body's strength skyrocketed, and the baseball bat in his hand kept swinging. Bang! 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 The screams continued. Hearing the screams of his men, Ouyang Shui inside the coffin directly burst into tears. The crying was so loud. Han Yi fought even harder after hearing the cries. It looks like he has moved Ouyang Shui badly. There is no way. Who let him be such a righteous person? Wan Tianli, you guys go first, I'll take the rear. Yes. Wan Tianli ran with the coffin on his back, and the other two weren't slow either. Listening to the increasingly distant screams, Ouyang Shui directly cried herself out. Demons! That's 4 demons! 10 minutes later, Han Yi walked out of the hotel door covered in blood, while Yifeng's trio was standing at the door waiting for him. At this time, Ouyang Shui is lying inside the coffin. That is called a peaceful. After crying out has not woken up so far. I really didn't expect that this time. Looking for the otherworldly demon race would actually lead to the discovery of the demon god temple's lair. We're kind of mindlessly making a success of this. Li Mubai couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and the other 3 couldn't help but nod their heads at the words, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what was said. Suddenly, at this time, Yifeng thought of something and said, Say, where did we throw that creature we found just now that looked like a zombie? Chapter 91, Demon Corpse. The two of them sniffed and froze at the same time. It seemed like they had just thrown it inside a trash can. Right? Tianla, find a way to wake up Ouyang Shui. Then we'll go continue the mission. Li Mubai gave an order to Wan Tianlu, who directly blurted out a sentence. Okay. After saying that, he activated the rune magic on top of the coffin intending to wake up Ouyang Shui. Sobriety. Soon Ouyang Shui opened her eyes and awoke from her coma. After seeing the 4 men who were looking at her intently, she froze, then shook her head. I must have been hallucinating. I'll sleep again. Seeing that Ouyang Shui was about to close her eyes again, Han Yi remembered in a moment of desperation the method they often used to help their comrades stay awake and not pass out on top of the battlefield. Snap! The slap was loud and true. Gave Ouyang Shui a direct slap in the face, covering her somewhat reddened cheeks. It was at this moment that she realized that everything just now was not a dream. Unable to tense up, Ouyang Shui was completely unable to tense up. You asshole! Woo woo! Ouyang Shui let out a painful cry, and after going out of the coffin in a mess while running and crying, she just disappeared from their sight. Han Yi was dumbfounded. Did you do something wrong? What's going on here? I saved her with good intentions. Why is she crying? And calling me an asshole? Han Yi was very confused about what was going on here. Li Mubai, who heard this, was smiling. In terms of women, you still don't know as much as I do. Originally the little girl was grateful to you for saving her, but as a result you suddenly gave her a slap. The young girl's heart crushed, surely sad and broken. Han Yi, who heard this, was suddenly enlightened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is so pretentious. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved her. Han Yi cursed and led the trio towards the trash can where they had thrown the demon corpse earlier. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. When they arrived at the place, they saw that there was a woman pulling the now freed demon corpse they had tied up earlier out of the trash can. Wide-eyed. The air was quiet for a full 3 seconds. Run! The 2 walkers began to run apart. Seeing this situation without saying a word, Han Yi and Li Mubai went after the male demon corpse while Yifeng and Wan Tianlu went after the female demon corpse. A golden light suddenly lit up. Flash kick. Li Mubai kicked the male demon corpse to the ground, while Han Yi followed over to help suppress the bindings. Meanwhile, on the other side. Stop right there. The coffin in Wan Tianli's hand flew out of his hand. tracing a graceful arc in the air. Light feather magic. One of the rune spells on top of the coffin. As the coffin reaches the top of the banshee corpse's head, weight gain is used. Boom! The female demon corpse was directly smashed into a large meat cake. Wan Tianlu went over and shook his already cold hand to look at Yi Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, is this still saved? Brains are smashed out of your head. If you can save them, I'll just give you a Tama spiral walk to ascend to heaven." Yi Feng was speechless. He suddenly felt as if Wan Tianlu was a bit more heavyweight than Hani sometimes. After running away, Ouyang Shui came to a unlit alley after no longer taught, crouched down and began to bawl. "Why is this group of just chasing after me? Do I have a grudge against them? I just took over the industry, it's just gone." Just as Ouyang Shui's emotions broke down, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the darkness. The figure then walked up to her and said with a smile, "Friend of the Demon God Temple, I have a deal I want to make with you. I wonder if you're interested." The male demon corpse was tied up and thrown in the center of the four. The four men stared at the demonic corpse in death. For some reason, the demon corpse always felt that these four people in front of him were even more terrifying than he looked. What horror-level existences are these? Tell me, what the hell are you? Better be honest or don't blame me for being ruthless under the stick. Hani waved the metal baseball bat in his hand with a look of eagerness to try. "Humph, I'll die even if I do. Die outside, jumping off the top floor next to me. I won't say a single thing about us." The demonic corpse had a strong iron bone, and the three people who heard the words looked at Wan Tianlu at the same time. Obviously, this torture thing is his home turf. "You guys pry his mouth open." Wan Tianlu took out a wriggling centipede from inside the summoning array and prepared to stuff it into the demon corpse's mouth. "I was wrong. I confess everything." The demon corpse chose true scent the moment it saw the centipede. The demonic corpse sat on the ground in the center of the four men in 5 pieces and began to narrate the situation. "We demon corpses are all created by the Fox Spirit Demon King. Originally I was just a pile of demonic beast corpses that were thrown in the garbage. I wasn't the first batch of demon corpses. It was the second batch. We were created by the first batch of demon corpses with the transmission of magical energy on our bodies. The female corpse that saved me just now was the third batch. She was the one that was created by the magical energy on my body. If we want to stay alive and increase our strength, we have to keep sucking human blood to be able to do so. It is said that the first batch of demon corpses can eat people down to their bones. But unfortunately, I am the second batch of demon corpses. My strength is weak, and I don't have that kind of teeth." The demon corpse told the 4 people on the field what he knew, and the 4 people who heard this were suddenly enlightened. "So that's what it looks like. Then do you know how to destroy all of you demon corpses?" Li Mubai asked the key question. "I don't know. This kind of thing should only be known by the first batch of demon corpses." "Then can you contact or tell us the location of the first batch of demon corpses?" Li Mubai asked again. "Can't." "Why?" "Because I don't know. If I could have hooked up with them, would I have hunted alone and been caught by you?" The demon corpse was right. "Now that I've said my piece, and you're satisfied, am I free to go?" When the demonic corpse saw the 4 of them begin to contemplate, he was overjoyed in his heart. "As long as you run away, then it is the sky is high enough for birds to fly and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap." In reality, he wasn't a second-generation demon corpse at all, but a proper first-generation demon corpse. But who would know if he didn't say these 4? As long as he ran away. When the time came to find Lord Corpse King to come over and help him take revenge, let's see how he tortures these 4 guys. Let them beg for their lives and die. The 3 of them turned their gazes to Li Mubai, and Yi Feng was the first to speak out his thoughts. "Can your 1,000 faces mimic this guy?" "Of course you can. And still use the easiest to use method within the 1,000 faces technique." Li Mubai revealed a bad smile, and directly took out a scalpel and started peeling the demon corpse's face in the middle of the demon corpse's horrified gaze. 10 minutes later, a demon corpse that was almost identical to the male demon corpse from earlier appeared. The 1,000 faces technique can change not only looks, but voice, body type and even skin color. Chapter 92 Demon Corpse Lair. Install a camera on Li Mubai's body, so that they can easily observe him in a while. "Mubai, can you take on the normal human form of a demon corpse?" Yi Feng frowned tightly. If he went out so blatantly, it would be easy for other people to see him and cause unnecessary trouble. "No problem." The original dark green skin on the smelling Li Mubai's body changed, and soon he turned into the usual normal human appearance of a demon corpse. This demon corpse's skin is very special. It can transform between normal skin and demon corpse skin. If we didn't happen to find a demon corpse, it wouldn't have been easy to catch it. Li Mubai's voice lurched as he said this. If they were struggling to find such a demon corpse, how should they find this demon corpse's large troop and base camp behind them? The room fell silent at this statement. That seems to be true. However, right at this moment, Wan Tianla suddenly summoned a black flying insect in his hand. This compulsion of mine has a very sensitive sense of smell, so it can definitely smell other demonic corpses. And finding the demonic corpse's base camp isn't as easy as it seems. The three of them simultaneously looked at him with a "Are you Wan Tianlo's" expression as they looked at him. When did this kid's brain turn out to be so good? The parasite gnawed a piece of meat off the corpse of the demon corpse on the ground, and after familiarizing itself with the scent it began to lead Li Mubai towards the distance. The three of them kept a distance from Li Mubai and observed the situation in front of them through their cell phone surveillance. Once Li Mubai was in danger they rushed over. Wan Tianlu was a little touched by watching the duo paying such careful attention to Li Mubai's behavior. Thinking that just now in the hotel they were also this careful in protecting themselves in the dark, and rushed to the scene immediately after the incident. You treat them as buddies, they really treat you as a brother. Just as Wan Tianlu was sighing how lucky he was to have met three iron brothers who were so good to him, Li Mubai on the other side had already gone farther and farther away and more off course under the leadership of the parasites. The weirdness is also getting worse. The further you go, the more people appear in the neighborhood instead. Li Mubai looked at the people walking around him in all shapes and sizes. He had an intuition that these were not people. And just at this time, dozens of people all around suddenly began to riot, speeding up and running quickly towards a place. Corpse 9, what are you waiting for? Our lair has been discovered by the Demon Hunters Association's people, quickly go to support them. A robust man who was obviously acquainted with Li Mubai playing the role of a demonic corpse suddenly grabbed Li Mubai's shoulder. Li Mubai sniffed and froze. All the people around him at this time also all changed into the appearance of demon corpses. He saw this situation. What can be done? In addition to turning into the appearance of demon corpses to follow the past, what else can be done? A group of demonic corpses ran in great numbers towards a construction site that was about a kilometer away from here. Yi Feng's trio followed behind and couldn't help but shiver all over as they looked at those demonic corpses inside the camera. When did the capital of Hope become so full of weird stuff? At this moment, the demon corpses' lair was in chaos, with countless demon corpses encircling a team of 6 middle-ranked demon hunters. These demon corpses were all low-ranked demon corpses, and at this moment, they were constantly roaring and hissing at the 6 magicians. This scene is just like the zombie world war where the zombies surrounded the humans. What the hell is all this? One of the male magicians shouted while using wind attack magic. Wooden vines lashed and demon corpses flew. All the middle-ranked magicians were desperately using magic trying to save their lives. Yet they were still thinking a little too simply. There was a steady stream of demonic corpses, and their magical energy was depleting so fast that they were about to reach the bottom. Seeing that the 6 people had gradually lost their ability to resist, the middle-ranked demon corpses joined the battle at the same time. 8 middle-ranked demon corpses surrounded 6 people, or 6 people whose magical energy was about to run out. Not to mention that the demon corpses felt victorious. Even the parties involved had already despaired. That's a hell of a shot. The 8 middle-ranked demon corpses were excited. As long as they ate these people in a while and digested their power, they could definitely advance another star. Hani, who was excited at the sight of this scene inside the TV. How can you turn your back on a compatriot whose life is in danger? Brother 2. Follow me to kill. Han Yi's words were directly covered by Wan Tianlu and Yi Feng before he could finish. Li Mubai, who had been hiding among the demon corpses, after realizing that the 6-member demon hunting team on the opposite side had obviously begun to run out of steam and was about to be overrun by the demon corpses, he hurriedly coughed twice, meaning that he wanted to ask the 3 people over there what he should do now. The headphones inside the ear holes quickly transmitted Yi Feng's voice. Steady, don't move. Han Yi has been controlled by us. This kid is overflowing with Holy Mother Heart. He insisted on saving these people. Wan Tianlu and I have locked him inside the coffin. If we rashly participate in the current situation, that's just a death sentence. You continue to be an undercover agent. I will contact the association side and explain the situation here. Yi Feng was calm. This kind of thing was no longer something they could get involved in. Enough thousands of intelligent low-level demonic corpses. Not to mention there are unknown number of middle-level demonic corpses. If they participate in this matter, that is not the old aid into the dry toilet. Looking for. Beside Yi Feng, Wan Tianlu was sitting on top of the coffin, which was wrapped with chains, and the person imprisoned inside was Han Yi. The coffin, which was originally a milky white color, was coated with runes to become a pitch black color, thus showing just how much rune magic was on it. There were even fewer that could silence Han Yi. So now Han Yi was huffing and puffing inside the coffin, and it was so peaceful. It's good to be young and fall asleep. Inside the construction site, under the siege of the demon corpses, the defense line of the 6 magicians completely disappeared after the magic energy dried up. Just as the 8 middle-ranked demonic corpses wanted to split the 6 of them up, a voice rang out in the middle of their minds. Although they were a bit upset, this was after all the Corpse King's command, and they had no choice. The 6 men were captured on a high floor in the general construction of the site. In the moonlight, a woman stood above the roof of a building, looking down at the demon corpses below that could only be dominated by her with a proud face. 6 middle-ranked magicians were brought up to the roof of the building and thrown to the ground by middle-ranked demonic corpses. Please enjoy. Lord Corpse. One of the middle-ranked demon corpses half-kneeled his body in a very respectful manner. That's right. The wonderful woman in front of her who looked to be in her 20s was the leader of the thousands of demonic corpses, the Corpse King. The Corpse King nodded. Then with a grab of her hand, the blood of the 6 people flew out of their 7 orifices and coalesced into a blood bead in her hand. This is what you asked for. A sort of meet-and-greet gift for the cooperation between our demon corpse and your demon god temple. The blood beads were thrown into a corner of the penthouse. A pair of white slender jade hands caught the blood beads, and the owner of this hand was no other than Ouyang Shui. Chapter 93, The Corpse King. Ouyang Shui caught the blood bead. With this thing she could start the plan behind it. The demon god temple and the demon corpse were working together, and sooner or later, this capital of hope would become their world. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shui couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. Not ashamed of herself. The demon god temple can get her is simply the blessing of the demon god temple. Just as Ouyang Shui was planning to leave this place to go over to the demon god hall to explain the situation, the Corpse King suddenly frowned. 2 human wizards in the neighborhood? One of them sitting on top of a coffin? The Corpse King's expression was grave after hearing the news reported by his men through the magic medium. Could it be that the experts from the Demon Hunters Association had discovered them here? Just as she was hesitating to clean up these 2 people, Ouyang Shui, who was about to leave, suddenly folded back with a somewhat agitated expression. The magician with the coffin. It must be Wan Tianlu. Corpse King, I implore you to kill these 2 people for me now. I have a blood feud with them. Oh, the Corpse King who heard this was a bit surprised and turned his head towards Ouyang Shui inquiring, what is the strength of these 2 people? 2 magicians. The other one I'm not sure who it is, but the one with the coffin must be Wan Tianla. He's just an ordinary middle-ranked magician. My men say the other hair is a bit long. A typical geek according to modern parlance. This man you. Before the Corpse King could finish his words, Ouyang Shui grabbed the answer. Yi Feng. It must be Yi Feng. It's also an ordinary middle-ranked cultivator. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll help you avenge your blood feud. As soon as the words fell, the demonic corpses that were originally dispersing from the construction site all swarmed in one direction. And that direction was exactly where Yi Feng's trio was. Bang! After Hani came out from inside the coffin with a metal baseball bat in his hand, he directly beat a demon corpse in front of him into a deformed and twisted state. Wan Tianlu, on the other hand, was holding the coffin high in the air and constantly using the physical transcendence method on the demonic corpses in front of him. The flames roared. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. How could these demonic corpses suddenly come towards their side? It looked like it was necessary for him to open up his divine sense when doing this kind of work in the future. It was his own carelessness. Yi Feng, you guys go quickly. There's a middle-ranked demonic corpse heading your way. Li Mubai's anxious voice came from inside the headset, and just after the words fell, Yi Feng heard Li Mubai hastily add a sentence before he could reply. Asterisk. The Corpse King has also gone to look for you guys. Hearing this, Yi Feng did not hesitate for a second. A golden fire lotus suddenly bloomed on the street. The demon corpses in a circle of 100 meters instantly turned into flying dust and dissipated. Run! Yi Feng let out a loud shout. And then he transformed into a residual shadow and quickly ran towards the downtown area. Wan Tianla and Han Yi followed close behind. A sense of crisis in the face of death rose in Han Yi and Wan Tianla's hearts. In the distance, the Corpse King looked at the blooming golden fire lotus with a disdainful sneer on his face. All the low-ranked demon corpses should do what they should do. Come 10 middle-ranked demon corpses and follow me to capture these 3 people alive. The Corpse King's idea was simple. Capture the 3 people alive and let Ouyang Shui personally torture them. That way their cooperation with the Demon God Temple would definitely be more secure. As long as they had the help of the Demon God Temple's forces, then they could completely hide under the darkness of this bustling city. 5 minutes later, the 3 people who were running at breakneck speed suddenly stood still, because they didn't know when there was already a woman standing 100 meters in front of them. A terrifying aura emanated from the other party, and by the looks of it, it should be the Corpse King that Li Mubai was talking about. And behind them 10 middle-ranked demonic corpses had already caught up, their teasing eyes staring at the 3 of them as if they were looking at some extremely amusing prey. Get them! As soon as the Corpse King's icy words fell, 10 demonic corpses rushed towards the three of them at the same time. A sickening odor of decay emanated from them. Get thee outta here! Hani held a baseball bat and began to swing it continuously. Even though he could repel the demonic corpses in front of him, but they would still be quickly filled in by other demonic corpses. Flames roared and coffins flew. The three were caught in the middle of an encirclement. No matter what means they used, they were unable to break out of the encirclement of the demon corpses. Enjoy this feast of death. Feel the despair of being hunted. Ha ha ha. The Corpse King laughed to the sky. This feeling of using power to make people feel horrible despair was just too good. Yet it was at this time. A golden light suddenly whistled from the air. Tackle the thief. Hit the back of the group. Demon eat my flash kick. Li Mubai he took a glance at this one demon corpse in the back of the command. No surprise this should be the first batch of corpse demons. Those middle rank is the second batch. That is why they will listen to the order demon corpse. And as long as they killed the demon corpse that gave the order, the remaining 10 demon corpses would naturally be slowly taken out by them. As for this kind of female demon corpse, at best, it is only middle order. He has already inquired clearly. Inside the demon corpse, only the Corpse King is high order. The other highest is middle order. Note, previously, Li Mubai had only heard from the demon corpse next to him that the Corpse King had gone after Yifeng's trio, and didn't know what the Corpse King actually looked like. The main reason was that there were too many demon corpses. Even if the Corpse King was standing on the roof of the building at that time, because it was just too high he could only make out a small black dot. Bang! Li Mubai flash kick stepped directly on the Corpse King's face. Yet the Corpse King's body didn't budge a bit. Mubai! Run fast! That's a ing Corpse King. Yifeng was shocked. This guy is sick in the head. Can't you see that's the boss? What did you say? It's too windy for me to hear. Li Mubai was full of confusion and was ready to leap forward to give the other party another kick. Who knew that he would see a pair of hands with what looked like wolf claws grabbing at his neck? Bang! The Corpse King had thought that his strike could directly pierce through the throat of the human in front of him, but who knew that the nail had struck on top of a hard blade? You three go quickly. I'll hold off the Corpse King. Yifeng held the Dragon Abyss sword and blocked in front of Li Mubai. Li Mubai, who heard this, subconsciously asked, "Then what do you do, Brother Feng? I have a way to escape. You guys hurry up and go. It's really too late if you don't leave." The Earth's core gold flame was burning on his body, and in an instant, Yifeng was transformed into a fireman. The long sword in his hand swung and slashed at the Corpse King, who raised his hand to easily block it, swinging his sharp claws towards Yifeng's neck, but was quickly dodged by the other party. Phew! The heavenly fire whistled and swept across 100 meters in a radius, and the 10 middle-ranked demon corpses immediately flew into ashes. You guys go quickly. I can't maintain this state of heavenly flame at full power for much longer. I am not the kind of person who is afraid of death. Before Hani could finish his sentence, he was kicked inside the coffin by Li Mubai and Wan Tianluo, who cooperated with him, then covered the coffin lid and carried it away directly. Yifeng, you must come back safe and sound. I haven't bought you your hand puppet yet. Li Mubai shouted as he ran. Chapter 94, Now that's desperation. Just so you know. Yifeng let out a loud shout, and the long sword in his hand swung to bring up gusts of whistling wind. The Corpse King looked at Yifeng somewhat playfully. Even if the other party had a bottom card, so what? She was a high-ranking 8-star demon corpse. Could a middle-ranked magician be more powerful and still beat her? After confirming that the three of them had already left some distance away, Yifeng violently backed up and maintained a certain distance from the Corpse King. Ha ha ha, is this the only strength you have? I'll crush your limbs in a moment, then let you see with your own eyes how I tortured to death your companion that you protected with your life, and I'll let you understand what fear and despair means. Ha ha ha. Corpse King let out a loud laugh, eyes full of ridicule. She used to be a person. That time the capital of hope is not called this name. That time this is just an ordinary city. The demon race appeared to slaughter humans, and one was abandoned to die in the mouth of a demonic beast in the end. That extreme despair of being abandoned before death was felt by oneself, and must be felt by others as well. Despair? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the one who should really be feeling despair should be you. Yifeng coldly smiled. Acting for such a long time was really tiring. The aura rose steeply. I'm not pretending. I'm the big man. I show my cards. The Corpse King was shocked after feeling the steeply elevated aura on Yifeng's body, but soon she shook her head. This aura was terrifying though, so terrifying that it made her gasp a little, even to the point of wanting to kneel down and submit. But all of this must have been an illusion created by the other side using a gimmick. That's right. It's the hallucination. It's a trick. It's got to be a trick. Death to humans. The Corpse King let out a roar and turned into a stump and suddenly arrived in front of Yifeng. His hands gathered magic energy and his sharp claws slashed at Yifeng's body. However, although her attack was strong, it did not leave even a single scratch on Yifeng's body. Seeing this, the Corpse King was first stunned. Then he started attacking like a madman. It can't be. It can't be. The Corpse King let out a growl, his expression becoming gradually twisted. No matter how she attacked, Yifeng was just standing still like that, and her sharp claws unexpectedly couldn't even lift the corner of the other party's clothes. Bang! The sharp claws snapped, and the Corpse King was in a hurry. Open mouth directly bite on Yifeng's neck. I thought I would see the scene of blood splattering, but the reality is that she is like biting on an iron pillar. The other side of the neck of nothing, but on the contrary, her teeth suddenly crumbled. A demon corpse's sense of pain wasn't very strong, but at this moment, the Corpse King still felt the pain drilling through his heart. That's what I call desperation. Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth and clasped his hands around the Corpse King's slender waist, then violently contracted with force. Bone King's famous stunt, killing his sister in his arms. No, no, let go of me, let go of me. I don't want to die again. I don't want to. Ah, click. In the midst of the Corpse King's collapse and despair, her lumbar vertebrae were completely shattered. Yifeng loosened his hands, and the other party's body fell to the ground in a limp and feeble manner. Using the Corpse King as a medium, Yifeng grabbed at the air beside him. Instantly, all of the demon corpses in the capital of Hope all went up in smoke at this moment, and the Fox Spirit Demon King, who was eating inside an upscale Western restaurant, violently crushed the wineglass in his hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Fox Spirit Demon King's heartbeat accelerated and her face was full of disbelief. She couldn't figure out who and what method was used to actually kill all the demonic corpses that she had created in a single strike. Most of the demonic energy from the death of a demon corpse would revert back to her, so she could feel that the demon corpses she had created were all dead. No good. The Fox Spirit Demon King was startled as she suddenly realized that the other party would most likely follow this power to find herself. Hurriedly getting up and coming to the restroom, the spatial rift appeared, and she went back to the demon realm for a while to get out of the storm. This mysterious strong man should be the terrifying existence that had killed the ghost-winged Demon King without any surprises. And although he himself was stronger than the ghost-winged Demon King, it was just the difference between the penultimate and the penultimate. Who could not say how much stronger this mysterious strong man was than the ghost-winged Demon King? And he would definitely not touch him head-on if he could not do so. Other side. Yifeng felt the demonic energy that had disappeared and frowned. It looked like another otherworldly demon protector had come to Blue Star after the death of the ghost-winged Demon King. However, this had nothing to do with him right now. And the other party had obviously run back to the demon realm, so he couldn't catch them himself. Ugh, acting is exhausting. Boo! Yifeng gave himself a slap, and immediately a lot of wounds and blood appeared on his body, limping towards the direction the three had just left so they wouldn't be suspicious. I guess. About 2 hours after Yifeng left, the corpse of the Corpse King on the ground was dragged away. Dawn, inside the best and biggest cemetery in the capital of Hope. My good sister, how you died. Yang Shui hugged the Corpse King's gravestone she had just placed and began to cry and mourn. That's right, the one who took away the corpse of the Corpse King was her. Yang Shui. I have no father and no mother, was adopted by the Demon God Temple Senior in the capital of Hope. It is not easy to have some fame inside the organization. Who knows that the organization's senior even collectively surprisingly was destroyed. I just went to school and my home was lost. The organization valued me, gave me an industry, just took over the store was smashed. My men died, and you gave me a ray of hope for the future. Win-win cooperation, bigger and stronger, and a new glory, but just a few hours away. Why are you gone? Why is my life so bitter? Yang Shui's mentality today was like riding a roller coaster, up and down. It was called an exciting one. Just now, she was in the lair of the demon corpses, and suddenly saw all the demon corpses turn into flying ash and dissipate. She knew that something must have happened. After half a day of searching, I saw the body of my best sister, whom I had just met today, in a remote and uninhabited corner. Who wouldn't have a broken heart with this? In the morning, inside the hospital, pair of threes, pair of fours, pair of fives, king bomb, airplanes with wings, no more cards. Li Mubai was very proud of himself, while on the opposite side were Wan Tianlu and Han Yi, who had already been plastered with notes. Looking at the playing card he placed on his bandaged stomach, Yifeng struggled hard and let his right middle finger stick out from inside the gauze. This was his last stubbornness. Now Yifeng was wrapped as if he was a mummy, and his appearance was miserable. The doctor said, though that most of the injuries were superficial, and that he would be able to recover through the healing arts for one night, and be discharged at noon with the bandages removed. By the way, Tianlu, I noticed that your white jade spider doesn't seem to have made a breakthrough for a long time. Didn't you recently go up 1 star? How come your contracted demonic beast didn't break through with you? Li Mubai suddenly remembered this question and asked with some doubt. Normal contracted demonic beasts were able to advance at the same time as their masters, so in most cases whatever the master's rank was, the contracted demonic beast would also be whatever rank it was. Contracted demonic beasts? When did I say that my contracted demonic beasts are white jade spiders? They're just domesticated by me using the insect repelling technique inside the compulsion technique. Chapter 95, Finding the Bone Dragon. Wan Tianla's statement made the 3 people on the field froze at the same time. Li Mubai's reaction was the biggest. His eyes widened as he pointed at Wan Tianla and cursed. You're a middle-ranked summoner for s sake, but you don't even have a single contracted demonic beast up to now. Aang. Vantanil nodded his head that it was correct. Good lord. The 3 of them called out straight to the insiders. Or for the first time at the same time. There was such a strange and outrageous thing as a middle-ranked summoner not having a contracted beast. Why don't you get 2 contracted beasts? Han Yi couldn't help but ask this question that everyone was concerned about. No money. You guys don't know how expensive oil and salt are. But poor kids like me can't afford to spend a dime and half. So it's hard. Wan Tianlu looked up at the sky with a despondent face. The 3 who heard this were speechless for a while, but they felt that there was nothing wrong with what Wan Tianlu said, because things like demonic beasts are really expensive, especially ones that can be tamed to sign a contract. It does seem a bit of a stretch to go for it with the price tag of Wan Tianlu. I'll make a call. Li Mubai suddenly thought of something and then called one of his uncles. Sometime later, Li Mubai hung up the phone and looked at Yi Feng and the 3 of them. Not long ago, someone in the Western Desert found a bone dragon cub. Middle rank strength. Or else let's go to the Western Desert? Li Mubai said. This 3 people fell into silence. Now there is still a period of time from the new year. Go to a trip to the Western Desert to look for the legendary bone dragon is not impossible. Bone dragons, a particularly rare and few undead-type blue star native demonic beasts. It is said that bone dragons are all born amongst demonic beast corpse pits, a place where tens of thousands of demonic beasts' corpses and bones were nurtured for 10,000 years in order to spawn a bone dragon. And the place had to have the corpses of ancient dragon demonic beasts in order to do so. Ancient dragon race is a very ancient creature. Only in 1,000 years ago has been disappeared. Nowadays the few remaining dragon demonic beasts in Huaxia are only part of the ancient dragon bloodline only. It could be said that such things as ancient dragons only existed in mythology. I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the Western Desert. I'll have to make a trip home in the next couple of days. There seems to be something on the military district side looking for me. Han Yi sighed somewhat helplessly, and Li Mubai looked at Wan Tianlu and Yi Feng. Tianlu, Feng, are you 2 going? Go? Of course I'll go. This is for me to find a contracted demonic beast. Why don't I go? Wan Tianlu was dumbfounded. How could Li Mubai say such words that were just like an idiot? I'll go too. Just as well. I don't really feel like going home just yet. Yesterday his sister sent him a message that his mom and dad had gone home and asked when he was going back. He really didn't want to go back now. Not only do you have to face Pops, but you have to face an even heavier weight purple spirit. And that's hell. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll book a plane ticket and we'll go to the Western Desert for a wave. Li Mubai raised his arms and shouted. He really hadn't been to the legendary Western region so far. Each of the 5 regions of China has its own characteristics, among which the Western region is characterized by deserts. Their eastern domain was characterized by a high proportion of plains, the snowy mountain grasslands of the northern domain, the ocean and islands of the southern domain, and the central domain was the most prosperous section of China. The 3 of them made the decision in the morning, and after saying goodbye to Han Yi in the evening they headed to the airport. Destination: the city at the center of the west, the capital of Aurora. Aurora capital, like Dawn capital in the north. It is also the place where humans reclaimed their homes when the dawn came. And since the north was already named Dawn, the west named this place Aurora. The eastern region can be rightly not close to the western region, and can be said to be the 2 extreme directions of Huaxia. On the plane, Wan Tianlu was a bit fidgety. Obviously this was his first time on an airplane. Hello, here's your dinner. A pretty flight attendant placed the dinner that was still radiating heat in her hands on the small table in front of Wan Tianlu. Wait a minute. I don't have any money. Can I not? It's free, sir. You don't have to worry. The stewardess smiled and explained, and at the same time there was some doubt in her mind as to why a guest in first class would ask such a question. Really? That's right, sir. Then pack me 10 servings and I'll savor them slowly after I get off the plane. Just as Wan Tianli's words fell, Li Mubai's slap had already flown in to gag him. This pretty sister, my friend, is a little sick in the head. I hope you can understand. Li Mubai smiled and said to the stewardess, while the stewardess, who was a bit confused, sniffed and slowed down to show a professional smile, and left after giving out the meals to the three people. She was surprised that there were any oddballs in first class. She had seen it all. Shortly afterward, the flight attendant passed by again, and this time it was Yi Feng who called out to her, "Got any Coke, pretty lady?" "Yes sir, but Pepsi is out." "Does Sprite have it?" "Yes sir, I'll get it for you." "No, I'm just asking. No drinks. Any Fanta?" "Yes, what flavor do you want?" "Forget it, just get me a mineral water. No Coke other than Pepsi." "Yes sir." The stewardess forced down her anger. She now really wanted to punch this stupid asterisk-like asshole in front of her. The plane landed at the airport in the Aurora capital. The eastern region was not as snowy now as the northern region had been, but the temperature wasn't too high either, while the western region was simply outrageous. The trio stepped off the plane in long sleeves and pants and even a jacket, looking at the short-sleeved and short-shorted passers-by everywhere in deep thought. "Ha ha ha, Mubai, you kid has grown quite tall and handsome after not seeing you for a few years." A rough man's voice suddenly sounded. The three of them followed the voice and saw a tall middle-aged man wearing dark green half-sleeves and shorts that looked like Zhang Fei walking over. His huge body instantly embraced Li Mubai. "Long time no see, Uncle Qin." Li Mubai smiled and greeted him, and for a moment, he felt like it was a little difficult to breathe. "Ha ha ha, it's not true. I really didn't expect you to come to the western region. Go, Uncle will take you three to feel how delicious the western region's food is," the man said as he was about to lead the three away, completely forgetting to introduce himself. Cough cough. Li Mubai coughed 3 times after breaking free from the middle-aged man's embrace before saying, "Brother Feng, Tian Lu, this is my father's close friend, Qin Haoshan, a proper super-ranked magician. Uncle Qin, this is the good friend I was talking about, Yi Feng, Wan Tian Lu." "Hello Uncle Qin." The two bent in greeting at the same time. Qin Haoshan looked at the two young men in front of him with great satisfaction. "Not bad. It looks like Mubai you are like your father. You like to make friends. The Li family has you as well as your brother and sister. Why worry about the future? The war power of Huaxia will definitely grow because of you guys as well. He was born in poverty, and the person who financed him to become a super-ranked magician back then was no other than Li Mubai's father, Li Jun." Chapter 96, The Music Capital. Qin Haoshan drove a camouflaged military vehicle with a white license plate. It was now morning, and Qin Haoshan brought the three of them to the residence after casually taking a bite of breakfast. It was a villa, big enough for the three of them. "Uncle Qin, you said earlier that someone in the western region found a bone dragon inside the desert. Do you know where this bone dragon is?" Li Mubai asked the main reason why they had come this time when Qin Haoshan was about to leave. "Bone dragon? Is my friend to go inside the desert to explore the movement of the demon race when found? The specifics of the situation I'm not sure. I'll take you guys to see him at night. You guys sat on the airplane all night now or first sleep?" Qin Haoshan touched Li Mubai's head. This kid is really getting more and more like his old man when he was young. The three men who had been on an airplane all night did get a little sleepy. It's a speedy way to get into a room of your own and fall back to sleep. 6 o'clock in the evening. Qin Haoshan drove the trio out of the villa area to the downtown area. There was a big difference between the busiest areas of the Aurora capital and the capital of Hope. If the city of Hope was built to be bustling and noisy, then it's all about elegance and beauty, with a variety of modern buildings interspersed with many Western-style buildings. The streets were filled with the sound of melodious instruments, and the streets were abound with violinists, flute players, and harmonica players. The windows were left open so the trio could hear the music quite clearly. "Do you guys know what the Aurora capital alias is?" Qin Haoshan asked the trio with a smile as he drove. All three shook their heads at the same time. They knew too little about the West. After all, the distance was here, the capital of music. We people of the Aurora capital love music, and it is said that when the otherworldly demon race had just invaded China, even though the city was broken down, there was no despair because of it, because no matter what, as long as there were still people alive, the western regions would be ringing with music. Li Mubai, who heard the words, slapped his head. Only at this time he remembered one thing and said, "How did I forget this thing? The Western region is the birthplace of sonic system magicians. All the famous sonic system magicians in China can be from the Western region." Sonic wizard. This was a type of wizard that would be almost invisible in the Eastern region, while it was mainstream in the Western region. The car pulled up in front of an elegant-looking bar. "Here we are. Qin Haoshan opened the door and got out of the car, leading the three of them towards this bar. Before even walking into the bar, Yifeng's trio had already heard the sound of musical instruments coming out from inside. When they opened the door of the bar, they saw that there were many people playing with musical instruments inside the bar, and there was a wide range of different kinds of instruments. And in the very center of the bar, an elegant man in a suit was playing the piano, and the beautiful piano sound made all the instrumental sounds on the field become extremely coordinated, so that people didn't have that kind of chaotic feeling when listening to it. Qin Haoshan stood on the stage, quietly watching the pianist. The piano sound is sometimes soft and melodious, sometimes soaring. After the song ended, the man stopped and took off his white gloves, stood up and walked off the stage smiling at Qin Haoshan. Are those the three little ones behind you who want to find the bone dragon cubs? Well, let me introduce to you. This one is famous, our Western region's #1 pianist, and likewise our Western region's youngest super-ranked magician who majors in sonic-type magic, Su Mingxian. The three of them were shocked at these words, not realizing that this man in front of them who was so elegant was a super-rank mage, and an extremely rare sound wave-type mage. The three rushed to say their names. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm just a regular pianist in a bar. Su Mingxian smiled faintly at the three. Although he was already over 30, immediately 40, the elegant temperament on his face made him look exceptionally young, especially with a pair of square glasses. The five settled at an empty table at the bar. After Su Mingxian asked for a glass of wine, the other four also asked for the same. There was no problem with what the first three said, until the last one, Wan Tianla, opened his mouth and said, "Give me a bottle of erguotu." Ha ha ha. Qin Haoshan couldn't help but laugh out loud, patting Wan Tianla's shoulder and smiling. There's no erguotu here, but there is vodka. Drink it? This is stronger than erguotu. Give me a whole glass. Good boy. That's how I like your brash personality. Qin Haoshan smiled and patted Wan Tianla. The wine goes on fast, Su Mingxian said after taking a sip of wine. Half a month ago, I went out to scout the movements of the demon race, and when I got separated from the team in a sandstorm inside the desert, I inadvertently found a cave, and originally I just wanted to go inside to escape from the sandstorm, but it turned out that the cave was very deep, and it could even be said that it went right through the earth's crust. I saw a small crack in the deepest part of the cave. The crack couldn't see the bottom. And that's when I saw a bone dragon cub resting on the rock wall. Looking at the scent, it's just a middle-order 5-star. I wanted to go and catch it, but who knows, it's very vigilant. It directly went into the depths of the crack and disappeared inside the darkness. At that time I was in a hurry to come back and report the situation, so I didn't go and catch that bone dragon. Hearing this, the three were in a state of realization. Li Mubai hurriedly asked the other party if they still remembered where that cave was. I drew the drawings a long time ago, and had planned to go over there myself sometime later to capture the bone dragon. Su Mingxian took out a piece of manuscript paper. Li Mubai just wanted to say thank you and reach out for it. Who knew that Su Mingxian suddenly put the paper away and said with a smile, "You guys don't want to take something from me for nothing, do you?" I, Su Mingxian, have a rule that if you want to take something from me for nothing, you can, provided that you play music that satisfies me. The three of them froze at the same time, wide-eyed and confused. I don't know how to play an instrument. Do you have any that do? Li Mubai looked at Ji Feng and Wan Tianla. Wan Tianla sniffed without any hesitation and directly said, "Isn't it just a musical instrument? I can do it." "Oh, well, then let me hear how your music sounds." Su Mingxian clapped his palms together. The entire room instantly quieted down. Everyone at this moment all looked towards Ji Feng and their side. At Su Mingxian's instruction, Wan Tianla walked up to the high platform stage, first bowing to the surrounding audience to show courtesy. He then saw a wave of his hand and a swana appeared in his hand. "Teng Ku, don't!" Seeing this scene, Li Mubai exclaimed on the spot and tried to stop it, but it was already too late. A swana unique tune big out of the funeral directly to the whole audience listening to the eyes wide open. Some people passing by the door of the bar heard the sound of swana inside, thought it was inside who died in the funeral. Take a closer look. No, this is the bar, is not a funeral parlor. Chapter 97, There is a difference between immortals and mortals. When the swana comes out, who will compete with it? When the swana comes out, parents raise it in vain. After a big out funeral whistle, Wan Tianla bent down and got off the stage, while Qin Haoshan had already laughed his head off. "Good boy. You play the oboe well. You're a professional white knight, aren't you?" Qin Haoshan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt a little, completely lacking the so-called expert demeanor. And Su Mingxian couldn't help but laugh. And the whole audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Good man. This oboe is blowing. The atmosphere has been set here." Should they cover the white cloth? Don't tell me. I'm really a white man. Don't I blow well? Wan Tianlu was a bit confused. Was there something wrong with what he had learned? You play actually very well. Just a little too rigid. No surprise you should only be able to play a few tunes for funerals. You can play for white, but not for joyous occasions, right? Su Mingxian smiled lightly and touched Wan Tianla's swana, which is a good swana, and it looks like an old swana. Aha! Wan Tianla nodded his head to indicate that he was right, not to mention that he really was. That's right. How can you play music without spirituality? You keep up the good work and try to make me hear a swana song with spirituality. Aha! Wan Tianla nodded his head repeatedly to re-sit back to the position he had just taken. Although he had not been recognized, but for some reason he was still very happy in his heart. Maybe that's the encouraging effect that comes from having the music bigwigs on board. Li Mubai and Wan Tianla looked at Yi Feng at the same time, but they quickly turned their heads back around. This one usually didn't go out of the front door and didn't step out of the second door. What kind of musical instrument could he know? Yi Feng, do you know a musical instrument? Qin Haoshan looked at Yi Feng and asked curiously. A little, and it's not much of an instrument. Yi Feng smiled his own and do not want to go out of this wind. Su Mingxian just said that if you want to take it for nothing, you must let him hear the music of satisfaction. But if they give the payment, do not take it for nothing is not on the line. Get up there and try it. Don't be unsure of yourself. How can someone who is unsure of themselves keep moving forward? Qin Haoshan encouraged Yi Feng to go on stage, while Yi Feng could only smile helplessly at his words. In that case then I'll make an offering. Yi Feng made a note in his mind. Tianla had to ask me to show off my musical abilities in order to catch some bone dragon for your boy. I'll have to make up for this sometime in the future. Yi Feng walked up to the high platform in the center of the bar with this thought in his mind. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at the high platform again. Just now it was an oboe. What will it be this time? However, just as they wondered what instrument the young man would pull out, it turned out that this one pulled out a turquoise leaf from somewhere. In his last life, Yi Feng enjoyed blowing with leaves when he was lonely and isolated. It's like that line from some anime in this life. The strong are always alone, let alone as strong as he was in his last life. The lilting sound of music resonates through the bar. The sound of the leaves blowing out is melodious and crisp, with a strong ethereal sound mixed in. It's a sound that belongs to nature, but it was played as a tune. Yi Feng recalled a scene from his last life, and the sound of the leaves blowing out became more and more vicissitudes and desolate. Senior brother, you fly up first. Although you have the immortal talent destined to become an immortal, sooner or later, senior sister, I will catch up with you. You're talking about the old ancestor of our easy sect, right? Cultivation for many years also did not ascend successfully. Sitting down has been 1,000 years, and before she died, she left a sentence. Immortal and mortal are different, but she is still ultimately infatuated with the immortal for life. After a full 5 minutes, Yi Feng put away the leaves and bowed to the surrounding audience. Wow! The room erupted in applause. This tune is simply wonderful to play. I've heard of people who can blow with leaves, but this is the first time I've heard and met one this powerful. What a poignant and vicissitudinous tune. How it sounds more powerful than a swana. Everyone was discussing the tune just now, while Yi Feng had returned to the seat he had just taken. Yi Feng, what was the name of the tune you just played? Su Mingxian inquired with some disorientation. The difference between immortal and mortal. Yi Feng subconsciously replied offhandedly. Oh, it looks like there's a story to this tune. Tell me about it. This tune is I saw from our school inside the ancient book court. It is said to be the ancient period of time a fairy fell in love with a mortal. The two loved each other, but because the years passed the mortal woman died, while the fairy is still alive, but also have to endure the long years of loneliness, have a sense of feeling then made this tune. Yi Feng spoke blindly with a fluent voice, but Su Mingxian, who heard the words, smiled faintly. I see. No wonder it is so, but vicissitudes of poignancy. Yi Feng, play out the music as can be heard by the audience to play the person in the heart. You are not simple. Su Mingxian smiled, then handed the manuscript paper to Yi Feng and said, I'm very satisfied with your music. I hope you can play it for me again sometime in the future. Okay, thanks a lot. After Yi Feng received the manuscript paper, he put it into the storage ring. Perhaps because of Yi Feng, Su Mingxian had a feeling and went directly to the stage and started playing the piano. The elegant figure on top of the high platform seemed like a beam of light in the midst of the darkness, so prominent and piercing. The next day, a brown SUV drove down the highway. Ahead of us is the forbidden desert area, and after entering it is a desert no man's land that can be said to be almost limitless. Are you sure you're a solid driver, Maple? Li Mubai sat on the passenger side of some panic. Just now Yifeng disliked his own driving too slow, so directly proposed that he drive. Don't worry, I'm a steady driver. Yifeng stretched out his thumbs to show that it was awesome. Recently he watched a movie related to drag racing. After seeing Li Mubai driving genus some handitch. How many years have you had your license? Li Mubai was a little flustered, always feeling that something was wrong somewhere. Driver's license? What driver's license? I don't need a driver's license. What? Phone, you don't have a license? This statement gave Li Mubai and Wan Tianle people a frightening daze. Does having a driver's license inside a Horizon game count? Black car. Black car. Stop the car. Stop the car. I want to get off. Van Tannel broke down, and it was the first time he had been in a car where the driver didn't have a license. It's already too late. Brothers, charge with me. Yifeng stepped on the gas pedal to the end, and the needle of the speedometer directly pulled full. No. Then, looking at the SUV that was plunged into the sand and was already smoking, the three men were in deep thought. Just now, Yifeng wanted to directly turn the corner and rush into the sand area inside the map, but the result was who knew that the corner was too sharp, plus the sand was too scattered. So he directly overturned the car. Do you two know how to work on cars? Yifeng looked at the two, and he was greeted by the middle fingers extended by the two. It's all in the unspoken word. Under the hot midday sun, the two white jade spiders carried the three of them. Yifeng, forward on the sand dunes. Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai were sitting on the back of an alabaster spider, while Yifeng had one all to himself, and was currently lying on top of it looking at the anime cached inside his cell phone. Aren't you hot, Feng? Li Mubai asked Yifeng while fanning the two of them with his fan. I'm a fire mage, or a mage with heavenly fire. Do you think I might be afraid of heat? Yifeng turned his head and looked at Li Mubai with a look of a retarded child and said, and just as the three of them were chatting, about 300 meters away from them, below the dunes, the two otherworldly demon clansmen stared tightly at the duo who were getting closer and closer to them, with bloodthirsty desire to kill in their eyes. Chapter 98, Sand Lizard Demon. Sand Lizard Demon. An otherworldly demon race. Looks like the lizard men from the Amazing Spider-Man movies, except they're covered in brown scales and have proper lizard heads. I really didn't expect that there would be young humans coming over here. And one of them is even weaker with only a middle-ranked 2-star. We're in for a treat. One of the sand lizard demons spat out his tongue that resembled a snake's letter. His eyes filled with excitement. That's right. It's not easy for our two intermediate-ranked 9-star existences to take down these three people. The other sand lizard demon was equally excited, and just as they were talking, the three of them, Yifeng, had already reached their attack range. Phew! The sand around the three who were walking suddenly swirled up to form a tornado-like cage trapping them. Die! A sand lizard demon suddenly burrowed out from inside the sand, and the person who appeared in front of him was clearly Wan Tianlu, who had just gotten down from the white jade spider and wanted to check the situation. Asterisk. There's a sneak attack. The coffin filled with black runes appeared in his hand. Wan Tianlu raised the coffin high, then slammed it down. Bang! As if it was a gopher. The sand lizard demon that had just emerged was directly knocked back into the sand. The other sand lizard demon also drilled out from inside the sand at this moment, its sharp claws grabbing towards Yifeng's throat. Get out! Yifeng, who was lying on the back of the white jade spider watching anime, waved his hand and slapped it. The slap emanating from the earth's core golden flame struck the sand lizard demon's face, instantly emitting a crunching sound. And before this one could react, he saw that a blinding golden light had already struck. Flash kick. That's right. Li Mubai still misses his broken flash kick. Only this time it was rarely effective. Li Mubai kicked the sand lizard demon flying. The sand lizard demon that fell on the ground kept wailing and screaming. The earth's core gold flame burned rapidly on his body, and soon he was turned into a charred corpse that fell on the ground and didn't move. Yifeng took out a blank magic card to directly add another new card to his card book. The other sand lizard demon that attacked Wan Tianlu also drilled out from inside the sand again at this time, tearing towards Wan Tianlu. As for Wan Tianlu, he had been waiting for a long time, only to see him open the coffin, and the sand lizard demon who was about 1 meter 8 tall was directly shut inside by him in a smooth manner. The chains are wrapped around to prevent the opponent from breaking out. The rune magic on the coffin was unleashed, and all of a sudden the sand lizard demon inside let out one mournful scream after another. The sand formation that trapped the three disappeared. After about 3 minutes had passed, Wan Tianlu opened the coffin, and the sand lizard demon was lying extremely peacefully inside. Young demons are good. Fall back to sleep. Wan Tianli used his fingertips to point at the corpse of the sand lizard demon, and after confirming that it was really dead he opened the summoning array, and soon a large number of black parasites flew out to carry the corpse in. That's right, the reason why Wan Tianli was doing this was to get some free rations for his parasites, that's all. It's not right. Li Mubai suddenly realized a problem, and after glancing at the already charred corpse not far away, he said, although this area is already a no man's land, it's reasonable that there shouldn't be any otherworldly demon race, right? Although the desert was the center of the battlefield between the otherworldly demon race and the humans in the western region, they were now in the periphery, and it was the periphery of the desert no man's land on this side close to the human region. Why would this sand lizard demon appear on this side, Yi Feng and Wan Tianli simultaneously shook their heads to indicate that they were not sure. Since they can't think about it, then they don't think about it, and it has little to do with them anyway. The trio continued on, heading deeper into the uninhabited area of the Western Desert. Western Desert. Demon race territory. Ha ha ha. The sand lizard demon king let out a loud laugh. He couldn't help but be happy. After fighting with the humans of the Western region for such a long time, now he could finally tell the winner from the loser. The sand lizard demon king was only a super order 8-star existence, thus showing that this sand lizard demon wasn't a powerful race in the demon realm either. And just a few days ago, the demon realm suddenly sent reinforcements, and the army of the Earth Lizard Demon clan unexpectedly came directly under his control. Earth Lizard Demon and Sand Lizard Demon could be said to be both branches of the Lizard Demon clan, and the difference between them besides their dark and light colors was that one was good at fighting in the land and the other was good at fighting in the sand. Neither of the two races were particularly strong, but together they could be different. Taking down the western region was definitely an easy task, and all they had to do now was to wait for the right time, and then let the western region completely turn into a paradise for the demon race. The demon realm was once a very rich realm, but unfortunately, the demon realm gradually went into decline along with the passage of time. Plants withered, water resources disappeared, and the once vibrant realm was now dead. So for the sake of the continuation of the demon race, the demon emperor opened the space rift to find a rich realm to invade. In reality, originally it was enough for them to occupy just a few, but the demon emperor's ambition was growing, and the desire of the demon race was getting stronger and stronger. After taking over the invaded realm, they will quickly multiply and drain the realm of all its resources and vitality, directly destroying it. Instead of invading for survival, they invaded for destruction, and the so-called for survival was nothing more than an excuse for them to crown it all. The desert was extra cold at night. The three of them, Yi Feng, sat down next to a piece of sandstone and set up camp, leaning against the campfire and eating roasted meat. Only after confirming that the roast was safe without problems did Li Mubai dare to put his mouth on it. Mubai, are you sure we're not lost? Wan Tianli looked at Li Mubai with doubt in his eyes. No, there's absolutely no way I could go wrong. Li Mubai sniffed and hastily patted his chest to ensure that he was definitely not going the wrong way. Hearing this, Yi Feng glanced at Li Mubai. Seriously, this is what he can't expose, or he must kill this, because in the afternoon, he had discovered through his divine sense that Li Mubai had led them the wrong way. But don't I remember there being an oasis at the top of the map? Why don't we see it? Wan Tianli asked as he tried to recall the information on top of the map. It must be that the oasis is gone. The desert is unpredictable. Maybe that oasis has been buried under the sand. Li Mubai spoke righteously. Make it up. Keep making it up. Yi Feng nibbled on the roasted meat while watching Li Mubai perform. Hearing this, Li Mubai's old face reddened. Walked to the top of the sandstone, just wanted to say something but heard a muffled click. Then before they could react they heard a boom. The sandy ground where the three of them were suddenly collapsed, and a dark hole suddenly appeared, and the three of them were right on top of this hole. Yi Feng hurriedly scanned with his divine sense. Then he was confused. This Li Mubai's luck was also really backward. The piece of sandstone that was sitting there was huge under the sand and was pressing squarely on a slab that was already about to shatter from the sandstone. He sat on it and directly became the last straw for the slab, which instantly shattered and collapsed. Chapter 99. Ugh. Forget it. I'm tired. Yi Feng closed his eyes and chose to give up struggling to fall directly into this pitch-black hole. Ah! Wan Tianli let out a miserable scream, while Li Mubai was on the verge of danger, and just wanted to use wind magic to stabilize his body and fly up. Who knew that Wan Tianli smashed into him at this time? Right behind him was Yi Feng. The manner of their descent is a funnel approach centered on Li Mubai. Bang! The three of them landed, and Li Mubai almost didn't spiral in place to die. Why are you both smashing in on me? Li Mubai wanted to cry and felt like his cervical vertebrae were going to break. Wan Tianla hurriedly got up and started to treat and measure Li Mubai's wounds, while Yifeng started to survey the place where they were. Mubai, light this place up. Phone, you are really treating me like a flashlight. Although Li Mubai said this on his lips but still used light magic to illuminate the place. In an instant the place where they were was completely revealed in their sight. It was a spacious stone chamber surrounded by artificially created sandstone walls with many paintings and ancient texts carved on them. For a while it actually made Li Mubai and Wan Tianla look a bit mesmerized. What is this place? Wan Tianla asked with some disorientation. Lulan. Yifeng blurted out, looking carefully at the top of the brushstrokes. Lulan, the legendary ancient civilization that disappeared inside the desert? Li Mubai was a bit shocked. It was obvious that he knew about this civilization. Lulan, an ancient country in the western region. A civilization that suddenly disappeared, now leaving only a few remnants in the uninhabited depths of the western desert. No one knows exactly what happened to this suddenly vanished civilization, and everything about them is almost a mystery. Feng, you can read these murals and words? Li Mubai was a bit surprised after realizing that Yifeng was concentrating on the contents of the wall. How could Yifeng, a geek, read these things? I've seen the records and studies about the Lulan civilization inside the school's ancient book library before. Yifeng looked carefully at the rock wall, and Li Mubai, who had heard the words, hurriedly asked what kind of things the wall actually recounted. Wan Tianlu, also some curiosity, helped Li Mubai. Orthopedic hand strength accidentally did not control almost till Li Mubai directly sent away to see the milk. The passing of Lulan. Yifeng began to narrate while looking at the contents above the rock wall. The ancient state of Lulan, the most prosperous civilization in the ancient western desert, where people lived happily and blissfully, where the desert was full of death but with an oasis, and Lulan was the oasis for mankind inside the desert. People lived and worked in Lulan in peace and contentment. The sun god, the moon god, the star god blessed Lulan, but one day the god disappeared. Lulan has no god's shelter. The desert is like a monster devouring life began to eat Lulan. The river dried up and the oasis disappeared. The king realizes that God is no longer there and tries to defy nature by human power. Yet the desert eventually swallows Lulan mercilessly. Later, people, if you find this line, it means that Lulan has completely disappeared from the western desert. Because I am the last Lulan, and this is the shrine where Lulan believes in the gods. Yifeng read the entire content, could not help but sigh. Just some murals and text, and how can describe the once prosperous civilization? And the heartache and despair of that last sentence is simply breathtaking. Yifeng could probably understand what was going on. There were once gods that protected Lulan, yet when the scale of power was out of balance, the heavens of this realm would find a way to balance it out. So he put the so-called gods and other powerful species into a long sleep, and now they're like the immune system of Blue Star, usually quiet, but the moment an alien presence upsets the balance, they show up to clean up the foreign enemy. Likewise, if they are too active and interfere too much with the rest of the world's existence, it is as if the immune system, as soon as there are too many white blood cells, will cause harm to this blue star. The heavenly Tao is indeed still merciless. Yifeng sighed bitterly in his heart, and by this time Li Mubai had fully recovered and stood up. Brother Feng, do you mean that this is the shrine where ancient Lulan used to enshrine the gods? Li Mubai walked to Yifeng's side and inquired curiously. That should be the case. Let's go. Let's explore here. There might be unexpected gains. Yifeng smiled faintly, and the two who heard this immediately became energized. Who wouldn't be excited about searching for babies? Yifeng led the two of them to the stone door of the south wall. Reaching out, he pushed, and the stone door opened abruptly. What appeared before them was a spacious space. Li Mubai used light magic to light up the place, and instantly a church-like remnant of an ancient Lulan shrine appeared in front of them. The inside of the spacious room was filled with stone chairs, while on the walls here and there were carved star and moon totems to the left and right, and a sun totem at the very front. Is this the tip of the iceberg of the legendary ancient Lulan civilization? The three stood somewhat lost in thought, and what shocked them the most was that on the protruding platform at the very front, a skeleton that had been kneeling for an unknown number of years was kneeling reverently looking up at the sun totem on the wall in front of them. Chapter 100, Once a God. Let's leave him alone and let him continue here to fulfill his wish before he dies. Yifeng stopped Wan Tianla, who was planning to go over to collect the corpse. Aha! Wan Tianla nodded and did not move again. The three walked to the front of the skeleton. He was wearing a red tunic. In a place like the desert can actually make red clothes and still in ancient times, thus showing how prosperous the former Lulan civilization really was. It is just a pity that the once prosperous civilization has now disappeared into the river of history. Perhaps out of politeness? or perhaps with feeling. Li Mubai knelt down beside the corpse and bowed deeply to the totem in front of him, and Wan Tianlu did the same. The two of them had done so how could Yi Feng not do it? Otherwise wouldn't he appear to be out of place and impersonal? However, Yi Feng had just knelt down on his side, and in an instant, he felt a force that was drawing his consciousness to other places. The divine sense viewed towards the other two and found that they were the same. Their eyes had become hollow, and it was obvious that they had been lured away from their consciousness. Although he didn't know what this force meant, Yi Feng didn't feel any malice from this force. Instead, he felt a very kind meaning. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Then he let his consciousness empty and allowed the opposite side to bring him into a space of consciousness. An oasis appeared before Yi Feng's eyes, and he stood high in the sky, looking up at the prosperous ancient city below. The ancient city was filled with laughter, and countless people were wearing ancient Lulan costumes. The happiness on their faces obvious. This is the civilization I used to guard, and I love it here. A voice sounded beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng followed the voice and looked. A fireball like the sun was floating beside him at that moment, glittering. What happened then? What happened? Although Yi Feng was clear in his heart, he still asked this because he felt that this ancient Lulan deity just wanted to narrate this matter to himself. Then I fell asleep, and when I awoke again the civilization I loved was no more, vanished into history, with only a few remnants left to prove they once existed. The ancient Lulan sun god's voice was filled with helplessness. We are the existence birthed by the blue star. We are all intangible in the beginning, but as soon as a civilization generates beliefs, then we become tangible, thus becoming the gods in people's mouths. It's not the gods that created man, but man created the gods. I really love this place. It's just a pity that I failed to protect it. It's not your fault, but I'm the god they believe in. If it wasn't for the fact that until the very end, there was a Lulan man who knelt in the temple before he died and believed in us for 1,000 years, I'm afraid we would have disappeared a long time ago, and without anyone to believe in us we would have disappeared. And that's why there is no living being who loves the civilization that we protect and the realm that we guard more than we do. And the invasion of the otherworldly demons has caused us to all gradually wake up. The fireball suddenly flew in front of Yi Feng. Although I know you are much stronger than even I was in my heyday, I still ask you to take away my power. In a short while I, once a god of ancient Lulan, will also completely dissipate. I love ancient Lulan, and I love Blue Star even more. So let me make my last contribution to the fight against the otherworldly demon race. Yi Feng looked at the fireball in front of him and released a smile. Okay, that's what you said. Don't regret it later. I am not going to regret it. And if there is peace on Blue Star in the future, I would like you to help me keep the story of Lulan as a civilization alive. The ancient Lulan sun god turned into a wisp of flame and entered Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng could clearly feel a change in the magic energy in his body. This change was complicated to say the least, but to put it simply, even if he wasn't an immortal cultivator and majored in wizardry, from now on there would be no more restrictions on the so-called magic energy. The limit for humans was said to be 10 stars of the super order, and now he had the qualifications to exceed that upper limit. But even if it was any better, it could only reach 19 stars at most, because human flesh that hadn't been hardened above 20 stars simply couldn't withstand it. The scene in front of him suddenly dissipated, and when Yi Feng opened his eyes again the other two people gradually awoke, and at this time they were both looking at each other in a bit of a daze. What's wrong with you guys? Yi Feng put on a very concerned look and asked. I seem to have had a very long dream, as if I saw a sky full of stars draping around me and finally entering my body. Li Mubai told Yi Feng and Wan Tianlu what he had just dreamed, and Wan Tianlu was even more clueless to say the least. I saw a moon, the same crescent that was carved into the wall, and then she suddenly spoke, and cursed at me. Ha! The two people heard at the same time froze, especially Yi Feng is the most confused. He is very clear about what is that thing. Obviously is the moon god of the ancient Lulan well. What did he call you? Yi Feng hurriedly inquired. She scolded me saying how his luck was so bad, bumping into a stupid bastard like me. If it was the same as killing me once in the past when I saw her, giving me all her power belonged to spoiling her power, and then also gave me a flattening, and the beating wasn't enough, so she beat me up again, and said something about how I, a damned thing, had survived. Chapter 101 Desert Caves. Yi Feng? Li Mubai? What's going on here? How come everything is different when it comes to Wan Tianli's side? All three have a great traditional virtue of thinking without thinking. In the end, the three of them relied on Li Mubai's wind magic to leave this ancient Lulan's ruins. They came out outside the sky is still dark, but do not know why. Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai surprisingly not sleepy so proposed to continue to catch up. As for Yi Feng, he would have been able to avoid sleeping. Walked in the desert for really 2 whole days. 2 whole days. It was only then that the three of them finally found the cave that Su Mingxian had mentioned. Li Mubai and Wan Tianle were excited. Only Yi Feng almost didn't cry. Both of you. You know what I've been through the last 2 days? Do you know how much effort I've wasted in trying to lead you to the right path? That Li Mubai's mouth is still stubborn. Pointing to the East African said this is the West, but also said that if it is not the direction of his direct performance in Sita Spiral Ascension, and 10,000 leaves is a heavyweight, Li Mubai is all roadkill like this. This one even dared to believe, especially after seeing Li Mubai's face full of confidence. It is simply a loyal Iron fan, brainlessly choosing to believe. This bout could really give Yi Feng a tormented almost mental collapse. Now it looks like you can finally relieve yourself of not having to worry about someone who will be wayward and confident. The three walked into the cave. The outside of this cave was the same as a normal desert cave, with sandstone walls, but the further inside, the lower the temperature became, and there was even a cold wind constantly blowing out from below. The deeper the cave went, the deeper they went, and when they found the lowest part of the cave, they saw the small crack that Su Mingxian had mentioned. Looking at the crack in front of them that was a full 100 meters wide, the three of them were confused. Is this the little crevice in the ground that Su Mingxian was talking about? That. Why don't you guys go down and I'll keep a lookout up there? It's too dark down there and I'm afraid of ghosts. Wan Tianle wimped out. There was no way. Who made him afraid of heights? There's a ghost in your ass. You're a gravedigger who's afraid of ghosts. Yi Feng kicked Wan Tianle's ass from behind, and Li Mubai was just about to open his mouth when he was also kicked down. These two kicks are more or less personal. Yi Feng, I can fly. What are you kicking me for? Li Mubai let out a wail of collapse. Shouldn't I be the one to ask? I don't know how to fly. Kick me for what? Wan Tianle man was numb. On the way down, Li Mubai directly began to greet Yi Feng's genealogy, cursing in a fierce and vivid manner. Yi Feng didn't care about them, and leaped. Anyway, the following is a pool of water. With Wan Tianle that body strength won't happen. As for Li Mubai, he can fly. Poof, poof, poof. What's with the extra bang? Yi Feng poked his head out from inside the water pool and saw Li Mubai, who was already floating on the water with his back turned upwards. Mubai! Hang in there, Mubai! Wan Tianle and Yi Feng hurriedly dragged Li Mubai ashore. Li Mubai, who was dripping wet, made an effort to stretch out a middle finger and said to Yi Feng, focusing on scolding you, I forget to use the wind line. After saying this, Li Mubai fainted with his head tilted. There was really no other way. Wan Tianle could only take out the coffin and stuff it into the middle after healing Li Mubai's injuries. Shortly afterward, he stood beside the duo with renewed vigor. Man, this is no coffin. This is a mobile resurrection spring. Mubai, give a shine. Professional flashlight. Li Mubai sniffed and snapped his fingers. Like magic illumination. The light began to spread with them at the center, and soon they discovered that there was an oversized cavern underneath this crevice. Ahead of us, there was no end in sight. I really didn't think there was such a place underneath the western desert. Li Mubai couldn't help but let out an exclamation, while Yi Feng casually said, a desert is actually a very thick layer of sand on top of the normal land, and it's not surprising that there are caves. Yi Feng led the way into the cave. The cave is huge and it is covered with stalactites, but is it really possible for a place like this to have bone dragon cubs? Wouldn't that kind of thing only be born in places where demonic beasts' bones were particularly abundant? It doesn't look like that kind of place. Does it? Just as Yi Feng was thinking about this matter, the stalactites in front of him suddenly crawled out many flying insects. It was only at this time that the three of them realized that the stalactites around them were almost all covered with many small holes, while many milky white flying insects were surprisingly inhabiting them. These flying insects are only the size of a thumb cap and look like bees, but they have very sharp teeth, and it looks like these stalactites are their rations. How hard must those teeth be to use stalactites as rations? Seeing this situation, Yi Feng hurriedly summoned flames to try to drive away these flying insects, but who knew that these flying insects even directly opened their mouths and ate his flames? Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but stare. How come the characteristics of this kind of bug seemed like he had heard of it somewhere? Immortal cultivation world. That's right, it's the world of cultivation. The immortal cultivation world also had a similar kind of bug that could devour all things in heaven and earth, but this bug in front of him was only somewhat similar to this kind of heaven-defying thing, and was not one of a kind. On the other side, at this time, Wan Tianle was extremely excited and shouted loudly after recognizing this kind of bug. Gold-devouring worm. Surprisingly, it's a gold-devouring worm. This kind of worm can devour everything in the world. Everything is food, But isn't this thing a strange worm from the ancient times? It's been extinct for more than 1,000 years, but I didn't expect it to still exist here. Beautiful. Leaf Maple called out straight to the insiders. God TM Gold Eater. That's right. In the immortal cultivation world, and this kind of bug similar but to no thousands and tens of thousands of times stronger strange insects are also called gold-eating insects. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. The following has nothing to do with the text. Brothers, my broken bones are healing, and sooner or later I'll be back at the top. And remember, if I don't update for a good part of the day, I'm not breaking. It's likely that I'm storing up the power to zoom out. Omega. Chapter 102 Gold-Eating Insects. Since normal magic doesn't work well, I'd like to see if you can eat this fire. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, the Earth's core gold flame roared out, and a circle of fire appeared centered around the three. At first, there were some gold-devouring insects that wanted to devour the Earth's core gold flame, but they soon realized that the temperature of these fires was extremely high, making them fearful of approaching. How long can you hold back these gold-devouring insects, Brother Feng? At this time, Wan Tianle suddenly opened his mouth. Yifeng didn't even look at him and said, "If you want to find the king of these gold-devouring insects, hurry up, don't be a grunt." Yes, Wan Tianle nodded heavily. Then he took out a compulsion flute from inside his storage ring. This compote flute was made from the bones of demonic beasts, with special runes written on it. The compote flute was blown, and the melodious sound of the flute echoed in the middle of the cave. Phew! All the gold-devouring insects within the stalactites all swarmed out at this moment, and Yifeng hurriedly let the Earth's core gold flame cover the three of them completely. Looking at these madly agitated gold-devouring insects outside, Li Mubai couldn't help but shiver all over. What exactly was it that Tianlu had blown that had caused all of these gold-devouring insects to fly out? Found it! That biggest one is the king of gold-devouring insects. Wan Tianle suddenly stopped playing and pointed at a gold-eating bug in the middle of the swarm whose size is more than 20 times that of a normal gold-eating bug. Not to mention Wan Tianlu. Even Li Mubai, who doesn't know much about strange bugs, can tell that this is the king of the gold-eating bugs. 3 stars of the middle rank. It's quite a match for you now, Tianle. Yifeng smiled inside, then turned his head to look at Li Mubai. The meaning was simple. You are the fastest. You go and catch it. Me? Go get that bug king? The white people of Li Mu were dumbfounded. Don't dawdle. If you're any later, that bug king will run away. All right. Li Mubai showed a helpless face, then quickly flew out when a gap appeared in the flame barrier. When he came back again, the extremely violent gold-devouring insect king was attacking him continuously. Bang! The gold-devouring insect king was thrown directly into the flame barrier by Li Mubai. Yifeng hurriedly opened a gap in the flame barrier while Wan Tianle took out his coffin and shut the gold-devouring insect king in it and began to use the runic magic on it to put it into an endangered state before taking the opportunity to sign a contract with it. The surrounding gold-devouring insects became extremely violent for a while when they saw that their family's insect king had been captured. And some of the gold-devouring insects even tried to pass through the barrier formed by the Earth's core gold flame. And naturally, the result needed no further explanation. Tianlu, if you can't subdue this gold-devouring insect king, Buddy High and Low will have to kick you twice. Li Mubai returned to the barrier, covered in blood, and his clothes were even bitten into rags by the gold-devouring insects, thus showing what kind of pain he had gone through in order to catch such gold-devouring insects. Don't worry, Mubai. You still can't trust me. Wan Tianle held his head high and looked like I believe in myself, and Li Mubai was twitching at the corner of his mouth. It is because it is you that I can't trust it. Half an hour later, when the gold-devouring insects inside the cave all disappeared, Wan Tianle's face was full of complacency, a very happy and pleased look. Needless to think, the gold-devouring insects had become his possession under his powerful means. The three continued to walk deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, deep in the western desert, fully 500,000 sand lizard demon armies and 500,000 earth lizard demons, totaling 1,000,000 otherworldly demon races entered the western desert in great numbers and began to advance towards the western region fortress of the western region human race. At the back of the 1,000,000 demon army, the sand lizard demon king looked at his men with madness and excitement in his eyes, and behind him was the earth lizard demon king, whose strength was on par with his. This time he would like to see what the humans of this western region would resist with. Earthen lizard demon king, I wish us a happy cooperation, and when the time comes, let this place become a new paradise for our two clans. Yes, ha ha ha. The two demon kings let out a burst of unbridled maniacal laughter, while all the sand lizard demons and earth lizard demons also revealed a bloodthirsty and frantic look at the same time. Disaster is about to befall mankind in the west. Inside the underground cave of the western desert, The three of them had been walking forward along the cave, during which they had seen quite a lot of scenery that only belonged to the cave. Thousands of stalactites in the trio around, and from time to time there will be water droplets fall, and the silence of the cave seems to be particularly loud and clear. Oh, exclusion! Yi Feng's divine sense swept and found that there were quite a lot of good things inside this underground cave. So when the other two weren't paying attention, he detached an avatar and began to frantically collect the heavenly treasures inside this cave. The deeper the three of them went, the more their vision opened up in front of them. Shortly afterward, the cave disappeared and was replaced by a cliff-like area. Ow! Below the cliff, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and a huge creature emitting a blue ghostly fire glow actually existed in the midst of the pitch blackness. Li Mubai hurriedly illuminated the entire cliff below to see a bone dragon that was more than 10 meters long and 5 meters high was looking at them with a pair of eyes that were like ghostly fire. This bone dragon did not look like the one in the Western myth, with its robust limbs like a big lizard. This bone dragon appearance is a serious Chinese ancient dragon, only no flesh and blood, is a skeleton, and in the skeleton but burning light blue ghost fire, looks more or less some oozing, and underneath this bone dragon was a huge bone pit that couldn't see the edge, which was piled up with uncountable demonic beast skeletons. Whatever demonic beast skeletons there were, just don't know how these demonic beast skeletons came to be. Ow! The bone dragon let out another roar towards the trio, its massive body charging towards the three at the top of the cliff above. There were no wings but could fly, and there were 5 claws, a proper 5-clawed true dragon. Tianlu gave it a beating to convince it, and it will be yours from now on. Yi Feng patted Wan Tianli's shoulder. This kind of thing should still be left to him. Chapter 103 Fight until you're convinced. No problem. Wan Tianli's eyes suddenly lit up. His legs bent into a bow. The coffin appeared in his hand, directly jumped off the cliff. His bouncing power was extremely amazing. A full force jump actually made the ground directly appear several cracks. This bouncing power made Li Mubai suck in a breath of cool air. Bang! Wan Tianlu raised the coffin in his hand and delivered a heavy blow to the head of the bone dragon below. The powerful force almost caused the bone dragon to fall from the air with a dizzying brain. Wan Tianlu stood on the bone dragon. The coffin in his hand continuously rose and fell and smashed down, and the black runes on top of the coffin also continuously flickered at that moment. But it's basically just switching back and forth between the two rune effects of weighted and weightless, but it's nonetheless jarring enough. Bang! 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 The two couldn't help but shiver as they listened to the loud sound of heavy objects crashing together one after another. Wan Tianli's current physical strength was truly terrifying, which if the uninformed really took him as an aide and fought with him in a melee, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable. The coffin alone would be enough for someone to drink. Ow! The bone dragon let out an angry roar, its huge body constantly flipping and prancing in the air. But Wan Tianlu was not affected in the slightest and was still constantly smashing the bone dragon's head with the coffin. Although the bone dragon's size wasn't small, in the end, it was just a middle-stage 8-star demonic beast. After about an hour under Wan Tianli's attack, he collapsed heavily inside the bone pit below and didn't move a muscle. Obviously this has been stoned. What's the point of not signing the contract now? The desert was extraordinarily silent at night. A bone dragon suddenly flew out of the cave under the moonlight straight into the sky. Yi Feng and the three of them were sitting on the back of the bone dragon in a leisurely manner. Li Mubai held a folding fan in his hand and looked at the endless desert below and couldn't help but sigh. The scenery of the western desert is really good. If there are no other worldly demon races here, I'm afraid it will become a very good attraction. Yi Feng sniffed and turned his head to look at the desert landscape below before looking back at his cell phone. The desert is really nice, except that soon it will be a desperate battlefield of horrors. The divine soul of a Yuaning stage cultivator could cover a large area, and not long ago he had already discovered that an army of otherworldly demons had begun to gather. Unsurprisingly, it should also be these 2 days that an attack would be launched against the Western region people. But what does that have to do with him? He wouldn't step in unless it came to him or to someone close to him. After all, not everyone wants to be a saintly mother. In his last life, he was a typical ingrate. So what if he guarded the immortal world? But in the end, he still ended up with a dead body. The bone dragon whistled through the air. The alabaster spiders would have cried out if they had seen this scene. They could have retired. Early in the morning, the trio arrived at the desert fortress on the western border. The desert fortress was the border defense of the western region, and it was likewise the place where Su Mingxian held down the fort. I really didn't expect you guys to actually find the bone dragon and take it in. Not bad. Very good. Su Mingxian patted Wan Tianli's shoulder with a satisfied expression. In the history of China, there was no summoner who could subdue such a bizarre existence as a bone dragon. But he didn't expect this unimpressive kid in front of him to do it. Although it was only a middle-ranked bone dragon, this was a real bone dragon after all. Summoners who wanted to tame demonic beasts to sign a contract had a very important prerequisite, which was that they themselves had to have a high degree of fit with the other party. A summoner who could have a fit with undead creatures. All the summoners in China from ancient times to the present day seemed to be this one and only. Being praised by Su Mingxian, Wan Tianla scratched his head a little embarrassed. He was able to subdue the bone dragon more or a fluke. After all, if it wasn't for Yi Feng and Li Mubai, he wouldn't even be able to come out of the cave alive. Not to mention subduing it. Recently, it seems that the otherworldly demon race side has begun to stir again, so I won't send you to the airport in the Aurora capital, so remember to come to the western region sometime in the future. You'll always be welcome here. Aha! The three of them nodded at the same time. It was not too late for them to catch the high-speed train to the Aurora capital, and there was just some time before the next flight to the Hope capital. The midday sun fell on the three. Breathing the familiar air of Pengcheng, three people actually a little trance. They're back. They're home. No, I'm going back to my ass's house. Li Mubai suddenly reacted. He accompanied these two people back to Pengcheng for what? His old home is not Pengcheng. Brother Feng, Tian Lu, I'm going back to the capital. Look for me in the capital when you have time. I'll definitely arrange something clear and comfortable for you. Li Mubai put away his handheld folding fan and cupped his fists at the two. Safe travels. The two of them cupped their fists at the same time and returned the salute. Li Mubai smiled faintly. Compared to getting along with those so-called sons of the world, he still felt more comfortable with Yi Feng and the others. Mubai follows. Yi Feng suddenly called out when Li Mubai turned around and was about to leave. And with a wave of his hand, a notebook and a bottle of pills were thrown to the other party. The notebook contains a special method of quenching the body, which together with the elixir inside the bottle will allow you to completely integrate that special power inside your body. Special power? I really forgot about it if you didn't say so. Brother Feng, I'll look into it when I get back. This power makes me feel a hint of uneasiness, and I suspect that obtaining this power might not be a good thing. Li Mubai rarely showed a serious and grave expression. Yi Feng nodded, and after instructing the other party a few words, he also turned around and walked with Wan Tianla towards their respective homes. Yi Feng had just opened the door when he saw Ziling lunging towards him, so hung up on giving him a cleanser. Seeing this, he didn't have any hesitation, directly displaying a hand of Taijiquan to push Ziling back again in a smooth manner. Where have you been, old brother? And why are you back now? Yi Shuiying, who was tidying up the house, was full of doubts. His oldest brother unexpectedly didn't like to stay at home anymore. This is more outrageous than the sun beating down on the west side. You may not believe me when I tell you, I went to the western desert. A week passed quickly. Yi Feng's parents had to deal with some things recently. Yi Feng came back just when they left home, and now that Yi Feng had been home for a week, things had been finished on their side, and they would be back tomorrow. Yi Shuiying looked at the head is not washed. Every day on the dangle a cigarette sitting in the bedroom gaming chair above the game of the old brother. The roots of the teeth are angry, some itchy. 7 whole days. The door does not go out 2 doors. She originally thought that their old brother has been Epiphany no longer be a geek. Now it seems to be that she thought too much. Older brother. What is it, old sister? Yi Feng twisted his head to look at Yi Shuiying, with a cigarette in his mouth, his right hand still holding the mouse, his left hand on top of the keyboard, while the computer screen was playing a 2-word game. Yi Shuiying finally couldn't help herself when she looked at Yi Feng's appearance and punched her old brother directly on his beaten face. Yes, ancient ruins underneath Pengcheng. The ancient ruins that should have been silent at this moment stood a man, his eyes staring tightly at the demonic stone statue in front of him with a bitter smile on his face. Ugh! A sigh resounded in the middle of the ancient ruins, and this person was no other than Wan Tianla, who had just returned to Pengcheng. The following has nothing to do with the text. I know today's update 2 chapters and a few days ago the gap is a little big. Dragon Boat Festival play high. The main thing is that I really did not expect there will be someone frame hand fracture buddies to go to the internet cafe. Tonight I will update a few chapters. The middle of the night to see the update, do not have to click in. Save until tomorrow to update the end of the read. And there is something at me, so that I can see. Cell phone backstage software does not now show the book segment reviews. I cracked open. Chapter 104, The Sleeping Demon. Wan Tianla reached out and touched his hand on top of the stone statue, and a voice resounded in the middle of his mind. Kid, do you understand now? You and I are one, and with your consent I can grant you incomparable power. Sorry, not interested. Wan Tianla shrugged his shoulders and turned around, preparing to leave this relic. Kid, Sooner or later you'll be interested. Sooner or later you'll realize how important a strong power really is. Remember, you'll always be a demon. The voice disappeared into thin air, and Wan Tianli's footsteps were heavy as he left the ruins. Just today when he got home, he suddenly saw another version of himself, which he had only thought was a hallucination until the voice brought him to this place, and he grew to know a few things after arriving at this place. 30 million years ago, the demon descended, and the gods of the Blue Planet's batch gave all they had to die with it before destroying it. However, 30 million years later, the demon's soul coalesced and reassembled to escape from the body that had been turned into a stone statue and became a baby. Perhaps by chance, the demon's consciousness fell into a deep sleep and a whole new one was born. Instead of Wan Tianlu having a demon in his body right now, it would be better to say that it was another personality. And it was because of this reason that even Yi Feng hadn't discovered it so far. I'm the devil, you banana stick hammer. I'm me. I'm Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu shook his hand indifferently, and the voice in the middle of his mind completely disappeared, never moving again. Boo! The door was closed and the sound of unlocking was heard. Yi Feng had a cigarette in his mouth and wore slippers with a dumbfounded look on his face. The cold wind blew, and Yi Feng felt his feet a little cold. Sis, at least give me a pair of shoes. A pair of cotton shoes and down jacket flew out from inside the window and smashed on top of Yi Feng's head. Speechless, really speechless. He was not at home for a week as far as forcing him out for a walk. Ugh, it's forcing him out. Yi Feng changed shoes and put on a down jacket in the middle of the snowy cold day toward the internet cafe. Trying to stop me from playing games and watching anime? No way. However, walking to the internet cafe, Yi Feng touched his pocket. No ID. It's still on the nifty internet. Every city has a black internet cafe, and so does Pengcheng. Such internet cafes are usually called schoolboy's paradise. Yi Feng had heard of this kind of internet cafe when he was in school before, and he also knew the exact location. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Yi Feng, who has a hangdog temperament, stands out in the middle of the snowy day. Pushing open the door of the internet cafe, Yi Feng stomped his feet as snow continued to fall on his body, and he skillfully went to the front desk to let the webmaster open the machine for him. Today he's going to have a few good pleasures. What? Lacking a centerfold? Seconds to pick Yasso. It went from morning to evening in one breath. Yi Feng only felt his physical and mental pleasure. Back home. Opened the door, his original good mood suddenly disappeared, because he saw his old man. Yo! The brat is back. What did you do the other day? You didn't go out to pick up girls, did you? Yi Long saw his son come back with a kind smile on his face that belonged to an old father, and Yi Feng used his middle finger in return. The mother, Qin Yusen, smiled as she came back and swept the snow off her son. Yi Feng entered the house after more intended to go into the house ready to watch some anime. Who knew that? But when passing the sofa was father, Yi Long grabbed and pressed to the side. Brat! Explain yourself. Where the hell have you been lately? Western Desert. The moment Yi Feng said this, Yi Long and his wife were stunned and looked at Ye's own son with an odd look in their eyes. Son, do you realize you've got your life back this time? Yi Long felt a little dizzy. How could he not expect his son to go to the Western Desert a while ago? If we come back a few days late, then the consequences are unimaginable. Qin Yusen's heart shivered even more. It was the first time she felt that she was actually so close to losing this son. Did something happen in the Western Desert? Yi Feng didn't feel surprised because after all, he had already realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the Western Desert before he came back. Yi Long's expression was heavy when he heard this, and there was even a flash of anger among his eyes. The Western Desert has appeared millions of otherworldly demons and has launched a general attack on the cities of the Western region. And now the Western Desert Fortress was broken off. The outermost 10 counties have fallen. Fortunately you came back early. Otherwise, Yi Long sighed. And just at this time, Qin Yusen also sat next to Yi Feng, reached out and stroked Yi Feng's cheeks, eyes moist, some choking. Mom doesn't want you to become a strong man like your father. As long as it's peaceful, even if you're at home every day and don't go out, it's fine. Good guy. Yi Feng straight call insider. In the eyes of the parents themselves had been completely reduced to the relatives in the mouth of the kind of home every day, that kind of self-indulgent people. Not to mention, it seemed like I was more or less that way. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. With me Yi Feng will definitely be fine. I will protect him. Ziling suddenly came over and opened her mouth at this time, a faint smile still hanging on her face, but there was more determination in her eyes as she looked at Yi Feng. It was as if what she had just said was her duty in this life. Yi Feng cried and laughed a little. The new year is about to begin. On the night of the New Year's Eve, Yi Feng's home was extremely lively. This was the most lively year for their family. 324 dormitory group called F4 Sky Group. Li Mubai posted a photo of him at a family gathering. Hani followed up by posting a photo of himself at the barracks with soldiers gathered for New Year's Eve. Yifeng also posted a picture of himself at home in Wadler. I seriously doubt you guys are flaunting it in front of me. And the evidence is overwhelming. All three people in front of the screen couldn't help but laugh. They weren't actually showing off by doing this. They were giving Wan Tianlu a reason to do so. Yifeng, you still know that you are alone in New Year's boredom. Come to me. Don't forget that I am also in Pengcheng. Vantage, is that okay? Yifeng, it's all buddy. Wadler, I'm coming. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the cell phone screen. Older sister. Ziling, don't mind if I ask Wan Tianlu to call in for New Year's Eve together. Yifeng looked towards the two daughters who were busy with their mother not far away. Violet Spirit shrugged her shoulders to show that she had no opinion. What opinion could she have? Yi Shuiying, on the other hand, whitened Yifeng and said, do you still need to ask us about this kind of thing? Making it seem as if we are the kind of people who don't have the slightest bit of human feelings. After saying that, Yi Shuiying continued to be busy with her own things. Not long after, the door of Yifeng's house rang with the doorbell. Yifeng went over to open the door, and Wan Tianlu stood at the door with two boxes. Wan Tianlu, whose body was covered in snow, revealed a silly smile, and Yifeng couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Chapter 105 New Year's Gifts. Yifeng's parents were both happy that Wan Tianlu could come. After all, it is their son's good friend. Yifeng can have friends they feel more happy. Yifeng Junior High School and Elementary School is simply a loner monster. Let them sometimes wonder if their son has some psychological problems. On New Year's Eve, the Spring Festival dogs don't even watch. Watching this unnutritious stuff is even better than watching anime for a while. Yifeng, Happy New Year. Wan Tianlu gave Yifeng the gift he had prepared long ago from inside his storage ring. Yifeng almost didn't faint from surprise at first glance. This is surprisingly the full Naruto manga set. He really is. I'm crying my eyes out. Good buddy. Yifeng patted Wan Tianlu's shoulder, then took out a compote flute that was obviously made out of special materials from inside his storage ring. The flute was condensed and quenched from hundreds of bones inside the cave, with many runes painted on it, and its efficacy was much better than the crude compulsion flute Wan Tianlu had before. Righteous Father. Wan Tianlu received the compote flute and almost didn't burst into tears. Is this his good righteous father? Just as the two of them were talking, Ziling walked over to Yifeng and took out a card box and handed it to Yifeng. These are 5 high-level demonic beast magic cards. I know you must have quite a few of them, but I really don't know what I should send. It's okay. Yifeng forced himself to act like he wasn't excited to take the card box, then took out a purple crystal from inside his storage ring and threw it to the other party. This was a purple crystal he found inside the cavern. As for the use, it wasn't very useful. It could just speed up the condensation of magic energy. It was only because of its being a purple crystal, coupled with the name of the purple spirit, that this purple crystal was given away. Spirit Amethyst. Yifeng, you actually sent me something so valuable, I really love you to death. Ziling excitedly hugged to Yifeng. This action of hers could give Yifeng a fright, and hastily dodged narrowly to avoid it. Miscalculated. I didn't realize it was so precious in this world. Violet Spirit flopped down on top of the couch, but her face still couldn't hide her excitement. Yifeng and Yi Shuiying is very simple. Since the two, because of the junior high school, once sent gifts to each other, some unpleasant after the two will agree from now on New Year's Eve no longer send gifts to each other. Unless you know what the other side now really need. Otherwise they do not send gifts to each other. But also to save trouble. Mostly because it was so awkward at the time. Yi Shuiying gave Yifeng a book of magical knowledge, and Yifeng gave Yi Shuiying a Death Barbie pink lipstick. The two closed themselves off at the same time. Aurora Capital. Because of the otherworldly demon race, the city has now become very sad. Even the new year can't see much joyful atmosphere. Bang! Su Mingxian hammered the desktop hard, the anger on his face obvious. Who would have thought that the invasion of the otherworldly demon race would suddenly become this outrageous? Originally, a sand lizard demon king on the opposite side was already difficult to deal with. And now there was even another earth lizard demon king that was equal in strength to it. Touching the few extra wounds that had recently appeared on his body, Su Mingxuan's face revealed a look of helplessness. If only he could be so strong that he wouldn't be afraid even in the face of two demon kings. The sand lizard demon king and the earth lizard demon. But that can only be fantasized about. Ugh. Su Mingxian sighed. There was only one way for the western region to defeat the otherworldly demon race when it came down to it, and that was to seek reinforcements from the other 4 regions. Yifeng, who had finally finished the New Year's Eve, was just about to welcome his future life as a geek for close to a month inside his bedroom. However, who knew that just when he had made enough preparations to start continuing to be a geek, the bedrooms were suddenly kicked open. Stop playing, brat. Go to the battlefield with your father and me. What? Yilong with a face full of you can't refuse me expression grabbed Yifeng then packed the whole thing away. Yifeng grabbed the doorframe with a death grip and tried to resist. But good grief, the house was empty. His mother, his old sister, and Ziling were all absent. He missed Violet's spirit so much in this moment. She was there, maybe he could have been saved. All the same, he understands that the 4 domains received a request for troops from the western region today, all of which are Chinese. And how could the other 4 domains sit idly by while the western region suffered a crisis? Yilong represented the east domain to bring troops to support him. He wanted to bring Yifeng there so that he could adapt to the battlefield environment and understand how brutal the battle between the demons and humans was now and how important strength was. Then from then on, he was furious to finally take his place. This kind of thing, Qin Yusen would definitely not agree. So Yilong decided to take advantage of the fact that Qin Yusen was now out shopping for groceries to grab Yifeng and take him away to the western battlefield. Kidnapping. Help. No one cares. In the middle of Yifeng's burst of curses, he was stuffed into the car by his own father. Just as Yilong was about to drive to the military area, Yifeng suddenly spoke. Pops, can you fulfill my last wish? Wish? What wish? Say, I can't go to the west alone, can I? You should know what I mean, right? Yilong sniffed and glanced at his son, then couldn't help but laugh. 5 days later, Aurora capital. Han Yi, Wan Tianla simultaneously raised a middle finger at Yifeng in front of them. Yifeng's old face turned red. Facing the curses of the 2 of them, he ignored them all. Where's Mubai? Yifeng hastily changed the topic. If he didn't remember wrongly, Mubai said that he was also forced to bring to the western battlefield. Here, a familiar voice came. The 3 of them looked along with the voice and realized that they saw Li Mubai, who was running towards them. Chapter 106, Guarding the Western Region's Eye. Unlike the 3 of them, Li Mubai was not wearing an Eastern Region uniform but a Central Region uniform. And Yifeng and the others just weren't on the same team. What were you brought here for? Han Yi inquired with some curiosity, while Li Mubai was filled with helplessness when he heard. The marshal representing the Central Region this time over is my old man, so you guys tell me why. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately felt that he had met his soulmate. We're all in the same boat. The 4 of them met on this side of the Eastern Domain reinforcement camp. So Li Mubai's dress as a soldier from the Central Domain was very abrupt and drew a lot of onlookers from the surrounding area. If you're from the Central Region Army, how are you going to move with us from now on? Han Yi frowned. In the battlefield, if he was surrounded by teammates who were familiar with their respective fighting styles, it would definitely be a lot easier. So he still wanted to fight with the 3 of them together with Yifeng. Don't worry, I've already told my old man that I'll hang out with you guys, run missions together, and I'll go wherever you guys go. Just as the 4 of them were chatting, on the other side Yilong was explaining on the phone with his daughter-in-law. That is, Yifeng's mother Qin Yusen. Yilong, are you out of your mind? How dare you bring your son directly to the battlefield in the Western region? What? You think your son has a long life, don't you? Listening to Qin Yusen's angry voice inside the phone, Yilong was full of helplessness and aggression. He also felt sorry for his son, but he couldn't keep letting his son grow up inside a greenhouse. Don't worry, daughter-in-law, it's going to be fine. Son, I'm sure I'll bring you back safe and sound. Get out. The phone hung up. Yilong had a head full of black lines. On the other hand, Qin Yusen, who was inside her Pengcheng home, was furious. This was the Western region. The Western region that was being attacked by millions of otherworldly demons, and it was still a frontline battle. His own son was a middle-ranked magician, and even if he was even stronger, he was still only a middle-ranked, and it was impossible to be so invincible that his life was absolutely not in danger. She really couldn't figure out how many strings were missing in this douchebag Yilong's head that he could bring his son to such a dangerous place. It's so true that the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Aunt Qin, I'm going to the Western region. I'll definitely protect Yifeng. Ziling took her luggage with a look of I'm leaving right now. Seeing this, Yi Shuiying and Qin Yusen hurriedly went over to stop her. Just stay home and wait for their father and son to come back. You're only a mid-ranked mage. No matter how talented you are, you're not at the point where you can fight with the higher ranks. I'll really break down if something happens to you. But Yifeng is only a middle-ranked mage too. Ziling was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying out, while Qin Yusen rushed to comfort. Fenger is blessed with a great life. It will be fine, for sure, Qin Yusen said in the side while praying in her heart at the same time. Yi Shuiying looked out the window. her heart equally anxious and worried. His own oldest brother will come back safe and sound. For sure. King Fry. Pair of threes. Gone. Hey, hey, hey. Yifeng revealed a bad smile and took a piece of army-issued beef jerky from each of the three hands. Brother Feng, why do I always feel like you're playing cards with us as if you've opened your perspective eyes? How come it seems like whatever cards we play won't be out of your expectation? Li Mubai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yifeng, while Yifeng said somewhat sheepishly, which is not true. How can there be such a thing as a penetrating eye in this world? Just as the three of them were staring at Yifeng with their eyes locked on Yifeng, the bell suddenly rang in the temporary barracks they were in for an emergency assembly. 24 divisions in the eastern region, 1 super-ranked mage, 50 high-ranked mages, 5,000 middle-ranked mages and 10,000 low-ranked mages. Everyone assembled in the clearing, and the vastness looked that spectacular. The only super-ranked mage within the 24th division stood on the temporarily erected high platform looking down at the neatly arranged soldiers below with a satisfied nod. Zhang Penghai, the division commander of the 24th division of the eastern region, a super-order 5-star physical cultivator. Although he was already 50 years old this year, his body was as if he was in his 30s. Not only his muscles did not flaccid but were unusually robust, and he was full of intimidation just by looking at him. Listen up, everyone. Although we are all from the eastern region, please remember that we are all Chinese, and now that our compatriots in the western region are in trouble, how can we just sit back and do nothing? 24th division. Everyone listen to the order. Go to the western region's Crawl City, support our compatriots, and exterminate the demon race. Exterminate the demon race. Exterminate the demon race. Destroy the demon race. Just as Jiang Penghai's loud voice fell, all the soldiers of the 24th division erupted in a strong cry. Anger was written all over everyone's face. The 24th Eastern Division immediately departed for the city of Kral, about 300 miles from the Aurora capital. Although the western region had now fallen to see a number of counties, there was no city that had fallen, and even though half of the city of Kral had now been occupied by the demon race, the other half was still holding out. Fighter jets were whizzing through the air, and tanks, armored vehicles, and other modern military weaponry were heading towards the city of Kral at top speed. Everyone in the 24th Division was positioned in writing in the military vehicles, but Yifeng's 4 men were standing on the ground a bit confused, because there was no one to set them up. And it was at this time that Jiang Penghai, who was in military uniform, came in front of Yifeng's 4 people and said, Marshal Yilong has commanded that you 4 little ones are too young, so you should follow me, so that you can still be kept safe. When these words came out, Hani was not happy on the spot. A compatriot going to war while we can only hide in the background and watch. I'm sorry, I can't do such a thing. Hani refused verbally. He didn't want to be treated differently because of his status. It's the dignity of being a soldier. The other 3 didn't object when they heard this, and it was clear that they also agreed with Han Yi's statement. Jiang Penghai only felt a bit headstrong as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Yifeng and Li Mubai's origins are not simple. If something really happened to them, they really can't afford such a responsibility. The military vehicles are all full now. It's simply impossible for you to reach the city of Kral in a short period of time without riding in my vehicle. Get in the car with me and go. Who says we can't get places in short order without a car? Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth, then looked at Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu hemmed and hawed, and before Jiang Penghai could react, he saw a 5-meter-tall summoning array suddenly appear. Ow! A dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire makeshift military camp. Brothers, let's go! Yifeng jumped to the top of the bone dragon's head, followed by the other 3. Ow! The white body of the bone dragon pierced into the clouds. The flying dragon is in the sky, and the true dragon is now in the world. Looking at the bone dragon figure that had gradually disappeared into the sky in the direction of Kral City, Jiang Penghai was dumbfounded. The soldiers of the 24th Division of the Eastern region who had just set out were burning with fervor in their hearts when they saw the bone dragons whistling through the air, weaving between the clouds. This is the Chinese worship of the dragon from the genes. This was still the case even though many of them could tell that it was only a middle-ranked bone dragon. With the help of the true dragon, this battle will be won. This is the Chinese people's belief in the dragon. Chapter 107, Guarding the Western Regions 2. The city of Clare, a metropolis that should be rich and fertile, has now become extremely dilapidated, with the otherworldly demon race having ravaged most of it, leaving only the center of the city still intact. The sheltered areas were filled with all the millions of people who had survived in the city of Kral, each face revealing unease and despair. Their former homes were destroyed and there was nothing they could do about it. A sandstone wall several hundred meters high surrounded the entire city of Kral, and its thickness was 300 meters. Sandstorms whipped through the city. Warplanes could not fly in at all, and it was simply impossible to take away the remaining people among them and abandon the city. The number of troops left in the city was less than 200,000, and there were even a number of wounded among them. The reinforcements from the eastern region arrived, a total of 5 divisions, but now these reinforcements were all trapped outside the sand wall. Letting the artillery fire bombard them however it could, but it was difficult to penetrate them. Not even a crack was left behind. This was a defense barrier forged jointly by 150,000 otherworldly demon races, so how could it be broken just by saying so? Although the sand lizard demon and the earth lizard demon were only 1 million, they were mostly middle-ranked demonic beasts, and the otherworldly demon race was already much tougher than a normal human middle-ranked mage because of their bodies. Not to mention that the number had reached this point nowadays. Boom! 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 Tank shells kept bombarding the sand wall and still couldn't break it. Inside the military barracks in Kral, the commander, after hearing about this, slammed his desk. The wound on his left arm that had been cut off by the demon began to ooze blood due to the intensity of the action. Qian Nan looked out the window at the towering sand wall, face of despair. Is there really no way out? Is everyone in Kral to be buried in the city they once loved? No! He would never allow that to happen. How many more soldiers can stand up and fight now? Qian Nan turned his head to the clerk beside him and shouted, as long as the commander gives the order, 180,000 soldiers will do whatever they have to do. Even if it means dying, they will defend the city of Kral. Good. You go find the men from the Ministry of Engineers and tell them to find a way to make a hole in this broken wall for me. I'll personally take the lead and cover them. Yes. Qian Nan gave an order. 150,000 soldiers, as long as they could still stand up, fully armed and ready to rush to the front line at any time. The homes they were stationed in were about to fall, so how could they sit back and wait for it to happen? Meanwhile, a hint of choice appeared on the face of the Minister of Engineers, who received the news on the other side. There were less than 100 of them left in the Ministry of Engineers and soldiers today. Almost all of them had been killed or wounded in the previous battle of defending the city, but if he didn't lead the men to break the sand wall down, everyone in the city of Kral would have to die. Leave this matter to me. I will open that broken wall. With that, the Minister of Engineers left the barracks and headed for the refuge area. Inside the refuge area, there was a dead silence. Everyone's face revealed despair. In their view this time the city of Kral was completely finished. It's over. The city of Kral is over. Westfield is finished. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. The sandstorm outside is so big. It's even blocking the sunlight. I want to feel the warmth of the sun again. Ugh. The atmosphere of despair was everywhere inside the shelter. However, just at this time, a melodious piano sound suddenly rang out. In the center of the evacuation area, Su Mingxian is playing the piano. His white gloves are dancing like elves in the middle of the ruins, giving people hope to live. Blood began to seep from the wounds on his body because the action was too intense. The piano also gradually became sad and angry. Qin Haoshan died. That normally big-hearted fellow died under the joint attack with the Sand Lizard Demon King and the Earth Lizard Demon. At the last minute it was the other guy who gave up his life to keep himself alive. Came over to hold down the city of Kral. Yet it still didn't change the fact that Kral was almost falling. The sand and dust filled the air, but the suited figure on the high platform did not stop moving, and the high sound of the piano seemed so abrupt in the midst of the despairing atmosphere. The piano, which was just starting to play solo, soon found a companion. The sound of saxophones rang through the shelter, followed by harps and guitars, and slowly the sound of music resonated through the midst of the crumbling metropolis, giving a ray of hope to this crumbling city. Whether it's Western instruments or Chinese classical music you can hear here, the lonely piano was no longer alone at this moment, and people kept getting up and pulling out their instruments to join in this play of hope. Even though they were in a sorry state and covered in dust, the instruments in their hands were still clean and the music they played was still loud and beautiful. The Minister of Engineers walked into the refuge area and saw the scene with a faint smile on his face. This is the essence of music. He walked to a place in the refuge area where workers gathered. It was full of construction workers from the city of Kral. They were all ordinary people. Some were low-level mages, but most were ordinary people with little to no magical energy in their bodies. Who is your leader? The Minister of Engineers asked in a heavy tone to the men in workers' uniforms in front of him. One of the men who was playing the saxophone put down his instrument at the sound of his voice and walked over to the Minister of Engineers and asked, I am. May I ask, what can I do for you? How many of you are left? Almost 6,000. The Minister of Engineers looked at the man in front of him whose face was very much still dusty, and after a moment's hesitation he still said, The Eastern region reinforcements can't get inside the city of Kral because of the sand wall. We have to send people to the sand wall to make a passage from the inside for the reinforcements to come in. Commander Channan will lead the army to stall for time while I need to make a passage from the sewer to where the sand wall is located in this one with the men. The Department of Engineers and Soldiers has no one left. The middle-aged man looked at the Minister of Engineers, and a smile appeared on his slightly naive face. Then he was seen picking up the shovel on the ground and shouting behind him, "Brothers who want to go with me grabbed their weapons and set off." As soon as these words came out, all the tens of thousands of workers in the field picked up their own things and followed the middle-aged man towards the periphery of the refuge area. The men still lied. There weren't even 6,000 people here. There were tens of thousands of people who were considered wounded. Asterisk. Old Liu painter, get together for what? You have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you just a duster too? Ha ha ha. Whatever. It's rare to have a chance to be a hero. Wouldn't it be a shame not to fulfill the dream of being a hero as a teenager? Many of the workers couldn't keep their hands from slapping the Minister of Engineers as they walked past him. The already somewhat dirty uniforms were now even more dusty. Tens of thousands of workers walk in the middle of streets filled with sandstorms, and they walk in the direction of the towering walls of sand. Mom, what are those uncles going to do? A little girl hiding inside the house couldn't help but ask after seeing these figures in the middle of the sandstorm. The woman in her 30s looked at the crowd in the middle of the sandstorm and reached out to touch her daughter's tender face. Watching the direction the men were traveling, she understood all too well what the other side was trying to do. That's your worker uncles. They're going to save us from danger. When the woman finished taking it out, she took out her harp and a melodious flute sounded. A variety of musical instruments sounded at the same time, and the instruments continued to resound wherever the workers' troops passed. The music grew, yet the workers disappeared into the obscuring sandstorm. Chapter 108, Guarding the Western Regions 3. All of the otherworldly demons of Kral City assembled to head towards the last human gathering in Kral City. Today's western territories have been divided into 4 main battlegrounds: East, North, South, and Center. The 4 domains of the army in 4 directions to support. As for the local army in the western region has already lost a lot of money, and now hastily participate in the battle, even if it is defended. The follow-up is also difficult to maintain the development of peace in the western region. Kill. Commander Qian Nan raised what was left of his one arm up, the Chinese flag waving in his hand, the dazzling red color representing the will of all. They had to stall for the rear. Only by letting the eastern domain reinforcements come in could they have any hope of victory. At this point in the sand wall, 10,000 workers had come out of the sewers and started destroying the sand wall from the inside, while the reinforcements from the eastern domain outside were working to try and overlap the gap that had been punched out from the inside. Even as thick as the sand wall was, it still loosened in the face of the humans' concerted attack, and a gap was slowly appearing. However, just at this time, thousands of earth lizard demons suddenly burrowed out of the ground to quickly advance towards the team of workers in front of them. The soldiers in charge of the guards fought with them, but it was clear that these remnants of the Kral City's soldiers were simply unbeatable in front of the earthen lizard demon. Tongues like serpents' letters continued to spit out, and they swung their sharp claws to continuously harvest the lives of these soldiers. Even though they knew that they were sending themselves to death by going over, these soldiers still bravely rushed forward. For the city of Claire, for their hometown, for their families, they must never back down. Just when all the soldiers had already held the determination of certain death to fight the earth lizard demon, a sudden change occurred. Ow! A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The bone dragon figure emerged in the middle of the sandstorm. The bone dragon swooped down from the clouds. Although it was only a middle rank, but that aura made the high ranks among the demon group feel shocked. Just at the moment when the earth lizard demon was about to use its magic to bring down the bone dragon in the air, a black and gray mist suddenly enveloped the area. In an instant, the thousands of earth lizard demons all lost their fighting strength, their eyes becoming extremely frightened and full of disbelief. Why did they actually feel the pressure of a superclass demon king from amongst this black mist? How is this possible? The humans on the other side also felt the pressure, and all the magic energy in their bodies could not be used, but they did not have too much fear, and their strong will made them hastily withdraw from the range covered by the black fog. The black mist separates the humans and earth lizard demonic demons that are near the sand wall directly. The soldiers simultaneously looked towards the bone dragons that were whistling and circling in the air. The source of these gray-black mists was none other than the bone dragons. The black chi gushed out from the bone dragon's spine like a flood falling into the group of demons below. Against the backdrop of the sandstorm, the bone dragon looked more like an evil spirit from hell, sowing death on earth. someone with good eyes noticed what looked like someone standing on a bone dragon. Will Tianluo hold up? Han Yi turned his head to ask Wan Tianluo, who was placing his hands on the standing coffin. At this moment, there were constantly undead breaths whistling out from the open coffin. That's right, it was all done by Wan Tianluo. No problem, it'll definitely hold up. The magic energy in Wan Tianli's body was constantly depleting, while Li Mubai beside him was constantly pouring pills inside his mouth. The lost magic energy was instantly replenished. And nowadays, Wan Tianluo was like a machine operating frantically. Good. Yi Feng, let's take this opportunity now to exterminate this group of below. With a wave of Han Yi's hand, a special Gatling appeared in his hand. No problem. A Gatling also appeared in Yi Feng's hand. This Gatling was a proper high-level magical artifact, which Yi Feng had modified with 2 firearms before he came. Although the digested magic energy was a bit large, it could penetrate the defensive leather armor of the Earth Lizard Demon. Nanwu Gatling 3000 revolutions in 1 second. Grandpa, I'll directly physically overpower all of you. Han Yi fired directly with the Gatling in his hand. Ta-da! 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 Bullets swept toward the ground as the duo fired left and right at the same time. Instantly the bullets whizzed out, and one after another of the Earth Lizard demons that were unable to use their magical energy for defense and attack were pierced through their bodies by the bullets. At the same time, a magic formation appeared. Wan Tianluo no longer stayed his hand. All the parasites that he had raised whistled out. Even the newly taken in gold devouring insects were released not long ago. Wherever the swarm passed, the Earth Lizard demonic demons were turned into white bones. These parasites were obviously hungry and gnawed that clean. Mubai, I'm running out of magic energy. Han Yi shouted at Li Mubai while scanning the demon group below. Hearing this, Li Mubai directly began to wander between the 3 to feed them elixirs and replenish bullets. It was a busy time. Looking at the bone dragons constantly flying in the air, everyone in this battlefield in the western region was filled with shock in their eyes at this time. For people slightly tender face and figure at this time in their hearts left an indelible memory. They will not forget. In the city of Claire in times of crisis there is a dragon fell from the sky, and on the dragon stood 4 teenage heroes. They will be forever recorded in the history of the city of Claire. Seek death. The high-ranked Earth Lizard demon at the back who saw this scene let out a roar. Several high-level Earth Lizard demons used their magic, and instantly uncountable earth cones appeared from the ground, then whistled in the direction of the 4 people in the air. Mubai, you take over. Okay. Li Mubai hurriedly came over to take over Gatling while Yi Feng took out the Crow Wolf Demon King's high-level magic card, and instantly a tornado swept away the sandstorm in their area, which also included those earth cones. Yi Feng's feet powered up to turn into a shooting star and came directly in front of the team consisting of 10 high-level Earth Lizard demons. A mere middle-ranked human dares to fight us head-on, really doesn't know what he's doing. One of the Earth Lizard demons had a sneer on its face and was just about to directly tear Yi Feng apart with its hands. Who knew that just at this time, 2 magic cards appeared in Yi Feng's hands. Superclass Magic Card, Ghost Wing Demon King. Superclass Magic Card, Sky Demon Tiger. Sharp bat cries and earth-shattering tiger whistles emanated from the 2 super-ranked magic cards. Put! All of the Earth Lizard demons within a mile radius heard this sound, and all of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dead. Luckily, Yi Feng had fallen behind this demon group. Otherwise this move would have been easy to accidentally injure a friendly army. Meanwhile, with the tireless efforts of 10,000 workers and reinforcements from outside, with a rumble, the wall of sand broke through a huge gap. The seemingly impregnable wall of sand still looks a little too strong for the 10,000 kill. The eastern region reinforcements instantly poured into Crawl City like a flood that broke the dike. However, what they saw after they came in was a sky full of parasites and black and gray mist, as well as countless Earth Lizard demon skeletons. What just happened here? Chapter 109, Guarding the Western Regions 4. The battlefield on the other side of Claire. The last of the Western Crawl's army fought what they believed to be the last and most crucial battle of their lives in the midst of the crumbling city. Pust! The Sand Lizard demon's sharp claws penetrated Xian Nan's body. Give up the resistance, humans. You can't win. Sand Lizard demon looked at the man in front of him, although he was already full of injuries but still not willing to take a step back. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Super rank Sand Lizard demon. In the Sand Lizard demon and Earth Lizard demon clans there weren't many of them either. Each super rank was a clan protector, the ones in charge of capturing the city of Crawl. On the other hand, were 2 entire super rank 5-star existences. Impossible. Even if I die, there's no way I'm going to let you step into the last Pure Land in the city behind me. Xian Nan's eyes were firm, and his only remaining arm had a death grip on the Sand Lizard demon's robust arm. All the soldiers also had a firm gaze shining among their eyes. They can't back out. Not because they are so noble and patriotic, but because there are their families in the refuge area behind them. Ha ha ha, ridiculous humans. I'm afraid that the pure land you speak of has now become our paradise. The superclass sand lizard demon let out a loud laugh. What do you mean by that? Foolish human, have you forgotten that we, the sand lizard demon clan, are not the only ones in your city right now? There are also the earth lizard demons, and I'm sure they've already entered your last pure land through the tunnels by now. Asterisk. Qian Nan tore his heart out and let out a roar as the last of his body's strength exploded. Swinging his right fist with all the power of his body, the sand lizard demon drew back to avoid it, and instantly blood stained Qian Nan's chest. A heart was held in the sand lizard demon's hand and then pinched with force. However, although Qian Nan had been pinched and burst his heart, his body was still swinging his fist at the sand lizard demon. The sand lizard demon who saw this shook his head. Human, I admire you, so I will give you and your men a hard time. After saying this, the sand lizard demon's sharp claws waved, and in an instant, Qian Nan's body was turned into a sky full of blood rain and disappeared. Avenge the commander. Kill. All of the remaining Crawl City soldiers all let out an angry roar as they hissed and charged towards the sand lizard demon in front of them. Inside the shelter, there was smoke and dust. The earth lizard demon kept burrowing out of the ground. The mages responsible for manning the refuge area began to fight to the death against the sand lizard demons. The earth lizard demon rushed into the main street of the refuge area and wanted to kill from this road all the way to the area with the most people in the core. However, a lone figure appeared on the empty street at this time. On the dilapidated road, Su Mingxian sat next to a piano, his suit showing elegance. Desperate pianist. Magic energy was poured into the piano, and at the moment when the earth lizard demon rushed towards the other party, the stirring piano sound suddenly rang out. The glass of the surrounding buildings suddenly shattered, and the earth lizard demon that was still raging just now instantly collapsed to the ground with blood in its 7 orifices. A human super-ranked wizard? Interesting. The earth lizard demon protector drilled out from the ground. His body was as high as 5 meters, more than several times larger than the normal earth lizard demon. However, Su Mingxian did not have the slightest fear. The hands with white gloves kept undulating and falling, and burst after burst of substantial sound waves whistled out to hit the earth lizard demon protector. The huge body was shaken and could not help but take a few steps back. Before he could react, the sound of the piano sheepishly transformed into a dozen or so sonic light blades that struck his body. Blood splattered as a wound appeared above the arm of the earth lizard demon protector. Human, you seek death. The beautiful music was so harsh in the ears of the earth lizard demon protector. A dozen or so earth thorns emerged from the ground wanting to directly break Su Mingxian and his piano together. However, with a bang, the sound wave was like a ripple instantly shattering all the earth spikes. The earth lizard demon protector was enraged, and his huge body transformed into a residual shadow to Su Mingxian's side, waving his sharp claws just about to strike down. Who knew just then? Boom! An armor-piercing bullet whizzed by, sending the earth lizard demon protector flying backwards for several meters before barely standing still. The earth lizard demon protector hurriedly turned his head to look, and then he saw the vast human army appearing on the streets of the dilapidated city. Kill! Zhang Penghai stood at the top of a military vehicle in the center of the army and gave orders. All the soldiers at this moment no longer suppressed the anger in their hearts and rushed towards the earth lizard demon army in front of them. At the same time, Zhang Penghai also fired his feet, and a purple thunder dragon suddenly appeared underneath his feet, whistling as it rushed towards the earth lizard demon protector in front of him. Battles raged, spells rose in all directions, and in the midst of the chaotic battlefield Su Mingxian was still sitting in front of the piano playing music, with sound wave magic constantly emanating from the piano. Countless earth lizard demons fell to the ground bleeding from their 7 orifices because of his attack, and there were even quite a number of earth lizard demons that were directly cut off by the sonic magic, and the blood dyed the ground red, but did not dye the pure white gloves on Su Mingxian's hands. Thunder flashed and smoke rose. The earth lizard demon protector had resisted Zhang Penghai's thunder python, but not Su Mingxian's soundwave magic that had condensed into substance. Thousands of flying daggers condensed from sound waves penetrated the body of the earth lizard demon protector. Blood was splattered in all directions, like a blooming blood lotus. And just at this time, Zhang Penghai flew into mid-air. The thunderbolt condensed behind him to become a purple thunderbird, letting out a sharp and loud bird call, then whistled. It's impossible for our demon race to lose. The earth lizard demon protector let out a roar. Yet he disappeared into flying dust amidst the lightning. The horn of the human counterattack in the western region was officially sounded at this moment. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, east, south, north, center, the strongest person of the four domains was now looking at the Sand Lizard Demon King and the Earth Lizard Demon King with arrogance. That's right, there was another battle above the deadly desert. A battle that belonged to these top-tier existences of theirs. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Sand Lizard Demon King suddenly laughed up to the sky, and the wounds on his body began to ooze blood because of the laughter, staining the sand beneath him red. Are you feeling ridiculous about the failure of your demon race? Yi Long looked at the clearly defeated Sand Lizard Demon King in front of him and said in a cold voice. Although the others did not say anything, but by looking at their expressions they knew that they thought the same as Yi Long. Defeat? You guys are overthinking it. It's impossible for our demon clan to lose. Now all we're doing is to lure you guys out. Without the 4 9-star powerhouses sitting in Huaxia, I'll see how you can fight against our demon clan. The Sand Lizard Demon King's face revealed an expression that belonged to the arrogance of a victor. And just at this time, a spatial crack suddenly appeared behind him, and a delicate figure stepped out from it. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the Fox Spirit Demon King, one of the 13 protectors of the demon clan. The following has nothing to do with the text. I will not write male and female emotional scenes, so in general we'll try to avoid. As for the ending of the West, I can only say that it will be a particularly perfect ending. It must be a lot of people have also found that I write books like to sew a lot of plots in. I admit it, because I think that I'm a seamstress. The right words I'll use, like a beautiful piece of fabric sewn on the top of my clothes. Want to scold me directly scolding. I do not care about it. The people, as well, just be happy. Wavy dash. It's a book group, and I see so many people have asked me to start a group to fulfill your wishes. 226518223. Chapter 110, Defending the Western Regions, the end. Not only was it the battlefield of the 4 top powerhouses, but the other 4 battlefields also underwent simultaneous mutations at this time. Spatial cracks suddenly appeared above every battlefield. 4 Fox Spirit Demons with sufficient strength of 18 stars of the superclass stepped out from the spatial rift. The Fox Spirit Demon clan were all half human, half fox in appearance. They didn't have such a huge and terrifying body as the other demon clans, but the aura emanating from their bodies was even more terrifying than the Sand Lizard Demon King and the Earth Lizard Demon King that had appeared before. The Black Fox Spirit Demon, who was only of normal human height, looked down at the crowd below. The army of Clear City didn't hesitate after seeing their opponent. Countless bullets and magic whistled at him at the same time, yet the other party just waved his hand gently. Boom! With a flash of black aura, the bullets and magic instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The beautiful sound of the piano turned into several waves of sonic magic whistling toward him. Seeing this, the Black Fox Spirit Demon, however, only smiled disdainfully. Noisy thing. The Black Fox Spirit Demon in the air suddenly disappeared, and then it appeared behind Su Mingxian. Pust! Blood stains the piano keys like the last flower that blooms before life dies. It turned out that they were so small in the face of absolute strength. The white-gloved hand fell feebly. Pust! The Black Fox Spirit Demon drew out its hand and violently crushed Su Mingxuan's heart with a single force. Desperation began to spread anew in the city of Kral. Is it true that mankind cannot see hope? Other side. The sudden appearance of the Fox Spirit Demon King caused the 4 domain powerhouses to change their faces at the same time. The powerful aura made all 4 of the strongest people in China unable to resist poof to the ground. Just from the terrifying breath that made them more or less unable to breathe, they could conclude that the otherworldly demon race in front of them that looked like their human appearance was definitely the legendary demon protector, the real demon powerhouse. Yi Long saw the Fox Spirit Demon King after the heart trembled. Just want to open the mouth to prepare to think of ways to delay the time to see if there is no thought of what way to escape, but was interrupted by the Fox Spirit Demon King exit. You Chinese have a famous saying that villains die from talking too much, so I'm going to kill you now. Fox Spirit Demon King raised a slender white finger, aimed at the front of the Yi Long. Just want to launch the demonic law directly, will be all 4 people killed. However, who knows, just at this time the change is steep. Had enough? A black figure appeared in mid-air, his black trench coat moving windlessly in the air, and a black mask on his face making it impossible to see his face. A terrifying pressure instantly caused the Fox Spirit Demon King's pupils to contract, and a mouthful of blood gradually sprayed out without being held back. The spatial crack reappeared, and the Fox Spirit Demon King didn't dare to hesitate, running towards the crack in panic. There's no way she could have beaten this guy. Why? Such a horrible thing could exist in this world. If she was an ordinary sea fish inside the sea, then this person in front of her was definitely a whale-like existence in the sea. Yifeng looked at the escaping fox spirit demon king and didn't say anything. The golden dazzling light lit up behind him. 5 golden light swords appeared out of thin air. Extinguish. Pust. 5 golden swords whistled out. City of Clare. Looking at the black fox spirit demon like a hellish god of death, all of them had despair in their hearts and tightly gripped the weapons that belonged to them. Just when they were ready to fight to the death with the black fox spirit demon, a dazzling sword of light suddenly descended from the sky and penetrated the black fox spirit demon's body. Ah! The black fox spirit demon let out a mournful scream and turned into flying dust. Not only him, but also the black fox spirit demons in the other 3 battlefields did the same. Pust. The fox spirit demon king was penetrated through his body by the lightsaber. His face became white without a trace of blood, and at the last critical moment the fox spirit demon king entered the spatial rift. The powerful sword chi aftermath directly obliterated the heavily injured sand lizard demon and earth lizard demon. Not even ashes remained. Yifeng had the intention to chase and head directly to the demon world for an eternity. It was only a pity that if he left now, the situation in the western region would be completely irreversible. Looking at the man who had suddenly appeared in the air, all 4 of the top Chinese powerhouses had their gazes frozen. Is this the legendary god? Before they could react in any way, Yifeng in the air, but at that moment, his body radiated a dazzling sunlight. Hands on his chest, he gathered all the power of the ancient Lulan sun goddesses within his body. A fireball similar in appearance to the sun quickly emerged in his chest. If it was just his pure Yuaning cultivation, it would not be able to do anything to make all the dead souls in the western region regain their persons. But his luck was good. This divine power contained the laws of heaven and earth of this realm, and he could use it as a medium to directly use his power to forcefully open a channel to make an act against the heavens. It is easy to understand that it is to grab part of the power of the law directly from the hands of the heavenly Tao and use it. Just as Yifeng was preparing to reverse life and death, bringing back to life all the humans in the western region of China who were unwilling to turn into dead souls after death, a powerful heavenly will was at that moment but suddenly yanked him away into the void, and in the eyes of others, Yifeng just disappeared out of thin air, disappearing in an abrupt manner. A white silhouette coalesced and appeared in front of Yifeng within the vast void of the starry sky. The figure's body shone with starlight, and a kind of divine radiance surrounded him. This figure was, without question, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao's will. Reversing life and death. This is a great taboo. Even if you have this kind of power, I won't let you act recklessly. The voice of the heavens was ethereal and mixed with anger. Without saying a word, Yifeng, who had heard this, turned into a residual shadow and suddenly arrived in front of the heavenly Tao will. 100 non-existent God Emperor divine souls wrapped his hands around him, and the will of the heavenly Tao, which should have been nothing, was grabbed by the neck at this moment. Okay, I'm just asking you if it's okay. Yifeng slapped as he choked the neck of Blue Star's heavenly Tao will of this realm. Pop, pop, snap, the heavens will was directly jerked around. He felt his will dissipate a point each time he was whipped. A few more slaps and I'm afraid that his wisp of consciousness, which had taken hundreds of millions of years to condense, would be slapped apart. Row, okay, you can do whatever you want. Yifeng was forcefully kicked out of the void by Blue Star's heavenly Tao reappearing at the high altitude where he had just stood. Seeing this situation, Yifeng's face under the mask was somewhat crying and laughing. I didn't think that the Blue Star's heavenly Tao was such a bullying master. The heavenly Tao of the immortal world had never been this soft. The power of the ancient Lulan sun deity in his hand coalesced completely, and Yifeng's face under the mask revealed a relieved smile. While these people may not all be descendants of the civilization you loved and guarded, I think this is the best place for your power to go. And I will help you circulate your story in the West so that everyone will understand that you once existed and loved the humans of this desert. The dazzling rays of the sun shone on the homes of all human beings in the West. A sandstorm full of sand didn't disperse, and the warm sunlight fell on everyone's face. Countless human dead souls that should have died and wandered in the place of death regathered their physical bodies somewhat incredulously, looking at themselves who had returned from the dead. Remember, your lives this time are not given back to you by me, but by the ancient Lulan gods who once loved mankind. Yifeng finished saying that his figure disappeared as a wind in the air. While the Black Fox spirit demon power was still fresh, he had to grab and go turn them into his own magic cards. As for the Sand Lizard Demon King and the Earth Lizard Demon, it had long since been turned into a magic card by him under the eyes of 4 of the strongest mages in China. Chapter 111, The Forever Hero of the Western Regions. Poof! The Fox Spirit Demon King collapsed heavily on the ground after returning to the demon realm. That sword nearly sent her away, but luckily she made it back to the demon realm in time, and as long as she returned to the demon realm she would live. Dozens of top-grade medicinal herbs were taken out and swallowed for consumption, the medicinal power redressing her already depleted vitality. In the future, you must never rush out in China again. That person is simply a monster. But what if you're even stronger? You're in the light. I'm in the dark. Let's play slowly. The fox spirit demon king's eyes flashed with a touch of sinister and viciousness. She didn't even know that she hadn't been this angry for thousands of years. 3 days later, re-energized across the west, workers came together and began to rebuild what had been a dilapidated city. Perhaps it was the experience of despair and then renewed hope that led to smiles on the faces of everyone in the west. At night, inside the bar of the Aurora capital. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd be able to drink. Under the soft light of the bar, Qin Haoshan drank a large glass of whiskey violently, and his face expression was full of indescribable pleasure. Yi Feng and Li Mubai sat across from him, while Han Yi and Wan Tianle sat on either side of him. On the bar's high platform, Su Mingxian played music, only today's music had a lot more cheerful tones, which showed how good the player's mood was right now. The armies of the 4 domains have all gone back now. There will not be another crisis in the western region for the time being. After all, the Sand Lizard Demon and the Earth Lizard Demon have been eliminated. The demon realm shouldn't send out any more demon race to attack the western region in a short period of time. After all, this place was the place that suddenly saw the appearance of a supreme powerhouse a short while ago. The demon clan side had definitely been shocked and didn't dare to act rashly. You 4 little guys, line ah. I have heard. You rode the bone dragon in the city of Claire, killed 4 sides. And now you are the city of Claire has been recorded in the local history of the juvenile hero ah. Qin Haoshan's words made the 4 guys who were thick-skinned to a point surprisingly blush in their old faces, hastily and humbly stating that this was what they should do. Yikes. Uncle Qin, we should go. If we're any later we won't be able to get back. Li Mubai glanced at the time and hurriedly got up. Only half an hour was left from the flight plane they bought. If they didn't leave again it would really be a bit too late. Hearing this, Qin Haoshan hurriedly got up and led the 4 out of the bar. 20 minutes later, Qin Haoshan looked at the 4 people walking towards the airplane, finally couldn't help but just want to open his mouth to shout something. However, who knows, just at this moment, the Minister of Engineers stood beside Qin Haoshan at an unknown time. He had seen everything that Yi Feng's 4 had done before, and now he naturally felt a lot of emotions in his heart when he saw that the other party was leaving the western region. You guys are the eternal heroes of the western region. Come back often when you have time in the future. Qin Haoshan's cry caused many of the workers at work to spot the 4 figures. And the shouts continued for a while. They all understood that the sand wall and crawl would never have been broken without these 4 men. And some of these workers were the ones who had experienced that battle in crawl. 4 kids who looked like they had only just started college were risking their lives to support the city of Claire. And with the means they had displayed, it was obvious that these 4 were either rich or wealthy. Instead of enjoying glory and wealth, they risked their lives to help the West. That alone is enough to qualify as a hero. The 4 men smiled at each other and then waved their hands as they walked onto the plane. Looking at the 4 people who walked up to the airplane and sat down, the stewardess, who previously had great opinions about Yi Feng and Wan Tianle, changed her attitude this time. Because his father was in the city of Claire, and also a laborer, he knew about the 4 men from his father. Although this matter was not revealed outwardly, she could be sure that it was these 4 people through the shouts just now. May I ask if you still need Pepsi? The stewardess asked as she smiled and walked over to Yi Feng after the plane took off. I must. And remember to put ice on it for me. Yes, please wait. The stewardess left, and Yi Feng leaned back in his chair and stretched. This wave earned itself hemp. Trading your little used power for 3 super-ranked magic cards was a bloodbath. The 4 Black Fox Spirit Demon magic cards were melted into 1 card by Yi Feng, and their power is now equal to that of the Sky Demon Tiger magic card. Brother Feng, I remember correctly that the power your master used seems to be yours. Li Mubai suddenly opened his mouth. While Yi Feng sighed at his words, my master said to borrow this power in my body to use it for a while, but who knows, it's gone after use. But it's okay, he compensated me. Details on how it was compensated. Li Mubai's eyes immediately lit up, and the other 2 also looked toward Yi Feng at the same time. Hearing this, Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, look guys, the card book opened. And the 3 dazzling super rank cards almost blinded the 3 people's dog eyes. Aha! Yi Feng, you deserve to die. Han Yi looked at the 3 magic cards with that envy. Feng, does your master still accept disciples? Do you think I'm any good? Li Mubai's hot gaze looked at Yi Feng, and what greeted him was a middle finger. It was already the next morning when he returned to Pengchang. Yi Feng had just opened the door when he saw a delicate figure rushing towards him. Yi Feng wanted to dodge, but this time Zi Ling was very firm, holding Yi Feng to death, how not to let go. Tears wet the shirt on Yifeng's chest, which made Yifeng more or less speechless. My limited edition anime-linked name brand shirt. The last few days of winter vacation Yifeng showed what it means to live as a top geek. Doors are closed, computers are on from morning to night, and the competition is who dies first. However, the good life goes by fast. On the first day of March, the East Region Magic Academy opened. On the high-speed train, the familiar F4 regrouped to talk about how much their respective strengths had improved this winter vacation this year. It was good news that all four of them now had a unified cultivation level of 5 stars. I don't know how our dormitory is doing. We haven't lived there for 2 months, it's time to clean it up, Li Mubai said as he looked at the rapidly skimming scenery outside the high-speed train window. Yifeng and Han Yi gently nodded in recognition. However, Wan Tianla did suck in a breath of cool air with his mouth wide open when he heard this, and a hint of despair flashed among his eyes. What's wrong with you, Tenil? Yifeng inquired with a frown of curiosity, and the other two also looked at the same time when they heard this. It's over. It's over. I forgot to take away the parasites I kept inside the locker. Now our dormitory may have become a nest of worms. Asterisk. You die. The three of them were punching and kicking Wan Tianlu. This one was really a two-bit bastard who could not accomplish anything. Chapter 112, Desperate Dormitory. The four of them arrived at the dormitory building, and before they could enter, they heard someone inside the building cursing and shouting. Asterisk. Where did you get so many cockroaches? Aha! How did my dorm become a coiled cave? Centipede. What a big centipede. Listening to the voices inside the building, even if the four people had thicker skin at this time, they were all a little ashamed and red in the face. The three of them simultaneously turned their heads to look at the culprit, Wan Tianla, while he scratched his head and revealed a silly smile. Last time. This is definitely the last time. I'm suddenly a little afraid to go into our dormitory. Yifeng took out a cigarette and lit it in his mouth, and the trembling hand holding the cigarette already explained everything. Just now, he used his divine sense to see a scene that made him despair. A dormitory scene that was enough to cause despair. The four of them walked fearfully through the dormitory building, constantly hearing exclamations and screams of horror from alumni who had returned to the school afterward as they made their way up the stairs. Arriving at the door of dormitory 324, the three people excluding Wan Tianla simultaneously took a few steps back. The meaning was simple. You made the mess. You fix it yourself. Wan Tianla swallowed his saliva as he looked at the door of his long-lost dormitory. Take out the key and open the dormitory. Then the four of them had a nasty breakdown. The walls of the dormitory were covered with cobwebs and even more black spiders inhabiting them. There are not only centipedes and scorpions but even cockroaches on the floor. It could be said that this is not a dormitory at all, but a small ecological bug nest. If you don't handle this well today, Tianlu, this will be your graveyard. And it just so happens that you still have a coffin. Hani stretched out his arm and strangled Wan Tianli's neck, his sinewy fists shaking from side to side in front of him, frightening Wan Tianlu, who was nodding his head in a hurry to say that he would definitely handle it today. Busy enough a daytime, Wan Tianlu was only considered to clean up the dormitory. The entire dormitory building of the bugs also, by the way, he cleaned up. Wang Wenbao looked at the dormitory surface harmless. In fact, more than anyone else will be a whole thing. Dormitory 4 people feel brain is a burst of pain after a burst of pain. Obviously, this was someone from the dormitory building telling the school about what was happening, and the school sent Wang Wenbao over to deal with it. Ugh, can't you four give me a break? You're all over the place all day long. Don't worry, teacher. We'll be good this semester and we'll never get into trouble. Li Mubai patted his chest with a look of conviction, and his look in turn made Wang Wenbao even more uneasy. When have these four ever been accurate in their speech? You guys can see for yourselves. I'm really this guide as an instructor, alas. Wang Wenbao finished and left with a few more instructions. The sound of intense poker playing came from the dormitory right after the guide left. Li Mubai, Han Yi, and Wan Tianlu were playing landlords using the coffin as a table, while Yifeng started happily playing games and watching anime. Neatly placed on top of the table were the hand-me-downs that Li Mubai had promised him. It's what he believes in. The Eastwick Academy of Magic has an interesting rule. While the first semester of freshman year the freshman orientation will be a freshman jamboree, the next semester can be a different story. Every next semester there is an exciting but hotly contested intramural wizard competition. With the exception of the internship, senior, freshmen, sophomores and juniors are randomly assigned to fight. Everyone plays 5 games, adding 1 point for a win over a freshman, 2 points for a sophomore and 3 points for a junior. Participation ends after a total of 5 games each, and students can redeem points for magical resources. That sounds tempting. Yet it is also full of uncertainty, as opponents are randomly assigned, and there is a good chance that you, a freshman, will run into a junior. Yi Feng and the four of them are not going to participate in this school competition. How meaningless. Inside the battle team group, Qi Xianbing suddenly sent the rules and contents of the Eastern Region Magic Academy's Magician School competition to the group, and she also focused on the four people in Yi Feng's and their dormitory. Yi Feng? Han Yi, not interested. Li Mubai, there's no shortage of that magical resource. Wan Tianlu, it's no fun for me to participate on my own without the three of them. Qi Xianbing looked at the four people's reply messages inside the group only to feel his brain suddenly hurt a little. How do these four guys, who are obviously so strong, like to swing so much? Is swinging for the fences addictive? Think ahead. Soon Qi Xianbing sent another message inside the group: if you don't participate, the school doesn't know your strength, and the battle team will definitely consume more time to train. Isn't that right, Tutor Wang at Culture Little Youth? Wang Wenbo looked at his more or less shameful screen name Old Face Red, hastily changed the note inside the group to his own name. Suddenly he was a little curious about what the names of the four Yi Fengs were, clicked it on and looked around, and the expression on his face was a wonder to behold. Yi Feng, dog-teasing teenager Yi Mao. Li Mubai, the prince of the Li family. Han Yi, one heart for the nation. Wan Tianlu, funeral one-stop. Fair and affordable price. Telephone. Good lord. The reality of where these four people belong is clear as day. Looked at the girl's side of the screen name again. Qi Xuanbing's screen name is blank. Nothing. Nia Sini is just the word E. Yi Shuiying is also a ing character. The heavyweights are coming. Purple Spirit, cat-teasing girl Purple Mao. Wang Wenbo seriously suspected that this one is deliberately and Yi Feng started the couple's screen name, which is Yi Feng has a note, or else he would have changed his screen name long ago. Boys dormitory, four people this side in the sea. Tutor Wang Wenbo confirmed that Qi Xianbing said the situation of a sad face. Looks like they want to not participate in this competition. Cannot. Chapter 113, Magician School Competition. But before that, the other three people in their dormitory besides Yi Feng had a serious matter on their mind. What are they going to do about flunking last semester? The three of them looked at Yi Feng with pleading gazes, but Yi Feng, who heard this, returned a middle finger to them and said, "You guys handle your own affairs. It has nothing to do with me." Helplessly, the three could only wait and see how their classes would make up for the exam after the Magician School tournament was over. Homecoming time is over and the Wizard School tournament has officially begun. A familiar playing field. A familiar audience. Familiar. Yi Feng's four people were isolated in a corner, surrounded by empty and no one, and everyone was looking at them with a strange gaze. It was a feeling they were all too familiar with. Originally, Ziling wanted to come over and sit with Yi Feng, but she was forced to pull away by Nia Seni and Yi Shuiying, dutifully saying that it was more or less embarrassing to sit with them. Why don't we go out for a buffet on our lunch break? Han Yi's sudden opening caused Yi Feng's trio to be a bit surprised. At the same time, there was a bit of a cold shiver that he didn't hold back, because Han Yi's meaning in saying this was simple. He wanted a painful fight in today's match, and it was obvious that this guy was looking for someone to take the piss out of through the match. It looked like the flunking thing had gotten to him more or less. The Wizard Varsity Tournament had its first match after a simple opening ceremony. The competition never called Yi Feng's names for a few people, so the idle four started looking for things to do. Li Mubai and the three of them started playing poker, and Yi Feng started watching the newly released anime. Everything was so peaceful and wonderful until next match. Freshman System Han Yi versus Junior Water System Qiu Yulun. Wang Wenbo had a bit of a headache looking at this list of matchups. Upon hearing this, Han Yi, who was playing cards, instantly came to life, directly tearing the note from his face. His legs powered up and directly catapulted off and landed on the tournament stage. Seeing Han Yi appear, many female students all looked at each other with a resentful gaze. Great. I didn't think he'd meet his junior sister. What Han Yi had done on the competition stage earlier flashed in everyone's mind. What is the most important thing for girls? Of course, is the face, especially for pretty girls. So now this violent maniac has become the public enemy of all the girls in the school, and now they have a sister to take out their anger for them. So they naturally feel happy both physically and mentally. A delicate figure walked slowly to the competition stage, the same as taking a catwalk on top of the red carpet. Qiu Yulun's looks belong to the top category even in the Eastern Region Magic Academy. Just looking at it gives you a soft and tender flavor. Typical first love face. Its talent is also not simple. His junior year has already reached the cultivation level of 10 stars of the middle rank, and breaking through to the high rank in the future is definitely a nail in the coffin. You are Han Yi? Do you think there's a chance of winning a fight against me with a 5-star body master of the middle rank? Xiao Yulan looked at Han Yi with a flat tone. The meaning is very simple. Originally water mages restrain body masters. Not to mention there is a 5-star gap. If you are not stupid now surrender and admit defeat. Han Yi who heard this then waved his hand and said, don't be so abrasive. Just like a pussy. No, you're a pussy. After saying that Han Yi even gave a middle finger to the beautiful woman in front of him. There is no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. And it's time to fight. This middle finger was extremely lethal. And instantly Han Yi's already low girl favorability now fell to an extreme. Humph. Xiao Yulan stopped ignoring Han Yi with a cold snort. Wang Wenbo let out a long sigh in his heart before announcing the start of the match. The familiar metal baseball bat appeared in his hand. Han Yi's legs suddenly transformed into a stump towards Xiao Yulan. A reckless man who only knows brute force. With a wave of Xiao Yu's hand, a water shield appeared to protect her in it. Bang! Han Yi's strike was instantly diffused above the water mask. Then before he could pull the baseball bat out, a stream of water followed the metal baseball bat and directly wrapped around Han Yi's body. Blast! Xiao Yulan let out a delicate cry in her heart. And in an instant, water splashed everywhere as the water flow on Han Yi's body exploded. The many spectators who saw this scene all rose up with excitement and surprise on their faces. Finally, someone can sanction this violent maniac and can take a breath of fresh air for the sisters who were beaten earlier. Qi Xianbing on the stands frowned. Could it be that Han Yi was really so unbeatable? Turning his head to look at the other three in the corner he found that instead of a hint of panic on their faces they were crying and laughing a little. What's going on here? Qi Xianbing looked down at the competition stage. And right at this moment, she saw that Han Yi had already swung the metal baseball bat in his hand once again and started an attack on the water mask around Xiao Yulan's body. The attack just now surprisingly didn't hurt him at all. What kind of terrifying level of physical defense does that have to be? Since I can't break your broken turtle shell by attacking one place, I'll attack a few more places. Bang! 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 Han Yi's figure began to flash so quickly that a stump had even appeared, and he was now attacking the water mask in almost all directions. Even Xiao Yulan was a bit flustered at this situation. With a wave of his hand, 3 wooden vines suddenly grew out and whistled towards Han Yi who was moving at a high speed and still swinging a metal baseball bat to attack the water mask. Chapter 114, Han Yi's New Tactics. Wooden vines were indeed a good binding attack in normal combat, but Xiao Yulan had made a fatal mistake. That is, Han Yi's magic lineage, but it just happens to restrain her gold lineage. The metal baseball bat in his hand disintegrated and reformed into a dozen blades, instantly cutting the wooden vines into several sections. At the same time, Han Yi grasped his hands directly on top of the water cover, and then his hands exerted force to tear out a gap hard. He arrived in front of Xiao Yulan with an extremely swift speed before the water could fill the gap. Xiao Yulan who saw this situation was shocked and just wanted to dodge, but it was already a little too late. Being close to a body mage is an absolute nightmare for most mages. Fly for the master. Han Yi lands a direct uppercut on top of Xiao Yulan's chin. Just when almost everyone was worried about Xiao Yulan, the other party suddenly turned into a puddle of water and disappeared at this time. Not far away. I don't know when there was actually an extra puddle of water. And Xiao Yulan now appeared from within this puddle of water. There were a few more points of gravity among the eyes that looked at Han Yi. He himself was more or less gullible just now, gathering magical energy in both hands. The water cover from earlier did not dissipate but directly turned into a water prison. The originally sturdy ground below Han Yi had now turned into a pool of water. She thought that Han Yi would be tricked into being locked up in the middle of his own water dungeon magic. Yet something that she didn't expect happened. The metal blade penetrated the water mask from the outside, then quickly disintegrated and coalesced into a metal platform under Han Yi's feet, allowing him to stabilize his form and not fall. Break it for the master. Boom! Han Yi's body tempering secret method was used, and his body's strength erupted to instantly break the seemingly hard water cover. Xiao Yulan looked at Han Yi who was rushing towards him like a mad bull and hurriedly pulled away from him and started using magic to attack. Middle level magic, double anaconda spell. The 2 water pythons whistled out and quickly approached towards Han Yi. However, Han Yi was not panicked when he saw this. The baseball bat condensed again in his hand, facing the 2 water pythons rushing towards him. Boo! The water python was instantly knocked into a splash in the air and dissipated by Han Yi's powerful force. Xiao Yulan laughed coldly in her heart after seeing this scene, and with a grab of her hand, the water that was supposed to fall once again condensed into a huge ball of water that surrounded Han Yi. The original air in the water sphere was instantly drained and replaced by a large amount of clear water. Normal body masters will sooner or later faint due to lack of oxygen even if they hold their breath for a longer period of time, and their power in the water will dissipate drastically. If he ran into even a normal body master of the same level, Xiao Yulan, I'm afraid that he could win by relying on this move, but it's just a pity that the person he ran into was Han-yi. Han-yi unhurriedly pressed his palm against the water wall and then lashed out. Body Tempering Technique Stance Chapter. Title 1. Inch Strength. Boom! The burst of power instantly shattered the wall of water. A robust figure then appeared in front of Qiu Yulan. The speed was too fast, plus the suddenness of the incident made it too late for her to react. Bang! Han-yi hit a knee directly into Qiu Yulan's belly. In an instant, Qiu Yulan felt as if he had been hit by a large truck coming at breakneck speed, and before he had time to wail, his entire body was suspended in mid-air. Smash me! Han-yi grabbed Qiu Yulan's perfect long leg ankle and threw it towards the ground. Yes! Ouyang Shui on top of the bleachers saw this scene and instantly got up with excitement and called out. That's right! That's how she was treated in the first place. Right in this flavor. The surrounding people all looked at this ice beauty with a look of a freak. What's going on here? Feeling satisfaction in seeing someone else suffer what she suffered at the time? This ain't no good. On the tournament stage, the battle continued. Qiu Yulan only felt his whole body was in a paroxysm of pain. What kind of level of violent monster was on the opposite side? How did he have so much strength? Not allowing her to think too much. At this moment, Han-yi had already fallen from the air at great speed and swung his fist towards her face. Hurriedly, he summoned a water shield to try to ward off the attack. It should prove to be the right choice for her. Han-yi's fist hitting the top of the water shield did not break it, and his body that was originally swooping at a high speed stopped in midair at the same time. Just as Qiu Yulan excitedly thought that the time had come for her to counterattack and prepared to use her magic, a powerful force suddenly struck her directly through the water shield. Put! Qiu Yulan didn't hold back and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Body Tempering Technique Stance Chapter. Chapter 2. Penetrating Strength. The water shield disappeared, and what Han-yi reached out to grab this time was the other party's white and tender jade-like neck. Whoosh! In the midst of everyone's stupefied gazes, Qiu Yulan was directly thrown into midair by Han-yi, and then he saw Han-yi's feet powering up to the top of Qiu Yulan's head in the air. Remember, being gullible on the battlefield is the biggest taboo. As Han-yi said that, his right hand also grabbed above the back of Qiu Yulan's head, and then Qiu Yulan felt a gust of whistling wind coming from her ears. Han-yi grabbed her head and slammed it hard directly toward the competition stage below. Boom! Qiu Yulan was directly smashed face first into the ground and fainted. If she didn't take the enemy lightly and used her full strength and some powerful magic from the start, maybe she would have won. And even if she didn't, she wouldn't have lost so badly. Looking at Qiu Yulan, whose hair was spread out, whose face was covered with dust, and whose nose was broken and bleeding, almost everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This one is more than a violent maniac. He's a ferocious beast. Cool. It was awesome. Ouyang Shui clenched his fist in his heart that called a pain. Now finally is not the only beautiful woman who has suffered this inhuman beating. Chapter 115, The Newly Alive Li Mubai. The winner of this match was undoubtedly Han-yi. Everywhere Han-yi passed was filled with boos and resentful looks from female students. Han-yi, on the other hand, was a bit proud to see this. I didn't realize I was so popular with the girls at school. Han-yi had just sat down on his side when Wang Wenbo received the names of the two people who would be competing in the next match. At a glance at the name, Wang Wenbo was speechless on the spot, and with a long sigh in his heart, he said, "Next match, Li Mubai of the freshman light system versus Wang Wufeng of the junior system. Up. What kind of luck am I having? Running into a freshman kid, not losing 2 points for nothing." An ordinary wheat-colored robust youth with an inch hair stood up, with a somewhat fierce appearance, somewhat similar to Han-yi, except that Han-yi was born plus from the battlefield, while this one did not have a murderous aura even though he looked fierce. Yo, Han-yi, are all the people in your system this crazy? Li Mubai looked towards Han-yi with some tears and laughter, while Han-yi skimmed his mouth and said, "This person looks like a bluffing coward. You go up and give him a lesson. Preferably the kind of lesson that will make him remember for the rest of his life." No problem. Li Mubai held out his hand to indicate that he had no problem, and then he turned into a golden stream of light and landed on the competition stage. Opposite, Wang Wufeng looked at this mage apprentice in front of him who just looked soft and weak with some disdain. He had heard of Li Mubai's weird magic, but so what? It was magic that the other party could replicate. What did it have to do with him as a body master? His main game was physical arts, not magic. You'd better admit defeat before it's too late. Don't be weirdly unattractive when you get beaten up by me later. Wang Wufeng said to Li Mubai with an extremely provocative gaze. Jealousy. This was pure jealousy of Li Mubai's handsome face. Li Mubai, who heard the words, smiled faintly. The folding fan in his hand opened and a large Li character appeared. "Senior, I don't know how to play Bodymaster, so I still hope you'll give me a little more slack during the match later. Humph. The weak have no qualifications to negotiate. Wang Wufeng's face was full of disdain. He had almost decided that his own middle-order 9-star physical master would definitely win steadily against a middle-order 5-star guy. Just as the two were somewhat at cross swords, Wang Wenba announced the start of the match. The dean who had just gone to take care of something had also returned by this time. Su Pengshan looked at the two people on the stage and nodded. Such an opponent should be able to see some of Li Mubai's fighting style, and the specific weirdness of that magic. Suddenly he remembered Han Yi from the last game. To be honest, he was really curious about what kind of magic Han Yi had used when he fought that water-type trainee. No, rather than being like magic, it was more like the inch strength and penetration strength of the local Chinese martial arts. But this martial arts characteristic had not already been tested by the super-ranked Bodymasters and could not be added to the Bodymasters' attacks that had been cultivated through magical energy. No, sometime he would have to ask to find out what was going on. The battle on the tournament stage had already begun at this point. Wang Wufeng's legs powered up to quickly approach Li Mubai, and his fists with gloves kept waving, and for a while the wind was whistling, constantly blowing up Li Mubai's slightly flowing hair. However, no matter how Wang Wufeng attacked, Li Mubai could easily dodge, and it was that kind of action is very slight but just right to dodge and twist his head, just like a falling leaf in general, so that people cannot predict how he will dodge the attack in the next moment. Are you a loach? Don't flash if you can. Wang Wufeng let out a roar, and 3 wind blades whistled out to stop all the routes Li Mubai could dodge. Li Mubai could not avoid it. Wang Wufeng was overjoyed and swung his fist to hit Li Mubai. However, Li Mubai's body suddenly dissipated into a gust of wind at this moment. Middle-ranked magic wind shadow. Just now, the one he fought had surprisingly been a diversion all along. Su Pengshan was dumbfounded. What just happened? When did Li Mubai turn into a doppelganger? Where did his real body go? Not only the dean, but the vice dean was also filled with confusion at this time, not understanding what was going on. Whoosh! 3 wind blades appeared out of nowhere as Li Mubai suddenly appeared in the air. It was obvious that he was using the magic runes on top of the folding fan. The concealment technique, which instantly allows one to conceal their breath to achieve the effect of invisibility. Found you. Wang Wufeng's legs powered up and swung 3 wind blades to collide with him. The wind blade disappeared, and he also swung both fists behind Li Mubai at this time. Both fists waving constantly attack Li Mubai in the sky. His secondary cultivation was also wind. Naturally he could use wind to travel in the air. Li Mubai was still like a loach, easily dodging his opponent's attacks. Feeling like he was being teased, Wang Wufeng was completely enraged this time. Phew! The wild wind whistled to form a wind formation to trap Li Mubai in the center, and his right fist waved directly to strike with full force. Boo! The punch still made an ear-piercing sonic boom even when it hit the air above. Many magicians who saw this situation sucked in a breath of cold air, not realizing that a strong Bodymaster was so terrifying. A Han Yi just now, and now another Wang Wufeng. This system is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Just as everyone was sighing, Wang Wufeng had already punched Li Mubai's body. However, a surprising scene occurred. Li Mubai's figure once again turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. This is actually still a bilocation. At the same time, a blinding golden light suddenly whistled and stayed in front of Wang Wufeng's eyes and then exploded. Ah! The bright light made him lose his sight, and everything in front of him became blurred as if it were a white fog. Grow a pair and don't act like a mad dog. Li Mubai suddenly appeared. The folding fan in his hand flashed, and a hurricane suddenly whistled out. Wang Wufeng hurriedly landed on the ground with both arms in front of his body to fend it off. Rip! All the clothes on his body were suddenly torn apart by the hurricane that was like a razor blade, and his small penis was exposed. Instantly there were some shy girls in the audience who had already started screaming and were hastily covering their eyes. Han Yi forced a smile and said something like this. At this time, Wang Wufeng had already recovered his sight, and after realizing that he was naked, his cheeks suddenly turned red with shame, and he let out a furious roar. You're looking for death. Naked bodies ran up quickly on the race table, with Master Bird in the stalls swaying from side to side. TSK, 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 TSK. Li Mubai shook his head. Then he stood still and didn't move at all, waiting for the other party to come over. Seeing this situation, Wang Wufeng immediately stopped his body only half a meter away from Li Mubai and said in a cold voice, again and again and again. This time I can't possibly fall for it. You're definitely a fake body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Mubai backhanded him. The slaps were extremely fast and shimmered with a golden light. Chapter 116, 10 slaps a second. Pop, pop, snap, slapping at light speed. That's a rare scene. Li Mubai had 10 slaps in a second, hitting Wang Wufeng's face directly swollen. Deception. Wang Wufeng felt that he had been humiliated in a miserable way, and in a violent rage, he didn't care about that much, and swung his fist towards Li Mubai. However, the punch hit, but it was still a diversion. Hey, I'm behind you. Li Mubai's voice suddenly came from behind Wang Wufeng. The other subconsciously turned his head, followed by a second 10 slaps. Swung again, still hitting a split. Which one of these is the real one? Wang Wufeng is in a trance from all the fighting in this bout and has been blindsided. True or false? True or false? After about 5 minutes, Wang Wufeng directly got off the stage and knelt on the ground, vomiting furiously. There is no way. Cannot not faint because now there are 5 Li Mubai on the field, and each of them are lifelike, can also talk, but as soon as he hits it he's bound to be faking it. He was now truly tortured and mentally broken. Old Su, do you see how Li Mubai is really what fighting path? The vice dean turned his head to look at Dean Su Pengshan and asked in a grave tone. It was obvious that he already had some guesses. Su Pengshan glanced at this old buddy of his after the tone of seriousness said, no surprise if this kid has the trick of invisibility. In the use of the wind shadow out of the instant invisibility, to create this effect, and can make him invisible 80% of the fan in his hands. After all, the previous he can never have the habit of holding a fan. Also do not have this bizarre means. This statement was recognized by all the school executives. The light department teacher on the other side was raising an eyebrow at this moment. In previous years, they are in the wind department to compete for the existence of the bottom. After all, they are the 2 departments of the combat power is really pull crotch. This year I thought to lose face again, but who knows that this Li Mubai is so fierce, so powerful, is to give them the light department to raise their eyebrows once. Not only the teachers of the Department of Light, but also the students of the Department of Light. Especially the female students were so worshipful and adoring of Li Mubai, handsome, and strong, and in the same department as them, and helped their department get rid of the title of King of the Mats. Who says light can't produce strong people? Li Mubai returned to Han Yi's side and sat down, smiling. How is it? Is this lesson enough? It's still close. If I get on, believe it or not, I can beat the out of him and then beat the out of him. Han Yi revealed a bad smile, while Li Mubai was shocked into a cold shiver. Damn. This guy is just pure and simple a psychopathic violent maniac. Next match. Freshman Weaponry Department Yifeng vs Junior Earth Department Tian Yunshui. Ha? It's my turn to play so soon? What a pain in the ass. Yifeng put his cell phone on the position. The anime had been paused. Wait a while to finish the fight and then come back to watch it. Yifeng slowly walked up to the competition stage, and even scratched his head with a look of not waking up. The lazy look and the first 2 are simply a world of difference. Yi Shuiying twisted over to not look at her old brother. Who is he? I don't know him myself. It's a humiliating look. Tian Yunshui looked at this unimpressive schoolmate across from him. A hint of caution revealed in his eyes. After all, the other party was a fire mage who had a proper heavenly flame. And even though he had a full 4-star level advantage, he could definitely not take it lightly. Game on. As soon as Wang Wenba's words fell, Tian Yunshui hurriedly used magic to create a rock guard that was a full 5 meters tall to protect himself. He had thought that a fire-type powerhouse like Yifeng would keep a distance from him for long-distance consumption, yet he realized that he was still too naive in thinking that such an oddity cannot be reasoned with at all. Yifeng clenched his right hand into a fist, purple lightning coalesced, and a weapon similar to a javelin appeared in his hand. If someone looked closely they would realize that it wasn't a weapon at all, but purple lightning coalescing into a javelin. Boo! Yifeng's feet powered up. His extremely fast running figure brought out a trailing light of purple thunderbolt. His appearance was called a cool one. Why isn't this kid playing with fire and thunder? Su Pengshan exclaimed in shock and turned his head to look at Yifeng's nominal homeroom teacher, Song Chuanya, who was wearing a professional teacher's uniform and black silk, had a helpless bitter smile on her face as she said, Dean, he's a middle-ranked magician, and the second lineage that he has awakened is thunder. Snap. Su Pengshan slapped his forehead, suddenly realized, right, this kid and not only fire, this kind of offensive strong magic system. Under normal circumstances in fire compared to the lightning system, killing power is really more to be greater. Seeing Yifeng charging, Tian Yunshui hurriedly had the rock guards block in front of him and started chanting magic. 5 earth cones appeared out of thin air directly trapping Yifeng firmly. At the same time, the rock guards also started to swing their boulder-like slaps at Yifeng. However, who knew that just at this time, a golden fireball fell from the sky. Boom! Golden sparks scattered in all directions, and a large pit suddenly appeared on the competition stage. Tian Yunshui didn't react to being hit directly and blasted off the tournament stage, sounding out the east and striking the west. Worthy of being Brother Feng, no one can compare to him when it comes to playing dirty. Li Mubai couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and Hani and Wan Tianla nodded their heads at the same time to indicate that there was nothing wrong with what Li Mubai said. Bang! Su Pengshan gas a slap on the table. Good boy. This hand sound east to west play so that he was not expected. First of all, a lazy look, so that people look harmless to reduce defenses, and then pretended to fight melee, multiplied by the other side is not prepared to directly use the heavenly fire enhanced version of the fireball to a surprise. Good boy. That's dirty. Tough enough. He likes it. Ugh. How come a good seedling for such a battle was snubbed by the artifact department? It's a pity. Su Pengshan let out an exclamation full of despondency. That's it. The fire teachers nodded their heads at the same time in agreement. Seeing this situation, Song Chuanya was speechless for a while, somewhat angry and at the same time somewhat amused. Forget it. As long as Yifeng is willing to be in the wear department, is there anything she is not satisfied with? Chapter 117, Normal but not quite normal. Yifeng directly stepped down from the stage after the fight. It was called a dry. Next match. Wang Mingyuan of the Junior Wind Department versus Wan Tianla of the Freshman Summoning Department. Oh wow. It's my turn. I can go eat after the fight. Wan Tianla sniffed and stood up with a movement that was called spontaneous. It was not only his opponents who rose with him, but a large group of female students and some of the timid male students. The audience leaves the stage first when the worm demon fights. This is the minimum respect for the worm demon. Nice guy. Hooting and hollering straight out of half of the students, which is also mixed with a number of female teachers. This fight is so heavyweight that I'm afraid they might not even be able to eat their lunch after watching it. Wan Tianla walked up to the competition stage, and standing opposite him was a literate, long-haired young man with glasses who looked somewhat refined. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Wan Tianla, who had a simple smile on his face in front of him. Good fellow. If one didn't know this one's fighting methods, I'm afraid that one would also be mesmerized by his naive appearance. Wang Mingyuan, 8 stars of the middle order. Game on. Just as Wang Wenba's voice fell, 2 summoning spells appeared around Wan Tianla, and 2 white jade spiders quickly crawled out to spit out spider silk towards Wang Mingyuan in the distance. Seeing this situation, Wang Mingyuan did not have any hesitation, transforming into a residual shadow to quickly dodge the attack. Then with a wave of his hand, 3 wind blades whistled away. Bang! A skeleton giant suddenly appeared in front of Wan Tianli's body. Ow! The skeletal giant let out a hiss. The bone palm whistled and slapped out, instantly dispersing the 3 wind blades. At the same time, a full dozen skeleton soldiers crawled out from among the summoning spell. Looking at the undead creatures that kept appearing, Wang Mingyuan fiercely tightened his wrinkles. With a flash of his body, he flew into the air and used his middle-ranked wind magic. Wind spike, right in the direction of where Wan Tianlu was below. The invisible wind spun and coalesced into a cone rapidly approaching towards Wan Tianlu. Boo! The skeleton giant blocked in front of Wan Tianlu, and this strike was directly blocked by him. Wang Mingyuan frowned. The most disgusting thing about the undead summoner was that there were too many summons, which was just too restraining for a department like him that was already weak in attack. Just when Wang Mingyuan was hesitating what he should do, the accident suddenly happened. A summoning spell appeared at his feet before he could react. A bird demon undead skeleton with bone wings suddenly flew out from inside the summoning spell. Bang! Wang Mingyuan hurriedly used a wind wall to try to block for defense. However, right at this moment, 2 balls of spider webs were suddenly spat out from the mouth of the white jade spider, firmly sticking to his body. At the same time, the undead bone bird was like a sharp sword cutting through his side, bringing up a splash of blood. And just when he thought he was going to be remotely exhausted, he saw that Wan Tianlu was running towards his side. He was overjoyed. His second faculty was the spiritual faculty. And now Wan Tianlu had entered the distance of his spiritual attack. Spiritual energy coalesced towards Wan Tianlu and attacked. However, with a buzz, he only felt as if his spiritual energy had crashed on top of an iron plate, and a wave of dizziness made him hang on for dear life before he could vomit. Just at this time, Wan Tianlu had already run underneath him. The familiar coffin was taken out by him. Opening the lid, Wang Mingyuan fell into the middle of the coffin with extreme precision and accuracy in a state of free fall, covering the lid of the coffin and wrapping it with a chain. The sound of Wang Mingyuan struggling soon came from inside. but soon the sound disappeared again. When Wan Tianlu opened the coffin, Wang Mingyuan had already passed out with white eyes. Well, it's rare for this boy Wan Tianlu to fight without using those swarms of insects that make one's scalp feel numb. And this battle is indeed just a normal summoner battle. Quite normal. Dean Supingshan nodded his head in satisfaction. The vice dean did the same, but soon the two reacted. Supingshan more or less lost his temper emotionally and roared lowly. Normal, you big man, ah. Whose summoner takes a coffin as a weapon, ah. And the attack method of this weapon is still locking people in. All the spectators who saw this scene could only say about this situation that the fight was normal, but not completely normal. Wang Mingyuan is unconscious. Freshman summoning department Wan Tianlu wins. Wang Wenba's voice shouted loudly for the simple reason that there should be quite a few people outside waiting for this fight to end, so it was necessary for him to shout louder for the people outside to hear. Those who went out after hearing the sound came back. Not surprisingly, all four of them were done for the day, so they left the arena to go out and make waves. Seeing this, Ziling wanted to follow but was pulled back by Yi Shuiying. Don't worry, my oldest brother, he'll be fine out there, so don't you keep freaking out. Yi Shuiying was a bit helpless. How in the world was his old brother blind? How come Ziling, such a good girl, didn't know how to cherish it? Aha! Although Ziling said so on her lips but still stared tightly at the back of Yifeng, who was walking outward until she could not see anymore before she withdrew her gaze. The four of them who had finished the buffet at noon did not go back to the school dormitory and drove the long-lost van towards the location of the mission given to them by the association. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but as soon as they had turned on the system function for receiving quests, a quest was delegated to them. A family in the Villa district of the capital of Hope has asked the guild to let a team of mid-ranking wizards go to protect them for the night. It was because they always felt as if there was a demon race hovering around their house lately, and every night they would feel a pair of eyes staring at them. Such a task is very easy. The money is still quite a lot. Yifeng now the money inside the pocket after charging the game and buy things after a few rounds of baptism more or less a little stretched. As for Wan Tianlu and Han Yi, both of them belonged to the masters who didn't mind the money, while Li Mubai was the kind of person who had to get together when there was a hustle and bustle. So then they took on the task. The van was going to drive into the villa area but was stopped by security. Are you the owners of this place? The security guard looked at Yifeng. Four people expression is very heavy. Obviously the other side is to see them. This car is obviously not like this villa area, so they will hold them down. We're here to pass the sewer. Li Mubai took out the documents he had forged long ago and handed them to the other party. Looked at the papers and then at the silver Wuling Honda van. Reasonable. So it was that the four of them drove the van into the middle of the villa area. Chapter 118, A Pair of Eyes in the Midst of the Night. Row 3 of 3. Yes, that's the villa. Li Mubai compared the location of the mission and pointed at the two-story foreign building in front of him to confirm. The three who heard this nodded without any hesitation, directly getting out of the car and ringing the doorbell. Soon a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s, with a face that was clearly already wrinkled but still well-maintained and not particularly old, stepped out to open the door for the four of them. The woman already knew what the four looked like through the Demon Hunters Association's team information. You are the client, Ms. Tang Wei, aren't you? Li Mubai hand holding a folding fan as a gentle and elegant scholar. Just looking at him gives him a kind of simplicity and no bad intentions look. Well, this time I'm really troubling you guys. I've really been scared lately, and I haven't had a good night's sleep for several nights in a row. Ugh. A touch of helplessness appeared on Tang Wei's tired face as she finished. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai immediately patted his chest and assured them that they could definitely protect the safety of Tang Wei's family. When Tang Wei was selecting the commission demon hunting team, she instantly fell in love with this Maple Leaf demon hunting team. The main reason was still because these four youths were college students at first glance, and the clear stupidity amongst their eyes made it so that she didn't have to worry about being pitched at all. And this warband has done quite a few things, and it looks like the kind that is good to get along with and capable. They walked into the middle of the villa under Tang Wei's lead. In the villa's living room, sofa at this time is sitting on a look is also 16 or 17 years old girl. Looks okay, is the body. One horse. The young girl who was wearing her pajamas at this moment put down her cell phone and turned her head to look at Yifeng's four people who walked in. Xin Ro, these four are the demon hunters that Mom is looking for. This is my daughter. Xin Ro. Usually there are just two of us, mother and daughter, inside the house. The child's father is always doing business in the central region, rarely will come back. After Tang Wei finished speaking, she began to introduce the names of Yifeng's four people for her daughter Xin Ro, telling her not to start a conflict with the four people and to learn to trust. Shinru nodded after listening to the introduction. She still had a lot of trust in a person like Li Mubai, who seemed to be just a gentle and sunny big boy. The one called Wan Tianlu looked simple and honest. That Yifeng although looks a little unreliable but heart should not be bad. After all, the other party's eyes throughout the whole process almost did not stay on their own. On the contrary, she placed on the living room table above the magic card box. The other party's eyes have never left. Can confirm it's a card guy. As for that Han Yi, he's a convicted laborer who just got out of jail. With that look, she wouldn't doubt it if she said it was a wanted serial killer. My daughter and I usually live on the second floor, and there are 2 rooms on the first floor, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to stay. Tang Wei showed the 4 men the room. For the residents they did not care. Li Mubai stroked his chin and asked in a grave tone, Auntie Tang, it's best for you to talk to us now about what exactly happened to your house recently. Only knowing the specifics we can analyze and plan solutions. Li Mubai's appearance of thinking in a serious manner was very handsome, and anyway, he was mesmerized by He Xin Ro, a young girl who was in the throes of love. Sure enough, in front of the face value of the day-to-day love is all empty talk, directly at first sight, or perhaps to see the color. Good. Tang Wei nodded and began to recount the recent events after inviting the 4 to settle on the sofa. According to Tang Wei's description, lately both she and her daughter have been waking up suddenly at night when they go to sleep, and a pair of blood-red eyes appear outside the window next to their beds. At first that I was far away, but with the passage of time those eyes were getting closer and closer and closer, and last night they had gotten as close as the window, as if at any moment they would pass through the glass and enter the room. And that's not even the scariest part. The most frightening thing was that she had asked someone to access the surveillance of their side of the villa area, and there was no difference at all at night, so it could be said that this was no longer a demonic haunting, but a paranormal event, because she was really too scared. That's why she entrusted the Demon Hunter Association to get a middle-ranked demon hunting team to protect them. A pair of bloodshot eyes. Li Mubai stroked his chin and fell into deep thought, turning his head to look at Yifeng, wanting to ask him what he thought. As for Han Yi and Wan Tianlu, the 2 of them couldn't put together a single brain, so it was futile to ask. Seeing Li Mubai looking at himself, Yifeng said dryly, if my guess is right, I'm afraid that this time our opponent is a spirit demonic beast. And it also deliberately let Aunt Tang and Missy have already created a misunderstanding. And it's no surprise that Aunt Tang and Missy didn't wake up in the middle of the night to see that pair of eyes, but rather, they are in a dream. In your dreams? Tang Wei's mother and daughter looked at each other and saw doubt and incomprehension in each other's eyes, while Wan Tianlu and Han Yi had their brains go down on the spot. Obviously this thing is beyond their CPU's operating range. Li Mubai, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and then asked in an extremely serious tone, Auntie Tang, do you still remember now what you guys did after you woke up in the middle of the night and saw these blood-colored eyes? Chapter 119, Nightmares. This. Tang Wei sniffed and began to try to recall what had happened after she saw those blood-colored eyes. However, no matter how she tried to recall, she couldn't think of anything else except for that pair of blood-colored eyes. It wasn't just Tang Wei, including He Xinruwei. Li Mubai frowned. It looked like they had stumbled upon something tricky this time. After all, none of the 4 of them were good at the spiritual realm. Brother Feng, is there anyone you know who can use spirit magic? Yes, but I didn't want to invite over. Ha? Why? What do you say? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. There was no doubt that the person he was talking about was Violet Spirit. Instantly Li Mubai came to a realization, but soon he sighed helplessly and said, but if we don't call the Violet Spirit over, we don't have any magical means of spiritual attack. Who said that? Please never question a card guy's deck. Looking at Yifeng's confident eyes, Li Mubai chose to believe unconditionally. Good. Since Brother Feng you've said so, this time we can definitely complete the commission successfully. Yifeng and Li Mubai's side had finished discussing. The 2 idiots over there hadn't finished operating their brains to digest the information. Right. Oh, Violet Spirit is a full system magician, surely she can use spirit magic. Wan Tianla came to a sudden realization, and Han Yi also figured this out at the same time. Several black lines simultaneously appeared on the foreheads of Yifeng and Li Mubai, who heard this. These 2 people's brain, what configuration? This matter even have to think so half a day. The 4 of them just stayed on the first floor of the villa first. Tang Wei was very nice, and at night, she specially cooked and cooked, so that the 4 of Yifeng had a full meal. Take the hand and eat it. Since people were treating them so well, they naturally had to ensure the safety of this mother and daughter. I don't even sleep at night. I just start the vigil. The 2 people in the room, Yifeng and Han Yi. 2 people outside the room, Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu. Li Mubai glanced at the time. It was now 11:50 p.m. According to Tang Wei's narration, the blood eyes all appeared at exactly 12 midnight. Just as Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu were concentrating on the second floor Tang Wei's bedroom window, two electric batons suddenly electrocuted the duo. ABA 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 The sudden electric current caught the duo off guard, and it was also clearly a modified magical artifact electric baton, which instantly electrocuted them with their tongues sticking out. Before this tenant said at night can always see two pairs of eyes staring at them. After half a day as these two people. In the afternoon I feel wrong. Peeping at people's mother and daughter sleeping in the middle of the night. What kind of people ah? I bah. The security man who stopped Yi Feng's four men this afternoon cursed at the two men who had already been electrocuted before dragging them away. The heart felt proud of its righteousness. You're such a responsible security guard. Inside the house, Yi Feng, who was originally watching anime, put down his cell phone and sighed. This wave of friendly fire was really out of his expectation. Han Yi hides in the villa's staircase, ready to directly rush upstairs to save the others once something unexpected happens, or rush out of the villa to help Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai. As for Yi Feng, he was sitting in the middle of the two bedroom doors on the second floor and was observing the situation inside with his divine sense. 12 midnight. Yi Feng, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! Yi Feng got up and violently pushed open the door to Tang Wei's room while shouting, Han Yi, find a way to wake up that girl called He Shinru for me. Okay. Han Yi rushed upstairs and kicked the door to Xin Ro's room directly. His movements were so skillful. Yi Feng rushed into the room. The commotion was great, but even so Tang Wei was still lying on the bed with her eyes closed tightly as if she was asleep. Yi Feng grabbed Tang Wei's arms and directly pulled her, who was wearing pajamas, up from the bed. Get thee out. Yi Feng's eyes glared, and instantly a black gas seen by normal people floated out from Tang Wei's brow. Human! You spoiled me. The black chi condensed into a pair of blood-colored eyes and rushed towards Yi Feng with extreme anger. Nightmare, a relatively rare spirit-type demonic beast, was originally a harmless demonic beast that fed on the mental fluctuations generated by the dreams of living creatures. However, since the descent of the otherworldly demon race, this spiritual demonic beast has also been contaminated and transformed into an evil existence that wreaks havoc on living beings. They create nightmares, feed on the fears of creatures, and strengthen themselves, and eventually will devour their host's mental consciousness outright when they reach the point of extreme fear. It was obvious that today's Tang Wei mother and daughter had reached this final step, narrowly escaping having their consciousness devoured by the nightmare. A mid-ranked nightmare dares to act recklessly in front of me? Yi Feng smiled coldly as a magic card appeared in his hand. High-ranked magic card, 100 Eyes Demon. A blood-colored eye appeared out of nowhere, and the nightmare suddenly began to become extremely unstable, even convulsive, after seeing this blood-colored eye. At this moment, in the middle of his vision, uncountable blood-colored eyes were watching him, and the powerful spiritual pressure soon tore him apart completely. A blank magic card appeared in Yi Feng's hand, and the nightmare was directly turned into a middle-ranked magic card by him to be added into the collection of the card book. Snap! A loud and crisp slap suddenly came from inside the next room. Yi Feng cursed in his heart, worthy of being Han Yi. This means of calling people is just refreshing. By the time he rushed to the room, Xin Ro had already woken up leisurely, while the nightmare on her had run off somewhere, touching the left side of her somewhat painfully red and swollen face. He Shinrui was a bit confused. What happened? Just as Han Yi wanted to open his mouth, Yi Feng jumped ahead and said, just now that nightmare on you wanted to harm you and directly slapped you with its spiritual power, causing you to fall into a coma and thus entering your mind to swallow your spirit. Luckily Han Yi came in just in time and scared the nightmare away. Hearing this, Xin Ro suddenly realized, so it was like this. Then just now it was really thanks to this big brother who doesn't look like a good person. Carefully think about it. He seems to be really scared to the extreme in the dream. Thought he was dead. Who knows, but suddenly was forced out of the dream. Think about it, really some fear. Tang Wei also woke up at this time, rushed to his daughter's room. After hearing the situation did not hold back tears. It's normal to be emotional after a robbery. Hastily thanking Yi Feng and Han Yi. If not for them today their mother and daughter would have been in danger. You guys are not out of danger yet. My other two partners were taken away by the security guard's electrocution due to a misunderstanding. It resulted in two nightmares. We only killed one and the other one ran away. There's no way it would give up the prey that's about to come to its hands. And it's definitely going to come back for your daughter tomorrow. Yi Feng said in a grave tone to the mother-daughter duo in front of him. Chapter 120, Puppetry. Ah, what about that? Tang Wei looked at her daughter a little anxious. Yi Feng heard, but waved his hand and said, "The problem is not big. This problem can be solved. The problem that is not solved now is, if you do not explain the situation with the gate guard security master, I'm afraid that Mubai and Tenla have been sent to the bureau inside." Ha! Mother and daughter Tang Wei were both stunned after hearing this, but they soon understood the situation under Yi Feng's explanation. Tang Wei threw on a coat and hurried toward the security room of the villa area. About 10 minutes had passed when two men with their hair standing up somewhat from the electricity returned. The dumbfounded look said it all. The second half of the night was a quiet one for the four of them, but the escaped nightmare was not at peace. In the middle of the night, a black mist invisible to normal people traveled quickly between cities. He was having mixed feelings right now. A good brother who used to come out and commit crimes together is dead. 10 years. The two of them had been wandering for a whole decade, from the beginning stage to the middle stage. They had thought that the high stage was just around the corner, but who knew that they had met such a tough opponent? Just when Nightmare was a bit broken and overwhelmed, a person appeared in front of him at an unknown time. A terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from the other party, and the Nightmare, who had originally turned around and was ready to try to leave, suddenly braked sharply and turned his head. Stop! The mysterious man suddenly opened his mouth, and then reached out and grabbed. The Nightmare that was about to leave suddenly had another sharp break, and then was actually sucked directly into the mysterious man's hand. The terrifying aura caused the Nightmare's already somewhat disturbed black aura to become even more restless. You! Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Just know that from now on you're one of my men. Okay, Lu brother? You strong, you are the truth. Nightmare conceded quickly. He is not stupid. On the opposite side of this breath, just reveal a little, let him look like this. If really moved to start, he can guarantee that. Surely immediately can let him soul fly away. Well, that's good. Count on you to know what you're doing. The mystic nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, a spiritual power belonging to the Fox Spirit Demon clan wrapped up the Nightmare, and the Nightmare that was originally only of medium rank even rushed directly to the high rank of 1 star after absorbing this spiritual power. Go, and I hope that the next time I see you, you will have devoured the souls of hundreds of people and brought all the other nightmare creatures you know with you. How should I find you then, boss? I don't need you to find me. I will naturally go to you. The mysterious man let go of his hand and disappeared when he finished. Nightmare froze in place for a full minute, then burst out laughing. He's higher up. He's high-ranking now. Tomorrow he was going to devour all the souls of those 2 human females, and it would be icing on the cake if he could meet the 2 humans who had badgered him and killed his brother. I really didn't expect the day of my revenge to come so quickly. Ha ha ha. The strand of black gas that the Nightmare had transformed into was constantly trembling about, clearly excited. He was really looking forward to tomorrow's night of vengeance more and more now. Villa. Han Yi and Wan Tian Lu. One sleeping on the bed, the other sleeping on the ground inside the coffin that is called a comfort, while Yi Feng and Li Mubai in the other room were still awake. Ha! What's this little person in your hand? Feng? Li Mubai suddenly realized that Yi Feng, who was sitting on the table, was fiddling with a wooden figurine, which was currently dancing on the tabletop. It's amazing that it can dance as if it were an intelligent robot without anything controlling it. Yi Feng sniffed and turned his head to Li Mubai and said, "This is called a puppet. With magic energy you can manipulate it. If you are interested you can take a look at this book." Throwing the long written notes on the puppet art inside the storage ring to Li Mubai, Li Mubai hastily took it. Opening his notes, he carefully read the puppetry techniques recorded within. The more you look at it, the more you get excited. Feng, how do you get the puppets in here? You want puppets? Ha! Aha! Good point. $1,000 for a golem as long as you provide me with the materials. Know what I mean? Yi Feng looked at Li Mubai with raised eyebrows. Hearing this, Li Mubai hesitated for a few moments and then took out to transfer money to Yi Feng. The whole 30,000. Let's start with 30 to give me a taste of salt. Yassi. Yi Feng nodded his head in satisfaction while Li Mubai told Yi Feng the name of the puppet he wanted to use and should be able to control now. Half an hour later, Li Mubai wrote down all the materials he needed and prepared to find his family to get them together for himself after brightening the day. Sleepiness came, and Li Mubai lay down on his bed and went to sleep. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was still watching the anime. Anyway, he was perfectly capable of not sleeping. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator could not sleep for decades, let alone a Yuaning cultivator like him. It had been a quiet night. When Tang Wei got up the next morning and tried to make breakfast for the 4 of them, she realized they were gone. Both rooms were cleaned up. which made her feel a little emotional. If only my own daughter could be so understanding. Went upstairs and looked in my daughter's room. Oh, my God. It's true. All the good kids are someone else's. Chapter 121, The Clever Dean. The four of them headed towards the school's training grounds after 2 hours of sleep in the dormitory. The training grounds competition hall spectator stand is now full. As soon as Yi Feng's four people came in, a space emptied around them with a crash. Good lord. This falls into the category of being a field unfolding. Yi Feng's four had long been used to this situation. Sitting in the center of this empty space, not caring about the strange gazes of the people around them. Yi Feng, do you think the four of us can meet a comparable opponent today? Hani had nothing to do and Yi Feng started chatting. That's who knows. Yi Feng shook his head. Now removing the anime and games is not interested in anything. At the entrance of the competition hall, Ziling saw Yi Feng and just wanted to open her mouth to call her name to greet her but was quickly covered by Yi Shuiying and Niesini and then left this no man's land with her rack and grab. They didn't want others to know that they knew the four Yi Fengs and were familiar with them. Now almost anyone who can get along with the four of them can be judged as odd, plus perverted. The violet spirit let out an unwilling whimper. But still, she could only watch the distance from Yi Feng grow further and further away. Yi Feng on the other side couldn't help but shiver at this time, sighing in his heart that this old sister of his wasn't without a little effect. On the teacher's side of the audience, the dean, Su Pingshan, who was sitting on the central elevated platform, stroked his already white beard and looked at the list of matches. A hint of cunning suddenly flashed among his eyes. Twisting his head to look at the vice president who was also looking at the list of matches in his hands, the two men looked at each other at the same time and smiled. It seemed they had thought of a place to go. Since normal students and even junior honors students couldn't get the bottom of these four people, why couldn't they get these four people to have an exciting intense civil war? You can be a smart dean yourself. Dean Su Pingshan was a little impatient to see these two matches, so he said to Wang Wenba, who had just come over in a referee's uniform not far away. In the first match, Yi Feng vs Han Yi, and in the second match, Wan Tianluo vs Li Mubai. At this time, Su Pingshan didn't know how the beautiful high school class president who had used this move against the four last time felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart after the start of the competition. It was thunderous. It was crispy on the outside. It's not good. What if they concede or are acting on purpose? The corner of Wang Wenba's mouth twitched. He knew these four people too well. He could guarantee that if Dean Su Pingshan really played like this, it goes without saying, then, that in a moment it will surely be an unimaginably strange scene. What's not so good about it? And do they dare to lose such a big face in front of the whole school? Quickly, I can't wait to see it. Su Pingshan glared at Wang Wenba, his tone somewhat anxious. And hearing this, Wang Wenba let out a long sigh. It's good that you're happy. Just don't come after me later. That's none of my business. I've warned you. With this thought in his mind, Wang Wenba suddenly opened his mouth and shouted out loud after the opening ceremony's pronouncement was finished. Today's first battle. Yi Feng of the freshman weaponry department versus Han Yi of the freshman system. At this statement the entire audience was first stunned, followed by shouts of excitement. Great! I've been wanting to see a civil war between the oddballs for a long time. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see if that violent maniac would lay that heavy a hand on his best buddy too. I love this arrangement at school. The entire audience cheered, while Yi Shuiying and Niesini sighed longingly after hearing about this. It's over. This is definitely over. Ziling and Qi Xianbing were puzzled when they looked at the two people's helpless expressions. I didn't understand why they were like this. Wasn't it just a cut between Yi Feng and Han Yi? As for sighing and looking like that, Yi Shuiying and Niesini used to be in the same high school as these four people, so they naturally knew what these four people had done in high school. That movie star level acting is going to start again. Different from what the two women thought. Qi Xianbing at this time actually really hoped that these two people would have some conflicts and unhappiness because of the dicing. Because if that was the case she could find a way to set the two back together and get themselves in their debt. Although Qi Xianbing looks quite mature and stable. In fact, in the end, it is a 20-year-old child. Immature, thinking about things will always be so simple. On the other side, the four people who heard this list of matches had a wistful smile on their faces. Let's go Yi Feng. Everyone is waiting to see the two of us. Han Yi got up and patted Yi Feng's shoulder, while Yi Feng who heard this also smiled faintly and stood up as the two of them walked side by side towards the competition stage. Looking at the smiles hanging on the two people's faces, Yi Shuiying and Niesini directly despaired. They could now confirm 100% that these two guys were going to stage the two movie star level battles that had circulated extremely widely in the school that year. On the competition stage, two men stood opposite each other. Yi Feng, I've long wanted to compete with you to see who's actually better. I didn't expect that the school would give me this opportunity today. You have to cherish it. Han pointed at Yifeng and shouted, while Yifeng shouted back without the slightest weakness, don't be a grinder. Let's have a painful fight today. You don't want to lose too badly. Won't that make people say that we're fiddling with some PY deal? Chapter 122 Botched Acting. The whole crowd cheered. Especially Ouyang Shui shouted that fiercely. Fight! Hit with all your might. At this time, all the surrounding people did not pay attention to Ouyang Shui, who had completely lost her temper. All of them are fanning the flames because they want to see this fight so badly. They even included many fire and system teachers. And even Song Chuanya, Yifeng's class advisor in the weaponry department, was looking at the competition stage with a burning gaze. Only Wang Wenba let out a long helpless sigh. Game on! As Wang Wenba's voice fell, the Earth's core gold flame gushed out from Yifeng's body, and his aura was that much more than enough. Bang! Hani stomped the ground with one foot, his body tempering secret technique in use, but a single stomp surprisingly left a large crack in the ground. Boo! The two of them rushed towards each other with both feet at the same time, and the powerful aura of their attack made the blood of almost all the spectators boil. Dean Supingshan and the Vice Dean were even staring at Yifeng and Hani with their eyes tightly fixed, not even blinking. The fervor inside their eyes had almost overflowed at this point. It was finally time to see these two in their full strength. Yifeng, Han-yi, the two growled and shouted, with a middle-aged air. Many people in the arena even stood up to try and get a better view of the two as they exchanged blows. Bang! Golden flames exploded on the field into a sky full of sparks, and at the same time, the two people who exchanged double-fisted blows let out a miserable scream at the same time. Then the two figures quickly backed up and flew directly out of the competition stage in an inverted flying stance. Yifeng, you are really strong. I'm willing to bow to you. Hani put on a look of trying to stand up and said, his face filled with the look of I'm doing my best but I still can't beat you. Yifeng, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, trying hard to sit up but had no strength to sit up at all. His upper body slightly buckled and then fell down heavily. I'm surprised you have the strength. Stand up. It's me who lost. Nah, I'm just holding strong right now. Ah. Hani saw that Yifeng acted surprisingly outrageous himself, so he simply let himself go directly, puffed out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground. 6. Yifeng extended a middle finger. I didn't expect Hani to be even more shameless than him. Quiet in the room. What just happened? How did the passionate scene just now suddenly turn into this? Dean! Supingshan was so angry by the two Yifengs that he directly leaned back in his chair and started panting heavily, and the two teachers with quick eyes rushed over to help. However, who knew that the vice president at this time couldn't hold it together either? Chutzpah! Shameless! The vice dean's face was suffocating red as he finished speaking, and it was obvious that this was being infuriated. The fight was eventually ruled a draw. Ugh! I've said it all. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Wang Wenba shook his head helplessly. Things were not what he expected. The next match was Wan Tianluo versus Li Mubai. The dean and vice dean were already not hopeful. After all, the shameless behavior of those two just now had made them understand that these four people together could not put together a face. I'm afraid. Wang Wenba announced the start of the match. Li Mubai and Wan Tianluo stood opposite each other. Just when everyone thought that this was another act, they saw Wan Tianluo suddenly let out a loud cry. Come out! My strongest summoned beast! An oversized summoning formation suddenly appeared on the playing field. Ow! A dragon's roar suddenly emanated from inside the summoning formation. Everyone who saw this scene had their hearts shaken as they collectively stood up to look at the summoning formation on the field. What was that noise? Dragon Song! Wan Tianluo was surprisingly able to summon dragon creatures. Originally, Dean Supingshan and Vice Dean, whose eyes had already lost their high beams, also sat up straight at the same time, their eyes staring deathly at the summoning spell formation above the competition stage. Bone dragons? They had only seen it in the old records and legends, but not in reality. A while ago it was said that a bone dragon had appeared in the western desert. At first they thought it was just a blackmail. After all, how could such ancient dragons just appear when they said they would? But now it seemed likely that the bone dragon that appeared in the western region was this bone dragon of Wan Tianluo. Li Mubai also revealed a look of extreme vigilance. An immense bone dragon head protruded from the summoning formation, and then it was a pair of dragon claws that violently grasped onto the tournament stage. It's the legendary bone dragon. The bug demon can actually summon a bone dragon. Oh my god! What kind of demon is this? Even the four women of the battle team couldn't help but show a surprised expression on their faces at this time. They didn't expect Wan Tianluo to have such a terrifying undercurrent. From the breath this bone dragon should only be a middle-ranked 8-star, a cub, but even so, bone dragons, a true dragon race, were still a rare existence in the world. It was surprising that Wan Tianlu was able to summon this arrogant creature and control it. Bone dragons were different from normal dragons. Their adult size and juvenile size were practically the same, because they were undead creatures. Creatures formed after the death of a creature. Naturally, there was no such thing as body growth. Just as everyone's eyes were watching, the bone dragon that was already halfway out and raging suddenly shrunk back, and then the summoning array suddenly disappeared. The magic energy to summon the bone dragon is too big. I still can't summon it completely. I lost the magic energy dry. This statement felt especially reasonable when the students sniffed it. Scared the hell out of them. They thought that there was actually a summoner who could summon the ancient dragons out, and that it was still a middle-ranked, 5-star Daichi summoner. However, Dean Supingshan and the Vice Dean were unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood that was violently spat out. They're not blind. That one just now was clearly the summoning spell of a contracted beast. Who needs magical energy to summon a contracted beast? Chapter 123, Comic-Con. Sijin. Li Mubai merged the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Wan Tianlu, while Wan Tianlu revealed a naive smile. That's the end of this game. Dean. Vice Dean. The two deans were taken backstage for emergency oxygen as teachers anxiously called. To be able to infuriate the dean like this, Wan Tianlu was a talent too. The next match was the Purple Spirit match, which was an easy win for the Purple Spirit match. Even if you hit the junior sister, strength is still crushing. If Li Mubai's 3 were strong because of special means, then Violet Spirit was because of extreme magic. A true extreme magician of the same rank. Aren't you going back to your dorm, Feng? Li Mubai asked suspiciously to Yi Feng, who was planning to leave. No, it's a rare day when I have time. I heard that there's a Comic-Con in the capital of Hope with quite a few limited peripherals. The tickets are already purchased, so I'm going to take a stroll. Yi Feng shook the screen of his cell phone and then walked out of the training ground. Yi Feng had just left with his front foot, and Ziling hurriedly followed with his back foot. Yi Feng naturally discovered the Violet Spirit behind him, so he hurriedly accelerated his steps to leave. But no matter how much he ran, he still couldn't escape the Purple Spirit's following. Damn it, he can't use his cultivation yet, or else he might be found out by the Purple Spirit, and he definitely won't have a peaceful life after exposing his identity. Driver, drive. After leaving the school gate, Yi Feng hurriedly sat in a cab. Thought he successfully got rid of Ziling, but who knew that Ziling followed closely behind and also opened the car door and sat beside him. Yi Feng was speechless. Yi Feng, where are you going? Take me one. Ziling looked at Yi Feng with a pleading face. What could he do? He had no choice. He could only sigh helplessly and said, Uncle, go to the subway entrance of line 5. Okay. The driver put his foot on the gas and the cab pulled into the driveway toward the subway entrance. In the car, Ziling checked Yi Feng's body up and down, and there was some urgency in her eyes. You weren't hurt earlier. The two of us are just acting. How can we get hurt? Yi Feng was speechless. Didn't Ziling see the two of them acting so poorly just now? Ziling breathed a sigh of relief at his words. She had just watched what felt like an act, but she was still worried, afraid that Yi Feng was really injured. Give me the cell phone. Ziling sniffed without any hesitation, opening the cell phone and handing it to Yi Feng. Comic-Con doesn't buy tickets, so you're not planning on skipping out, are you? Yi Feng returned his cell phone to Ziling after finding out the official channel for purchasing tickets for the Comic-Con. The other person, this is not too much to believe him, said to give himself the cell phone to give. It's not with you. Violet Spirit spat out her tongue, making a mischievous face. Yi Feng's mouth twitched and sighed in his heart. It looked like his original wonderful trip to the Comic-Con was going to be a bust. Convention Center, Comic-Con. A young man with glasses walked into the Comic-Con, scanning around these young people dressed in various costumes to reveal a cold smile. His eyes were fixed on the various handmade dolls on top of the stalls not far away. This is what Lord Demon King ordered, so you guys can't blame me. A total of 12 strands of pitch-black colored aerosol invisible to normal people entered into the hand-me-downs and dolls on the stall not far away. The Fox Spirit Demon Clan is divided into two classes, the White Fox and the Black Fox. The Black Fox majored in strength, or the physical body, while the White Fox majored in the spirit. One of the spiritual demonic techniques is called soul extraction, which can extract the souls of living beings and refine them into demonic ghosts. Demonic ghosts are a kind of existence similar to nightmares, except that demonic ghosts are more ferocious and vicious than nightmares, which can be said to be the so-called severe ghosts in Chinese history. Just now, The man had sent all 12 high-level demonic ghosts that the Demon King had given himself into these hand puppets and dolls in a boarding manner. Once they are bought by these young men and placed inside their homes, the demonic spirits here will begin to torment the humans who bought them until they die. And all such people will be bound to their souls by demonic ghosts after death, and refined into demonic ghosts for their use. These 12 demonic ghosts were very human. They had their own consciousness, and when killing their masters, they would choose to use various accidental ways to cause death, because that way they wouldn't be noticed by the demon hunters and develop obscenely. The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and left the Comic-Con. His mission was accomplished, and the rest was no longer even remotely relevant to him. Sooner or later, the capital of Hope would be plunged into an endless panic by their underhanded maneuvers. Humph. Humans, sooner or later you will become the sustenance for our demon clan to enhance our strength, and at that time I'll see how you can still be as joyful as you are now. The man with the glasses thought so in his mind and then left the Comic-Con. And as soon as the man over here left on the front foot, Yi Feng came with Ziling on the back foot. Yi Feng usually didn't have the habit of opening his divine sense, especially in a crowded setting. The main thing is that you really can't drive it. Divine sense can see everything, and the surrounding grass and trees are all in his mind. Most people in the immortal cultivation realm have divine consciousness to protect their bodies, so it's okay for you to keep it on normally. But no one in this world has divine sense to protect their bodies. Not even the cultivators. His opening his divine sense in a crowded place was the same as seeing hundreds of people appear naked in front of him. Even a single blood vessel inside his body could be seen clearly. This was the key reason why he often did not open his divine sense. Chapter 124, Demonic Ghosts. On the stand, 12 demonic spirits have been successfully boarded. Most of the demons and ghosts boarding are dolls and some hot-blooded hand puppets. There's only one demon ghost, and it's a unique situation. Looking at the Ultraman bone sculpture she had boarded, she was a little overwhelmed for a moment. As for the reason, it was also very simple. The dolls and hand-me-downs that other people possessed were basically inexpensive, and selling them was almost a done deal. Only this one that she possessed, not to mention the high price. It's an Ultraman, and this is basically an adult, not a kid. So who's going to buy her? It's over. It's ruined. The demon ghost let out a long sigh, and in his mind, he was already prepared to eat dust in the warehouse for a long time. How could any great injustice by itself? Deja. Yi Feng, who was passing by the stall, suddenly stood still, his eyes glowing as he looked at the beautifully packaged Ultraman bone carvings on the stall. The price tag is 588. Although a little expensive but worth it. In the future this Ultraman bone carving is the mascot of their dormitory. The person in charge of selling these hand-me-downs and dolls was a girl in a Hatsune cosplayer who must have been in her 20s. Scan and pay cleanly. In the end, Yi Feng just hugged the Ultraman bone sculpture and left humming a little tune. The demonic ghost was confused. How could there really be such an unjust breed of douchebags in this world? Ziling followed Yi Feng and asked with some curiosity. Yi Feng, you like statues like this? Do you want me to buy you a set? Don't. I like it, but I don't like the idea of someone spending money for me. Yi Feng waved his hand to indicate his refusal. If Li Mubai was here at this moment he would definitely extend a middle finger and utter a 6 to Yi Feng. Oh, Ziling was a little lost, but quickly regained her composure. She was now alone with Yi Feng. She must seize this opportunity. Comic show is very big. Yi Feng is still the first time to come to the comic show. Curiosity makes him in the comic show everywhere skulking. Ziling originally thought that Yi Feng came over to see the beautiful Cos, until she saw Yi Feng full of excitement toward the Cos Masked Rider's 01 run when she realized. It turns out that in the eyes of geeks, being handsome is the most important thing. Violet Spirit, come over here and help me get a picture with this dude. Yi Feng's voice suddenly sounded. Ziling heard the words and quickly agreed. Took over Yi Feng's cell phone as to shoot a few pictures in a row. Looking at such a big beautiful woman actually helped this looking for their own photo person's photo. And this person also has a classic geek look. The 01 cosplayer's heart couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, not all otaku are the same. The box in his hand was placed inside the storage ring by Yi Feng, and the demonic ghost, who was still happy that he was actually bought by someone, suddenly lost consciousness and had no idea what had happened. After watching the Comic-Con is already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today there is Purple Spirit in. Yi Feng is to save a lot of trouble things. Cell phone inside has been shot full of today and handsome costs of the photo. I'll buy you a meal for taking so many pictures for me today. Really? The originally somewhat tired Violet Spirit was instantly energized at the words. Yi Feng nodded his head to indicate that he was right. Then he took Ziling to a delicious and cheap spicy hot meal. Walking into the spicy hot pot store, Yifeng actually felt a little magical for a while. At this time, the spicy hot pot store is full of men and women wearing cosclothes to eat. The scene was a little chaotic for a while. Yifeng even felt that he was not suddenly traveled to the second dimension. The sense of unreality is just too much. After the two people clamped the dishes and sat opposite each other, Ziling began to chat with Yifeng. She now also sort of found out that as long as she talked to Yifeng about some anime and movie works and games, the other party would not be uninterested and say a few sentences. Some of the male singles around looked at Yifeng, who was also a geek, and saw that he was able to find such a good-looking and gentle-looking girl, and all of them raised their hopes for the future. Also geeks. It's amazing that this fellow geek was able to find such a beautiful and sensible girl. Surely they can too. Returning to the dormitory in the afternoon, Yifeng placed the Ultraman bone sculpture on the table under the bed and found a particularly good position. How good is this position? Anyway, the opposite bed Li Mubai later wake up and open his eyes can be an Ultraman is in the state of radiating light on their own. Aha! I didn't realize it was a stupid college student who bought me out. This is great to get 4 people killed straight away. The demonic ghost inside Ultraman was ecstatic, feeling that he definitely had the highest start of all the demonic ghosts this time. After all, her side was starting out by getting 4 people killed. Ah, male college students. And it was simply not too easy to kill such stupid creatures. With Feng gone, it's time for us to go to Auntie Tang's house to wrap up yesterday's task, Li Mubai said to Yifeng while straightening his head. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. Then he stood up and left the dormitory right behind the 3. The 4 had just left the dormitory when the demonic ghost let out a sneer in his mind, beginning to set up traps in the dormitory in earnest. By the time they returned, what they had made would be enough to kill the men. It's really something to look forward to when you think about it. I'm sorry to bother you guys again today, Tang Wei said somewhat apologetically to the 4 people in front of her. Hearing this, Yifeng's 4 people were indifferent and walked inside the villa. Then they were dumbfounded, because they were surprised to see that yesterday or a pajama plain look of Hishinru, today even wearing a white dress, face smeared with thick powder. Do not know this look thought that this is in the face of a layer of white wall powder brushed, and the particularly explosive big red lips, not to mention the 4 of them. Even her mother Tang Wei was startled. This is her own daughter? And Han Yi was even more outspoken, his metal baseball bat appearing in his hand as he shouted, "What demon is haunting this place?" Chapter 125 Women in Clothing. Han Yi's action startled Xin and the whole person froze on the spot at a loss for words. She had learned this makeup from the internet. Didn't she look good in it now? The 3 of them shot out at the same time to put Han Yi under control. Li Mubai hurriedly explained with a smile. This guy is sick in the head, don't you mind? It may be that he has never seen a young girl as beautiful as you are a little too excited to try to get your attention. Said this when Li Mubai is only dare to look at the other party's eyes, dare not look long anywhere on the face. The rest of the face is really too nifty fried. It's almost as if you're smearing whitewash on a broken road full of gravel. And it's so awkward. Xin, who was a bit confused, was instantly delighted after hearing Li Mubai's words. The reason why she wore makeup today was because she wanted to try to see if she could have a perfect encounter with Li Mubai, a gentle and elegant handsome man. Then her fantasy was shattered on the spot by her mother's almost murderous gaze. 10 minutes later, Hishinru, who had already been forced to wash her face and remove her makeup, was brought down from the bathroom by her mother, Tang Wei. It was only then that the 4 dared to look at the girl with proper eyes. Tang Wei let the 4 sit on the sofa and went to the kitchen to wash the fruits herself. Some time later Tang Wei came back with the washed fruits. Yifeng spoke in a very serious tone with his right hand touching his chin after the other party sat down. Auntie Tang, for the sake of your safety I have an opinion I don't know if you agree with. These words took everyone by surprise, including the 3 of them. Li Mubai. It was obvious that Yifeng hadn't told them about this before. Seeing that everyone was looking at himself with questions in their eyes, Yifeng was not ambiguous and said bluntly, Aunt Tang and Miss He are ordinary people. If we really fight with the nightmare it is inevitable that we will be injured by mistake. Right now the main target of the nightmare is Miss He, so I intend to let Li Mubai pretend to be Miss He, while you guys need to commit to go and live outside this evening. Pretend to be me? Xin pointed at herself a little confused, then looked at Li Mubai. How was this big man going to impersonate himself? And they were different heights and sizes, so trying to fake it was almost just impossible. Tang Wei had the same doubts. While at that Li Mubai smiled bitterly and said, "There's not much of a problem with pretending, except that I need Miss He to cooperate with me individually to make some preparations." Hishinru's eyes lit up at the words, and she hurriedly said that there was no problem. She would love to be alone with a handsome man, and she would love it even more if there was some kind of affair going on. Just like that, Li Mubai brought Hishinru into the middle of a room on the first floor. Going in was a thrill in her heart. Was her love really about to come? 5 minutes later, two identical Hexinro walked out from the inside of the house. If it wasn't for the different clothes on the two people, even Tang Wei as a mother wouldn't be able to tell which one was her daughter. Unlike the one who went in full of joy at the beginning, the current Hexinro that was full of despair, looking like she had just lost her love. Why? Why would such a handsome little brother be a ladies' man? She's got a broken heart. Just now she entered inside the room. Li Mubai told her to lie on the bed and close her eyes. She was so excited. Isn't this the traditional plot inside the idol drama? The heroine closes her eyes and the hero kisses her. Aren't they moving a little too fast like that? No, it should be that fast. It's a fast-paced society now, and it's only natural that relationships and stuff should be fast-paced too. Just when she thought her love had truly arrived, she suddenly felt as if something had been applied to her face, as if it were a mask. First it was icy cold, then a burst of warmth. That still feels comfortable. After some time had passed, the mask was removed, and after about a minute had passed, Li Mubai told her to open her eyes, and then she saw a person exactly like herself standing in front of her. In front of the confirmation of this and their own, exactly the same woman is actually Li Mubai. After her, a girl's heart is completely shattered. Don't worry, Auntie Tang, I'm still very confident in my disguise. Li Mubai, who had transformed into Hishinrue's appearance, held a folding fan in his hand, and even his voice was exactly the same as Hishinrue's. Tang Wei scared in wonder, not realizing that magic existed in the world for something as magical as transfiguration. Soon after, Tang Wei left the villa with the disoriented Hishinru to live outside. Inside the villa, there were now only 4 people left. Yi Feng. Yi Feng, how are you sure that nightmare didn't do any special means on the Xinro to be able to track? Li Mubai asked Yi Feng with some curiosity. The image of a young girl with a man's voice is a bit too strong. Don't you guys realize one thing? Tang Wei mother and daughter had been haunted by nightmares for such a long time before, and they had even been thinking that it was really happening before I pointed it out. And since they knew that there would be something coming to their home every night to look for them, shouldn't a normal person have walked out to live there a long time ago? When Yi Feng said this, Li Mubai immediately fell into deep thought, while the other 2 brainless contraptions died on the spot. Obviously such a problem is again beyond the scope of their CPU operation. Snap! Li Mubai snapped the folding fan in his hand closed, and said with a sudden realization, I understand. This nightmare can't confirm the specific location of the victim at all, and can only tamper with the victim's subconscious through the spirit, so that even if they encountered such a horrible thing, they still won't give birth to the mind an idea of leaving this place. Exactly. Yi Feng nodded his head in satisfaction, then looked at the 2 brainless talents who had more or less died a little. The heart size. Fortunately the 3 of them still have a brain. Li Mubai. Otherwise this team on their own a brain to lead the team, he had to die of exhaustion. Chapter 126 Favorites +1. As darkness fell, a black mist invisible to normal people whistled into the middle of the villa area. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of the bedroom window on the 2nd floor of the villa. Nightmare let out a grim and eerie laugh as she looked at Hishinru, who was sleeping in her pink pajamas inside. Jia. Chick, I'm coming in. Oh, I'll make sure you die peacefully in the middle of the nightmare I created. The nightmare transformed and re-emerged as a stream of black gas whistling through the window towards Hishinru, who was lying asleep on the bed. However, right at this moment, the colorless crystal in Hishinru's chest suddenly lit up with a blinding white light. Hexinro snapped her eyes open, and gave a loud shout at the nightmare. At last, I've waited for you. Li Mubai sat up and tore off the human skin mask on his face. This crystal is specially used to detect whether there is a spirit demonic beast nearby. Magic crystal. Get this thing, but spent a lot of money on him. At the same time, the 3 people who had long been hiding inside the 2 cabinets in the room rushed out at the same time. They were all holding spirit-based magical artifacts at this point. 2 bells and a special pistol. Wan Tianlu and Yi Feng rang the bell at the same time. Magic energy was poured into it, and the originally invisible nightmare was revealed at this moment. The pitch-black colored fog mask constantly trembling, obviously disturbed by the ringing. Han Yi, on the other hand, pulled the trigger at this time, and a bullet shot out to hit the top of the black mist. I thought that I could directly kill it. After all, this was a high-level primary magic artifact. Killing a nightmare wasn't easy. However, who knew that instead of being affected, this nightmare let out a roar. For middle-ranked mages are still trying to kill me? Aren't you guys looking down on me a little too much? Instantly the pitch-black colored mist wrapped the entire room. Li Mubai was shocked at the situation and hurriedly came to the trio's side shouting, Quickly run! This isn't even a middle-order nightmare but a high-order one. Said Li Mubai will be transformed into a golden light want to leave. However, the black gas but at this moment emitted an extremely strange power interference Li Mubai mind, so that he lost all 5 senses. Instantly there is no sense of direction, but also cannot see anything. The ear is dead silence. The other 2 people other than Yi Feng were the same today. Struggle slowly in the midst of fear. I will eat you up little by little when your spirit breaks down. Ha ha ha. Nightmare's heart was screaming with pleasure at this moment. Was this the thrill of revenge? It's just great. And just as he was feeling excited about his great revenge, Yi Feng, on the other hand, unhurriedly took out the magic card book from inside his storage ring and took out a magic card from it. Superclass magic card, but healing. A mirror suddenly appeared in front of Nightmare, and before Nightmare could react, countless black tentacles suddenly emerged from it at that moment to drag him into it. Feel the fear. But his Lin figure appeared in the mirror world, and across from him was the Nightmare who had been completely bound by tentacles. It can't be. It's impossible. Why would you have super rank power in a middle-ranked magician? It's impossible. Nightmare was now that crumbling. He couldn't accept or understand why he had easily gained a strong power and hadn't had enough fun yet. But he had run into such a tough opponent. If the heavens gave him a chance, he wouldn't have come to even this city, not to mention meeting this mysterious magician head-on. At this time he suddenly began to miss the carefree, happy days inside the ordinary small county with little risk. After about a minute had passed, Yi Feng suddenly took out a blank magic card and threw it into the mirror. Soon the very Western-style ancient mirror flew back out again with the same magic card from earlier. Only now an image appeared on top of this magic card, the very same high-level Nightmare from earlier. Yi Feng opened the card book and placed the Nightmare, a high-ranked magic card, among the high-ranked page. Favorites +1. Soon after the 3 had regained their senses from the state of total loss of all 5 senses just now. Where's Nightmare? Li Mubai asked offhandedly as he looked around somewhat confused. Extinguished by me. Yi Feng replied in an extremely flat tone. How did it go out? The 3 of them exited to inquire at the same time, while Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, Remember, please never question the amount and strength of a poker player's deck. Go back in time a few hours. Inside the dormitory of Yi Feng's 4 people in the East Region Magic Academy, the demonic ghost that was lodged inside the Ultraman bone sculpture was a bit confused. It's already dark. Why haven't those 4 people come yet? I've been waiting for the flowers myself. Looking at the sophisticated mechanisms arranged all over the room, the demon ghost let out a long sigh. Ugh. Just wait. Just as the demonic ghost was thinking that, the dormitory door was opened at that moment. These 4 are finally back. The demonic ghost was instantly energized, looking forward to the agonizing process of the 4 being tortured by their own traps later. However, a middle-aged man's voice rang out at that moment. It's only a few o'clock. You 4 go to bed. I'm looking for you to come over today to talk about some things. Don't even sleep. Wang Wenba, who had been entrusted by the school to come and talk to the 4, said as he went to reach out and turn on the lights. However, just as he reached out and touched the switch and turned it on, a current strong enough to be fatal suddenly came from the switch, electrifying his entire body and causing his hair to blow up. Chapter 127, Unlucky Man. Abba abba abba. Boo! The switch exploded and the lights in the dormitory clicked and shattered at this time because they couldn't handle the voltage. Wang Wenba was shocked and took several consecutive steps backward, plopping down. He tripped over a chair and fell to the ground. At the same time, the dormitory bed, which had long been tampered with by the demonic ghost, suddenly collapsed. Wan Tianla bed collapsed heavily on Wang Wenba's body. Bang! There was a loud bang. Wang Wenba was smashed. Hanging breath did not come up. His own this is too bad luck. Damn! I've long heard that some people in the school are exploiting public funds for dormitory maintenance. I didn't believe it before, but now I kind of believe it. What kind of Thai dormitory facilities are these? Wang Wenba cursed and pushed the bed away from himself. In a moment he had to go and talk to the director of this dormitory building about how this dormitory facility has such a big safety problem, and hurry to find a maintenance worker to come over to repair this place. It looks like those 4 boys shouldn't be staying at the school tonight. Alas! Come back tomorrow and talk to them. Wang Wenba limped out of the dormitory. Before walking out of the eyes suddenly changed extremely cold look at the dormitory Yifeng's bed. The 4 little ones are on their own. There's no way I can intervene in this matter. Wang Wenba limped away, and then suddenly became normal after walking for a while. At this moment, the demonic ghosts inside the 324 dormitory were in a state of mind that had directly collapsed. What an elaborate trap you set for yourself. How it was ruined. If the one who came just now had been a mid-ranked mage, That current would have definitely been able to give the other party a direct send-off, especially since there was a bed-in closet in the back to make up for it. Even if it wasn't good enough, she'd be slightly out of her depth by then, and it would be perfect. As a result, who knew that a high-ranking mage had come, and by the looks of it, it wasn't an ordinary high-ranking mage who had just entered the high-ranking level and couldn't make a move on his own, because 80% can't be beaten. This wave is a blood loss. The demon ghost could not cry, but could only start to replan what should be done tomorrow to create an accident to get these 4 stupid male college students killed. A sleepy 4 left the villa and the familiar van exited the villa area and drove all the way to the school. This time they had accomplished their mission successfully. One could even say quite well. It's disturbing that we have a game to play today. If only we could skip it. Wan Tianlu let out a spit, while Han Yi directly retorted. Isn't it good to have free human sandbags for us to beat? Good. Do you guys know why I haven't used compulsion until now? Why? The 3 of them inquired at the same time. They were really curious, while Wan Tianlu was in tears. When I was in the western region before I had a whole 8/10 of my compulsion die. Now I'm not using it if I can. That's all that's left. This statement dawned on the 3 and they almost forgot about it. Previously in the western region when Wan Tianlu did take out all the parasites he could use, it was normal to die so much. A blessing in disguise. If my guess is good, those remaining parasites of yours should all have mutated and evolved after devouring so many corpses of their own kind and demonic beast corpses. Yi Feng's understanding of the compulsion art was still very thorough, and Wan Tianlu who heard the words nodded, then summoned a blood-colored centipede to climb on his hand. This centipede used to be an ordinary centipede, at best a poisonous insect, but now his venom can even kill gold-devouring insects. It's simply outrageous. Wan Tianlu even started teasing the centipede with his hand after he finished speaking. Pust. Perhaps this centipede was a bit angry at being provoked, and even directly bit Wan Tianli's finger, blood flowing out along the wound. The air was instantly quiet, and Li Mubai even braked sharply. Don't worry about a small poison is not enough to worry about. I have not been bitten. Often bitten by poisonous insects in the past has long been out of the antibody. Wan Tianlu said, the mouth spit out white foam. Halfway through the words head tilted unexpectedly fainted. Tengoku. Tenul. 3 people were shocked. Li Mubai is a U-turn van gas pedal to the bottom. The Wuling Hongguang began to quickly overtake on the road above the hospital forward and go. How dare a dog hurt my brother? Han Yi directly reached out and grabbed the centipede then suddenly crushed it. By the way, brothers, one more thing. Wan Tianlu raised his eyelids and squinted open a slit at this time. Han Yi smiled and hurriedly grabbed Wan Tianli's shoulder and asked, what other aftermaths do you have to explain quickly? I'll definitely help you accomplish it. Brother, this centipede of mine, the blood is poisonous. Don't stick to it. Otherwise the poisonous blood will be absorbed by the body along the pores. Wan Tianlu fainted again when he finished speaking. At this time, Han Yi began to foam at the mouth. Said most of the words they did not hear. Only 2 words heard extremely clear. Your mom. It was thought to be greeting the genealogy of Wan Tianlu. Looking at the 2 talents in the back row, Yi Feng only felt a little tired. Once a parasite devours too much flesh and blood in similar corpses, it will definitely mutate, but the direction of the mutation is not certain. It was obvious that this centipede of Wan Tianlu was the mutation of the poison in his body. Looking at the duo's behavior, although this poison could not cause a middle-ranked mage to die on the spot, it was definitely not weak either. After all, the 2 of them were people who had both completed their body quenching, and their bodies after quenching were somewhat unable to carry this toxin, so it could be imagined just how terrifying this poison was. Due to the 4 being in the hospital, they did not play this morning and were ruled to have conceded the game due to their failure to show up. Ziling and Yi Shuiying were both a bit worried about what had happened on Yi Feng's side after they realized this. Yi Shuiying called to inquire. After learning that his oldest brother was actually in the hospital, hastened to ask what exactly happened. And Violet's spirit even got up and was going to the hospital. How to say it? Something is wrong as Wan Tianlu and Han Yi. They both poisoned hospital is rescuing. But look at the situation is not a big problem. That'll do. Yi Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't her own oldest brother in trouble. However, just at this time the nurse's voice from the hospital side came from inside the cell phone. May I ask which one of you is the family member of these 2 men? Please sign the sick note. I'm Wan Tianli's brother. I'm Han Yi's brother. Yi Feng and Li Mubai spoke at the same time. The nurse was a little confused as she watched the 2 sign their names. 4 of you with 4 last names. Sure you're related to the 2 people you're resuscitating in there? Reorganizing families doesn't work. The 2 men were so righteous that the nurse was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. Forget it. They've already signed it anyway, and they'll be the ones to take the blame for anything that really goes wrong. The nurse is gone. Yi Shuiying, on the other hand, directly froze on the spot. The nurses are asking their oldest brother to sign the critical care notice, and that's not much of a problem? Old sister, I'm not talking to you. Mu Bai and I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go out and eat a few buns first to pad our stomachs. After saying this, Yi Feng hung up the phone, and the two guys who seemed like nothing left the hospital like this. Inside the ICU, 3 old professors gathered together, looking at the bed still foaming at the mouth of the 2 people full of black lines. There were 3 of them, a specialist in the field of neurology, a specialist in the field of internal medicine, and a specialist in the field of pharmaceuticals. They're 3 old guys who had studied medicine for decades, studied for a whole half hour, but they didn't recognize what kind of poison these 2 people had been poisoned with. Chapter 128, Medical Miracles. Drop, drop, drop. The heartbeat indexes of Wan Tianlu and Han Yi on the heartbeat machine beat slowly. Suddenly the heartbeat machine, which had a steady rhythm, began to emit a burst of alarm. Drop, drop, drop. The 3 old professors hurriedly looked at them, and then realized that the reason the heartbeat machine was sounding the alarm was not because the heartbeat was too slow, but because the duo's heartbeats had suddenly started to speed up. The 3 older teachers looked confused, as did the nurses helping around them. Isn't it normal for the heart to slow down after being poisoned for a long time? Why did it suddenly start to speed up? And it was at this time that the duo's blood tests came back. A middle-aged male doctor rushed into the resuscitation room with a face full of disbelief. Master, is too strange. The blood of these 2 people is really too strange. The one called Han Yi's blood type is an unprecedented blood type. So is that Wan Tianlu. This blood type contains all the characteristics of the blood type. The composition of the ingredients inside is also very strange. The blood cells are 5 or 6 times more than the normal people. That Wan Tianli's body has also detected a variety of toxin antibodies. These 2 people are simply a medical miracle. And did you find out what type of toxin was inside their blood? It should be a kind of centipede's poison. But logically this centipede's toxin shouldn't have any effect on 2 middle-ranked magicians. So I'm guessing they should have been bitten by a mutated centipede. Just as all the doctors were exchanging urgent information, Han Yi and Wan Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time and sat up with a dumbfounded look at these doctors and nurses. Who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? All the doctors stopped communicating and their eyes all gathered on the duo. Can we go now? Wan Tianla said with some hesitation. No. All the doctors and nurses opened their mouths at the same time. It was hard to come across 2 cases that could write medical papers on all of them. How could they just let them go? We're fine now. Really? We're all students of the East Region Magic Academy. We had things to get back to and get busy with. And now that we're better, we really should get back. Wan Tianlu wanted to cry, but he had heard how horrible the hospital's spending was. Just his little savings. Staying here for a few days would not be looted. East Region Magic Academy. This word still carries a lot of weight. The hospital's director, one of the 3 old professors, stroked his chin in deep thought, wondering if he should let the duo go. After all, through the blood test report, the 2 of them had special bodies that could destroy the toxins in their bodies on their own. Now can wake up. Certainly the body is already no problem, and all the instrument indicators are now normal. There's nothing wrong with letting them go. However, just at this time, the doctor who had just brought the blood test report over whispered in the dean's ear. Dean, it's outrageous, but through the blood test report their blood adapts to all blood types, and the white blood cells inside their blood are simply unbelievable. If a normal person's white blood cells are a small sweeper that can only clear up common illnesses, then theirs is Optimus Prime. The dean naturally understood what the other man meant by these words. Both eyes lit up. If they could find out the reason why the white blood cells in their bodies had become so horrible, then either cancer or any internal medicine difficulties could be easily solved. Above the hospital bed. See, the atmosphere is somewhat wrong. Wan Tianlu and Han Yi pulled out the body instrument contact port and tends to quietly walk out of bed. Just now the other side of the whispers they have heard. This is if they take them as a guinea pig to do experiments. Rhythm drip. A shrill instrument alarm sounded and everyone looked at the duo who were about to get out of bed. What are you going to do? A female nurse suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words came out, Han Yi was bellowing. Run! If we're late, we'll both be guinea pigs. Bang! The emergency room door was kicked in and the 2 men ran outside with full horsepower. Don't run away, 2 lads. We just want you to cooperate in some experiments. It's all on a voluntary basis, and we'll definitely pay enough money. The dean rushes to yell at the 2 men and gets indeed Han Yi turning around with a middle finger. I don't believe your bull ********. Bad old man bad. And so it was that patients and patients' families at the hospital today saw two youths running in front of them, with a group of nurses and doctors chasing after them. Among these doctors there was surprisingly a highly respected dean, and two other old professors. All three of them hadn't run this crazy in I don't know how many years. Unfortunately, no matter what, they couldn't catch up with the two anymore and could only watch as the two of them ran out of the hospital gates. Ugh! Dean let out a long sigh under his breath. It didn't stop both of them after all. Dean, the two of them, the hospital should have rescue information. There must be a contact number on it, you don't have to worry. When the time comes our hospital discusses them properly they will definitely be willing to do the experiment. The head nurse hurriedly comforted the old dean, while the old dean gently nodded at his words, his eyes revealing an excited fervor among them. The real reason why he was so excited was actually because his granddaughter had brain cancer, and it had advanced and spread, and she didn't have much of a life to live, and there was nothing even a super-ranked healer could do about it. Healers' main abilities were all about restoring damaged bodies and recovering magical energy and other issues, and they were clueless at the level of internal pathologies like cancer, which could definitely be called a terminal disease. Otherwise they, the general practitioners, would have lost their jobs long ago. And just when no one was paying attention, one of the old professors suddenly pushed his glasses and took out his cell phone to send a message to someone.